What is up, everybody? All right, so let me check the stream, make sure we're good. Refreshing. All right, still no stream. There we go. All right, we are live now. Let me, I'm going to open up my TikTok. We're going to get started going live on TikTok. MAGA is destroying the U.S. MAGA hates states' rights. And we'll go live. Boom. What is up, TikTok? It's funny going live twice for the tube people and then for my TikTok people. All right, so I've got excellent streaming service here on the tube, and it looks like we are now live on the TikTok. What's up, TikTok and YouTube? Let me open up my okay, sweet. Don't even need to do that. Okay, what's up? Let me tell my peeps that I am live. We are live. Bam. All right, we're live. So I actually found a tracker over the weekend that tracks the litigation against Donald Trump. Pretty clever, I would say. So you can go here. It's on Lawfare Media. They posted it on Lawfare Media. Let me pull it up here. Very handy piece of information. I'll go ahead and post that into the chat room so that you have access to it as well. In order to access the links on here, because otherwise, TikTok will filter out any links. I have to put capital DOTs. So erase the capital DOTs, put periods there, no spaces, www.lawfaremedia.com/whatever that is. And that'll get you there. Pretty cool stuff. What's up, Patty? Good morning, Bunny. Are you going to hop up here? Are you going to hop up? Every time you come in, I have to say that because, it's a thing now. It's like a ritual when it comes to your videos, Bunny. Crack me up, by the way. If you haven't seen Bunny's videos, go check them out. They're funny. Possibly by accident. Oh, yeah, Bunny does tap her way up here on accident. So if we have any MAGA that would like to come up and chit chat, I would love that. But again, Donald Trump over the weekend, I'm not sure what day. Let me see what day this was. Yesterday did taking steps to end cashless bail. This man hates states' rights, okay? And he ran on states' rights. He pushes crap in the Supreme Court over states' rights. Roe was about states' rights. Yet this dude wants to force states to do what he wants them to do. So any city that has passed legislation to say, hey, just because you're poor doesn't mean you get to sit in prison for 2, 3, 4 years, whatever, waiting for something to happen. For nonviolent stuff, will let you out on your own recognizance. As it should be that way. Bail bondsmen are a fucking fraud. They steal your money. That's the way it is. So Donald Trump doesn't like that. You got to be tough on crime. You got to be tough on criminals. I love that the criminal says you have to be tough on crime. Let that one sink in. The guy with 34 felony conviction is that you got to be tough on crime, but not me. That was a witch hunt. That was a witch hunt. Those bad Democrats were just coming after me. It was terrible. This dude is so full of shit. And I dare MAGA to come up here and argue that Donald Trump cares about states' rights. Absolutely nothing this man has done so far has been in favor of states' rights. But, just like we saw Taco up here the other day, I'm like, hey, what's your source? He says, New York Post. So I go read from the New York Post, and it basically proves him wrong. And he's like, yeah, but the New York Post is biased. This is MAGA. This is what they do. They don't care. They just don't give a shit if they look like and sound like the hypocrites that they are. They just don't give a shit. I mean, we see this play out over and over and over again on this show. Fucking rinse, repeat. I don't know. Maybe that's like part of the cult thing? Do they sign some kind of fucking agreement? I shall not care about being a hypocrite or having integrity to be part of this club. I don't know. It's fucking weird. Let me get through these comments here. And for the people watching on YouTube, I know you can't see this, but let's see. Have we seen any other states with the guard out yet? Not that I saw. He's talking about Chicago. J.B. Pritzker came out and, was like, yeah, we're not going to do that. But, we'll see. And J.B. Pritzker, hold on, let me find that. Matter of fact, I just had it up. Yeah, right here. This is funny. The headline of this New York Times article. And guys, if you're in here, please tap the screen for likes. Let's get to 10K as quickly as we can and share this out to your people. I don't know why the numbers are so damn low. Usually we'd be up by 50, 60 at this point. But share it out, do the things as you do. And I'm actually going to switch my gift here. Let me get some dinos going. Actually, let me start with roses. And I'm about to pull up this. We'll do 50 roses. I'm about to pull up this fucking J.B. Pritzker. Bam. And we all know what their counter argument to that is. Yeah, but the cities are blue. I don't know what state you've been in, but cities follow state law, and states are the ones that pass shit that would, reduce crime. All the city can do is hire police. What else can they do? Curfews? If that, fuck this. These MAGAs, I tell you what, are just destroying this fucking country. One federal troop at a time. All right, let me go up. Apparently we need them out here in Nebraska. Our corn is out of control. You know what? In many states now, buddy, in order to watch corn, you have to verify your age. And that's in Republican states. The same states, by the way, that grinders, servers go down whenever a bunch of MAGA gets together. Talking about corn. Let's see here. What's up, Chief? Give me a second. I'm going to get through these comments real quick. Hadn't realized I was up there last time. Protest in the fields. That's funny. He crashed out in Relentless's live after Mojo's. That's funny. Was it Mojo's live when I went in there? And I'm like, guys, this dude was on my panel. I think that was Mojo. So he's just making the rounds. Don't get me wrong. I find Taco to be quite entertaining. Arizona loves Trump. We need judges to use command sense. I don't understand that comment. Must be heat exhaustion. One child at a time. Food court. No, I know you. I know what you meant, but I had to do a play on words there. Okay, so I've gotten through the comments there. And YouTube, thank you for checking me out. I appreciate it. Okay, now the numbers are going up. So please keep tapping, guys. We're getting up to 100 people. Please tap to get us to 10K. Chief, take it away. What's up?
Good morning, brothers. Good to see you.
Yes, sir.
I'm all settled into my new place. Got all kinds of cool missions going on. Had a really good time this morning just dunking on Donald worshipers.
It's fun, really isn't it?
I'm trying to remember. Oh, yeah, man. So I don't know what they're gonna do if they can't dogpile me today, man. They're gonna have to drop some galaxies on me. They're gonna have to make it rain nice and early.
Well, shoot, man, I need a new pair of shoes, so galaxy away. I mean, damn. You have your own method of supporting this show, don't you, Chief?
Well, I'll give you a whole, like I said, as soon as you can find a doctor to debate us, a doctorate, someone with a PhD to line up and debate Team Dropout. I got that whole galaxy ready, man.
I love the Team Dropout. That actually is an interesting concept to have a debate where it's, those who are extremely educated versus those who, are not formally educated.
Find a medical doctor for me. Let's have
Yeah, well, there's Daniel. I haven't reached out to him yet, but I may reach out to Daniel and see if he'd be up to that. That would be interesting.
I don't imagine. I'd probably a retired doctor. You want to find a retired doctor for that? Probably is going to be your best bet.
So Daniel loves to debate and he's good at it. But what he'll do is he'll kind of nitpick and get into the meta of things and debate those things. So I'm not sure how entertaining it is.
I love that. I love it. Well, personally, that's what I'm here for. But
I like more broad debates, when it comes to stuff like that. When you get into the nitty gritty, the details of things can sometimes
bore some people. But right. As long as, here's the thing: is if it's germane and relevant to the topic at hand, it can be very interesting.
Yes.
But if it's a distraction tactic to establish intellectual dominance or some kind of authoritarian, role model place where it's like, I know more than you, so I'm automatically right about this debate.
Right. I've got a degree.
Could not be more boring.
Right.
I could not care less. Yeah.
Well, so we finally have some opposition up here. And guys, I do see your request. I appreciate that you want to get up here. I'd like to start the show off with some opposition. So I really appreciate Debo for coming up. It's been a while since you've been on the panel, man. How are you doing?
Not bad. Yeah, every time I roll through, you got a full panel, so I just kind of skirt on to the next one.
Well, shit. If next time that happens, let me know. I'll drop somebody for you.
All right, buddy. Well, I appreciate that. How you been?
Oh, not too bad. Just getting through it, building the show one crash out at a time, as you do.
The other day I was in here for a minute, and I don't remember the person that was on there, but they were fucking mid crash out, and I was like, oh my God. Fucking people are just losing their fucking mind on this app lately, dude. I had to take a break for a while as well.
Yeah, it's true. It can be exhausting, and then I get frustrated, and then I end up taking it out on people I know, and then they get pissed off at me. It's a whole thing.
Well, and the chaos panels, dude, I don't even go on them anymore. Like I've learned to fucking navigate my own sanity a little bit better over the year of that I've been on this app. So
right now, I do have another conservative. He's not a crazy conservative. Angel. Debo, what brought you up? Just curious before I get to Angel.
I just was kind of wanting to talk to you about that comment that we kind of went back and forth on the other day about.
I figured you did. What was that about? Because I remember responding to it, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it was.
It was the one about the rugs and the pew-pews.
Oh, right. Yeah. So what about it?
So to me, it's like I don't even like it's a felony right now if you get popped, having a Schedule 1 and having a pew-pew.
Right, at the same time, yes.
Yeah, so I don't understand how that's even really an argument.
So the difference now is that they are asking the Supreme Court to make it that if they can argue that you are a user of rugs, not even just that you're intoxicated at the time that you have the pew-pew. Just
how the fuck would they know? How the fuck would they determine that?
That's the issue at play here, because this could go all kinds of different ways. If you start saying you aren't allowed to own a pew-pew because of rug use, either current or past, you run into a lot of issues that can be targeted to start removing people's pew-pews.
I don't know. I think what are they going to do? They're going to make you pee in a cup before you get your
Your guess
That's
is
what I
as
mean,
good
is
as mine, but we'd have to assume that
without
that's what they would do.
without knowing all of the facts of everything in the in-betweens, they're going to have to generate legislation, then it's going to have to go through the House and the Senate, then the president's going to have, I mean, so to get all up in arms about something that you don't even know the premise to, I think is just another
Well,
fucking Donald Trump bad.
Well, no. So it's actually in court. They're asking the Supreme Court to set precedent for a law that, in my opinion, shouldn't exist anyway, which says that
Well,
if you're a habitual user, you can't have pew-pews
but you
because
can't have that anyway. That's already pre-standing.
shall not be infringed, sir.
But I don't think if you're all hopped
Shall
up
not
on fucking
be
blocaine,
infringed.
if you're all hopped up on blocaine, you shouldn't have a fucking pew
Uh-uh.
pew. Let's just.
That's
I would say the same thing, whether it be schmoxy cotton
that's
or
that's
whatever
not
you
what
want to
we're
fucking
arguing.
label it.
That's not what we're talking about, though. There is a difference between being intoxicated and having a pew-pew and being a user and owning a pew-pew.
I mean,
Do you not see the
both,
difference?
They're both illegal. It's already illegal.
Mm-mm. If you're in your home and you're drinking, should the government be allowed to come in and take your pew-pew?
That's different than being in public. There's a lot of shit you can do in your home that you can't do in public.
It isn't different. It isn't different based on what they're asking government to do. If you are a habitual user,
okay,
then they can remove your pew-pew. And you
when
are
I was
over
22 years old, the police came to my house. We were partying. We were drunk. They gave everybody there a public intox. But we were at my fucking house. We were partying at my house. They gave everybody there a public intox.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what we did? We went to court and they fucking dropped it.
What that's effed up is just the other day there was like a family going to Target and some fucking crazy dude in Austin just blasted some grandpa and his granddaughter and some girl who was pushing carts in the shopping lane because he thought he was Jesus. He was naked. Who knows what was in his system.
I know who you're talking about.
That's the cool thing about living in Texas. When you go to Target and you go shopping in Texas, you have to worry about naked men who think they're Jesus taking out your grandpa and his granddaughter and young ladies who work returning carts to the store.
Yeah, I want major reform to guns. Pew-pews. When I think about cities and I think about someone who has a military weapon in their house and someone goes bang on the door and they just spray across every single neighborhood, every single door, taking out 4 or 5 neighbors. That can't be smart. Even in the old Western days, you had to drop your weapons off with the sheriff because they knew you'd be.
This is fascinating. This is fucking fascinating.
Well, I want some reform.
No, because we've got the Republican Party now advocating to take your pew-pews. Do we have the Republican Party advocating to take your motherfucking pew-pews, and they only started doing it when a fascist took over? I want you to make note of that comment section, because this is something that Democrats have been called to be. Oh, you hate the Constitution. What about the Second Amendment? You hate the Constitution. You want all of these red flag laws and these things to reduce the pew-pews in schools? How dare you? The moment a fascist gets in there, you guys are like, let's take them.
I've had this. I don't think everybody should own a pew-pew. I don't think everyone's intelligent enough to even know how to fucking slide one back, dude. I think if you fucking own a pew-pew, there should be some sort of fucking safety course that you. There's so many fucking idiots that don't even know how to operate a fucking cell phone, and they're on TikTok too. So
I would like to know what is in the system of offenders.
Guys, we are living in the fucking Twilight Zone, where MAGA and Republicans are advocating to take your fucking pew-pew.
I didn't say
over rug use That's what they're arguing, Debo.
That is absolutely not what I'm arguing.
That's
right now.
what they're
I'm arguing
arguing.
that-
That's what
I'm
we're
arguing
talking
that
about.
it's already illegal to possess a pew
But-
pew if you are on a Schedule 1.
It is,
or
and
even
that's
have
not
one
what we're
in
talking
possession.
about. That's not what
I
they're asking
understand.
the court. Then why are you talking about that? Why are you strawmanning this? Because
I'm
we're
not
not
strawmanning it.
talking about somebody being intoxicated and having a firearm on their person to
There
get it
is no way
temporarily
to know.
removed.
There is no way to know what you're alleging. There is no way one would ever fucking know.
It's in the fucking court documents, Steve.
What is this thing so I can
Yeah,
look it
so
up
there will
and,
be a
and do
multiple
little
avenues.
It's
homework on it.
Hamani, USV Hamani, Hemani.
Lawmakers to shape firearm policy over the next 2 years, whether it's rolling back a pew-pew regulation, implementing GUN owner-friendly measures, or shaping the funding level of the ATF. And particularly, Republicans could include policy riders in government funding legislation that prohibits money from being used to enforce pew-pew regulations.
Kash Patel's wanting to eliminate federal agencies like the ATF. Like, what the
I
fuck?
think people who use Gigglebush and other, healthy plant medicines that are currently federally
Gigglebush?
illegal,
I like that.
Liberal,
That's
let's do the chess game here.
able
What's
and
he
allowed
doing, right?
to defend themselves, and there should be obvious metrics for, like,
I know exactly
logical,
what-
scientific metrics for being able to have defense tools. And when it comes to some of these other substances that are more legal, like antipsychotic medications and we'll just say cocoa, metamines.
Yeah.
I think I can say it. Yeah, metamines is a good way to say it. Safe way to say it, I think.
Yeah.
These are less illegal. These are more legal than the other ones, but I feel like it cause more problems as alcohol as well. I think we could say alcohol, right?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I think
would
so.
agree with you.
One
on
of the
alcohol
worst-
one.
One of the worst
Oh, yeah.
drugs ever.
Oh yeah. Oh
yet,
yeah.
Yet legal. And, I'm not sure that they're arguing that if you're addicted to alcohol,
If y'all
that
don't
they're
mind
going to
me
take your
making a
pew-pews.
little tangent about Al Ghul, but the way that the witches used to use it was simply like a extractor for the spirits of plants.
That's why they
Right?
call it white spirits.
Well, no. Well, the reason they call it spirits is because you would use it to extract the alkaloids from plants, and so when you would put a whole bunch of one plant into some alcohol, it'd be said to extract the spirit of the plant, right? And then you can let the alcohol evaporate, and you're left with the concentrate.
What's the point?
Right?
What are you getting
So
at?
the point is that the original intention of beer and drinking alcohol at all was the plant medicines they were putting in it, right?
Yeah.
And during the 1700s,
we're talking about pew-pews. How is this
liberal?
How is this related to pew-pews?
Let me finish landing let me cook. Like, it's not.
I'm falling asleep.
You said you were going to go on a
Okay.
tangent
I'm not
about
going to
this.
waste nearly the amount of time
Let's bring
that
it back
everyone
to
else
the
regularly
pew-pews.
does on this panel. I guarantee you. Like,
Yeah,
it's
well,
just quick.
that's fine, but you're
We're in the history of
pivoting to.
alcohol.
I'm about to land this plane.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. But like I've gone this far, let me just finish it.
Go ahead.
The Catholic Church enacts the Bavarian Beer Act. They prevent anyone from putting any plants or fungi or anything fun in the beer, and they said beer can only be made with 3 ingredients from now on: wheat, barley, and water, right? And barley, hops, and water. And basically, that's what beer is and has become.
Man,
and
appreciate it.
alcohol is basically a cleaning solution that we're just drinking. It has no substance to it whatsoever. It serves none of the ancient purpose it used to.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
how's this related to pew-pews?
No, let's just move on. So liberal, I'm a chess player and I see what's going on. I know, and I'm glad I looked into this because I know what he's going to do. We're using the National Guard to pretty much marshal all these major cities. You know what he's going to do. He's going to do it across the whole United States. But our National Guards aren't Army National Guards. That means they don't have really as much training. This is the 1 week in a year kind of people that we have out here. We've already armed them because we're going to put them into major cities. And we know that these gangs will literally fire pew-pews at our National Guard. So he's going to implement a national emergency, and he is going to go after these weapons. Holy shit. He is. He's going to go after city weapons so we can bring the National Guard in and not have any danger of our soldiers being shot.
Okay, okay, let's assume that what you're saying is true, and it's likely that's he wants people to attack. Sure.
Every
what you're talking
guys...
about is literal fascism.
Yeah,
and it won't be just taking everybody's pew-pews. No. It'll be the people that he wants to not have pew-pews that'll have their pew-pews taken away. It'll be Democrats. It'll be anybody that dissents against him, and the rest of everybody
Democrats
else.
Own pew-pews. Let's be honest.
I beg to differ.
I said not many. I didn't say any.
But also, if I can
again,
look at it from,
I beg to differ.
If I can look at it from his side, there is an epidemic of these young kids offing each other in record numbers. I don't feel safe going in cities at night. There's certain roads people don't go down.
What are you talking about?
That to be
Offing themselves
up.
too. Accidentally and on purpose,
I promise that if we can get these kids to start habitually not going out and offing each other in record numbers, we can create better habits. It's just we've tried everything for 100 years and nothing is working. They are violent towards each other, and we have got to get a hold of it.
Bro, what are you talking about?
I would say that crime was way fucking worse in the 90s, dude. If anything, crime is it fucking exponentially worse in the 80s and 90s, dude. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
They're still higher than pre-pandemic levels.
Thanks for fucking defunding the police, numbskulls.
I agree.
Nobody was Christ, who was defunded across the U.S. Who?
Every single fucking major city defunded their fucking police force.
Nonsense.
Yeah.
Nonsense.
Every major city in America fucking defunded their police.
Oh no!
After fucking George Floyd, yes, they absolutely fucking did.
Good.
That is not even. That is not even fucking questionable.
I mean, liberal. We're watching it. I'll agree, man. It's a form of fascism, authoritarianism. I see it now as a
This is
Republican.
wild, dude. You guys sit here and fucking say we need to have safer streets and shit, and then they're going after the people that have pews with fucking rugs. You're calling that fucking fascism. That is fucking wild to me.
Dude, I'm a Republican. Liberal
it is fucking wild.
Okay. Here, let me explain. Let me explain, Debo, because you're not seeing it. They're not going to come out and just say, "Hey, we're taking everybody's pews. Go ahead and bring them up to the sheriff's office and lock them in. And if you don't, hold on. And if you've been registered, we're going to go to your house and we're going to take your pews. So you might as well give them up." They're not going to do that. It's going to be this group. Hold on, Debo.
All right.
It's going to be this group of people for this reason. And it'll be somewhat reasonable. You're going to get a segment of the population. But, well, that makes sense. We don't want rug users to own weapons, right? Because rug users are criminals, etc. And then the next time he does it, it's going to be another group of people for some other reason. And it's going to be slightly reasonable. Well, we can, and then before you know it, 2-3 years down the road, you got half the fucking population doesn't have their pews anymore, and welcome fascism.
I'm sorry, but every single fucking fascist thing that you guys say Donald Trump has never, and if you can point to one, please, you have the fucking floor, but every time you guys say he's going to enact martial law, every time you guys say he's going to do this, every time it's fascist this, fascist that, it never comes to light. Hold on, I'm almost done. The one time that you literally had a president that could have been a complete and total fascist during the Big Sick, he gave all the power to the states. Every single fucking time you guys say that he's going to do some fascist bullshit.
This isn't his first term.
Now, dude, I'm a hardcore Republican. Liberal knows me. I debate harder for my side than anyone. I'm against trans ideology and then through the roof. But I'm looking at this stuff right here, and I'm going to say,
common sense. That's
I'm
not
going to say this, dude.
Right.
As a Republican, I think we should be okay with it because the police aren't doing it. So if we got to strong arm this a little bit,
that's not true.
Safer, that's what we got to do.
Let me put this up real quick so y'all can.
Now, 5 years later. Oh fuck! Wow.
But there were cities that called for defunding. Yeah.
And what time frame is this?
Yeah. Okay, liberal. I'll say this.
And what article is this?
Love math. This is what I love about math.
Oh wow. Okay. Okay. Yeah, ABC is so factually based. So you're gonna sit here and tell me that? Hold on, no. I'll name some cities. You had L.A. County in 2020 or 2021. They actually cut their fucking police spending by $110 million.
In L.A. County,
you had Wisconsin, you had Minnesota, you had Milwaukee. All of these states, they literally tried to hold on. They tried to put
Pull it up.
They tried to put social workers in front of fucking people. I'm outlining my point here.
Okay.
In 2021, they tried to implement social workers in Minnesota because they were trying to defund the police and de-escalate scenarios. They had 4 social workers unalived in the first 6 weeks of this happening in 2021 because they were trying to remove the fucking police because of the George Floyd riots. So miss me with the bullshit, dude. ABC can kiss my fucking ass.
Okay.
They are full of shit. They've always been full of shit, and they always will be.
Okay, so you're arguing actually incorrectly because you're saying that they defunded it, but what they did was in those cities where they instituted those social programs, they took money and allocated some of it to social workers to respond in order to alleviate the burden on police for nonviolent actions and for things that would be better served by a social worker and not a police officer.
Yeah,
I don't know why you have an issue with that.
If I was a Democrat, I would just stand on it. They did George Floyd. Our party got pissed, and we tried to defund some places. We weren't happy with the police. We heard it called out from many, many people, and they did try to stand on that for a while. That's okay.
Well, the defund the police slogan was fucking stupid, in my opinion. Because that's not what they actually meant. It's kind of like the all women till no women. That's not what it means. Yeah. They come up with these stupid ass slogans, and it
You're right.
backfired.
Democrats don't know how to brand a fucking their own ass.
They don't, because then you have to explain it. Because in most cases, what they were talking about was reforming the police, not defunding the fucking
over 50.
Yeah, that's the problem with the Democratic Party is they have no ability to fucking do any messaging. Their messaging is worse than their ideas.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not even sure that came from the party.
Let's play some chess here, guys. Let's play some chess as Democrats and Republicans here. Donald is going to implement these massive National Guards across every city. We know it's going to happen. So there they are sitting there. How long do we think it's going to last? Let's say he takes the pew-pews. Where do we go from there?
I mean, I would argue though that you literally had Kamala Harris that was running for the presidency of the United States talking about gun buybacks.
Netanyahu and Peter will take over America and sell it to China.
I'm just worried that my party's going to get a lot of power. We're going to lock down our country. We're going to think we're doing
it's
good
not going to happen
because things are going to happen, and then the Democratic Party's numbers are going to crash so much that it will become sort of a one-party country for a while. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, who do Democrats have? Like, who do Democrats even have as a leader?
And that's another thing.
We still have several years. I hope they don't go with Newsom, but again,
dude,
like
that dude's.
I'll say again.
Please,
I'll say again. The age that we live in is weird. We're in the Twilight Zone. This episode on the Twilight Zone, Republicans completely unalive their entire core value system in order to suck Trump off. Please, Orange Sky Daddy, give me more of this fascist. Give me more.
Please run Gavin Newsom. Please do it.
Well, the one name they don't talk about more is James Tallarico. That's their best bet for the Democratic Party. I've watched that guy.
I like Tallarico.
Some Republicans left and right, especially when it comes to putting our religion in schools. Yeah, that one we got to be
Fuck that
careful.
guy.
He's
Yeah.
good. I just want someone to debate with, dude. I want the game to be interesting. If we're going against Crockett, it's
No,
not
you
going to be
don't.
fun to watch.
Crockett.
Yeah, because no one ever talks about Ali Alexander anymore. As an independent scientist who believes in logic,
Yeah, I don't think she's going to
no
carry
one ever
the
talks
numbers.
about Ali Alexander.
Never even heard of her.
Ali Alexander.
No doubt. Ali Alexander
Who the fuck
the
is
leader
that?
of the Stop the Steal movement. He's the leader of the Stop the Steal movement. Currently under investigation in Texas for soliciting inappropriate images from underage boys from Prager University and Turning Point.
Ah,
Oh
what?
shit! Lock them up.
What is it with MAGA and their leaders being surrounded by,
Here's this
I don't even know who that
3DOs.
fucking guy
Here's
is,
the
dude.
bigger
I really
question.
don't.
The bigger question is, where are the Democrats on this story? Why did no Democrat ever tell y'all about this?
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's wild. That's a good point.
And once again,
it's not the issue that this guy subscribes to the MAGA shit. Debo's like, yeah, but why didn't Democrats respond to it?
No, I said lock him up. That's what I said.
But
That's
even
true.
in Washington, I
You
don't
did.
see the uproar. I don't see the people, millions marching the streets. Get these people out of here like it's Vietnam. Everyone seems to be okay with it, man. I think every other city will too.
Might
wild.
be okay with what? With removing pew-pews?
No, National Guards in their streets. People are taking pictures
No.
with them. They're helping old women down the stairs.
Man,
I mean, have you
don't
seen
know.
the videos of people in D.C. being like, "Fuck, I can park on the street and don't
I can
worry,
roll my
have to
window
worry
down
about
at the red
somebody
light."
trying to carjack me." Like, dude, people in D.C. are like, "This is actually not as bad
Wait.
as the media is making it."
a city that has crime? The horror.
It doesn't
The
anymore.
horror. Jesus.
They haven't had a murder in 7 days. That's the first time ever.
Oh, I'm sure that they have,
modern-
and nobody's reported it.
Oh yeah, because
How
if they
could you?
do,
We have
Donald Trump
National
would come
Guard
after them.
Right.
Right?
Those troops aren't even in locations where they would have needed to go if you were going to go that route. They're literally just there for pomp and bullshit.
Yeah. People are happier.
So, I don't buy
there's
it.
plenty of fucking people out there
And liberal, that's
right
the
now.
problem is we can use that to go into other cities now because there's
Well,
no uproar.
When this first happened on my show, I said they're going to say that the fucking crime has plummeted and that they're going to use that as an excuse to, well, we need to go into this city and we need to go into this city. But I want you guys to pay attention. They're not going to go into the Republican state cities. They're going into Democratic ones. They're going
Because that's where the fucking crime is.
I'm going to decline.
bullshit.
We're going after every city.
What are you talking about? That's where the crime
Okay,
is.
name me a
Most
Republican
crime
city. No.
is in
Name me a Republican city
states.
first.
No.
Name me
you don't
a
get to do that.
Republican
You don't
city.
get to do that. Nope. Because
Why?
it's
'Cause
states,
I'm holding you
it's
to,
state
like-
policies that affect
That is
the
not
crime
true.
rates.
Mayors are
Okay,
in charge.
tell
of-
me a city ordinance that prevents crime.
A city ordinance. But hold on, let me. I just want to make my point. The mayors, it's like the governor is like the president. The governor doesn't generate policy. The mayors implement the policy of the police. It is not the governor's responsibility to implement policy, police policy. That is on the mayor of that city or town. It is not on the governor, first of all. Second of all, there aren't Republican cities. There's like two, and they're in Texas.
You know what one of the biggest drivers of violence is?
Poverty.
Guess which states are poorer?
Wow, dude.
Red states. So the poorer you are, the more violent, the more likelihood of violence you're going to have, no matter the city.
Well,
no matter.
The
And you're like,
Appalachians
look at all the blue cities. They're all blue.
Well, liberal, remember,
They're
this
all
is not
blue.
just about crime. This is a joint operation with ICE and local law enforcement. So not only are we stopping crime, but local law enforcement is pulling people over. If they don't have IDs, we bring in ICE. It's a triple, try thing with those.
And you're okay with this?
We have to deport people, man. We're stopping the
No.
truck stops. We're stopping everyone.
No, here's the thing, Taco. I don't want to live in a country where if I forget my license at home and I'm walking down the road, I go to jail and have to prove my
I agree with you there,
innocence
liberal.
before I get out. I don't want to
agree
live in
with
it.
that.
And
I
thank
agree
you,
with you
Debo.
there, buddy.
And
Yep.
I also don't want to live in a fucking country where when I walk down the road, I see Humvees and soldiers with pew-pews out everywhere I go. I don't want to live in a country like that. If
I don't want to
that's
live in
what
a country where 11 million people who snuck into my place are legalized and take every resource that my land is built for my people.
Okay,
I don't wanna live
and
in
you
that
think
country.
that Donald Trump is going to remove every immigrant that's here illegally? You think he's going to do that?
No. We'll keep the ones for cultivation and work and stuff, but we are going to remove the excess of it.
Slaves,
Well, that's been our country since the beginning.
right?
Everyone's
And
been
it
okay
shouldn't
with it.
be. Would you agree with that?
Well, we're going to get them out. Yeah.
I think this notion that Americans that are most farmers in America are American. Yes, they do have Hispanic employees or workers, but like you guys got to realize, 100 years ago, 80% of the people in this country were farmers. It is down to 4%.
Well,
That
it's
also
owned by
equates.
one company. Yeah.
It's corporate America that runs the farms in this country, and it's controlled by the federal government because they put price controls on corn, wheat, barley, soybeans, all of that shit is price controlled by the fucking federal government.
Yeah. If I could say some really gangster stuff, imagine what happens if we were to clean up our country. All the extra money to all these immigrant programs, all the extra money we pull back to the country, we could really help our flipping citizens, man. We know that this melting pot is overrun with cheese. In 2008, the African American community got outnumbered by the Latino. We realized that the next 50 years, they were going to triple outbirth everyone. It's simple economics why we have to clean up.
No, it's simple fear that the white person is going to be the minority in this country.
I don't think it's that, dude. I don't agree necessarily with what Taco said.
Okay,
I don't necessarily agree with that, but I also don't think that it's this great white fucking fear of whatever the fuck that phrase is. I don't know.
Look, Debo,
I just don't.
I know you're
don't
not
think
like
they're
that.
outbirthing us.
But I get them up here all the time. And Taco and I have had this conversation before. This dude believes that. I mean, we have white Christian nationalists that come up here. And, it's TikTok, so take it for what it's worth. But we're seeing more and more of those people. We have whites-only places popping up across the country, albeit small, but still. You can see this progression.
Those people have always existed. They existed in far greater numbers. Even 30 years ago than they do today.
And now
13 colonies came here and built this incredible place called America.
And now they're empowered.
Yeah, we're going to protect our numbers just like every race would. We are getting outbirthed. It is simple math. You guys are like, oh, you're talking conspiracies. No, this is math. This is math. We're getting outnumbered. And let me tell you what happens if we become a super minority. Just look at the neighborhoods today. Do they all get along, or do they stay in their own neighborhoods and talk the worst shit about each other you've ever seen?
Super minority?
What is that?
You said super minority.
Oh God!
What is the overall race diversity of America? Like percentage today? Like right now? Hold on, I really want to know this because I haven't looked at this in a while.
I think it's 62% white.
I thought it was in the 60s.
Probably 15% Spanish, 15. Okay, so let me pull it up. No, it's not more. It's not more than 20% Hispanic.
Yeah, I don't think
it's not more than 20%.
But the thing is they keep saying it's 15 million illegals in this country. They've been saying that since 2003. There's no way that it's maintained the same number for 30 fucking years, and we just had, I don't know, 8 to 12 million people come across the border in the last 4 years. Yeah, there's no way we're remaining at 11 million. It's got to be close to 20.
California is more Spanish than white in the Gavin Newsom just allowed the citizens to decide the gerrymandering of it. So when you
No, the citizens had zero say in that fucking
I didn't know
debacle,
what that
dude.
was then.
Okay, let's see
They have
here.
zero say in that fucking debacle.
I'm
That was all fucking staged by the
Okay,
Democrat
I gotta look
majority
into
in
that.
fucking California. That was the biggest fucking non-democratic fucking legislation passed in modern fucking history,
I
dude.
hope Gavin does run, dude.
And the
He's gonna
Okay.
fact
fucking
that Democrats
high-speed
are
rail
sitting
for
here
it.
screaming about democracy while they fucking circumvent every single facet of this fucking country's laws to fucking pull that shenanigan, dude. That fucking Gavin Newsom should be removed from
What's
office
the
yesterday
numbers,
because of
liberal?
that
yeah,
alone.
I'm looking them up, but it has maps instead of actual like
Press
numbers.
AI
So
after that. Type
give
AI
me.
after that.
Well, that's what I'm using to find the information, but I'm still got to verify the sources because AI can make shit up. So, it almost yeah. This doesn't fucking Jesus Lord Almighty. Okay, so it's just going to pull the tables. So white, non-Hispanic, 57%.
Yeah.
That was from 2020. And then update, 57.1%. So a 0.7% decline. Hispanic, 18.7% in 2020. It's growing at 19.4% as of 2023. Black or African American, 12.1% in 2020. 2023 to 2024 shows 14.4%. So that's also growing. Asian 5.9 is also growing, grew to 13%. So that's even bigger. That's a bigger jump than Hispanic
double.
population. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
American.
doubled.
Yeah, American. Well, I say indigenous. Fucking 0.7%. No real change.
Wow.
Native Hawaiian 0.2%. Two or more races 4.1%.
Yeah.
And that's increasing over time. So
Now understand, when they say whites, they mean European and Middle Eastern when they put those numbers in there, guys.
Interesting,
And
isn't
North
it?
African American.
Have you read that court case that resulted in that?
No.
It's Dow v. US, I think, or US v. Dow. Because they didn't want to acknowledge that Jesus was not white, they called them, the people over there, white.
Yeah, so just understand, white
And
doesn't mean just white. It
I
means
shit
Middle
you
Eastern,
not.
too.
That is the logic that the court used.
That's insane, dude. What the fuck is happening, man?
That's the supremacy shit that's been here for a long time. That's exactly what that is.
I
Hey,
don't.
liberal, thank you for the debate, man. Always a pleasure here, guys. Love you guys.
Yeah, Taco, was that you? You take it
Yeah,
off?
buddy, I'm out.
All right, man. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Later, buddy.
Yeah, we'll see you. Good Lord Almighty.
Sorry.
WD-40, sir. WD-40. No, I don't know what that was.
I was putting the windshield down on my skidster. I'm waiting for a
I
delivery,
see.
and I'm just sitting in the skid, and it's getting dusty in this bitch.
Those things are fun to ride, aren't they?
Dude, it's great, man. I get a dude. This thing's like fucking a Cadillac, bro. It is the cat's meow.
Does it have AC in it?
Yeah, dude, it's an enclosed cab.
Wow.
I get fucking air controlled, no dust.
Fucking A.
Rocking it. Yeah, dude, it's great. I fucking love
Probably
this
not
thing.
cheap. Now, I would like to get, before I bring in another liberal, because I do have a bunch of people trying to get up, do we have anybody in here that is a Trump supporter that would like to come up so that whenever somebody comes in, it's 2v2? John Marston, I saw you just show up. Are you a Trump supporter? Okay. I love that name, by the way. Fucking Red Dead Redemption. I don't know if that's your real name or if you named it after that game, but great game.
Yes, it is a game, not my name.
Awesome. So you're a Trump supporter? Are you from the U.S.? I hear an accent. I'm just curious.
Yes, I live in the Florida.
Okay, sweet. Well, welcome aboard. I appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and bring Paula's been waiting around for a while. I think she was the first one in. I'm going to keep it to just a few people because it gets too crazy when a bunch of people show up. So, John, let me know what brought you up here, if there was something that we talked about that you wanted to add on to.
Yes, I see the flag in the background. This is Palestine, correct?
Yes.
What do you support? Just so I know.
I do not support G-side. or ethnically
Okay.
cleansing them. I believe they have a right to be a sovereign nation, and I think their sovereignty is at risk right now.
Okay. And are you like left lean or right lean?
Me, I'm left.
Okay, okay. I do have question about so you say you do not support any G side ever.
Correct.
So let's say you know Vladimir Putin, correct?
I mean, I don't know him personally, no, but I know of him.
He's besties. Don't let him lie to you.
So
Comrade, comrade.
Vladimir Vladimir Putin, he himself has been on record saying that the Bolsheviks were 80% Jewish leadership, and right before World War II, they did a genocide of Christians of 60 million. But we in the USA only learn in the history about the Holocaust as the only genocide. Why is this?
I don't know.
This is a terrible thing. But okay, let's see what's next.
Well, we also America has our shame too, or with slavery, and a
And
lot of
This
people
is nothing
unalive for that.
compared to the
What do you mean is
slavery.
nothing? I think if you had
Do
asked go
you
back
know
and
who
ask for
sold
slaves,
the
they might beg to
slaves?
differ.
They
Being
sold the
bred, being
slaves
forced
and
to
brought them
breed,
here. The
being forced
okay,
Jewish,
to
so
breed.
they were the ones
when
Sir
to
when
bring the slaves
when
John,
here.
both of hold
are
on,
you
when both of you are
minimizing the
talking,
experience?
I can't understand either one of you. I believe Paula wanted to make a statement. Go ahead, Paula,
Yes.
and you can respond to
No, I
John.
just think it's quite remarkable that you're minimizing the experience of Black people, especially those that were enslaved for 100, what, 200 years, was it? 300 years?
Yeah, I mean probably more like 400, in
Was
total
that it?
years, but
And then he's
in terms of the
overlooking, like,
U.S., yeah.
let's not even begin to talk about the American Native experience in our country.
Do you believe
When
that history is only as old as America?
do you believe that we don't recognize and we don't see where people are cleansed and unalive because of their race or their beliefs? You don't think we know
This
about that?
this ultimately stands my question, really. Do you not believe that where do you think history began? Only when America was conceived?
Sir,
Well,
you felt
God
you were
God
really
created
talking
the
about.
heavens and the earth, and
You
on the
what?
first day he generated the bullshit, and
Who?
then 6 days,
The bullshit.
and then here we are.
I
6,000
mean,
years
maybe I
ago.
misunderstood.
And on
I'm
the
sorry,
seventh day,
John.
he rested.
John, maybe I misunderstood what
I
you were
I,
talking about. I
I think
thought
he
you were
drank beer
only
too.
listing off. I think I may have
Jesus
misunderstood the
drank
discussion.
wine.
Yes, correct.
So okay, so now what's the point there? I'm not sure he would list every bad thing that happened going through that, but I'm sure John, you can acknowledge that G sides have happened, and I would say even others are currently happening still too,
Yes,
right? Yeah.
absolutely. And I say that, this is we need to really consider that, these people that write the history, they make the rules. Yes?
The victors, yes,
Yes,
essentially.
the victors always make the rules. So we have to be very vigilant with our studies of the history and don't always take everything for face values, especially when the textbooks are funded by a specific interest group. Yes?
Yeah. I mean, I can't disagree with you there. Like currently, he's going into like the Smithsonian to remove anything that makes America look bad. We don't want America to look bad.
Do you think the good guys won the World War II?
I don't know. I don't
Okay,
know.
okay.
Whoa.
I wasn't alive at that time, so
Whoa.
there's a lot that I don't know.
I
And
mean,
and this is very
you talk
mature.
about modern fascism. I mean, you look at. I mean, if we wouldn't have won World War II, I mean, Europe would be vastly different. I mean, even up until
Well,
1989, you still had the Berlin Wall.
I mean,
And look at how those people were oppressed between East and West Germany. It was vastly different. North and South Korea. Like, what do you
I think
mean
you're missing my
the good
point, though.
guys didn't win?
I didn't say that. I didn't say they didn't win.
I'm responding to his comment. Do I
Oh,
think
right.
the good guys won? And I said, yes, absolutely, the good guys won. You wouldn't have
Oh,
Yeah.
modern society today without us being the victor of World War II. Full stop and no questions asked.
let me ask a question.
Sure, but Russia also won in that. It was Russia a
Yeah,
Yeah,
good
they
guy?
helped us defeat the Germans. They were
Right.
also allied with the
But my
Germans at the
question
beginning of
is,
the war.
was Russia a good guy? I don't think so. Because they would have
Stalin.
because if Hitler hadn't turned on
Stalin.
the USSR at that time,
Yes,
they
Joseph
would have
Stalin.
gone right along with it.
No, they would have
Or
overtaken Germany.
they
They
would
were
have
planning this.
right. They would have flipped it over on them. So were they the good guy?
Yes.
I don't think so. But did they win? Yes. So again, when you ask that question, I say I don't know.
Okay, how did the Cold War start? What initiated the Cold War? Let me just start with that.
I mean, it was the fear of them becoming more powerful than us.
What initiated the Cold War? What was does anybody know what initiated the Cold War? What
If I
I
if
would
I if
say
I
that
venture what I
information that
wasn't
came from the Russias, right? Yes, the
Yeah, I
USSR,
mean,
the information we received.
I mean, there isn't like one thing that you can point to that's like, oh, that
I
started the
thought it
Cold
was
War. It was a
I thought it
bunch of
was
things.
the weapons of mass destruction stuff. Was that not
correct?
that?
Correct.
Oh my
Yes.
God, I won!
It
Which
Wait,
is
was it
called the
was
information, yes? It's the
the
information we received, and I can tell you where the information came from.
no. I mean, not necessarily that though, Debo, because we had issues coming to agreement on what to do with Germany afterwards.
And do you know what they
yeah,
did
and
to
And
they
Germany?
split it in half and that's what generated West and East Germany because they wanted to keep portions of it because portions of Poland and Germany were parts of the USSR prior to that breaking up. That was the whole and because of the big boom boom, like Paula initiated, was because we had the Manhattan Project that we were in fear that they had a superior boom boom than we did, which initiated the Cold War.
well, they got one right after this.
Correct.
I
That's what
mean,
I'm saying.
right, but it
Yeah,
wasn't
they didn't
just
want.
that though. It
No,
Yes,
was
I'm saying the big boom boom and the technology of it, they were in fear
Yeah,
that they had
uh,
superior
uh,
technology than we did.
this is
yeah.
a factor, right? This is just a
it's
factor,
a
but
factor.
Whatever.
it is
It's
a
it's what
Right.
communist
initiated
country.
it. That is what initiated it.
Well, we all know
No.
that
And
in
then it
during the
then it
World War
created the
No.
II,
largest
Well,
arms
I mean,
race
that's
in
what I
world
was taught.
history.
this is just a factor, and it's
It
not even the biggest
right.
one. It's the spread of communism that really started this
That's true. Okay,
Which
fair.
antagonization
That's fair.
of the USSR, right?
That's fair.
But
Okay.
we received the
No, that's not the
information.
same.
Uh, what do you mean?
No,
Well, because the United States implemented a doctrine on it was called the domino theory, and that wasn't the same as the Cold War. It was like happening at the same time. Am I not seeing it the
What?
same way you guys do?
well,
Maybe we don't agree on that.
the
Domino
okay
theory. What
the
is this domino theory? That one person becomes
Oh,
communist and then the rest do, or
yeah, yeah.
everyone gets?
If
Oh,
what I
if
yes, absolutely,
one
yes.
country falls to communism, and they really focused in on Latin America, if one country were to
I
fall,
gotta
they
make a
were
call. I'll
worried.
be right
America
back.
was
Sorry.
worried. Yeah,
all
that's
right.
okay. That they would that other countries would fall.
Yes.
I mean that. Yeah, I mean, yes, that's part of it, but it was a bunch of things. After that, the disagreements with with what to do with Germany, we couldn't find agreement on much at that point. Then they ended up getting the boom boom, and that
But we
certainly
wouldn't
didn't help
share.
things.
Yeah, we didn't share the
Did you
technology. I'm
know?
sorry. We did not share the technology with Russia when we learned how to make the boom boom.
Well,
Yeah,
And
I
then so
mean,
Russia
sort
was
of,
trying to get the
yes.
secrets. I'm sorry.
D During the
Go ahead, John.
projects to create the nukes, they had many communists in this because you have to think that They had many people working on this scientific experiment of the bomb, the atom bomb, right? So, of course, when they got the project done, and this is where they developed their own bomb.
I mean, that's just what I was taught. It could not be, it could be incorrect. But yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
I,
the Cold War started after maybe even before World War II ended.
I would
yes,
argue
absolutely.
that it did, because one of the reasons we used the boom boom was because Russia, or USSR had planned to go in and attack Japan. And we didn't want them to gain control over like Korea and Japan and that area. So we ended it. We tried to end it before they could go in there. And
Yes,
it was this plus other thing. It was just, we couldn't get along with these people, and it just built and built and built, and it eventually, the shit turned crazy, and we, for decades were, at odds with them until they fell, and then
so a
still.
severe question for everyone. Who likes JFK?
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
You're a fan of JFK, the president?
yeah. As are most countries in the world. Yeah, I think he has
Yes.
more statues than any other president in U.S. history in other
Yes. So
countries.
I have a severe question here. So, JFK, did you know that during World War II, that he has in his manifesto, in his journal, he is on record stating that the leader of Germany during World War II would rise out of all of the hate as one of the most ambitious leaders of all. This is directly from JFK himself. This is a fact. He said this. So, I really want to just point out that we know history of what we are only taught, but if we look a little deeper, we may find some information we don't like.
Okay, so he said what now?
That the leader of Germany, I can't say his name on TikTok, I think, so I just
Schindler?
going to
Schmittler.
say, yes, let's
Schmittler.
say Schmittler, yes. That in JFK's journal, that JFK himself said that Schmittler would rise out of all of the hate that surrounds him and that he would be recognized as a man of supreme ambition.
No, I don't think he said that.
He was he
This is
was he
not a
was definitely
lie.
ambitious.
eh,
We'll give Schmittler that one, but I don't think that he would rise as a great leader.
I mean,
This is not a
okay,
lie.
that
Look at
doesn't.
this manifesto.
Are you talking about like in his diary or something?
In his
I
diary,
mean, he would have been
yes.
very, very young at that time.
Yes, and he became the president of the United States. So, I mean, the question here is if we take a look at who these people are, right? Because,
It's ironically JFK was unalived by the very people that he was standing up.
right, right, we have
Okay,
to be considerate of what is the history
I'm not
because
sure what your point
JFK
is.
JFK, right? He was trying to get inspections on Israel's nuclear program, and he also wanted to end the Federal Reserve, the Central Bank of America. So we have to consider that if you go against, right, if you go against the a specific group in America, you may die.
Wait, what specific group are you talking about?
The Jews.
The
Oh God. Okay.
Oh,
So this whole
yeah.
thing was so that
It's
you
this
could
build
shit
up
on.
to, yeah.
Okay, I
That's what it
had
was.
questions when you first started talking, and those questions were
Yeah,
just
well, when he
answered.
was talking about the Bolshevik Revolution
Right.
and Jewish folks, I knew already who he is or what he represents, which is
Yeah.
vile and disgusting.
What?
Yeah.
How?
Because you're generalizing and lumping in a group of people, a race for that matter, and or religion, into this conspiratorial bullshit over the global
It's
system.
no conspiracy.
Yeah, no,
It's
it
facts.
literally
No,
is.
You
it is
Literally
know
is.
literally.
about
Because
Sir,
I
you
tell you what,
know.
you can
yeah.
take any race out there and you put them in charge of the things that, for example, banking, media, and I guarantee you they're going to do the same fucking thing.
Maybe, maybe not. I
Yeah,
think that
maybe, no,
I don't
maybe
even
for
think
sure.
you're a Republican.
Yeah, maybe for
maybe.
sure they'll do it.
You
Yeah,
don't
I
think
mean,
I'm a Republican?
I don't think you're a Republican. I darn sure don't think you're MAGA, sir. I mean, I've never heard anybody speak like that in that party.
Really? What
Yeah,
do you think
because the
I
president
am?
of the United States' grandchildren are Jewish.
Yeah, so what do you think I am, huh?
yeah, I mean, look, whenever you guys talk about, oh, the Jews are running the banks and this, that, and the other,
This is the
what,
fact.
well, what you fail to acknowledge and say is that they were actually forced into that. Because
How are they forced?
when they were being shit on everywhere they went, they weren't allowed to own land, they weren't allowed to have certain jobs. In the banking industry was one of the very things that they could do, and that's why a lot of them went into it, and they became successful at it. So when you talk about that,
Ah,
you act as if this happened in a fucking vacuum, when in fact it was the result of systemic fucking racism against them.
okay, so wait, okay, so I just want to clarify. So you support the Palestine, but you also do not denounce Israel in the same sentence.
Why do you whenever we're talking about Jewish people, why did you immediately say that I support Israel?
Because you just mentioned that
Uh-uh.
they have faced extreme systemic racism their whole life.
Uh-huh. And
You know,
you realize that Israel is made up of all kinds of fucking people. It's
yes,
not just Jewish people. It's not just the
it is
Jewish religion.
primarily for
You
them,
acknowledge
though,
this?
yes?
Yes.
I acknowledge
Okay.
it was primarily
So
for the
Israel's
Jews.
government is not the same as the Jewish people.
Oh, okay. But tell
What they
me,
do does
why
not
was
speak.
Israel formulated?
Why was Israel formed? Because of Zionism, which again has nothing to do with Judaism.
What? What?
What?
Why did World War II? What? Why did they
What?
get Israel after World War II?
They
Again?
to have a Jewish state is what
Right.
he's
This
trying
is
to get you to say.
This is
Zionism.
insane.
Listen, Zionism is a political ideology. It's not a race. It is not a religion. It is a political theory that believed that those people had a right to the land that they were given by their fucking God or whatever. That's
Oh,
what they
yes,
believe. These rabid fucking
yes.
crazy fucking people that were willing to conduct T acts in order to make sure that this happened and continue to do so throughout their existence. But Zionists aren't all, not all Zionists are Jews. You have Christian
Yes, I
Zionists.
agree. Yes, there's
Yeah,
So
that's
stop
true.
lumping the two together, my dude.
I think it's Robert Murdoch, right? The head of the
Australian
Fox News.
Fox News owner, yeah. What about him?
He's a Zionist.
I don't know.
He's a
Maybe.
Zionist. And then look at the CNN and
Yeah,
John,
CNBC.
can you
There's
just
a
all
lot of our
Jews.
explain?
politicians are,
They're all
John, can
unfortunately.
you just
Jews.
All
hurry
the
up and
media,
flesh
like
out?
80% of the media is owned by Jewish.
Yes, this is
Yeah,
no coincidence, my friend. This is a
correct.
Wait,
terrible
what?
thing.
No,
Uh,
are they
No,
privately
that's
held or are
absolutely
they
true.
publicly held? Aren't they? Aren't like
You can just look at the
isn't
Yes, they
Fox
are
News?
statistics.
They
private.
issue
They are.
shares.
It is.
They no,
It
they
is
issue
private.
shares. They issue shares. Is not Murdoch's organizations? Aren't they publicly traded? I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
Yes, but you have
But they
to
can be
understand
publicly
that
traded, but still owned by
Robert Murdoch
Jews.
is a Zionist that literally runs the whole thing.
Well,
He is a
shit, y'all.
Zionist
and what
Christian.
is your point? Because
Maybe I'm wrong about.
look at
Any publicly traded stock is usually held in majority by BlackRock and Vanguard, these financial institutions. I strongly encourage
You're
you to look
crazy. You
at
are
the
No, he's not
absolutely
wrong,
I'm
Paula.
not
He's not wrong.
wrong. I'm not
He's
wrong.
not. He's
Look at
not.
Yeah, he
look at
is.
the no, I'm not. Go look at the BlackRock,
No, you
right?
That
are.
They
You
own.
are. Why don't you just
Do you
hurry
know
up?
what BlackRock
Why don't you,
is?
John, just hurry up and say what you're going to say to crash out?
I do not crash out. I tell you the truth.
he's not lying,
No,
Paula.
you're
He's not.
saying
okay,
gross. He's
so
saying gross stuff.
what percentage of the quote unquote corporate media is owned and operated by Jewish people?
It's like 70 or 80%.
Show me.
It's a vast
Show
number.
me.
No, no, maybe not owned, but
Show me.
it's. Have you not?
They
All right, hold
okay.
on.
So
I'll get
I'm
it.
just saying, you
CNN.
making the
I'll get it.
claim.
I'll get it.
At least for
ABC.
TikTok purposes. I know it's not a small percentage, and it's certainly an outsized percentage based on their, percentage of the U.S. population.
Yes,
Yeah. But
you're
again,
getting
So,
there.
John, if
this is what Jewish people were pushed into back in the day. This
Oh,
is what they
okay,
be.
okay.
Go look it
so
up
what's
if you
wrong?
don't
So
believe me.
let's just
I
No,
can
that's
do
we
believe
just
fair.
you
Liberal, that's
what's
fair.
because they've
what's
been
wrong with
kicked
Jewish
out.
folks owning stuff? What's wrong with that? Are
Nothing.
you
No, that's
right,
Just
not.
read some
John?
of
What's
their
no, not you, Debo.
articles.
John, why are you bringing this point up?
Just read
Why do
some
you want to
articles.
talk
This is
about no?
all.
Why do you want to talk about what the Jewish people own? And why is that
Wait,
relevant to anything we
are
were
you
talking
a
about?
Jew? Are you a Jew?
Okay, I feel like
Hey,
TikTok
John,
is
I'm
not gonna
I'm
like
more
you, John
German than
Marston.
you'll ever be.
Real
Wait,
quick,
wait, what?
real quick. There's somebody that popped up, LD Jew. Are you Jewish?
Correct.
Okay, and that's
Oh
why I
no.
brought you. Well, hold on. That's why I brought you up here,
Dual.
because we've got a guy here saying a bunch of stuff about Jewish people, and I would love for you to represent the Jewish community, because I'm not Jewish. But go ahead.
What did he say? I didn't hear him.
Oh, you did. I assumed that was why you were coming in. Well, you
Yeah.
just listen, and I'm sure you'll want to interject at some point.
Okay, my question to John was, what's wrong with Jewish people owning things, and why are you bringing it up on this live?
Yes, I have answer for you. So, are you familiar with APAC?
Yes.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Yes. How many people make up, like, I think it's over like 530, right, of the House and the Senate, right?
Something
It's
like that.
around that
I mean,
538.
number?
it's roughly.
Yes.
538.
Yeah.
Only 5 of those people do not take money from APAC. All other 533, they take money and lobbying money from APAC. These are interest group from Israel. They have overrepresentation in our political atmosphere. This is not just Democrat or Republican. This is both.
Okay.
This is not good.
No, I mean, I agree.
Well, if somebody's giving
Yes.
money out, why wouldn't we take it?
Oh,
John, are you from
well,
Germany or
probably
where?
because you
Where
have
Where are you
to.
from, John? Originally,
English Germanic.
so
Yeah. Yeah.
you're from Germany.
I'm English Germanic in
Did your
Oh,
ancestry.
sorry, I thought we heard
did your
English. I'm
grandfather
like,
fight
no,
for the
you got a German accent, dude.
did your
But okay.
grandfather fight in World War II?
Don't know. He fought for good guys, right?
For who?
What did
He
he
fought
say?
for the good guys. I don't think it's a grandfather. I think it's a great grandfather. Yes.
Okay, real quick. I just pulled this up. This is APAC's own page. So
This
So
you
he
you
wasn't.
said
He
all
wasn't.
but
disgusting.
you said all but five.
Yes. That
There's
are currently serving.
568. Isn't there 568 Congress and 100
I think,
senators?
yeah, I think you're right, Debo.
Yeah,
Okay. Yes.
he's
Yes.
he's accurate.
Yes. So this is an insane number right now,
But
right? This is
what's your
both
point?
sides. That
Why?
this,
What's
okay,
your point?
yes. So the both sides are controlled by one group, right? So we have this illusion that we are, Republican right or a liberal left, but in reality, it's just Jew.
What's your point?
Okay.
I just think
I'm
that,
going to say in the immortal words of Dick Cheney, so what?
okay,
Immortal
yes.
words.
Yes, you are entitled to your own opinion. I just say that we need to be very aware of, what is really happening behind the scenes inside of our political atmosphere. Yes.
I mean, that is quite odd that the vast majority of our entire political system is funded by one religion. When we're supposed to be a Christian based society, when you have one. I mean, I get what he's saying. I don't really like how he's portraying it. I would say, but I understand what he's saying.
Well,
So
look, I don't think APAC should be doing what it's doing because it is representing a foreign entity, foreign country, and that shouldn't exist. We shouldn't have the interest of foreign countries donating money to our government. I wouldn't give a shit if it was Palestine or fucking Germany or take your pick. It shouldn't
Well, my
exist. It should be
point is,
illegal.
John, is why is John singling out one group? I mean, we have a
Because
lot of
this
groups
is
from.
the group.
Because I'm
This
sorry,
is it.
John. Why are you singling out Jewish people?
Because this is the group that do this,
That do what, sir?
that control this shit.
Okay,
That
they
controls
control.
what?
You tell me. I mean, we gave you
No,
plenty
Well,
of
you're the one
examples,
making the
did we
you're
claim.
not?
making the claim.
Yes,
Are
okay.
you?
I
Is it
already
your
said it.
assertion?
Were you not
Is it your?
listening?
Is it your assertion that Jewish people run the United States in the world? Is that what you're saying? Because that's what I'm hearing.
That's what he's
Yeah,
suggesting.
there
Yes.
absolutely is some reason to believe this
Hmm,
claim.
that's
But yes, we
Okay.
also see in many South American countries where they are less than 1 in 50,000 of the population and they control, and they are in the politics in these countries in South America.
Well, John, I don't think you and I are disagreeing on some of these things. The problem is that you're lumping an entire race of people into this, and that's bullshit. Because the people that are
Oh.
doing that and willing to manipulate the system for themselves, those are extremists. Those are Zionists. That is not just the Jewish people. By nature, just being Jew does not make you do these things. And I think that's where this
Yes.
disconnect is, and I can't agree with you there. But Zionism is
Okay.
a fucking cancer on the world. I can say that. They've unalived countless fucking people in that region. It's been not at peace at any point since their creation. They have integrated themselves into our country. These are Zionists, but being Jew doesn't have anything to do with that.
You claimed you are atheist.
I am an atheist.
Yes. But you respect Christianity and people's right to believe in what they want, right?
I respect people's right to believe whatever the fuck they want. That's a personal choice. Yes.
Okay, yes. So if I am Christian and I uphold Christ as Lord above all, right? And do you know who, unalived Jesus Christ?
Uh, I know what you're going to say.
I mean,
So,
And
this is a
here's the
bullshit
thing.
conversation.
Here's the thing. I don't believe half the shit that's in the fucking Bible anyway.
that's your opinion. We have many history that says otherwise, right? But I
That
mean, are
doesn't
you just
color
saying it
my
doesn't
opinion.
exist?
No. That
Yes, I
doesn't color my
understand.
opinion in any way whatsoever. It doesn't. And I don't
Yes,
believe that it was the Jews who unalived Christ. I believe
What?
they grabbed him, and I believe it wasn't it the Romans that unalived him.
Yes,
No, the Jews,
No, I
yes, it
they
was
believe they
the
took him
no,
and I
The
John.
believe
Romans
Romans,
gave the Jews the
John,
option. They
John,
said, "Who would you
John,
rather
the
have,
Jew,
the
John,
barbarous
the
yeah.
Romans
or Jesus
put
Christ?" And
Christ
they
on the
chose
cross.
Jesus Christ. The Jews chose Jesus Christ. They had the authority and
Yeah,
the decision of
Roman.
the unalivement.
They
No,
were no,
Jimmy,
yeah.
Christian.
It was during Roman occupation, and
Do you
again,
not
like
know
I
the
said,
history? This is the
the
Jews
Jewish
that killed.
right. They believed that he was false prophet. They captured him. They brought him, and guess who unalived him? It wasn't Jewish people.
Okay, so executions in America, right? Like the death penalty, right? Let us consider. Does America kill them, or does a specific man kill them? Who kills them? Does
Can I
the
just ask
boards
one
kill them?
question? Are you
Well, who
anti-Semitic,
kills?
I don't.
sir? John, are you anti-Semitic?
I don't know what you mean by this.
You
What
know
define
what I
this?
mean. You
Define
know
it.
about all this other things, but you don't know what that means? Come
I
on
am
now.
asking for your definition because we
No,
may
you
have
know what the
two
definition
different
is,
definitions.
John. John, you know
If
what the
you can,
definition
Okay.
is. Or is it
how do you
Johann?
define? How do you
Are you
define?
anti-Semitic, sir?
How do you define this word?
Well, I mean, you define it based on how it's actually written. So, I mean, and what it means.
Anti-Semitic. So I'm against anti-Semitism. That's it?
Right.
Okay, then I think I am against the installation of certain powers that do not have the
So,
American
you
people's
don't
best
even
interest in
have the
mind.
balls to say it. You're up here espousing the very views, but you don't have the courage of your convictions to sit up here on this panel and say what you are.
If I'm not something, then I'm not going to say I'm something. I
Okay.
tell you,
Do you know
Well,
the
I'm not.
expression
am
"a rose by
against
any other name" is? Do you know that expression, John?
the what?
A rose by any other name. Have you ever heard that
Ah,
expression?
I
a
don't know what that
pink
means.
rose.
So,
I don't know what that means. I've never heard that.
okay.
Well,
If I
explain it.
stick
Sir, I don't
Fucking,
feathers,
care what you
this
if
want
I
to
is
call
wild,
stick,
liberal,
yourself.
wild
What?
shit.
I know this
can't
is
stick.
wild.
I
Well, go
can't
ahead,
stick
Debo.
feathers.
I'd
I
like
can't
to hear
stick.
your thoughts, Debo,
I
because
can't stick the feathers up my butt
I,
and call
I,
myself a chicken.
I mean, you
well,
could, you could,
But I'm not a
you,
chicken.
I, I promise you that you can, and I urge you to go and do that, please.
I do
Debo,
not like the butt stuff. No.
Debo, go ahead.
I mean, some of what he's saying is true, but it's like a lot of what this type of ideology kind of is they try to lump it in with something that you can agree with, so that they can,
Right.
try to, that's how it at least
One of
begins.
us.
One, yeah, yeah, one of us. But I mean, I don't know, man. This is wild.
It's a very
I think
weird
we have very
conversation.
productive conversation. I like.
Yeah. Well, look, because we weren't even. I don't even remember what the fuck we were talking about now
I'm going to brush my teeth real fast. I'm mute.
with
We weren't.
the feather.
Weren't we talking about pew pews and were we still talking about pew pews and
I think we were. I think we
Yeah,
were talking about
then
that in fascism.
Johan, the anti-Semite, comes up and wants to
Well, I
drag
mean,
Jewish folks.
I think the part where it said take away the pew pews, that's where he says, "Oh, you should follow me."
Ah, okay, guys, Highbray has been waiting and waiting and waiting, and thank you, Highbray, for being patient. Please offer your thoughts on what's going on, and while you're doing it, I can hear you, but I'm going to step in there and grab something to drink. I'll be right back. Go ahead, Highbray.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I think it's important to remember, and John is definitely playing some games with words, but you have to remember that a lot of people define large segments of the population in the area that is now Israel as Semitic. The Palestinians are considered Semitic. So it's not saying to be it's not necessarily anti-Semitic unless he's anti-Jewish, and I think that word gets used a lot. It's a bit of a trigger word to say anti-Semitic. I've been concerned myself, and until a number of different Jewish people have told me that I'm not anti-Semitic if I'm anti-Zionist, because a lot of people try to suggest you are, that if you're against Netanyahu, that makes you anti-Semitic. But I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm just anti-Zionist. And I think, but to come back as well to what John is saying, and I agree, it's difficult, but he's not wrong when he's saying that the Jews do control the American media, or rather, a better way to put it is that most
Oh,
of American media is controlled by Jewish people. Put it that way. And that is accurate. I was really disgusted during the early days of October, November, December, when Israel, Netanyahu's army, the IDF, were invading Palestine, and what they were doing in Gaza. Uh, to watch American news just made me sick, because they acted like there was nothing going on, nothing to see here, folks. Whereas if you watched Al Jazeera, which is one of the channels that I watch to get a more objective viewpoint, you hear we were seeing, because of course Al Jazeera was the only one that had reporters inside Gaza when the war began, or when the invasion began, and so they were the only ones that had reporters that were telling the story. Now, the IDF was trying to unalive them at every opportunity, and they had historic numbers of reporters that were being unalived. There was over 100 journalists unalived by the IDF, and yet we heard nothing from the American media to condemn this. Yet when Khashoggi was unalived by Saudi Arabia, the whole media went crazy about this. They were all, I mean, every American channel was carrying this nonstop about how Saudi Arabia had unalived Khashoggi, and yet we're hearing no complaints about the outright slaughter of journalists in Gaza. So there's no question that there was incredibly biased reporting against Gaza and supporting what the IDF was doing, and it was being done by silence. The journalists in
Right.
America were not reporting it. The media was not reporting it. And yet I'd turn into Al Jazeera every day and watch the horrible images that were coming out of Gaza. And I know I've said it before. I don't remember if I've said it on Liberals channel or not, but the fact that this was a military force that was able to carry out one of the most precise attacks in military history, when they unalived and permanently disfigured hundreds, if not thousands, of members of the T group throughout numerous countries in the Middle East with their pager attack.
Oh yes, that
Now,
was so impressive.
now, I don't believe that any country that was capable of that kind of precision could not have exercised the same precision and unalived all of the leaders that were in Gaza. But they didn't choose to do it like they did it with the pagers and the precision of the pagers. They instead decided to take a big club and come in and unalive children and women. And there are now we are now watching. They're finally starting to show some news, although it's still not as well covered as Al Jazeera, of the starvations and the famine that is starting in going on in Gaza, because food is not being allowed in, or when they allow food in, the IDF then opens fire on the people as they try to come for food. This is a genocide in front of our eyes, like this generation has never seen, and yet for all we condemn and were taught about the atrocities that were conducted during World War II, the global media is almost silent about what's going on in Gaza.
And they're also silent
Can
about
I
the
can I
Bolsheviks.
respond, liberal, to that? So
What's
I
this
mean,
timer?
it's so that we can have a little civility. If you don't have a timer, people like to either rant or people interrupt. So it's a good way to have a solid conversation, which is one of the reasons I do love this channel. Is it maintains order, and liberal does a very good job at that. It's
Thank you,
not,
Debo.
yeah, it's not always, people still kind of negate that, but the purpose of it is great.
And if they
Um,
do, the panel gets nuked.
that so this is kind of the problem that I have with everything that I think it's high bar, or I can't read the rest of your
Highbray.
name. Hi Bray. So I mean, the problem that I have with the current conflict in that region of the world is that one side has consistently attempted to live in peace. Israel left all of Gaza in 2005. I believe it was 2005 or 2003. They started to, I mean, they even dug up all of their bodies out of the ground to remove them so that they weren't desecrated when they left Gaza. So they completely abandoned Gaza. Gaza originally was part of Egypt. It wasn't ever part of Palestine.
Guys, I have
It,
to go.
bye,
I have to
John.
go. All right, you all have a
So,
great one.
All right, thank you,
so,
John.
and then after that, I mean, the PLO was established in order to literally remove all of the Jews from that region. That was the sole purpose of the PLO. And I mean, to pretend, so Israel gave up all of Gaza. They left the West Bank. The West Bank previous to that wasn't even part of Palestine. They settled regions of that. When the Jews left Gaza in 2005, they left all of the infrastructure. They left greenhouses. They were sending 50,000 flowers to parts of Europe. They had a well-established ability to, create a lifestyle of peace and prosperity. The Jews left and abandoned all of that. They left the infrastructure. They had the ability to create a new way of life for the Palestinian people. And then in 2006, when they elected the H group came in, they destroyed all of that infrastructure. They decided to build tunnels and underground facilities to create chaos in that region. They didn't try to create peace. They tried to create chaos. I mean, even the first leader of the PLO was a first PLO woman, allowed 3 of her 10 sons to strap on a vest and go unalive people. This was to gain strength or respect in that region of the world. Like,
Okay.
to hold on. So to pretend like this is all Israel and them booming and flattening all of Gaza after 10/7 is a pure reaction of saying, okay, we've had enough. We've tried to do all of these things, and when you have a bigger stick and you get whacked because you piss off the hornet's nest, I'm sorry, but this is the reaction that you get when you come in and unalive women and children that are in their homes. You throw them
Yeah, I
in
agree with you.
ovens. So to pretend like this
I
is all
agree.
because of Israel is completely ludicrous. Now the response may be overwhelming. I
Okay.
get
So
that.
you've made like 20 points. Probably 19 of them are either mischaracterizations or just completely not true. So I could let you go on if you want to land your plane and continue to say things that aren't true, but I can't even remember all the shit that you said
give me
that
5.
wasn't
Give
true.
me 5 that I said.
I'm
that
going
were-
to give you one. Gaza was not part of Egypt when
Yes,
Israel
it
was created.
Yes, it was.
Not when
In
Israel was created.
1968, it was.
No, the fuck it wasn't. After
It
World
was
War
from
One,
1948
after
to
World War
1967, he's
One,
right.
it was not part. It was part of mandatory Palestine. Go look it up. When
Until
Israel was
48,
when Israel was
when Egypt took it
created,
over.
when Israel was created, Gaza was not part of Egypt. That is not
Yes,
true.
it was.
No, it was
From
not.
48 until 67.
No, it was not.
Yes.
No, it was not.
Also, if
was.
I can
No, it was
respond,
not.
Egypt occupied
Gaza City,
from
Gaza
48.
City has existed for 4,000 years.
Yeah, no, that's
No
bullshit. And
country.
It's not
and
bullshit.
also, PLO is not a T group. You claiming that it is a T group is just false. It wasn't a T group any more than Israel is a T group, which it is, I would argue.
Now, if
So
I can answer
you're-
a couple things, the big difference
Well,
that happened in Israel that you're not allowing for, yes, there was efforts at peace between Gaza and the Palestinians and Israel. Although, please remember that from the time that Israel was established, when Britain established Israel over top of what was called British Palestine, they came in. The Palestinians, by law in Israel, were second-class citizens. They were subjected to laws that Israelis were not subjected to. They were treated as second-class citizens. They were interned without trial. The punishments for Palestinians versus Israelis were nowhere even close to equal. And when I have trouble because I'm going to tell you, and I know you're not going to like this, I'm still not convinced. everything that started with the attacks of against the Palestinians began when Netanyahu became the leader. A man who, from his childhood, his father was a very public Zionist who opposed the existence of the Palestinians. And that was the way that Netanyahu was raised. And that if you read his biography, he was very proud of the fact that he supported the elimination of all Palestinians on what he called Israeli homeland. So it all
hold on real quick to that point. Was Netanyahu the prime minister of Israel in 2005?
No, he was not.
Was he part of the parliament? The parliament or
He
their
was the
government?
finance minister. Ariel Sharon was the prime minister.
Correct. Okay, right. So, right. He did have a role in the government.
Yes.
Egypt did not own Gaza prior to the creation of Israel.
It occupied Gaza.
It was
from
part
48
of
to
Palestine.
67,
It was part Palestine based on the same fucking people.
Palestine was
that
never
turned
a state,
around.
though.
It doesn't fucking matter. It's
It
existed.
does matter.
It has
could I have a-
existed since like 6 fucking BC, my dude. They've been
No,
calling it Palestine, Philistine for fucking thousands of years, my guy.
I want to say something to what Highbrow said earlier, because you were saying something about the fact that that Gaza doesn't get enough attention. When was the last time you heard a news story about Congo or Sudan or what's happening in Syria or Yemen? You don't hear anything about that. Or the Uyghurs in China. You don't hear anything about that. What was the last time you heard anything about what's going on between Armenia and Azerbaijan? Nothing.
Who's
Crickets.
talking?
The fact is that the media.
That's
hold on.
JR.
The AP
Okay.
spends almost all of its time. Reuters, they're embedded in Gaza. There are Reuters journalists who work with H Group closely, reporting tens of hundreds of stories that are released all over the world. When was the last time you heard anything about the millions of people that have been unalived in Congo? Nothing. Diddly squat. So the fact that you're saying that no one is talking about Gaza just means that you're absolutely delusional, or that you listen to Al Jazeera 24/7 and you don't listen to any other news sources.
Well, this is interesting. What was that? What did you
When
say?
was the last time you saw
What
the
did you
media
say?
cover that?
What you listed the AP. I just showed you the AP reporting on it. You can go on the website. They talk about things that happen all across the world.
Barely.
And
The number of
JR,
stories
I mean, they do.
JR,
for reference.
Here's the
I
thing:
think
what you're doing is conflating what people pay attention to with what they're reporting.
How many on
I
Sudan?
think the
reporting
point
it.
JR was trying to make, liberal, is that there's far more focus on the Israel-Palestine
Because
issue.
people
Well, I'm just
are
just trying to be
closer.
fair.
Well, sure, but people in the U.S. are closer to the issue in Israel and Gaza because we're fucking funding that shit.
We give more money to Ukraine than
We're
we did
funding
to Israel
it,
last year.
and the Israel government has a lot of control over our country. Our politicians, for some fucking weird reason, does whatever it can to help them out. So yes, it makes sense why people would talk about it more. And because people are closer to it and more in tune with what's happening there, the media coverage is equally going to be increased as a result because click rate. But that
So you
doesn't mean that
agree-
they don't support it.
So you
or,
agree
you
that
know,
Highbrow
report.
is incorrect in saying the media is not covering this story,
Covering what?
covering the war in Gaza.
No, they're covering it. But what Highbrow's point was, and there were studies done on this, the words that are used are, generally speaking, pro-Israel.
How are they pro-Israel?
Because anytime I can look it up. There was a study
How is
done
showing
whenever
malnourished children
referencing somebody in Gaza, they use different language when referencing an unaliving in Israel or for an Israeli, the language is much different. This
How?
isn't news.
What? Because they
That was
call
funny what JR
H group
said.
a
I'll
militia.
pull it up for you. I'll pull it up for you, even
Because they
though
call
I'm
H group
sure
a
you've
militia.
seen
Is that
this.
why?
No, I'm sure you've seen this and you're being obtuse, but I'll
No,
pull it
I'm
up for
not.
you. I'll pull it up
Well,
for you.
while you're doing that, liberal, I'd like to answer what JR said because I take some offense at it. First of all, I do not listen to Al Jazeera 24/7. I get the majority of my news actually from Canadian media. Second, I wouldn't even say where the second is, but I do widely watch CNN, MSNBC. I watch in American channels, in global channels. I watch Al Jazeera. I watch Sky News out of Britain. I watch BBC. I do watch the feeds from the various wire services. So I am not looking at just one source to get my information. I do agree that there's numerous atrocities going on around the world. However, as I think I agree with Liberal that right now Gaza is at the forefront because of the relationship between Israel and both the United States and Canada. Only since we elected our new prime minister have we started to acknowledge the issues in Gaza. And all I was saying is that the American media during the early days, if you had listened to everything I said during October, November, December, I did not say what was happening later, but during October, November, December, the only media that was in Gaza was, in fact, Al Jazeera. And because the IDF would not allow any global media inside Gaza, they would not allow American media, they would not allow international media. There was no media other than Al Jazeera because they were already in place. So the only way you can get a story about what's going on in a place is listening to the reporters that are actually there. If there were reporters actually in the Congo reporting it because anybody cared, and I'm not saying they shouldn't care. Don't take that from what I said. The problem is that the world does not pay enough attention. If you look at my name, I also have the Ukrainian flag first because my disgust of what's going on in Ukraine. I also have the Gaza flag, the Palestinian flag, because I support the plight of the Palestinian people. Not the T groups, but the people. Because people keep talking about how, they talk about any other country. They talk about Israel and they talk how they're attacked by these T groups. But somehow it seems to be that the world, or a lot of the world, says, well, it's okay to attack for what are essentially T group coming out of Israel to attack women, children in Gaza, and that's okay because, well, I don't know why they think it's okay, but it seems to be that a lot of
I
people
think that's
says it's okay.
fascinating. That's fascinating because many Ukrainians love Israel. They carry Golda Meir's book around them. You know why? Because they see that H group invading Israel is just like the same attacks that happened against Ukraine and Russia. Russia doesn't recognize Ukraine, and the leadership of H group doesn't recognize Israel. So it's Israel and Ukraine's fundamental right to continue to exist. That's it. And the fact is that no, they don't target civilians. They target schmerrists who hide amongst
Oh,
civilians.
Alex,
They embed themselves as civilians.
there's not a
No,
single
it's not a
4-year-old
lie. It's
child
absolutely
running from.
true. It's absolutely true. Why doesn't H group keep their civilians in their tunnels? Why don't they keep their civilians in their tunnels? Why don't they keep the civilians in the tunnel? They have hundreds of miles of tunnels. Why don't they keep any of them in the tunnels? Why can't the civilians be in the tunnels? You won't answer because you don't like the answer, because they're using them as human shields. They're using them as human shields. That's a joke. That's a joke. The media is biased against Israel. I don't believe any of that. I think that's just bullshit. I think it's absolutely bullshit. You can make up whatever numbers you want. No, they're not. You don't think people are trying to use your emotions for the Palestinians? When was this published?
Media is absolutely biased whenever it comes to
When
this
was
shit.
this published?
This was published in, and it's not just from Al Jazeera. This was 14th January 2024. They're still doing it.
So the fact is that the complete idea is that most people have no idea what's going on there, except for the soldiers and the civilians there who are there themselves. Okay. They know
Okay,
what's
are you
going
there?
on. Oh, I absolutely know people who have been there.
Are
and they
you
can tell
there?
me the fact that H group
Are
is
you there?
unaliving civilians who try to take food aid for themselves.
Right. So
They're
a
telling me
Jewish
right now
person.
that they're telling people who refuse to be human shields are getting pew-pewed in the back with
Okay.
Kalashnikov rounds.
Except
That's the
we were
goddamn
talking
truth.
about.
But
Except
you
we were
won't buy
talking
into
about
that
media
because you
bias.
support
We were
the
talking
Kias.
about media bias,
You
and you start
support the
talking
Kias
about
and you're an
other stuff.
anti-Semite.
You're doing, matter of fact, exactly what the media does, sir.
No, you're
Yes,
exactly
you
an
are.
anti-Semite. That's what you are.
And you're a supremacist. Are
No,
you
you're a
not?
supremacist
Do you
for the
believe that
Islamists.
Jewish people are the chosen people, sir?
Yeah, there you go. Now you're attacking
Do
Judaism.
you
You're not
believe?
attacking Zionism.
No. I'm asking you
You're
if
attacking-
you
you're attacking
believe
Judaism.
that Jewish people are the chosen people.
That's an idea in Judaism. See,
Do
this
you
is what I'm
believe it?
talking about here.
Do you
This
believe
is what I'm
it?
talking about.
Do
If
you
I
believe
say
it?
no, he'll say that I believe it. But
Do
if
you
I say
believe
that
it?
I'll believe it, he'll call me
Do
a
you believe
supremacist.
there's
Watch
any
this.
race on earth
It's
that
not
is
a
the
race.
chosen
We're not a
person?
race.
Jewish people aren't
Liberal,
a race.
you could become Jewish if you
Jewish
absolutely
people are
wanted to.
no. Yeah, okay, now you're arguing two separate things. There is Judaism, which is a religion, and then there is Jewish, which is absolutely a race.
It's not.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's an ethno-religion. We're not a race.
Okay,
Let me
whatever.
clear that
You
up,
can
okay?
call it whatever you want.
So the fact is that it's not chosen to be above
Are you a chosen person?
It's chosen to set an example to the world.
Are you a chosen
First and
person?
foremost.
Do you believe that you're chosen? Do you believe
I'm chosen to have a lot of people hate and despise me. That's what I'm chosen for.
Well, actually,
be chosen
Netanyahu
too?
is doing that for you.
No, it's not.
Yes,
Netanyahu.
the
Dude,
actions
this
of
has been going on for thousands of
Netanyahu
years.
in this religious extremist
It didn't
bullshit
start with Netanyahu. Okay?
with the Israeli government.
Let's agree.
This
This didn't start
far
with
right
Netanyahu.
fucking no, it didn't.
Can we
It's
agree on that?
Zionism has
No, it didn't start with
infected
Zionism.
the
You're just
yes.
rechanging the name to something else.
That's
used
what
to
it
call
is.
something
It's a
else.
political ideology
You're
that
just
says this is our shit.
relabeling.
We deserve
You're
it
saying
because we're the
Jews
chosen
think they're
people.
Chosen. This
Right.
is the same argument that Martin Luther made against the Jews.
This is the
Exactly
same
what I'm
argument
talking
they
about.
made during the Crusades,
This
JR.
is against the Jews.
This is the
In
same
Crusades,
argument they
the same
made during
argument
the
against Jews.
during the Crusades, my guy.
Jews are the so-called
People have been
chosen
using
people.
their bullshit to justify bad behavior for a
and
long
read
time.
Martin Luther
And the
on
fact of the
Jews
matter
and their
is
lies.
that
Okay, you sound
Zionists
exactly like Martin
in
Luther.
Israel that are running Israel, and unfortunately a lot of a big percentage of them
It
in
doesn't
Israel
matter.
are Zionists. Where'd you go? Did you get a call from the Ministry of Defense to tell you to change tactics?
JR, you don't talk over the host. Maybe
Oh,
you
he
do another
does.
live. But in this
No,
live, we
he
respect
he.
the host.
That's why he gets dropped all the time, because that's what he does. He'll get pissed. He'll crash out. He'll just start talking over you. That's what he does. And he's been dropped from this panel. I can't tell you how many times. He's actually much better today than normal. It's usually a lot worse. But he's always welcome up, either way. JR, are you still there? I think something happened to him. Anyway, the fact is, guys, that we're dealing with a bunch of crazy people, okay? We're dealing with a bunch of crazy people that believe, for whatever reason, that they have a right to that land in that area when they don't. They have no right.
And the sad thing is when I find it sad when I don't disagree that there's a lot of genocides going on in the world which are not being covered, that the media doesn't cover. But that doesn't excuse the one that they are covering.
Right. As if it's like, well, somebody else is doing it too, so why are you focused on this one? I don't know. Maybe it's because my fucking government is using my taxpayer money to boom these buildings on top of children.
I was so proud of
Do what?
Our Prime Minister, when he recently announced that he was going to recognize Palestine at the Palestinians in Gaza at the next UN sitting. And I was so disgusted with our Conservative Party that they attacked him for this. I was really proud of him that he was willing to go out and make that statement, and I hope he follows through.
Wait, make what statement?
Carney, our Prime Minister, has said that at the fall sitting of the United Nations, they are going to recognize Palestine as an independent country.
As they should. I mean, I used to be of the two-state solution mind, but after seeing what they've done here, I don't think that's going to work. I think they just need to strip the name of Israel, call it fucking Palestine, because that's what it's been called for thousands of years now, and then let Jewish people stay if they want. They can live together as they did for thousands of years.
I think that's the only way. I agree with you, Liberal. I've come to the decision that's a single state solution is the only way we're going to see peace. And the example I point to is South Africa. And there's a lot of problems. I don't disagree that it's still dealing and it's still going through a lot of growing pains. People forget how young it is since apartheid was ended. But those of us that are in our 40s plus, we remember how the world, every entertainer and the world came out in such support to fight apartheid because it was one state and one group was being so oppressed by the other
only
group.
Apartheid that exists in the Middle East are Jews are not allowed to pray in their holiest sites. Period. Okay, that's why.
And that shouldn't be allowed either. That shouldn't be allowed either. And Christians and Muslims all have a right to those sites as well.
Yeah, I agree. So do Jews.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you.
That's why we're not going to have equality, because fundamentally Islamic and Arab supremacy doesn't agree with that idea.
Okay, so you're saying that when it was Palestine prior to the creation of Israel, that Muslims wouldn't allow Jewish people to pray at those sites?
It was the British mandate, but yeah.
Okay, so Britain said that Jewish people weren't allowed to go to those sites?
Correct.
That's the first I've heard of that. I'm going to look it up real quick.
They weren't even allowed.
I don't know that I believe you.
Pray at the Western Wall. They forbid Jews from going there, from praying.
At what years?
In the 1940s and 30s.
Okay.
Are you looking that up, Lip?
Yes.
Okay.
They restricted them,
but even still, well, go ahead.
They saw Jews as being a group that should be less than, that should be Dahimis, that should have separate rights, and that's called apartheid, by the way.
That's complete bullshit, because
Jews in the Arab world lived under apartheid for thousands of years. It's not bullshit.
JR, I let you
He's
talk.
He's been quiet for 10 minutes.
Yeah,
dude.
he was quiet for a while.
I let you talk.
I let you talk too.
I'm talking about JR. It's been quiet for 10 minutes. I'm just trying to be fair to JR in fairness.
Now,
But
I want to make a point. The reason why most of the Jews who are the most strongly Zionist are Jews from Middle Eastern backgrounds, Mizrahim and Sephardim, because they were expelled from the homes that they'd lived in for thousands of years by Arab supremacists. And so they came to Israel, and they're most of Bibi's voters, by the way. They have a lot of hatred that I think they need to get over, okay? Because they were expelled, because they lived as second-class citizens for thousands of years under apartheid states. And now you have all these people like, oh, the Jews and Arabs, we lived in peace and it was all equal. Bullshit. They couldn't walk on the same side of the street because Muslims saw Jews as being unclean. When someone had a donkey, they had to surrender their donkey to the Muslim, okay? A Jew could not own a donkey when a Muslim didn't have one. They had to hand it to the Muslim.
And this was
They
under whose
forced
rule?
women to
This was under whose rule?
in Islam,
Where?
Under whose rule?
under different periods of the Ottomans, under different
Okay, so the
periods.
Ottomans did that.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay, I just want to
The
make sure that we're
Safavid
establishing
dynasty.
who it was.
Now, I'm just
Yeah.
wondering
So the
how
fact
far
that
back
the-
are we going to go with this?
Yeah,
It's not
How
that
far
far
back?
back. We're talking about
How
the
far
beginning
back?
of the
I
20th
mean,
century.
you can go back that far. I'm sure people that are Islamic can go back further, and we can go keep tracing everything back and everything back. But at the end of the day, all that matters is getting to peace.
But
And
that's what
I feel
Palestine's
like,
going
wait,
to
I'm
be.
not done talking, sir. I don't think either side, that from what I've heard, want peace.
I want peace, but
Well,
I
you
don't
guys
want to
don't. Well,
have.
you know what?
I don't
I'm
want
just saying,
Islamic
you're not in
apartheid.
charge, are you? All I hear, when you're booming a whole group of people, that doesn't sound like you're wanting peace to me.
I don't agree with Netanyahu. I'm against his party, by the way. I would vote him out of office. I think he should have been gone a long time ago.
Sure.
yeah, But
But
you're in
this war
favor
didn't
of what
start
he's
with
doing.
Netanyahu.
No, it didn't. It
Well,
started. It
It's
started
not a
when.
war, sir. A war implies some type of equal footing. There is no equal
No,
footing.
this is a war that's
This
been
is a
going on for over
genocide
100
and a
years.
massacre. This
It's
is
over
what
100
Israel's
years of
doing.
war that you've been
This is
waging.
what Israel. It doesn't matter if it's 100 years ago. I'm talking about right now.
This is
Why do
over
you want to?
100 years.
Why
This
do
is a
you keep
battle
going
and a
back in
war.
time? Sir, are you married?
This is a battle and a
Are you
war.
married?
I'm not
Are
talking.
you
I'm not going into
married?
my personal life.
Okay,
Okay.
fine. All right. Then be quiet, Debo. I know you're married. When you get into a fight with your wife, it pretty much sucks when people want to go back and play well, you did this to me. So what most married people do that are in a healthy relationship is they talk about the matter at hand. And I know this is a horrible analogy now that I think about it. But if either
They
party
need
wants
a
to get to peace,
divorce.
either party, if they want to get to peace, it can be done. But Israel's carrying a big stick and they're walloping the shit out of
No,
the
to have peace, you
Gaza
need a
people.
divorce. You need a
They've killed
divorce.
they've killed tens of thousands of people in Gaza. Do you deny that?
They've also decided that they're going
No,
to stave
stay
off
here
a
with me.
group that
Stay
wants
in
to
this
kill
place
tens
and
of
me.
thousands of
Don't,
Israelis.
sir, stay in this
H
place
group
with
has
me.
said that they
Stay
want
in
to
this
kill
place.
more and more Israelis.
See, this is why you can't get to peace.
No,
You
no.
can't
The
get to
reason why
peace
we can't get to
because it's more
peace
important
is
to
that they can't
you.
fundamentally
It's more
accept that Israel
important to
exists.
you to blame somebody else. You
No,
want to
accept that
win
Israel
more than
exists, and then
you
we can
want
talk about
peace.
peace.
You
But
want to win. You don't want peace.
it's not about
You
winning.
want
It's
to
about
win.
existing.
You
It's about
don't want
existing.
peace. Is that not clear?
Yeah,
You
they
don't
don't
want to
want us.
win,
That's
JR.
right. That's part of the problem.
JR, you don't want to win. I mean, I'm sorry, you don't want peace.
I want
All
Israel
you
at the
want
end
to
of the
do
day
is
to
win the
exist.
argument. That's all you want to do. That's all you want. You don't want peace. You just want to win.
You,
see the
it doesn't
difference,
matter if
JR?
you don't exist anymore.
JR, do you not understand what
Being
that
dead
means?
is very peaceful.
Oh, that's so funny.
You can have
do
all
you
those dying
believe?
peace when you're
children
not
that are
alive
unalive,
anymore.
Do you
think they have
believe that
peace?
that Jewish people are at risk for being completely wiped out, like the Arawaks?
Under the conditions that you're saying that Israel can't exist anymore, Jews become a minority like any other tiny minority, like the Druze in Syria.
Like the Arabs
We're
were
getting
when
hunted
the
down.
Jews
Hold on,
came
wait.
into
They
Palestine?
become a minority where? in the world.
They become a minority in the region without a state that has no
And-
way of protecting itself, just like the Druze in Syria, just like the Christians in Syria who are getting hunted down right now in Syria.
You know what that
as we
sounds
speak,
like?
In a real G-side.
You know what that sounds like? That sounds like the guy that was up here just earlier, Taco, when he was talking about white supremacy and that their numbers are falling.
The
And
only
that the white people, hold on, I'm not done. I'm not done.
Jews.
Hold on, I'm not done.
And don't compare
and
me to
whenever
white
he said, hold on, you just give me a second
You're
if you
an
let me finish.
anti-Semite. Remember that.
JR, shh, calm down. Let me finish my fucking thought, please. I'd appreciate that. We had a guy up here, and he was talking about how he was complaining about how the whites are not going to be the majority in this country anymore, and how dare they? We've got to expel all the colors people. We got to get rid of them all. And you're up here complaining about the same thing. That we'll become a minority. You're saying the exact same thing. This is white supremacy. This is white
you know what's
supremacy.
going on in Syria? A
But
G-side's going on
label
in Syria
it as
because
a
they're a minority
Zionist.
group with no way of defending themselves.
Yeah.
See,
Are
and this is why you can't
Palestinians a
get
minority group?
They're fighting. They're
Are
fighting.
they a minority group?
They could have peace if they wanted to, but they choose to keep
Bullshit.
the hostages.
No, they have
They could have
people
peace if they
who
wanted
took
to.
over
They
their
had
land,
peace.
stole their land
They
from
had peace
them,
on October
and are
the
still
6th.
occupying it, just
They
like
had
the
peace on
United
October the
States
6th.
and the European people came over here and did to the
They
indigenous
chose
people.
to go to war.
The
We're not
Zionists did the
Europeans,
same
dude.
fucking
We're
thing.
not your people. We're not your people. Okay,
You're right.
Your people.
You're right. You have
mistreated
no
us for
right
thousands of years.
to
We're not your
somebody's
people.
land, sir. You don't have a right
We
to
went
go in and
back.
say,
We took
we
land
know that
back.
this was, it
We are the
was
native-
yours for
we are
what?
the native people
5,
of the
maybe
land,
600
okay?
years
We
of
are
the entire
indigenous.
history of the earth?
Look up indigeneity. We are indigenous.
Wait.
We're literally
But
from
you
there.
just said earlier that you weren't a race.
We are indigenous. You don't need.
I
to be a
thought you
race to
said
be
that.
indigenous
I
to a
thought
place.
you said that Jew wasn't a race. It's a
It's not
religion.
a race.
That I could
We
become
are
a Jew.
an ethno-religion.
JR, can I become a Jew and say that I
Yeah,
have a
you can
right
also
to that
become a
land?
Cherokee tribe member too.
No, not without
Yes, you
proof.
can.
No, you cannot,
Yes, you
sir.
can.
You apparently don't know how that
Yes,
works.
Native Americans would allow people to come into their
Nope.
tribes. Yes,
Yeah,
would.
they used to, but not anymore.
They could.
What do they have? What did the white people do to the natives? They created, what was it? It's called the Dawes Roll. You ever heard of that? You can't just join the tribe. You can't just do that. You
Yeah,
have
but
to
under
be
their own rules,
a
you
tribal
could.
member.
Under their own rules.
So,
yeah,
under
because
your
of the white
rule,
person's
can I just
rules.
proclaim myself to be a Jew, and now I have a right
We
to go in
speak
there
the
and
language
get a
of our
house and
ancestors.
unalive and take
What are-
over
what are
the
the
home
coins in
of a
Arabic?
Palestinian
Let me ask you a
because
question.
I've declared myself
Let me
a
ask you a
Jew?
question. Are the coins in Palestine, we'll call it Palestine right now, are they in Arabic or in Hebrew, the 2,000-year-old coins there?
I don't know.
They're in Hebrew.
Okay.
You know why? Because we're indigenous to that land. The artifacts
Sure.
are our artifacts.
Yeah,
With our language.
Look,
okay?
I've never said that you guys haven't been there, but you
From
also
our
haven't
tribe.
been the majority person. And if you go far enough, the fucking Jewish people came from Egypt and what is now Iraq, and they came and unalived and took somebody else's land when it wasn't fucking theirs, JR. If you want to go back far enough, that's what you find.
I'm
No,
one of the few people who's willing to divide the land fairly.
See, we don't let
and allow
supremacists.
Palestinians to live there
We
to
don't
allow
let
us to live in
supremacists run amok anymore, sir.
There is
We
no
stopped that
supremacy. The
after
only
World
supremacy
War
is
II.
Islamic
We stopped that
supremacy.
after World War II. And oddly enough, the abused became the abuser. And that's what you guys
so you
do.
wanna go
You
with
now
that
believe
rhetoric,
yourselves
okay.
to be
Yeah,
superior
you wanna go with
to
that communist
everybody
rhetoric.
else,
Got
and
you.
that you have a right to somebody
caused more
else's
ge-
land.
who caused
You commit
more
T acts around the
genocides in
world.
this
You
last century
boom
than
boom
anyone?
pagers, unalive
Communist
children.
China,
You
the
boom
Soviet
boom.
Union, and the Yahtzees.
You
Dude.
boom boom buildings
Yeah,
on top
yeah,
of
you're
kids,
blaming us,
and you're
you're
like,
blaming
yeah,
the
but it was
victims
a
here.
H person.
Yeah, blame
it
the
was
victim,
a
bro.
H person.
Yeah, the Native
the
Americans,
victims,
are they
the
also
Palestinians.
genocidal because they want land back? Are they genocidal, all the Native Americans?
Well, we're not talking about
Are
Native
they committing
Americans,
a
are we?
genocide because they want land
Is
back?
it the same? Is
They
it the
want
same?
land back, just
How
like
much?
we do.
How long did it take Native Americans
We
to stop
took
fighting?
our land
Actual
back.
physical fighting. How long did it take?
You think we're despicable for
Hundreds,
it.
hundreds of
It was
years,
given to you.
JR. Guess
You
what?
despise us.
Palestinians aren't going to say,
The only
yes, we
place
give
that
up.
you
We
think
give
that we
up.
can live in
We
is the
give up.
grave.
We're going to give up our land. No, what's going to happen, JR, and just what you want you want to unalive the Jewish people, keep doing what you're
we're
doing.
not going out like that,
And
bro.
oh
You
yes,
think we're
that's
weak?
where it's headed,
We're
sir.
not weak, man.
That's where
We
you're
fight
headed,
back.
sir. Oh yeah, I've
We
seen
fight
the
back.
IDF soldiers.
Remember,
I've seen the
we're gonna
IDF
give you a
soldiers,
what for
and
if you try to
I
come
can
after
guarantee
us.
you the IDF troops are
This
some of
time-
the weakest troops
This
in
time,
the
we're
world.
very,
The only
very
thing that the
strong.
IDF
And
has
the fact
that
is,
the rest of those people don't
that
have
you're mad,
is the
you're jealous
United
that
States
that God
military.
said we're chosen. You can't
There
get
it
over
is,
that.
folks.
You
There it
can't
is.
get
There it
over
is.
that.
I knew it was
Bible.
coming.
Just can't get over
JR is a supremacist. I'm going to go ahead and keep you muted. JR just admitted that he's a supremacist. That's the problem I have with people like this. If anybody declares themselves the chosen person and says that they're chosen by God, there's something fucking wrong with their head. Go ahead, JR.
You know, JR is leaving out of the discussion, and it's interesting that
Told you.
He said, "Go ahead, JR." He didn't say, "Go ahead, highbrow," but "Go ahead, highbrow."
Ty Bray, he's already corrected you a couple of times, but anyway, it's interesting that Israel does not recognize the Jews who've existed for, what is it, 500, 600 years?
Who are you talking about?
In Algeria, in Morocco.
Who are you talking about? All those Jews
Talking
came to
about
Israel.
The Sephardic and the Mizrahi Jews in North Africa.
You literally don't know what you're talking about. They're all Israelis. Part of my family's Moroccan. By the way, part of my family's from frickin' Morocco. I know what I'm talking about here.
Well, you were
Okay.
one of the lucky ones because Israel has openly stated that they do not recognize the Jews of Ethiopia.
So my family that lived in Morocco, by the way, had to live in ghettos and had to wear distinctive clothing. Oh, does that remind you of anything?
It reminds me of Native
they couldn't
Americans.
have certain professions, okay? And when they came to Israel, they immediately could take any jobs they wanted to have. They could live anywhere they wanted to, and they became CEOs of companies. I have cousins that have entire startup businesses that make
Cool.
more money than any Ashkenazi does in Israel. That side of my family is way more wealthy than any
And
of
what's
the
your point?
Ashkenazi relatives I have. So you're full of shit, sir. You don't know
And what's
anything
your
about
point?
Israel.
What's your point?
You literally don't know
You're
anything about
wealthy.
Israel.
You're boastful. You refer to yourself as God's chosen person. What is your point?
Chosen for what, sir? Chosen
I don't
for
know.
what? To be
Those were
hated?
your words.
Yeah,
Those were your words.
I live with them every day because
You
that's
said
what
that
the
God
Torah says.
chose
I didn't
you.
make
Yeah.
that up.
That's what
What
you
it
said.
says in the Bible.
Look, I'm an atheist. Your Sky Daddy is bullshit. Okay. Your
You're
God,
angry about that,
your God
though.
is bullshit. No, I think it's silly.
Nonetheless,
I
you're
think
still
your
angry. It makes you
fantasies,
angry.
I think your fantasies being pushed onto other people in the manner that they are is fucking weird.
I don't think you think
I
they're
think
fantasies.
it is weird.
You get
No,
angry
it
about
is
this.
fantasies. I'm
I don't
angry.
think you really do.
Says the person that won't stop interrupting.
I think you really do, and it makes you angry that it says that.
Right. You're a dime a dozen, man. I get you guys up here all the time.
We're a
You're
dime
just-
a dozen.
Yeah, you're just one of the rudest ones. Yeah.
yeah. That sounds like a jihad.
You get up here, you're
We're
all
a
up in
dime a
your
dozen.
feels. You get all up in your feels. You're very emotion based. You think that oh my God,
We're
everybody's wanting to
emotion-based.
trash the Jewish people, even though we're talking about
emotion-based.
Zionists.
Dude, I'm not emotional here. I'm laughing at you in the inside
Right.
because it's sad. Because
As a
you're
way to
jealous of
cover-
Jews.
Okay, so what is the point of this back and forth here?
The fact is that you're just not very well educated in this subject, and I see you have a YT supremacist Chip Barnes up here. You've allowed up here. Interestingly enough.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was I supposed to censor people and deplatform them?
No.
Is that how the
Liberal-
chosen people do it?
loudmouth, you know?
Is that how the
fact is that
the
you're so
chosen
liberal.
people do it? If you say something that we don't like, we're going to make sure you don't
No,
say
you
anything
can
at
say
all. Is
whatever
that
you want.
is that the way you operate, sir? Because
You
it's
can
not the
say
way I
whatever you
operate.
want, but if you're going to say you're fighting
You
against
said that
white
you allowed
supremacy,
up here.
you're friends with Chip Barnes over here. Okay,
Okay.
remember that.
I'm friends with you too. You come up here all the time.
I don't know if we're friends, dude. I think you kind of
I
hate me.
don't.
That's okay.
I don't hate you. I just think
I
when you
think the
talk over
lowbrow
me,
don't like me.
it
That's all
becomes.
right.
If I didn't like you, I wouldn't let you up, Jr.
Or
I
maybe
jump
I
in at some point.
entertain you. I don't know.
Yeah. Go ahead, Chip.
So first of all, the name calling doesn't bother me anymore. I'm so used to it. And the thing is, this is the thing. If anybody vehemently disagrees with a political policy, a nation state, or some of the supremacy economic parts of a group of people, it doesn't mean you hate all the people in the group. That's ridiculous. So what I talk about now, to bring it forward to current things, what the Germans were focused on, I don't agree with what they did about it, but what they did speak to, I think, was a significant problem to the potential future of Germany. And it was because a very strong and very small group that were well organized and well funded, especially the banking families, were wreaking havoc on the German economy, and the population was suffering. It rings very similar to where we're headed right now in the United States and Europe, unfortunately. And again, it's the average person off the street who's living their life is not involved in this crap. Here's where the connection does come in the Venn diagram, though. You have the wealthy elite class that plays a certain game a certain way, always has, well before Zionism, but Zionism is an unfortunate and egregious example of this game, which unfortunately the Palestinians have had to endure, and they're still enduring horrifically at the moment. But even bigger than this is a global network. It's an internationalist group of people that not everybody adheres to. Some people don't even support it. Some people are against the state and against the concept of an internationalist group. But unfortunately, far too many people's personal loyalty is not to the nation they live in or the group of people culturally, it's to their group, regardless of where they may be. And when you combine that adherence, what's called radical ethnocentrism, along with economic power that subverts, infiltrates, and dominates societies in progressive fashions, and then later results in some sort of pushback or retaliation, and then claims victimhood. That is the problem with it. It's rhymed historically over time. It doesn't mean that I hate the entire people because this has been what's happened. This is the thing. It's going to happen again because it's inevitable. When you come in and you sort of in a nefarious way kind of duplicitously start to exploit people and use other members of society to do your bidding, people always push back eventually because they're getting screwed by a small minority.
Yes, you're just justifying everything that Schmatzy's did. Wonderful. And no one's pushing back against you as well, I can see here. Do you have anything to push back against that liberal?
Well, I just told you I don't agree with what the Germans did about it. And as far as what we should
Yeah,
do
you
about
just
it,
literally did. You said that Jews
no,
were
no,
the source of their
I
problems.
said that the elite members and those who have a radical
Oh, you're just dog
ethnocentrism adhere
whistling,
to it.
dude. Who were the elite?
It's not dog
members?
whistling.
Wait. Dog
That's dog
whistling
whistling.
says the person that refers to himself as the chosen.
You just
I'm
can't
sorry,
do that,
what?
man.
Yeah,
No,
I don't think anybody-
because
That's the Torah
you
says that.
admitted
What, man?
what I asked you earlier that you refused to say, but I
Even
knew it
if
was
I
true.
deny it, if
And
I
then
say
you
we're not
inadvertently, oops, because you got up in your feels and you
Even
went on
if
a
I said-
rant and you said it.
okay, if liberal loudmouth, even if I said Jews are not the chosen people, you'd be like, well, you're denying what your Torah says, so you're lying.
There
Either
doesn't
way,
exist.
I'm screwed, dude.
There-
I'm cooked.
Nope.
Either
Nope.
way,
There doesn't
you
exist
put
a
me
single
into a situation where I'm cooked either way.
in your
Well,
mind.
Jared, it's not a great position to be in when
Yeah.
you think, when people, not just you, but when anybody adopts the position that one, they're better than others, that two, others are sort of subservient cattle, that three, your group should dominate because it's the natural order of things. I think if the host was acting that way, I would criticize the host. And like I said earlier, not everybody believes that, thank goodness. But unfortunately, a lot of people do adhere to that. Now, the Talmud, which is the legal arguments of rabbis over the years interpreting the scriptures, have said some pretty horrific things in that regard. And now not everybody considers themselves a Talmudic practicer of the religious Judaism. However, culturally, some of these principles have filtered through to the mindset that I'm referencing. Doesn't mean that I hate your people, doesn't mean I want to collectively punish everybody and put them in a camp somewhere, but I do think the issues have to be addressed in the same vein. To say on the one hand it's an all or nothing proposition is not fair to the 97.5% of us who are on the receiving end of what the elites among you are doing.
The elites amongst us? Who are the elites amongst us?
The ones that are calling all these shots here, man, and doing all this terrible shit.
Who are calling?
You know
Are
who,
you talking about?
Alex Karp is? Do you know who Jamie Dimon is of J.P. Morgan Chase? Do you know who Miriam Adelson is?
You
Do you
know
know who
how
Alan
many
Greenspan was?
Irishmen
Ben
control
Bernanke?
banks?
Janet Yellen? These are some
You know,
of the most powerful people in the government.
the majority of the largest banks in America and Europe are controlled by Irishmen. Deutsche Bank isn't controlled by a Jew. Okay, the biggest banks are controlled by Irishmen. Is there an Irish conspiracy
The
against the
private
United
central
States
banks,
of
which make
Irish
the most money
elites?
historically, are controlled by families
Well-
that are like the Warburgs and the Schiffs and the Rothschilds, et cetera, et cetera.
That was at
But
the
here's
beginning
the-
of the 20th century, and only two
I
of them were
mean,
Jewish.
Okay, something missing from this conversation, though, is how they came about those professions in the first damn place. And it was out of necessity because they weren't allowed to do anything else. But I would argue anybody that controls any kind of, corporation or monetary fund or, media is going to will use whatever it can to pursue some agenda, whatever that might be. And to those people, if they share in your supremacist views, JR, that will end up coming out in that. Now, does that mean that everybody that's part of that is bad? No. And does that mean that they did this on purpose in order to take over the globe? No. But this is where we're at now. And that I think, it's worth pointing out how they got into those fields in the first place. It was out of necessity. Do you disagree, JR?
And we don't hate you because of it, JR. We hate that has happened, and we want to try to remedy that to some degree without harming your people, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it grosses me out. I saw this video from, I played some of it on the show. This was back when we were talking more about the Israel-Gaza situation. But somebody in America is in California is like, oh, you fucking Jay, you this. I mean, just were screaming at them because they looked Jewish. I don't even know how the person knew, but yeah, it was just gross. Called them G-siders. That level of hate is gross to me. But it's the result of what they're doing, just like when we interned Japanese people. People's responses to genocidal shit is not good, and it's doing more damage to your people than anything else.
Yeah, so when Jews try to go into jobs like working as farmers, we also get hated. It doesn't matter how we try, what kind of businesses we do, what we do, how we say it, whether we have this or that. The only thing that we can do is defend ourselves because we're a tiny minority of 15 million people that really has been oppressed. The whitey supremacists, they actually have real power. We don't. Our power is illusionary.
What?
It absolutely is.
That's
Okay.
ridiculous.
If you wanted to unalive all of us right now, you absolutely could, Chip Barnes. If you wanted to do it, you could. It would be very simple.
Who controls the U.S. government right now?
Donald J. Trump.
Who controls
Not a
Trump?
member
Who
of the
controls
tribe,
Trump?
last time I checked.
Who controls Trump?
You really think that you really believe that? Okay, dude.
Man,
come on. You think
look
at
Elon
the
Musk is
behavior of our
Jewish? He's
country.
not.
Look at the
Do
behavior.
you think
of our
Peter
country.
Thiel is Jewish? He's not.
No,
Peter
but that's
Alex Karp is his right-hand man at Palantir. He might as well be.
Are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? Peter
No, I'm
Thiel
dead serious.
is German, dude. His parents were literal
Alex
schmucksies.
Karp is Jewish.
Who cares if someone in his company is Jewish? Peter Thiel himself
Well,
is definitely
JR.
not Jewish.
JR, would you agree that there are people among you that believe themselves to be superior in a racist way towards other races?
If you take a group of 15 million people, you're always going to find a few thugs out
Of
of
course.
15 million people.
Okay, so you do agree. And on that, good. If
by and
those-
large,
okay,
most
well-
Jews
well, hold
actually
on.
think we're less than most of the world.
Okay, to me, if somebody believes themselves to be superior, there's something wrong up here, right? It's psychopathic behavior, whatever it is. But if they become in charge of something, They will utilize that supremacist view, just like if the leader of the Triple K were to get in a hold of a corporation, it wouldn't work out so well for other people
We're
in the agenda
talking
that they would
about a couple
pursue.
thousand people, maybe, who have no power that live
How many
in a freaking
corporations?
caravan in the West Bank.
How many corporations run things in this country?
These people don't own
It
corporations.
doesn't take
These
many. They run
These
them.
are redneck West Bank Jews who live in a caravan out in the West Bank in the middle of nowhere, okay? And are like hilljacks. All right? They don't own anything. If
Hilljacks?
anything,
I've never heard of that before. What does that mean?
a caravan,
Hilljacks?
the settlers, the people who live out in the West Bank,
Okay.
those kind of people, the kind of people like, burn Palestinian olive groves and stuff like that, those dudes are hilljacks, okay? Those guys are absolute hilljacks.
It's like a hillbilly.
Okay. I've never heard that term. Interesting. You learn something new every day.
I don't know.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Everyone has a group
Go ahead,
of
Jared.
hilljacks out of every group. Do you think the vast majority of Jews agree with them? Absolutely not. They're an embarrassment to most Jews.
That's true.
Are they punished for what they do?
They are punished. They go to jail all the time. They get arrested. They
No, they
attack
don't.
the Israeli army even.
No, they don't.
Most of those people are so extreme they won't serve in the Israeli army.
So,
oh, and by the way, I just found out Alex Karp is not in fact Jewish.
Alex Karp is 100% Jewish.
He's not Jewish.
He's 100% Jewish.
He's not Jewish. He just
He's
has a very
100%
Jewish sounding
Jewish.
name.
He's 100% Jewish.
And what does he
He had
run?
a Jewish dad, apparently.
What does he run? Because I'm going to look this
He
up.
doesn't identify himself as being Jewish.
He
In fact,
identifies as a
himself
staunch
being black.
Zionist Jew, okay?
He's not even, I don't even know if he's a Zionist. He's not even Jewish.
Well,
He
let's
doesn't
see.
identify himself as being Jewish. He identifies himself as actually
Palantir announced that they would set aside 180 positions for Jewish college graduates, citing alleged anti-Semitism on college campuses related to protests. Let's see. Let me pull this up here because I hate Wikipedia. So many fucking citations. Let's see here. I mean, everything I could see about Karp.
Karp is not Jewish, though. His father is.
Okay, here we go. Born in New York and raised outside Philadelphia in a leftist family, Mr. Karp has a Jewish father who is a pediatrician and a black mother who is an artist.
But he himself doesn't identify with being Jewish. And
He reconnected. Well, hold on. Whoa. Hold on. Hold on real quick. Okay. So
now I don't even know if he identifies himself as being Jewish. He may. I don't know. I don't even know if he identifies himself as being a Zionist.
Isn't
Okay,
like part
the
of
Jewish
being a Jew like straight up like you have to marry a Jew, like you can't. You're not supposed to marry outside. Like being a Jew, like Jews usually marry other Jews. Correct.
Being Jewish is being one.
Hold on, no, I'm trying to like learn something here.
No, but it's the importance
isn't that part of the religion is to marry another Jew? So if you marry outside of someone being a Jew, aren't you kind of ostracizing the faith kind of thing? I'm asking. I don't know.
Doing it.
That's what I'm saying. So if he's such a like hard-nosed Jew and his mom is African American, would that not kind of mean he's not like fully his dad?
Let me share something.
I'm just trying to highlight a point here that we're
Jonathan Greenblatt said this. He's from the ADL. He's the head of the ADL. He was giving an interview about a week ago, and in the interview, and imagine if anybody else said this from any group, he says, "We have an intermarriage problem in the Jewish community," meaning that too many Jewish people are not marrying other Jewish people. So it is the main focus to try to stay radically ethnocentric and
so then
we don't seek trying to convert people,
African American, like that's you guys are missing the fucking point here.
Okay,
I
well,
don't understand why.
did you guys miss when I read that he met Mr. Thiel while working at a Jewish philanthropy partnership?
I don't
So
even know if he
his
identifies
dad
as
is
being
Jewish.
though.
He worked in a Jewish philanthropy thing. He was talking about Jewish colleges. He got Palantir or Peter Thiel to agree to hire a bunch of Jewish people from the colleges, and you guys are like, well, he may not be Jewish.
He may
What?
not self-identify as being Jewish. He may have
No, he
So
just
just
works.
because your
He
parents are
just
Jews and they send you to Jewish
right.
schools
Just
and all of that doesn't make you necessary. I'm just saying, like,
You know,
right.
Alexander
And
actively
continue
went
to work
if he
in
actively
Jewish
went to the synagogue
fields.
3 days a week, I would say
Sure.
he's a pretty hard-nosed Jew. Like, I don't.
Alexander Hamilton. I'll give you a great example. Alexander Hamilton went
Okay.
to a Jewish school and worked for Jewish businesses for years. That's why some people think that he's Jewish. But Alexander Hamilton was not Jewish.
Did Alexander Hamilton work for Jewish Philanthropy Society and push other people to hire Jewish people from Jewish colleges?
From his birth all the way, I think, almost all the way through primary school, he was Jewish educated.
Okay. And your
Which is pretty
ancestry,
typical of.
your ancestry doesn't count either?
I don't know if the dude actually identifies as being Jewish. I mean, it's like saying I'm taking cursory knowledge that Alexander Hamilton went to a Jewish school almost his entire childhood, and you could say maybe he's Jewish from that.
Okay. Okay, so would you say maybe Alexander Karp is Jewish? Because your contention was that he is absolutely not.
I didn't
A
say
Jewish
he's
person.
absolutely not Jewish. I said there's a good chance that he may not
I'm
identify
pretty
as
sure
being
you
Jewish.
stated multiple times that he was not Jewish.
I said that I'm not sure that he actually identifies as being Jewish because I've never seen him actually say that I identify as being Jewish.
Alexander Hamilton, as a lawyer, represented Jewish banking families in the colonies when he was starting out in the colonial legal system. Look it up.
Yeah, well, what is that called? Jewish by association?
Well, in other words, if you advocate for Jewish interests and you advocate, you're either a radical Zionist Jew or you're a Shabbos.
Israel didn't exist during Alexander Hamilton. What are you talking about?
Of course, but Jewish
Now,
interests sure
how
did.
they got into those fields.
Controlled by families
Well,
that are.
what I asked you earlier.
You brought up Alexander Hamilton. I'm sorry, liberal.
No, you're
I
fine.
did.
I'm trying to
I
rewind
did.
the tape because I'm pretty sure that you said that he was not, and now you're saying,
that
"Oh,
why he
I said
glitched?
may."
I
Is
said
that why-
I've never seen
that
him
was a weird-ass
identify
glitch.
himself as being Jewish.
Yeah, either way,
I know for a
I
fact
don't
that
even
his
give a
mother's
shit.
Can we just move on?
I don't
from
even- yeah, I
this?
was gonna
Like,
say,
we're hung up on some dumb shit.
Yeah, I don't even care if he is or isn't. It
what's
doesn't
the
matter to
fucking-
No,
me
but
at all.
he's saying
Even if
that
he
that's
is-
proof that Peter Thiel is somehow some Jewish overlord, which is just
Well,
crazy.
Peter,
What
Peter
if he
Thiel's
is?
parents
So
were
what if he
schmatzes.
is? What's the point? What?
Peter
okay,
Thiel's
so-
parents were literally schmatzes, dude. Literally, he's proud
okay,
of it.
well, okay. and Jewish people were victims of Nazis, and now they're turning around and doing the same shit.
Oh, come on, dude. Enough with the Holocaust inversion already.
Hey,
Give it a break.
why don't you tell the
Are you-
people?
are you gonna- are
why
you
don't
gonna-
you tell the leaders of
You're gonna
Israel
next
to
say
stop?
That Sudan is the next Yahtzee?
Tell
because they're
the leaders
murdering
of
more
Israel
people
to
than Israel
stop.
is.
Their final solution.
Are you going to call
Tell
Syria
them
the
that.
next schmatzes? Because way
Tell them
more
that.
people in Syria have died. You don't call them schmatzes, do you? Do you call Bashar al-Assad a schmatzi?
They're
Yeah.
not taking over other people's territory, bro.
Oh, he's not?
You don't
He
think
never
so?
took over anyone else's territory?
Yeah,
No,
well,
that is
we're
bullshit.
talking about Israel and Gaza. We're not talking about Syria. We're not talking about any other country. You don't get to
Everyone
pivot
is
like
getting
that.
unalived in the Middle
You don't
East,
get
and
to
somebody's
argue some
causing
other
it.
geopolitical issue that has a whole different context to the situation in order to compare the situations. We're not going to do that. That is intellectually dishonest. You did it on
Like-
purpose. You continue to do that because you don't have an argument
It's
against
all
what
the
your
same
people
region.
are doing. And you
Palestinians
support it.
Palestinians who are members of H group are also members of the Muslim Brotherhood. Remember that. And that's why the Gulf states oppose H group. That's why they threw them out of the UAE, because they tried to overthrow literally every other country in the Middle East, from Jordan to Lebanon to Kuwait. They got expelled because they're members of the Muslim Brotherhood who are trying to bring other countries down. That's why nobody likes H group. That's why Egypt won't let them in.
One man's T group is another man's freedom fighter. You ever
They're
heard
T
that?
groups to most of the Middle East.
Israel is a
Not
T
just
group.
Israel.
Israel is a T group. What are you talking about?
It's not just Israel that doesn't like
Bro,
them.
Israel is a
enemies all
T
over the Middle
group
East.
calling everybody else T groups.
Because H group literally uses schmerism to get what they want.
Israel uses
They
schmerism
use
to get what they
instruments of
want.
schmerism. When did
go
Israel
look up-
hijack? When did Israel ever hijack an airplane, or use a car boom boom?
Actually, you speaking of boom booms, I want you to go look up the
David
Levant
Hotel.
affair. You go look
that
up
was
the
back in the
Levant
50s,
affair.
bro.
You go look up the King David Hotel. Look up the fucking
That was in the 40s.
the boat that Israel attacked the U.S.
Yes,
Look
the
at the
Irgun
fucking
was a terrorist
pagers
organization.
and walkie-talkies that they exploded by the thousands. And they
you're getting
unalived
sad
kids.
over
They
Big
unalived
H?
kids. No. This is T action.
Over
sir.
Hassan Nasrallah?
This is Israel being a T group, and
No,
you
that's
don't
them
admit
using
it.
very laser selective attacks.
Oh, laser
on
selective attacks.
schmeris.
Oh, but anytime another group has to use guerrilla tactics because they own nothing and they control
Did they
nothing.
go in and start
anytime they do that, oh my
raping
God, look at what they're
thousands
doing.
of Lebanese? No.
Oh my God. How dare they do what we do? Only we can do what
So
we
when
do.
Israel went into Lebanon, did they start graping everyone and taking everyone hostage?
When
and start
Israel
on-
went
and
into
start draping
Palestine,
the
they
corpses?
certainly did. When
In Palestine, when?
Zionists went into Palestine to take it over, even
Zionists went into
prior to
Palestine?
the final, the final,
Where?
1948. Prior
Where
to
was
that,
Palestine
they
in
would cut
1948?
babies out of women's bellies.
No,
sir.
that's
They've
bullshit.
got
That's
pictures of it,
nonsense.
sir. They got pictures
There's
of
no
it.
pictures.
It's
That's
in
nonsense.
the congressional record. Yes,
They were not cutting that. That's nonsense.
yes, they sure as fuck did.
They were not. That's
Yes, they were. They were
nonsense.
throwing babies down
That's
cisterns.
absolute- Are you talking about Deir Nassin?
I don't
That
know
was
what that
part of
is.
it.
Referring to?
Dear Yassin massacre was part of the. was
Deir
part of the-
Yassin,
Bro, the
nothing
ear
like that
gun,
happened.
the
Not
ear
even
gun,
close.
whenever this started, did fucking horrendous shit. And certainly even you can
Look up-
acknowledge that they
Look
were a
up
T group.
Hebron. Look up Hebron 1929. Israel didn't even exist yet. They took the Jews out of their houses, unalived them, and graped their unalived bodies. Okay.
Yeah, but relatively small compared to the
Okay.
total number that the Zionist gangs did. And why did they do
there
that,
was
by
no
the way?
Israel in 1929.
Hundreds of thousands of there wasn't in 47
There wasn't-
either, but that's when the ear gun went through and started forcing these people out of their fucking villages by committing T acts of violence so that they would allow somebody else to run to the next village to tell them, guys, get the fuck out of here, these people are crazy. And
How
they
do you
did it on
explain-
purpose.
How do you explain the Jerusalem attacks in 1920? There wasn't even the British mandate yet.
JR, how come you're allowed to bring up 1920, but when liberal brings up 1949, you say it's ancient history?
Because he keeps on going further and further back. I'm not starting
Wait,
that. I want to
1920
stay in the present. He
is
goes back.
further back.
Now I go back.
No, is further back
I'm
than
letting him lead the
1940s. You realize that 1920 is further back than the 40s, right?
Yeah, I didn't want to go further
Maths
back. But
is
you go back
hard.
to the 40s, and then I'm like, okay, you know what?
Didn't-
You want to play that dance? We can do that for a while.
Didn't you tell me?
brought up
Wait,
the
wait. I brought up the 40s. You told me to go look back in the 1920s.
Yeah, because
And then
you're
you
like-
tell me just now with a straight fucking face that I'm pushing the dates back.
Yeah, you were, and that's why I'm
Okay.
pushing him further back. You get chutzpah
Right.
on me, I go further chutzpah on you. That's how this dance works.
And when he brought up,
You want to
19
talk about the 40s? I'll
you
talk
made
about the
statement-
30s.
I brought
JR,
up a recent
JR,
T
You
attack.
made the statement. You made the statement, JR. When has Israel ever used boom booms? And he brought up the King David Hotel.
That wasn't
And you
Israel.
repeat-
That was not Israel. That was a
It was
Shmerist group
Zionist.
called the
Same
Irgun.
people
Yeah.
who founded this friggin' state.
They absolutely
Before
did.
Israel existed.
And
Before
Irgun
1948
and
war.
Haganah would come together and form the fucking IDF, sir.
You know why? Because they were fighting against the British, by the way. They weren't just fighting against the Mufti of Jerusalem and his bunch of goons. They were fighting against the British. Wow, they were anti-imperialists. They were literally taking out the British back then. But no, you know who was in the King David Hotel? British officers, British military personnel, British intelligence. Isn't it fascinating how, during the American Revolution, we look out at the Patriots and we say, oh, yeah, they took that out. But, oh, yeah, they took out the British military intelligence. Oh, no, they're schmerrists. Look, the fact is that you were saying Israel. I was correcting you. It was before Israel existed. And I did correctly say that the difference between Irgun was not an army at that point.
Semantics.
They were, in fact, listed as a
Semantics.
schmerist group by the British.
It was a militia, armed militia.
You could call it that. Call it an armed militia. Call it what you will.
was.
Okay?
That's what it was.
I go back and forth between calling H group an armed militia and a schmerist group too.
Okay, the point here is that both sides have done T acts, right? You have to acknowledge that throughout the history, Israel has done them too.
Absolutely.
They did
Even
it against
recently.
a British military
No, that's not what I asked you.
compound
You agree that they did T acts, Israel did.
against
as well
military
as-
assets. Yes.
Okay,
against
but
military
so
assets.
to you,
Civilians.
it's okay if they do it against military
If
assets.
it's against military
You
assets.
understand?
yes.
Okay, then
Civilians,
let me point something out. Are every citizens in Israel required to do military training service?
No.
It's not required. What
No.
percentage of the population has done?
Wow. I don't know. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it's not as much as you would think it is.
Oh,
It's
Yes,
over 80,
there's a lot of
it's over
people who don't
85%.
serve.
okay,
Over
which
85%.
means that what 15% of the population has never been a military person
No, it's
or a
actually
reservist.
more. I'd say I don't know. If I had to guess, it's more like
Okay, so
25,
any attack,
30%.
any
because you have
attack.
to take in all the people that are
My
like
point-
disabled.
My point is
that
that
stuff.
any attack on them would be an attack on military personnel. No,
No,
Okay.
that's not
hold
true.
on.
Because
If
they're
you're
not
gonna
they're
use
not
it- hold
carrying.
on, one
No,
second,
that's not how the
one
Geneva
second.
Convention works. Hold
If
on,
you're
hold on.
gonna, if
No,
you're
hold
gonna
on, hold on.
use
I'll
that,
take this.
just
I'll take
Jr.
this.
I've been quiet for 20
The
minutes,
Geneva Conventions
dude.
says
Just
that
a
if you're not
second.
carrying a weapon and you're not in military uniform, you're not a
Dude.
soldier.
That's true.
I'm just trying to point out that 75% of Palestinians agreed with October 7th. So then, therefore, all of Gaza, the 25% remaining of Gaza would therefore be justified. Is that fair?
no. There's a
Okay,
difference
so then
between
hold
serving.
on. So then neither is serving in the military, not carrying any kind of combatant firearm or anything in that regard would make them justified to be unalived either. I think that's a barbaric analogy in both regards.
Hey,
Yeah,
I'm just pointing out because he was okay with T acts. He was suggestive that it was okay with T acts because it was against the military.
Yeah, well, when people are
That's
carrying
no.
weapons in a
And so when
military
he
uniform,
said
they're
that,
military.
I pointed out that the
Not-
vast majority of the population in Israel is part of the military service. I don't give a
when
shit whether
you-
they were at the time carrying a pew or not.
You're not understanding the Geneva Conventions, okay? If you're a military,
Neither does Israel because
if
Israel
you-
doesn't give a
no,
fuck.
Hold on, let me finish. If you're a military reservist and you're not wearing a uniform and you're not carrying a weapon and you're not on duty orders, you're not part of the military. You can't just go and randomly attack people because there might
I
be a
see.
reservist, okay? Who aren't
Cherry
armed
pick.
and aren't on orders and don't have military clothing. Like, that's against the Geneva Conventions.
So cherry
Do you
pick.
deny the Israeli Constitution? Because the Israeli Constitution since 1948 has required that all Jews
Israel
serve
doesn't
in the
have a
military.
constitution. You don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, really?
Israel has basic
You better
laws.
tell that to. I just got that information off the Israeli government
Israel
website.
literally doesn't have a constitution. How much do you want
Well,
to bet?
whatever you call it, whatever the hell you call it.
Okay,
They're
so
called basic laws.
okay. Well, Highbray jumped in there, but I want to point out that you guys don't give a fuck about the Geneva Conventions when it's
Oh, they
something you're
do.
doing. Blocking aid is a violation of what?
Who's blocking
Attacking
aid?
medical. Israel is. They've been doing it for years.
you also can't use ambulances.
You can't go after journalists. You can't go after the healthcare professionals.
You can't use ambulances to transport military personnel and weapons. Okay, as H group has done routinely.
That's not true.
You cannot transfer military
that's not true.
personnel on ambulances.
No evidence.
Listen.
Starving a population
on that one.
is
That
a
one hit
violation.
close to home for me. I'm sorry, Liv. That hit close to home to me. I had a pen pal who was a friend of mine who was a paramedic like I was in Israel, in Gaza. And he's not with us anymore because his wife wrote me to tell me about how he was dispatched to a call and he was unalived by IDF forces when they arrived. So don't you dare fucking say that they're out there transporting. He transported.
They absolutely are. They're transporting weapons, munitions, and terrorists.
No, they're not.
That's an absolute truth. And it's been proven over time and time again.
Bring some evidence.
There's tons of evidence out there.
Bring some evidence. Bring it.
There.
Bring it right now.
Bring the evidence, because that's a lie.
There. It's not a lie.
No, bring it right now. Bring it.
They've done it before.
Just go bring it. Bring it to us.
You can Google it. You don't have to take my word
you
for
made
it.
the
It's
allegation.
all over Google.
You made the allegation.
It's all over Google.
Yeah. Okay. So what are you saying? Okay. Okay. Here's the thing, Jr. Let's assume that that's true. Okay. Let's assume that somebody did guerrilla tactics and covered themselves so that they could go from point A to point B without being pew-pewed. Does that give Israel the right to attack every fucking ambulance out there?
If they use it as a systematic tactic, unfortunately, yes.
Oh, okay. So when they unalive somebody who was not,
if you systematically
unalive somebody who was
they're
not,
no longer a safe space.
If they unalive somebody who was not, then what does that mean? It was a violation of what?
Conventions. If you're using your
it was a violation of what?
Systematically as military weapons, they're no longer ambulances.
Systematically.
Yes, which
Bullshit.
they have.
Bullshit.
They're systematically utilizing
I don't believe
to transport soldiers
I don't
and
believe that.
ammunition and weapons and
I don't believe you.
rocket components.
I don't believe you.
They absolutely are.
Yeah. Okay.
They've seized them repeatedly, transporting military personnel, transporting munitions. H Group does this.
Okay.
This is one of their major tactics.
Do you know how Israel knew that there was a quote-unquote bunker underneath the hospital, JR?
You're going to tell me no matter what. Tell me. Inform me.
Well, I just want to know if you knew. Israel actually built that for their military whenever they had occupied Gaza. That's how they knew it was there. It's funny, though, because when they brought the cameras in, it wasn't actually being used as a headquarters like they thought. It didn't work out for them.
Yeah, that's why
matter of fact, the motherfuckers admitted this on camera when they were, I can't remember the name of the journalist that had asked. She was shocked too. Yeah, and they did that. They did that everywhere. So when you tell me, they're using this or using that, your fucking your missile batteries, your Iron Dome, guess where they put those?
It's called the Al Shifra Hospital, by the way. And yes,
where do they put the missile batteries for the Iron Dome, JR?
Where do they what?
Where they put them?
Anywhere they need to protect their civilians at.
Right. So it is a military target, is that not?
They're not targeting Iron Dome when they shoot.
Is it? Iran hit some of them? No. And they blew up themselves also. So again, this is Israel doing the thing that it complains that another person is doing.
They're not an offensive weapon. They're not using them to launch to hit the Palestinians or the Gazans. They're using them to protect themselves from rockets that are hitting civilian areas in Israel. It's a ridiculous argument.
Where's the IDF headquarters?
They use human shields.
Yeah, you're going to bring that up. It's next to a mall in the outskirts of the city, buried underneath the ground, and there's only one building that's next to it.
Human
under a civilian
shields.
structure and densely
It's not under a civilian structure. It's not. It's a gated area. You can't come anywhere close to it.
Where did IDF's command center shift to during the
I've been there before.
Under a
I know
hospital.
what I'm talking about. It's not in the middle of a residential area.
The IDF temporary command center was under a hospital.
No, it's not.
Yes, it was. I got the video.
It's not under a hospital.
I got the video to prove it.
No, it's not under a hospital.
Yes, it was.
It is next to a mall, though. That's the only civilian thing that's close to it is a mall there.
I got the evidence to prove it.
That's bullshit. It's not. No, that's That's Iranian bullshit, man.
No, it's not. I
It absolutely is.
JR, Peter Beinart talks about it in Being Jewish after the destruction of Gaza, and he's a Jewish writer, and he says the same. Yeah, Israel uses a lot of the same tactics. They locate a lot of military installations in Tel Aviv, right next to schools, right next to hospitals.
No.
So yeah, they do. You can't argue that.
There's one military command that's next to a mall. That's it. I've literally been there. There is a wall between a demarcation that's quite big between there and the rest of the city, and it's on the edges of the city.
Okay, bro.
This is why talking to a Zionist is futile.
Peter Beinart is full of shit half the time, and
Read
he's
the book.
bought out, and he's a total grifter.
Yeah. Oh, because you don't like what he says.
No, he's an absolute grifter. He's an Al Jazeera grifter who's been bought out by Qatar.
Yeah.
Okay, so real quick,
if you don't like it, it's disinformation, right?
So I brought
all the money.
I brought Matt up because you had said that I just need to separate the Likud from the Jewish people or Israel or something. What did you mean by that?
I like what you're saying, host, is I think you're lumping all of Israel in with the Likud party, and I that's what there's a great documentary on Shimon Peres on Netflix right now. It's called Never Stop Dreaming, and then in this book that I've been reading called the Peter Beinart book. It's that's the way I see it. Is the Likud party under Netanyahu and several people before him have always been the ones to stop the Oslo Accords, the London Agreement, I don't know if they still call it the Labor Party that was like Perez and Rabin, or is it called something else now? But anyway, it's the liberal. It's the liberals.
Democratic Party now in Israel.
The Democratic. Okay, so it's always the Likud is like MAGA of Israel, and and Netanyahu is just like Trump. He's running away from prosecution, and so this creating chaos is just and what they're doing. So that's my only thought, host, is I agree with what you're saying, but it's Israel controlled by the Likud party is doing this.
What did I say that gave you that impression, first of all? And secondly, how would you feel if I showed you a survey wherein the majority of the people in Israel support what they're doing in Gaza, and in fact, a unhealthy portion of them believe they didn't go far enough? How would that sit with you?
I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll find out. When are the elections next year?
Yeah, also the majority of people don't favor Netanyahu. No, they don't like him because of now.
Right.
No, he's just incompetent. I mean... Yeah, how big was that sample?
I brought this up, and it was a Jewish person that said this. Oh, you've got to tell me, how many of those were Zionists? If you don't know the answer to that, so you can impugn the source, every fucking survey that I have found over that question has all found similar percentages of agreement with what they're doing. So you can go through the methodology if you want and piss all over that, but it is what it is.
Everyone in Israel who basically agrees that Israel should exist is a Zionist. Whether you're in the Labor Party or the Democratic Party or Shimon Peres or whatever. And the fact is this didn't start with Bibi. I mean, I think that's the one thing that maybe liberal and I agree with, is that this didn't start with Bibi. This didn't start with Likud party. This goes way back. We're going back 100 years. It does. It goes back 100 years. You can talk about that, Matt. So, I mean, I get what you're saying. I think that Bibi is wrong. I think the Likud party is wrong. I didn't like them before then. I'll never vote for them. I would never support them.
Right.
But I will say that this didn't start with Bibi, and just because someone like a Shimon Peres, if he was prime minister, I don't think liberal would respect that either. I think he would probably see him as, just basically a diet Bibi.
Hey, JR, real
Well,
quick.
I'm just saying it seems like the only steps towards any kind of peace, and it's have been from the Liberal Party. You know what the London Agreement is, right? Because that was when Shimon Peres had the power sharing agreement with the guy before Netanyahu, who was a far right hard wing, and they had it. They had that when Perez and was it the King of Jordan were washing dishes into the guy's house in London, and they basically had a two-state solution worked out for the most part, but Perez had to live up to his agreement to share power, and the Likud guy came in and shut that all
You
down.
know
Then
what?
you had
Rabin
Rabin in the Oslo Accords, and who unalived Rabin? It was
That's true. But then
so again.
No, hold on. You're missing.
I know you like over talking everybody, so just go ahead, bud.
But hold on, you're missing one important part of this. Okay.
Okay.
Shimon Peres took over from Rabin. He ran a campaign, and he lost the campaign because H Group started booming Israeli civilian buses, one after the other. And Bibi said Shimon Peres is weak on Shmerism, and that's why Bibi won. He didn't win just because he got unalived.
You're missing a few parts to this because Perez came in and out of power like 5 times.
He lost because H.
But I'm talking about when Perez was sharing. You know who was he sharing? When was his power sharing agreement, and who was the guy from the Likud?
That was back in the 80s. That was back in the 80s,
right? And this was when they had the London Agreement worked out. And again, I'm just saying the trend here, and I'm no expert. I'm an atheist. Israel's an ally. But what's going on there is a G side, and you can't deny that. So the shit's got to stop. So it's but it's always the Likud party that stops it.
I would say it's not a G side. I would say
of course it is. Of course
it is. Say it's not a G side.
Follow the money. You're being paid to say that.
It's not even close to being a G side because if you want to consider it a G side, then you'd have to consider our fighting in Yugoslavia, our fighting against Kosovo,
and you don't have an independent. You're not independent. You're not.
No, hold on. You'd have to consider our fight in Iraq or Afghanistan as a G side. You'd have to define us fighting World War II against the Japanese as a G side. So you want to
100% what we did in Iraq. George W. Bush has been brought up in a war crimes tribunal.
You want to redefine legally what G side means. Like
it's like the Boston University has a whole report on it, dude.
It doesn't matter.
You're smarter than everybody at Boston University.
Does it actually meet the legal definition?
Who pays you? Is AIPAC paying you to get up here and say this? Who pays you to say this?
There is an international binding legal definition that has existed since the 1950s.
Right. And Boston University has a whole report on why they are doing it.
It doesn't matter if someone has a report on it. It doesn't.
I know, because it doesn't fit your narrative, Junior. It just doesn't fit your narrative. And you don't like anything that doesn't fit your narrative.
It doesn't matter.
I want to.
We all have narratives.
If this was being done to Israeli Jews, would you call it a G side or an H cost?
We all have papers.
If this was being done to Israeli Jews,
he'd call it all of that.
What would you call it?
First of all, it's neither. It's a war. It's a high intensity war.
You don't. The problem with you don't have clean hands.
Unfortunately,
you don't have clean hands here. You do not have clean hands in this.
That's why I want the war to end. I want the war to come to conclusion.
Guess how it ends. Guess how it ends, JR. Guess how it ends. Netanyahu stopped.
It ends with a two-state solution.
Well, I would like
Israel has been taking hostages from Gaza and the West Bank for decades.
Hostages.
Yes, they are.
Crimes.
No bullshit.
War crimes.
No bullshit. It is documented that is absolute horseshit.
Murdered and
you are unserious. You are an unserious person. Jay.
Life for people.
And you are not impartial.
Yeah,
there are people in those prisons who have used.
You are not impartial, and you are unserious.
Matt, you're also not impartial.
Well,
no one is.
I am impartial. I'm completely impartial.
You're not impartial. You have
guys. Let's remember something real quick.
Doesn't matter if you're an atheist. What does that matter?
Yeah, guys. Let's remember that this is the same group of people that protested the punishing of rapists.
What do you mean punish?
Yeah, graping prisoners.
Radical fringe of people,
and then the punishments were going to be doled out, and your people,
not my
protested.
People. They're not my people.
They're not
You're
your
talking
people?
about a small group of rednecks that came there that tried to interfere.
Right.
With the
And what
Israeli
happened?
legal system.
What happened? Did they
Those
end up
people,
winning?
those people who did the abuses are being punished.
Are they?
They got jail time. They had to go to court. They're still in court over it.
Bullshit.
No, not bullshit. You know, the fact is that Arabs in the Israeli Supreme Court have put Israeli prime ministers in prison behind bars. Name one Arab state where a Jewish justice has ever put an Arab leader behind bars.
Well, let me, JR, let me ask you.
Find me one example of that ever in history. That will never happen. A Jew could never have that kind of power in an Arab country.
Why would they have power outside of their own country? Why do you think they should?
Why Arabs have power in Israel?
Israel is also an apartheid
What do you mean?
state
They have power in Israel. What the fuck are you talking about?
State?
The power to be spat on when they're Christians be spat on.
They have absolute power.
Bullshit.
Israel's an apartheid state.
They can run for any seat anywhere. They can form any party they want to. They form parties that believe that Israel shouldn't exist, and the Supreme Court backs them up. Okay, Israel.
Show me which of those parties are in existence right now.
Every single person who's accused of committing any war crimes is taken before a military court, okay, and thrown in a very small cell for a very long time. H group named streets after the people.
I'm glad you brought up the military courts because Palestinian children, Palestinian children, they see a military court. Israeli children, they see?
Palestinians never.
They see a regular court. Bullshit. Military fucking tribunals. It is an apartheid. They're treated differently, and you're okay with it. I got to ask you this: do you believe, sir, do you believe that Palestinians deserve a state of their own?
I believe they deserve a state of their own. They don't deserve to have pay for slay.
Should they go back to the original boundaries from 1948?
That's to be negotiated. But the fact is that you have people in the Palestinian Authority who make money every time an Israeli civilian gets unalived by Shmerers.
Right.
That is an absolute fact.
That's bullshit.
Where people have made money off of Israeli civilians getting unalived. They've gotten money that comes from the United States. By the way, we funded that. Your money went to that. Taylor Force, a U.S. Army veteran who was walking around, not Jewish, a Christian who was just touring around Israel, got unalived, got stabbed. You know what? The guy who stabbed him to death, his family got money for that. His family got paid money. You know where that money came from? U.S. aid. Our aid.
Oh, bullshit.
Money
that's okay. Pull that source up. Pull that source up.
Stick that up your bullshit.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Yeah,
I know a lot about this. It's called the Martyrs Fund. Now, if somebody inside of the West Bank loses their life in a conflict with a settler, for example, the family gets aid from the Martyrs Fund. If somebody is injured and they can't work and they're the breadwinner, they get money from the Martyrs Fund. If somebody goes to prison for 5 years because they got into a fight with an Israeli soldier or threw a stone or whatever, they get money from the Martyrs Fund. And yes, if somebody commits a violent act and they go to prison, they also get money from the Martyrs Fund. It is all of the above. Don't try to miscategorize this.
Also for murdering civilians, money.
Then you just severely mischaracterized the intention of that. Yes, you did. And I don't know anything about that fund, but what I can tell you it's there for is because of how heavy-handed Israel has been against Palestinian people, and it's a way to fucking make right just decades of abuses by the system that Israel has imposed upon these people.
Taylor Force was an American Christian.
One-off anecdotal examples don't mean shit,
right?
JR.
It's not an anecdotal example.
You're all feelings and propaganda, JR. JR, get out of your feelings.
No, the fact
get out of your feelings, JR.
The fact is that you're
a bad actor. You're disingenuous.
You don't want to talk about it.
No, dude. It's a waste of time with you because your whole fucking shtick is bullshit.
Yeah.
Oh, so I could say your shtick is bullshit too. What does it matter?
I don't care. I don't care. I don't have a dog in this fight, dude. I want people to stop suffering. That's all
Yeah,
I
I
want.
want people to stop suffering. I want
You
people to stop
don't.
making
You're
money
full of shit.
off
You
of
don't.
murdering
You don't.
Americans, by
You're
the
full
way.
of shit. You are
Look up the
lying.
Taylor Force Act.
You are pissing
Look
on
up
my
the
back
tail.
and telling me
It's
it's
a
raining.
matter. It's
Quit
dude.
pissing
It's a
on my
matter of
back and telling
fact.
me it's raining. Quit pissing on
Look
my
up the
back and
Taylor
telling me it's
Force
raining.
Act
You don't
and
want a two-state
see
solution. You
exactly
don't
what.
care
Oh, I
about
do want a two-state.
Palestinians.
I do want
You
a
don't want
two-state.
any of that shit you're
I
talking
do
about.
want two states. I don't want
You
pay for
don't. You
slay,
don't. You're
though.
lying. You're just lied to me.
If you
You just
wanted
lied
a
to the host. You
two-state
just lied to Chip.
resolution,
You just lied to
then you
everybody
wouldn't
here.
want pay for slay.
No, you're full of shit, dude. You're a
Yeah.
It's
fucking liar.
real. Look up the Taylor Force
Hey,
Act.
host, I
Look it
gotta,
up. Look
host,
it up.
I gotta,
Don't take
I
my
got,
word for it. Look up the
host,
Taylor
I gotta
Force
run
Act.
real quick, but I appreciate what you were saying, and I totally see your side of it. So,
Yeah. No,
I
thank
see
you.
what you're saying.
Yeah,
Thanks, buddy.
I appreciate it, man. We'll take it easy. Yeah, I've got to agree with Matt on that one, JR. Look, you characterize something as something it wasn't. That wasn't its intention.
It literally was.
Look,
at the Taylor Force
is it
Act.
okay
See what
that somebody
happened
is unaliving somebody and getting paid? No.
Yeah,
But
they
is
got
that the
paid for it,
purpose
yes.
of that fund? No.
And that
And
money
therein
came
lies the
from
difference.
Your money.
Therein
your
lies no.
taxpayers'
You're
money went
dude.
to
You're a
unalive
walking
Taylor
fucking
Force.
fallacy, sir. You just
No, it's not a fallacy. It's a matter
mischaracterize
of law.
shit.
Read
Yes,
it.
you're just a walking
Read the
piece
Taylor Force
of
Act.
Israeli propaganda. That's all you are.
No, it's not
Yes, it
propaganda.
is.
Israel didn't create
No,
the Taylor
no.
Force
You're
Act.
propagandizing something that exists
Go
for
through
a
the
different
congressional
purpose
testimony.
and recharacterizing
Go
it
through
as
the
something
congressional
else.
testimony.
You're a fucking liar. You're intellectually dishonest. You're a
through the
gaslighter.
congressional
You've many
testimony.
times said
I'm not lying
things
at
and then
all.
later
Read
claimed
it.
you didn't.
Read the congressional testimony if you want. Take the time to read.
If you
read through it
okay,
if you're
then
going
go
to be
through
fair.
the congressional records and you'll see the images from the Nakba.
The Nakba.
Yeah,
The
just like I
congressional-
told
what are
you.
Talking about.
Well, earlier I brought
What
that
are you
up, and you
talking
said
about,
it didn't
dude?
exist, and I told you to go
This is
look
just a
up the congressional
roundabout,
records.
like whataboutism. We're talking about the Taylor Force Act. Okay.
And listen to you
That-
complaining about
that was discussed in
whataboutism when
Congress.
that's literally all you've done this entire time.
This Martyrs Fund is a pay for slay slush fund. Most of the money coming from U.S. taxpayer dollars for Palestinian aid that was supposed to help Palestinian kids, not fund people's parents whose kids grew up to terrorize people and slay them.
You mean like Israel
Americans.
you mean like Israel has grown people up and
They
taught them to believe
unalive-
themselves to be superior to others
Did
like that?
Did Taylor Force deserve to get unalived? In your estimation?
I don't know that story.
Read the congressional record. He was a tourist. He
Okay.
was there to help Palestinian startups. Okay. He was a student
Okay.
in university getting his master's
What does
degree,
this have to do
okay?
with anything?
It has a lot to do with everything.
What?
They just
What is the
unalived
point?
him for no reason but to get
For no
money
reason.
for slaughtering someone.
I see.
They're encouraging
Put
people
up the
to go
proof.
commit-
Put it. No.
commit
Jr.
murder.
Jr. Put up the proof. You make the claim. Put up the proof
Yeah,
that
look
the
up the
purpose
congressional study.
of that schmurder. No. You made a claim. The onus of
Not a
proving that
claim.
claim is on you. Yes, it is a
It's not
claim.
a claim. You can look
Yes.
it up. The Taylor Force
If you
Act.
have that information, then put it up on your screen and let's
It's in
go
the
over it.
congressional record.
I'm telling you, I don't know. I'm asking you to prove your statements. I want you to go
and
find
look
in the
at
congressional
you'll just say
records.
it's fake.
If you pull up congressional records, I'm not going to say it's fake. What are you talking about? But if it's somebody's testimony claiming something, can you believe that? Would
the
you
Taylor
believe
Force
an H
Act.
group? If they had testimony that said something, of course not. You would impeach that immediately.
Look up the Taylor Force Act. It's all there. It is literally paid
Okay,
to slay.
put it up on the
Whatever you
screen.
wanna call it.
Prove what you said.
It's there.
Bro,
Taylor
I've
Force Act.
cited
Everyone
every
Google it. Look it
fucking
up.
thing here. I put it
Look
up
it
on
up.
my
What
screen.
do you mean?
Why
I
are
only
you
saw
so
it with my
afraid?
own eyes.
Okay. MC, what's up? I brought you up because you said I was crashing. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, really, in a way, the truth is written on the wall. I mean, time and time again, the Palestinians have been given opportunities to govern themselves, and they failed. H Group had 20 years of governing in Gaza. They failed. You know, they're not even under the same leadership, you know. So really, in a way, even if Israel gives back the entire West Bank, there has to be a guaranteed recognition of peace and security. And so happens the Palestinians have failed to do that. This is the reason why H Group needs to go. This is why Israel needs to finish the job in Gaza as soon as possible. The hostages need to be released. And on the contrary, a lot of their fighters, H members, they have been paid off. They celebrate, they hand out candy. And as an American, let's not forget what they did on 9/11. They were celebrating in the streets after 3,000 of our fellow Americans were unalive. So
That's
really, in a
not
way,
true.
what exactly are you supporting?
That's
Yeah,
not true.
It's all
that's
overseen.
that's a lie.
It's true.
Not true. No, it was
No,
a different celebration, not on that day.
Come on, Chip.
I can show you the actual evidence of it. Want to see the evidence?
No, you're done. You're done. That's bullshit. It's
Okay.
been all over the news that day. Yeah.
Do you have anything else you'd like to say? Go ahead.
So at this point, it's over. There will be a new government in Gaza. There will be international support on this. And the world's going to move forward on that. The hostages will be released. So really, in a way, may I ask you, what exactly is your objective on this conflict? I mean,
well, we know what your
right.
objective is, right? We know what your objective is. It's been the same objective that they've had since the creation of Israel, and I would argue since the late 1800s when Zionism was created. That's the objective, right?
Jews have always been living there. Jews has always been living there.
Actually, no, that's not true.
200,000.
Actually, no, that's not true. That Jews have always been living there.
You, right?
Well, I mean, go to your biblical text. I assume you're Jewish. I don't know, but assuming that, go to your text, and you tell me where Jewish people came from, because it wasn't there. Where was it from?
Judea and Samaria.
Where did they come from?
So
Egypt and Iraq, what would be known today as.
There's 3,000 years worth of history.
Well, you're the one that wanted to go back. You said that they've always been there, and that claim, sir, that claim is not true. They haven't always been.
Come on, you're being dishonest. Come on,
I'm not.
Try again.
It's literally in your own.
They brought property.
It's in their own biblical text.
Come on.
I see.
It's been there for thousands of years.
I see what happens here.
The architect.
MC, I'm going to go ahead and mute you because. I'm seeing what they're doing because JR does this too. Whenever they realize they don't have an argument, they just keep talking and filibustering, and he just interrupts and keeps going. JR does this too, and this is the guy who in the comment section claimed that I was crashing out, yet I let him up here to speak his piece, and now he wants to interrupt.
I'm laughing at you.
But I'm sure that you are, because you have nothing else to do. You don't have an argument. The facts aren't on your side. Go ahead.
Okay, so 0. Okay, fine. Okay, no one lived there, according to this guy. Right for the record, Chip, there has been no Jews before 1925. No one was there, according to this guy. Just
No. You said that they've always been there.
Of course they've been there. They've been there for thousands of years.
And I'm telling you, that's not true.
Yep. And here's these same people have been celebrating the 3,000 unalive Americans 24 years ago. Yeah, and what happened to Bobby Kennedy? Well, who was that guy who unalived him? He was a Palestinian too, right?
Host, I got the proof.
Yep.
Okay.
I got the proof.
It's been all over CNN that day, Chuck.
Explain what we're seeing.
Let me clarify. So the claim made by MC was the following. He said that Palestinians in Gaza were celebrating the day of the 9/11 attacks, right? That's the claim. Now, here's the video. This is actually people in Iraq celebrating the ouster of Saddam Hussein. So let me read you the caption of the video. This video everyone is showing online is not what really happened. This celebration was in the Gulf War when Kuwait got freed from Saddam with the help of the United States. V signs for victory for Kuwait. This video with Israeli military for years released during 9/11. So they're saying basically, again, they do this stuff with Syria too, as far as other conflicts, saying, look how brutal Hamas is, when it's not even Hamas perpetrating the crime. They put a cartel video for October the 7th saying it was a lady who had a pregnant baby taken out for her, which is disgusting. This is what they do. They are liars. This is Iraq, not Gaza.
They're holding Palestinian flags.
But it's just Kuwait.
It was all over the. Even Arafat acknowledged this. Even the PA acknowledged this.
That's not
look!
true.
I see Palestinian flags. I see Palestinian flags in that video.
This is not a video.
Come on, Chip, do better than that. It's been proven. This is all from so-called Palestinian territory. So, again, they were holding Palestinian flags for crying out loud. They were waving it. Even the PA was embarrassed by it. Even they were condemning it. You know, so as I
Okay.
said, it's come on.
Again, I mean, what's the point? Doesn't matter. Israel
Well,
unalived what, over 100 of our soldiers
in
purposely.
what war?
It wasn't in a war. We weren't in a war. This is our ally,
Where
sir.
was this? Where was this at?
What USS Liberty? You never heard of that?
Oh, okay. Oh, that was
You
a
never heard of that?
misidentification.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah,
No, it
what type
wasn't.
of what type of ship was the
exists.
Liberty?
Proof exists.
What type of ship? What type of ship was
Okay.
the Liberty?
Hold on. Unlike you.
No, answer that. What type of ship was it?
It was an American intelligence ship.
Right. It was undercover, right? Was it spying? It was an undercover ship?
It had an American flag, a large flag, larger than usual, flying on it.
Right. It was misidentification. They were not meant to be there. It was a miscommunication. And both governments acknowledge it was
That's not true.
misidentification.
Not true.
Oh, yeah. Well, they acknowledge it. They shook hands on it. They paid off the sailors. Shit happens. I mean, they were not meant to be there. It was a spy ship. And Israel thought it was an Egyptian ship.
They did not.
Okay, there are documents that prove that they had, that the pilots knew that it was an American ship. And that's what I'm pulling up, because you're wrong. You didn't even know what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, you're going to sit here and argue that it was misidentification. You even know what I was talking about.
It was.
And all of a sudden now you know everything about it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be more specific about 100 soldiers. 100 soldiers, what? You're talking about the Liberty, or we're talking about a base?
Well, damn, how many times has Israel unalived our soldiers, buddy? You're like, there's got to be more specific. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. Is that your claim?
If you're going to come up with a statement, you got to be more clear, kid. Come on.
No, is that your claim?
It was a miscommunication.
It wasn't.
What happened that day?
It wasn't. It's proven that it wasn't.
And Israel took responsibility for that, and the American government acknowledged it, and all the sailors have been paid off. So for collateral. So there you go. I mean, on the contrary, America has unalived a lot of our allies and coalitions in the first Iraq War and the second Gulf War.
Okay. Are you an American?
We're just as bad.
Are you an American?
Oh yeah, well, of course I'm proud.
Okay, so you're okay with you're okay with somebody unaliving our soldiers then?
Friendly fire.
Friendly fire.
Happened.
Okay.
Yeah. Friendly fire. And actually, I mean, even when we first went to Iraq in 2003, I mean, we unalived quite a handful of British soldiers by accident. It happens. Mistakes happen. And during that offensive, during the 6-day war, so much was happening at once. I mean, that's how the offense works. When you're in offense, I mean, everything's going off at the same time. It happens in war. Mistakes happen. Friendly fire happens.
No, it's not.
And it so happens with the Liberty, it was friendly fire.
It was not mistaken.
So
it was purposeful.
Okay.
Let me get big, host. Let me get big. Yeah. There's a documentary that covers this, by the way. You can watch the documentary. It's called
by BBC.
It's called The Day Israel Attacked America. So just go ahead and watch the documentary. It'll present all the evidence. In fact, the soldiers who survived the attack were threatened with court-martial if they talked about anything that happened that day. If it was an accident, why would they threaten the crew not to talk about the event?
Because they agreed to it. It was a settlement deal.
No, but it doesn't make any sense. That doesn't hold water.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much what happened. You got to take it up with the U.S. government on that one.
The purposeful attack. Just own it.
Yeah. Friendly fire, Chip.
It was not accidental. It was purposeful.
Yeah. Israel acknowledged it. It was a misidentification. It was
not an accident. I got proof.
Okay, well.
Can you make me big? I'll go over it right now.
Okay. I get what you're trying to say, but that's pretty much what happened. A settlement deal was made. Both governments agreed to it, and we moved on.
Stop talking, MC.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Let me give the proof.
Because I'm still looking up this document here.
Okay,
I think I may have found it, but go ahead.
I'll read it out loud. Just 16 minutes after Israel attacked the ship, it was confirmed by Israeli forces to be an American ship. This is the actual pilots. This is base to pilots. To what state does she belong? Answer, American. Yet the attacks continued for an hour and a half. Is it an American ship? What do you mean American? The torpedo is taking care of the ship now. Then they tried to firebomb the deck with napalm, and then they boom the survival rafts, the life-saving rafts. This was a completely intentional attack to try to bring America into the war against Egypt.
Right. I mean, really, there's really not like any evidence on the raft part. I mean, I read that part, and there were 2 flybys that day. You know,
Just
I mean,
read
you
to
got to
the
mention the
I just
times.
read the communications from your command.
Okay. At the first flyby, they said it was an American ship. Then an hour and a half later, they did another flyby, and the confirmation they wasn't sure if it was an Egyptian ship or not.
This
And
is
then
a
they went
guy
in.
who
America
said
never confirmed what was going on.
Such
this
bullshit.
is this is
So,
a
as I
guy
said,
that
it was an undercover ship.
I want to point out that you prior didn't have any idea what I was talking about, and all of a sudden you know everything about it. Is
You
that
don't
weird?
make any sense. Have you heard about the 60 soldiers gone under live? You don't know what I'm on about. You said 100 soldiers. What do you mean? You got to give out specifics, you know? So
Even after I
so
gave
really,
the name of the
unfortunately,
ship,
well, after I ask you, then okay, we'll talk about the Liberty. And now we just talked about it. The facts are there. You can Wikipedia what happened between the 2 countries. Both acknowledge what happened, and it was an honest bad mistake.
It
Israel
wasn't.
did pay America for the troubles. You know, they paid the crew.
It wasn't. It was
And
a
it's done.
purposeful attack.
Yeah.
It was purposeful.
Okay, and
So
I
you know,
and I say America has done a lot of misfires as well. We unalive a lot of our friendlies in Iraq as well,
and that makes it
Afghanistan as
okay
well, on
for
top
them
of
to
it.
purposely attack us. Cool.
It
You're an
was not purposely.
American
Accidents
that is
happen.
over here saying that Israel has a right to attack us because we attack other people.
They just admitted it was a mistake.
Cool. It wasn't.
Okay.
No,
You
it
can
wasn't.
well, whatever.
The actual
Okay.
documents rebut what you just said.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Well,
The
it's all
people that
over
were
on
there,
Wikipedia
the
if you
interviews
want
that
it.
were there, the fucking helicopters saw the fucking, or the ships that came in and pew-pewed, saw the fucking flag. We intercepted the communications in them admitting and acknowledging that the American flag was there. So I don't know what you're talking about.
That's what I just
Okay.
said.
Well.
Yeah, that's what he was just
Okay.
talking about, bro. You claiming
Okay.
that it's still, oh, wow. Yeah, see, this is Israeli propaganda. That's
Okay.
all this is.
Well, I say friendly fire. Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
You're
I'll
in
tell.
such denial about it. Why do you do this?
Okay, well, it's what happened. We made the deal. They admitted it.
Okay.
I mean, come on. I mean, it was miscommunications. It happens in the
Israel
fog.
okay.
some sort of
It's-
reparations is not
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know you
it's-
guys hate I know you guys don't like the facts, but that's what happened. You know,
It-
so mistakes happen.
It's not true.
So yeah, okay, and
This
I'll
is
keep
what
that in
we
mind
do
when
in
we're
Iraq.
in the next.
This is
And when
how
we're in
we
the next
survive.
offensive war, like we did in the first Gulf and Second War, when you're on the defensive, when things are happening simultaneously, mistakes do happen. Israel was in the middle of an offensive.
We just proved it.
You don't know
wasn't a
who's a
mistake.
friendly. Okay, sometimes
We
friendly
just
fire
proved it
happens.
wasn't a mistake. It was
Friends-
not a mistake. Intentional. Intentional.
Okay, well, the U.S. government has accept their Israel's explanation on it. You should really take it up with the
That's
U.S.
because
government on
Lyndon
that
Johnson
point.
was bought off and was a cuck to Israel, and you know that.
Oh, now they got brought off. Yeah, despite he didn't want to get involved.
Look
you
what
know?
happened after
So-
Kennedy died. The entire policy changed after Kennedy got killed.
Okay, and what happened to his brother, Bobby Kennedy? Was it a Palestinian who unalived him?
He got
What
killed
happened
by
there?
he got killed by Israel. He was shot by the guard behind him.
It was in a hotel-based kitchen by a Palestinian
He was
man,
shot
in which he
from
admitted.
behind. Sirhan was to his
So-
front.
Yeah.
Sirhan
So-
was a patsy. He didn't actually shoot him.
Okay, well, that's why he's been in jail for over 40 plus
He got
years. You
blamed
know,
for the
so
attack. Just like the Oswald.
man, yeah, you guys are funny. So anyway, I gotta get back to work. If you're around in the near hours or so, I'll come back.
Yeah,
So
I
until
want to
next
check
time.
Yeah.
instead of this guy interrupting me, please.
Yeah, and well, you know, that's what they have to do whenever the arguments just are not on their side.
Exactly. This is, and then they deflect. Well, what about Syria? You know, this is what they do. They'll try to shift the conversation.
Right. Well, we've had friendly fire, 37 years ago. And for the record, guys, this is the actual fucking intercept. This is the CIA released documentation showing exactly this, that at all points during this, they never failed to identify it as a U.S. fucking ship. They knew what it was. They made 6+ strafing fucking runs right up next to this ship that is clearly identified as an American fucking ship. It wasn't an accident. That guy is a liar. And you saw what they do whenever they get caught trying to tell a lie, he just doubles down on the lie and is like, well, I got to run. Maybe if you're back in an hour, you can come back. This is what they do.
Let me try to put it this way. So Israel, in terms of the United States, is kind of like this. Let's say you're a guy running a business. Your best friend works with you in the business, and your best friend's telling you to face, oh, I love your business. I'm trying to help you. Your wife is so wonderful. Meanwhile, he's doing your wife behind your back. He's embezzling money from your business and then trying to convince you that you're crazy when you find out.
Right. Yep.
They're not a friend. They are liars. They're duplicitous. They're schemers. They're subverters. They try to censor, bully, blackmail, steal, get money, get our military to do their dirty work for them. These are bad people.
Yeah, I'm not sure how successful they would be with what they're doing now if the U.S. wasn't providing them with literally everything they need to do it. Now, Chip, I haven't brought in a full panel at all this in today's show, so I'm going to go ahead and some of these people have been waiting for a while, so I'm going to go ahead and bring a bunch of people in here. And now that my opposition is gone, and guys, please, if you want to,
opposition is gone.
If somebody's got echo, but if you want to support the show, please help me reach my gifting goals. After I meet that dino one, I will reset it. So if you like the show, please.
Hey, hello.
What's up? Is that just you?
What's up, brother? How
Justicia?
you doing? No, this is Ham, the Justicia. Yes. Well, what I wanted to comment about, Chip covered it and few people covered it. So, but this is not the only incident. The USS Liberty is not the only incident. In a certain war, Chip should knows better about this. I just started recently to get more involved in these subjects. But I believe that United States intercepted in one of the wars that Israelis were planning to send some bonbons to a lunch hall where the United States soldiers meet to eat. So they wanted to cause some problem. So United States attacked certain Muslim country. I can't recall exactly where, but that's Chip should know. That was very familiar. Do you know where I'm talking about, Chip?
You're probably talking about the Laban affair in Egypt.
Yes.
Yeah, where they ended up getting caught.
I think it was a place in Egypt. It was I can't recall exactly which country was it. There was a conflict in the neighboring country, and so in that country, United States was based, and Israel wanted to attack the lunch hall where the soldiers used to meet. So to incriminate a certain country, to get United States involved in a war with that country.
Yeah, now was that directed at the U.S. though? I thought they were trying to pull in another country or to blame them. It's been years since I've read about it, so maybe I'm misremembering. But I could have swore it was not the U.S. that they were trying to.
Same thing here.
Bait in.
No, same thing here. There was something going on in the neighboring country. United States were established in the next door country. So Israel was got intercepted planning to attack the lunch hall where the United States soldiers were at, to incriminate another country.
Okay, yeah, I looked it up. Yeah, it was the U.S. that they were U.S. and Britain that they were trying to pull in. Yeah, and then they got caught.
Liv, can I bring up some facts?
Only if they're facts, though.
They are facts.
All right. Go ahead.
The USS Liberty on June the 8th was attacked by Israel's Air Force. The bottom line is, out of the crew that was on there, 204 crew members, 34 were unalive, 170 of them were injured severely. and they did a flyover. They already knew who it was, and like I say, that's why they were not expected. It was a recon ship, and the bottom line is they hit it, and they were making a statement, and that statement was in 1966, about 7 months before, was United States put a football in under strict guidelines because they were naive in this country or owned, who probably owned, put in a football in that country with stipulations. And that happened because it was a statement to those government officials that we are not in charge of what we just enacted. And you can look up what they installed in 1966 at the end of the year and was operational in the beginning of 1967. And that was their statement that we are not calling no shots. You can look that up. What happened in 1966, what we did and what we enabled and give Israel. And it was a football. And I'll leave it. I'm not saying, football. I hope you know what that means. What they
The
call
Can I
what they
just say
call like
something?
yes,
yeah.
yes. And it was operational in January of 1967 under strict guidelines on who was going to be over the helm of that. And the statement came out. That was the statement. That was a recon. They knew that what that ship was, but the
Oh yeah.
the American public did not know.
Well, they're fucking liars. I look at Jonathan Pollard, these fucks. They're like, oh, we didn't know anything about that. And then whenever it came down to it, they welcomed this motherfucker as a national hero. This dude that stole thousands of fucking intelligence documents. Go look it up, Jonathan Pollard.
They have been undermining our country and have taken control. There were, like I sent you 2 videos, and we played the guy that I sent to. I was on a live with like 200 and some people on that live last night, and he played that video. But I sent you 2 of them. Just play it, and they played it, and it was like all these people up on the panel when they got asked questions, they dropped, and actually that I believe that was MC. It was one of them.
MC Hammer?
The guy that was just up here. Or maybe it was JR.
Well,
maybe
JR fucking, that dude, when I first put this flag up, y'all, this guy about fucking, I mean, he was fucking rabid. He wouldn't shut up. I had to just drop him because he just wouldn't stop talking. He's just, I mean,
right. And I think it was MC. But like both of them, they've been on lives, and like I say, when you get them, it's like they start that giggle, like that laugh, ha 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 ha, oh, like you're a joke, because that's what they do.
Yeah, I mean,
something like Benny Morris, Benny Morris, with his lies, and when he get caught lying, he start laughing.
Yeah, they all do that. That, like I say, and trust me, I was on a live, and this guy that runs that live, I don't know what he does in real life, but I think he is an intel on basically, and he's Palestinian Jewish, right? And he's like has so much information, like I say, and when I started, that's why he brought me up, because some of the comments I made in the thing. And before I left that live, after different statements that were made, this guy came up, which he knew he was Mossad. He was actually a Mossad agent, and he outed him right there on the live. And he got him to admit on the live about these babies being on the live, and he acknowledged, yes, I love it.
Yeah, well, I've had a Minister of Defense guy come up here too. He was in the Ministry of Defense. I don't know what he did. Like, he was an employee of them. Just admitted it. At least he did that instead of fucking trying to hide himself. Yeah, they lurk around. Yeah, and then he basically, the next day on my messages, I got messages from, I should leave America. And then, like I say, in that live that I was at,
the guy running it, he goes, I hope you got, because like you're imposing facts. And he says, that's why he came up here. He says, but I know him from before. He's not even Jewish, but he's a Russian that basically portrays he is we had a little discrepancy. I said, no, he's German. But he told me, no, he's Russian. But he plays, because he came unleashed on him in Hebrew, and he outed him. And I mean, it was like I say, the live just accelerated up, because the bottom line is this guy was definitely Mossad. And then afterwards, he held up something and showed me. He said, "You carry these?" I said, "Oh yeah, I always have those." And he said, because when you start speaking like what you're speaking, just like me, I never leave without having that. He says, because they will go to any extremes, but they're cowards.
Yep.
And it's true. It's true.
I heard a female voice earlier, and it wasn't Mavericks. Was that Warrior?
Hey, hello everyone.
Yeah, what's up?
I just wanted to say, at this point, please don't expect humanity from the cult of Israel. All we have to do is educate each other, especially the Americans. And I've been on many lives, excuse me, I've been on several lives with Chip. So Chip has, he's not Middle Eastern, and he's not Muslim, and he's not Arab. So it bothers other people that why is a white American siding with the Palestinians? And another thing, they're always going to come under different names, debunking or trying to debunk facts. I have been on lives where rabbis have talked about sexual assaults. So it's just educating the Americans, because some Americans are really uneducated, really uneducated. They assume just because you wear a scarf, you're Palestinian. They assume just because you're Muslim, you're Palestinian, or you're Arab, or whatever. After 9/11, I educated myself a lot, but I have learned so much just about American history and Palestinian history off of TikTok. People who are talking and telling the truth. So regardless of where you're from, if you're going to stand up for the truth, there's always going to be someone hating you.
Well, the similarities between what happened to the indigenous here and what happened to Palestinians is pretty fucking stark. I mean, our nation was, founded on the same kind of fucking violence that Israel's was founded on.
Warrior, I've
That's
tried to
white.
follow
That's
you
white
back.
supremacy. That's the playbook for white supremacy.
You have?
And they
Yeah, you follow me, and I've tried to follow you back, and for some reason it won't allow me.
Oh, it's
Keep
because
trying to.
I on my other account and this account I made it private because I got threats telling me certain things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
they'll snipe you. They'll snipe you.
They'll take your whole. They'll take your whole pages and steal them.
Okay.
You know what?
I just wanted.
Let me
wanted
tell
to
everybody
her
something. I
that
am
Warrior
from
had followed me, and I wanted to follow her back. That was all I wanted to tell her.
Sure.
I am from I'm not I don't live in fear. I'm very careful about what I say. I don't care, regardless of what your ethnicity or religion is. Right now, Palestine is going through hell. That doesn't mean everybody else isn't going through something. I'm originally from Afghanistan. I came to this country seeking political asylum. So I know
remember
something
now.
about losing my home.
All my brothers are from Afghanistan. I see them every day. I see Somalians. I see Saudis. I go out
We're
on
one
the
race.
weekends.
We're one human
Right.
race.
Exactly.
That's it.
Exactly. And when I see what's going on in Palestine, wherever it would be in the world, here's what it comes down to. When you can see the atrocities that are going on, it comes down to, and if you can justify that, then there's something wrong. You are on, actually, I would put it as evil, because there is two
Psychopath.
sides.
Warrior,
There's
who did you
evil,
vote for?
there's evil, and there's good. And what's going on right now is so evil, it's unbelievable. Matter of fact, Tony came out. Tony Aguilar, he was 25 years in Green Beret, and he contracted. Basically, he was over there. Like he actually hit the news channels. He's been threatened and everything. I said, yeah, be prepared for it. I was shocked when you came out and when you was on the different news networks, because a friend of mine, when this guy was on a live, the live I was on, it was actually like 3 nights ago. He was the one that outed that guy, and he said he is Mossad. He goes, there's no question about it. He goes, I know that for a fact, and I believe him, because my question. I go, no, he's actually German, and that was what our discrepancy was, because I've seen him before and I know of him, and he was basically came up and wanted to ask me questions, and his question was, why do I despise Israel? And I never said I despise Israel, because 65 to 70% of them, they suppressed the rebellion going on over there in Tel Aviv, and they beat those people. They beat their own people.
Okay, Butch. So let me ask Warrior. May I have some time?
Yeah, go ahead, Maverick.
I want to ask Warrior, were you one of part of the pro-Palestinians who decided that you were going to not vote for Harris and vote for Trump or Jill Stein? Were you one of those people?
Neither. I didn't vote this year.
So you didn't vote for Harris over Trump, is what you're saying?
Nobody.
Okay.
Nobody.
Okay. So I want to say this. We know that these Zionists are almost like body snatchers. Think of your worst alien movie or your worst movie, your horror movie, where people come in and they say that they're this person and they're really not. They're just body snatchers. When you hear the 3,000 year we've been there comment, that's bullshit. They have no genetic relationship to those people who were Hebrews at that time. These are Europeans. These are people who hijacked a religion, and now they have a movement of white tea supremacy. If you think about it, no peoples of the world, no people of color have access to weapons, nuclear or any other kind. Only it's in the hands of mostly white tea people. So who are these so-called Zionist Jews? And my last question, since I'm on this short timer, is what did Adolf know that we're just finding out today?
I do from what I've from,
Yeah, go ahead,
from
Warrior.
from what I've read. From what I've read, I know that after World War II, I know that Theodore Herzl came up with Zionism. It was to put fear and insecurity into the minds of the Jews that had gone through the Holocaust. And yes, the Holocaust happened. No, I don't agree with the numbers.
H cause, you can't say that word. You be careful. Say H cause.
Okay, the H cause. But it was also to form a colonialism state of Israel and read up on the Balfour Doctrine.
Yes.
So, see, the thing is, I wasn't raised with ethnicity. I was raised with just being American Muslim American, and stand up for the truth and just. And honestly, I don't fear much anymore. I'm too old for that.
Well,
Okay.
let me
Oh,
respond to that.
Liberal, I can only imagine what. I'm sorry. I can only imagine what Warrior goes through, because I know the small amount that I get just for having, and I hear the attacks that you get for having the Palestinian flag. I know the small attacks that I get for having the Palestinian flag. So I can only imagine what someone like Warrior must go through. So I certainly sympathize for that. I also wanted to apologize to you earlier when I exploded, Liberal. You know I'm usually the guy that sits quietly at the side until I have a comment. But when he attacked the paramedics, it just hit, and the ambulances, it just hit way too close to home for me, having lost a friend. And so I apologize for exploding on your live.
No need to apologize, man. No need to apologize. I mean, like they were claiming I was crashing out. At no point did I crash out. If I crashed out, everybody would know. I don't think I've even crashed out yet to date, but there's always time. Maybe today's the day. And I'll give you back your time, Hi Bray. My apologies. Let me get
That's
you back
okay.
up there.
I just had the quick comment that I wanted to make to Warrior, and I wanted to apologize to you.
Oh, okay.
I sit on the side till I've got something to offer.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you. No, I appreciate that. And damn it, I was going to say something earlier, but I totally fucking forgot. Let's see, Chip. Have you spoken yet since the panel arrived? I don't think you have. Go ahead.
No. One of the big problems, as we just noticed, by the way, hi everybody. One of the big problems that we noticed when the persons came up to defend Israel is that they have a fundamental inability to acknowledge anything that's objectively, provably, demonstrably true. And I did a video on this when I first started on TikTok, having encountered this much of my adult life. I've been studying this conflict for 36 years. So I learned about it back in college when I was a young person. And this has been my experience every single time, is that when you bring evidence doesn't matter. What matters is what does or doesn't support their narrative. If it's in any way, shape, or form not in adherence to their narrative, they reject it, they dismiss it, they try to deflect the conversation. They'll do anything but to acknowledge reality. Meanwhile, people like us can say, hey, when our soldiers did bad things in Vietnam, and it was bad. But they can't bring themselves to say that. Just in the last day, they unalived, I think it was 6 journalists. The week before that, it was 5. These people are liars, and unfortunately, they're murderers.
Yep. 100%.
Murder.
First of all, they're not. We have to stop calling them people, and we got to stop calling this a conflict, and we got to stop calling this a
I agree with
WAR.
you.
It is not a WAR. It's not a conflict. It is a slaughter. It's a genocide, and these people are subhuman creatures. My question also is, why is the United States government our enemy as well? This government is the only reason Israel is able to do what it's doing. This government is the traitor to all of the people in it. We are the people who are the persons who are supposed to be in charge of this government. We're not taxpayers. What do we say we're going to be now? We're going to be investors. Why is our government turning on us, or have turned on us, since this inception of this state that they created? What is the end goal that all the people that we elect are on the side of this horrible demonic institution called Israel? What is going on here? This is what we need to know. Why are they telling us that we don't see what we see, and what we hear we don't hear? What the fuck is going on? This problem starts here, right here.
I can tell you why we're seeing this, and I'll just let you hear. Welcome to the Twilight Zone. Because, guys, we're living in a fucking world where we now have Republicans talking about removing your pew-pew rights, and they're happy to do it. Oh, if you've ever used drugs, why should you have a gun? But when people were going into schools and unaliving the children, they were like, we have a right to have our pew-pews.
Right.
What fucking world is this where we can have Jonathan Pollard steal our fucking classified documents? And Israel's like, we didn't know anything about it. And then when it comes down to it, they welcome him with open arms, give him fucking medals, make him out to be a national hero right in front of our faces. And we're just like, and then if that wasn't fucking bad enough, I just came across this. Because I saw a TikTok video earlier. Where the fuck did I put this? Damn it. I just had it up. Did I fucking close it on accident? I think I closed it. Son of a bitch.
Can I piggyback off Siren?
Real quick, there was a soldier, and I don't know where I put it. I had it up. A soldier has been removed for his posts that were critical of Israel.
Of course.
So,
Anthony Aguilar.
No.
Sorry. But Anthony Aguilar for speaking up against speaking up for what he saw over there, He got removed from a certain military team that he was participating for so many years. So he got called, and they told him, "Well, you are a threat." Or maybe I might be confused with another soldier that for speaking up. There you go. Yes, that one. Yeah. Yes.
Put Israel above the United States. That's what they're doing.
Always.
America,
Always.
these America first motherfuckers are like Israel first, Israel
Always.
first.
Always. Did you know that
It should be
they're
called
doing
MAGA,
a
MAGA.
Liberal,
Make Israel great again. That's what they
right,
should call it.
right.
These
But
mother.
do you know
liberal.
that,
Well,
that I'm
well,
hearing this
I was gonna
about the
because I
flag, about the Israeli flag? It's going to be against the law to burn it.
right. A court recently had ruled that, I will go out there. Yeah, I'm gonna make a
Me too.
video.
We'll do it
I will
together.
buy
But
a fucking Israeli
let's
flag
do it simultaneously
and burn that
together
bitch.
across TikTok and just have people burn the fuck out of that
Along
Yeah,
with
bullshit.
the U.S. flag, we should
yeah,
do it
Along
on
with that
Labor
flag,
Day.
yeah.
yes.
We'll just
We
put
Yes.
them
should do
on.
it on
Hell, and
Labor
just for
Day
good
and make it
measure,
symbolic.
I'll put the Palestinian flag in there also to make the point that what the
Right,
fuck are we bitching
right.
about people burning
Flags.
fucking flags? Holy
Right.
shit.
Well, get
Now,
that started where we can do a simultaneous across the country flag burning and see how many people that they can decide that they want to lock up for that
yeah,
bullshit.
Labor
they're
Day,
all
y'all. We
liberals.
should do it Labor
Yeah.
Day.
Yeah.
They're traitors to the
Yeah.
nation of Israel.
Yeah.
Madam, I believe, was that you that was trying to jump in there?
Yes.
Yes, please go
Hello.
ahead. Welcome in.
Uh, yeah. So why are we Israel first and friggin' United States second? This is some fucking bullshit. This is our taxpayers' dollars that is paying for this, and we need to demand that it stop. We need to not vote for any single person in the primaries, in the midterms, who is supporting this bullshit. If they
Amen.
want to be America first, then be fucking America first. This is ridiculous. I cannot believe the bullshit that is happening in this country. The orange Palpatine wants to fucking make it illegal to burn the flag, which has been precedent as long as I've been fucking alive. Get the fuck out of there with this bullshit. We live in a country that is free, where we have freedoms. It's called the freaking Bill of Rights, and we need to demand that our government is working for us and not for is not real. Fuck those ethno state racist pieces of shit, and fuck the white supremacist racist pieces of shit in this fucking country. Get rid of all of them. And I leave my plane.
Absolutely.
Bravo.
Yeah, it's because
Hey,
I had Taco up here, and Taco makes the argument that, the white people are becoming a minority. And I'm like, who gives a shit? He's like bitching because, Hispanics are going to like outpace the white population by like 3 times. And I'm like, who cares? I don't care what the makeup of this country is. I just don't give a shit. It's this white supremacy shit. And then you had a JR come up, make the same fucking complaint about Israelis or Jewish people in Israel, complaining about them being a minority in the fucking country. It's supremacy. That's what
Yeah.
this is. And this
And we
dude,
don't care about supremacy.
yeah, and this
Okay, we're
dude,
all fucking people. We're all part of one race, which is the human race. You know, if they look at your fucking DNA, I could be more related to Nelson Mandela, but being a person who is white for many generations. Like, in our DNA, we're all the fucking same, dude. We bleed the same color. I don't understand why we have to feel like one is above the other.
Because that's what white supremacy is. It's not about everybody else. It's about these people who are the minority on the planet needing to control the planet because they are a recessive gene with three up to 3 to 4% Neanderthal in them. So they have to run and rule the world barbarically so that they can hold on to resources. That's what it's about. resources that will not be sustain them because they're going to end up perishing. So they leave it to the next generation and the next generation, which is insane. You're not going to live forever, Elon childbearing hips Musk. You're going to expire. Why do you need to have everything that you have, you big hip bitch? Go get a hip reduction surgery. But this is what greed and avarice and wickedness looks like. It also looks like when we see babies being unalived. Oh, they're not being unalived. Oh, this is not a G site. Oh, this is not anything. It's a WAR. No, it isn't. If you have all the pew-pews and the other side doesn't have any, it's none of those things. This is what vicious, vile, demonic behavior look like. And that is what white supremacy looks like. That's what Zionism looks like. It is to slaughter and destroy everything in its path so that it can have all the resources.
Yep. These
Liv, can I have
motherfuckers.
a minute? I have a
to say earlier.
Yeah, yeah. High break. Why I
have
had
to go.
two. Who is that? Warrior.
To say quickly.
Yes, I have to go. I just wanted to
Okay.
leave everyone with this. Regardless of your race, if you come to my house, regardless, even if you're an atheist, you have a place at my table. But if you're a Zionist atheist, you are my biggest enemy. I love Palestine with all my heart and their resistance. And I love anyone who stands up for the truth anywhere. And one day, we're all going to look back and say, hey, at least we stood for something. Long live Palestine and long live their resistance. I wish you guys a beautiful, blessed day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
You as well.
Palestine.
I appreciate it.
You
I
know, I
followed.
wanted to say earlier, Liberal, that when JR was up, I just wanted to say that they seem to forget who Trump's number one supporter was in his first election, and that was the Adelstons. He even gave is it Miriam the medal for her donations to his campaign.
Yeah, speaking of Miriam, she funds settlements in the West Bank. So she's just as evil as all of them.
High Bray, you still got 35 seconds roughly if you need them.
No, I don't need them. Go ahead.
And I love this about this new timer. I can pause it. I can add time.
Yay.
Fucking great.
I love how it gets loud at the
But
end.
too
so
short.
It's like you
It's
cannot
too short.
miss it.
Do you guys think that the minute is too short? I've been doing this for months. It's always been a minute. It's a minute and 15. It's a minute and 15.
We don't need monologues.
Yeah, it's a minute 15 for the opener when you first come in, and then everybody gets a minute to say their piece. It's worked well. If you guys let me know.
All right. Don't mind me. Don't mind me.
Can I get 1 minute?
Who is that?
Me, Butch.
Butch. Butch, go ahead. And we restarted with Warrior. So actually, Butch, real quick, Bunny is new, but Bunny always accidentally requests up. Bunny, did you come up here accidentally?
It was an accident. I'm sorry.
I heard you humming whenever I brought you in, and I'm like, I think that was an accident. But
oh no, you didn't hear my humming. You didn't hear what I was humming, right?
No, it was very pretty. I was like, it's very calming.
It's very much just what is it? It was a cartoon my kid used to watch. Little Einstein.
It was very good background to what Siren was saying. It actually kind of worked very well.
Yeah, it was.
I thought anyway.
But what you should be humming, Bunny, is this. Because that's where we're at. We're in the fucking Twilight Zone.
Can I get
Can
I get a minute, bro?
Yes, bro. Go ahead.
All right. Anyways, like I say, you talk about, like I say, where the American people at. In the state of Florida, they approved, the legislator that brought it forward, he was a Democrat, but what I'm saying, it can be either party, actually, because they're both owned. But in Florida, their new plate that you can get has a symbol of it's actually a flag of Israel on your license plate. It's the the star, and it's actually the flag of Israel that now people are putting on their cars down in Florida, which is appalling because it should be the United States flag, if anything. But they actually got that, and they fought to get that approved. And the other thing is, there was a guy to give 8 years of his time, and then actually his life, basically. They say it was an accident, but I sent you 2 short videos that you can play on your live if you want to, and it's actually a congressman.
Okay. Yeah, I'm probably not going to do that today. I'll need to watch them first, but sure.
Right, watch that, because it was actually he waited 8 years to tell the American people he could, when 60 days when they came to him, as long as he would have signed an agreement that he was guilty on all 10 charges that they put him in the joint for, and they impeached him. He was the only second congressman to be impeached. This is how much juice APEC has. And they said, if you sign these papers, and then all your knowledge that you received from the 17 years as Congress, that you do not go public, you can be home with Trish in 30 days. He would have served 90 days. And Jim said, first of all, I'm never going to sign something I didn't do. And second of all, the American people have the right to know because they need to know. And they got up, folded their papers, walked to the door, and they turned around and told Carmen, his attorney, that if this deal is only on the table till midnight, and if he doesn't sign these papers, he'll serve the full 8 years. He served the full 8 years. And then he took to the media. He was banned from 3 major networks after he went to the media, and all cable news channel. He was on Hardball. James Trafficant.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah, okay. Okay, well, thank you, Butch. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll check it out. Let me get to, now, Bunny, since you're up here, did you want some time to offer your thoughts before you drop, or did you want to stay?
Well, I have a giant train going on in the background now, so I'm not sure if you can hear me.
I can hear you okay. And just giving you the option if you'd like to. Otherwise, I'll drop you so I can open this up.
Oh, yeah, no, feel free to drop me. The only thing I would say is, in terms of in the comments, someone's saying that they are pale and don't associate with Trump culture just because they have babies with a Guatemalan. And I just want to say appropriating with someone of a different nationality does not negate possible racism. It just tokenizes it. So, yeah. Anyway, that's all.
Yeah, thank you, Bunny. I appreciate it. I'll go ahead and drop you and accidentally come back up later. You're always welcome.
Most likely will.
We'll see you.
I'm about to leave, so you can bring more people up. But before I leave, I want to say a prayer. May I?
I mean,
it's gonna be a good prayer.
Look, I'm an atheist. I don't.
It's all right. You're gonna like this prayer.
I don't.
You're gonna like it. Check this out. Please, God, have mercy on humanity and send Israel another German Messiah. They really need a German Messiah to guide them and take them where they belong.
Oh, God.
Now, tell me if you didn't like that one.
I mean, like
it's okay.
See you guys. You have a nice one. I'll be.
Thank you,
I'll be in the
Justician.
comments.
I appreciate it.
Chip,
yeah.
Take care, Chip. See you later.
We'll see, man. No, when somebody says, "Can I pray?" I'm always like,
I know. Yeah, come on.
It's like, I don't. Do you want to see me puke or not?
But he prayed for another Messiah for Israel.
That's funny. Okay, so we got a new person. We got a new person in Mojo. Mojo Knight. Are you the
I
Mojo?
would not even know that was you, Messi.
What's
except for
up?
I saw you on Mojo's live last night.
I was like, I know that face. Well, here you go. Minute 15 for you.
Did y'all know that there is a dual citizen, American Palestinian citizen that has been in custody in Israel for the last 6 months?
Yeah, like a 16-year-old kid or something like that.
Yeah, he's 16. Yeah. Fuck Israel. They can fuck all the way off. Fuck Bibi. Fuck the Zionists. Fuck anybody that thinks that what's happening over there is okay. Fuck this government for continuing to fund this. And fuck everyone and anyone who still supports Donald Trump or anyone that surrounds him. Yeah.
You got 40 seconds, and there's a lot of people that we need to get to fucking, so please continue. And not in the good way either. Okay.
No, we are being fucked in the way that I don't prefer to be.
So what are we gonna do?
Well, I'm on a first name basis with most of my state representatives and some other state representatives as well, have been since 2023. Bob Mendez, before he was arrested and put into jail for a few things that he did. But I don't think there's much we can do within our government because they all support them.
Yep.
I don't know what to do.
Let me just give you a name, Luigi. We need about 1 million Luigis, and they will straighten up and fly right if we start Luigi.
Super Smash Brothers time.
Yeah, I say Mario Brothers, and where's my?
Oh, Mark, that's
here
fine.
it is. Here's what what needs to play every time Brian Thompson takes a nap. Just saying.
Can I say one thing to Chip real quick?
Yeah.
So, Chip, it was last week sometime. I was in the drive-thru at McDonald's, and you were talking, and you kept talking about, like, culturalism. And the vibe I was getting from you that morning was like you were like a white supremacist in some sort of sense.
Hello.
But then I looked at your page, and I went through all of your posts and stuff, and I realized that that was a miscommunication of my understanding, because it seems like you are not that, and that you are very much for the Palestinian people and what's going on over there.
Yeah, 100%.
That's what. Yeah.
And that's something that I think, I don't know if it's liberals or just Americans in general, but nuanced thought confuses people and makes them jump to assumptions that I don't think, are necessarily fair. And I've seen this happen with Chip too. But I'll let Chip speak for himself, but go ahead, Chip.
Yeah, I mean, I try to differentiate things. I mean, it's not fair to throw everything into a bucket in most cases, hardly ever, including the people who are Jewish or Zionists. They're not all the same, but a lot of them, unfortunately, support a lot of the same things, which I think most of us find troubling. But getting back to the voting issue, this is my conclusion. A lot of people don't agree, but I'm just going to tell you, I think that voting as an avenue to change is over because of the way money and politics work. No matter who we even get in, look right now. I mean, whoever gets in that doesn't play the game with Israel gets targeted for being removed. They put up $14 million to get Cori Bush out. With this new guy. It's unbelievable. So I think what we're going to have to do is take a different tact. We do have financial power collectively right now, even though we don't use it. We have to stop fighting the Trumpers, and we have to stop fighting the liberals, because together we have the same enemy, just like a union. You don't have a litmus test of political left or right. You're both fighting the company. The company is the power structure, including the Israel lobby. We have to face-to-face get together before they put this digital or we're probably going to be screwed either way, but it's our last chance. I think we have to stop paying our mortgages, stop paying our taxes, stop buying stuff from Amazon. We have to put on the full court press as far as disengaging from the system at some degree, at scale, or we're cooked.
And Mojo, stop
Yeah.
going to McDonald's. Don't be in the drive-thru
Stop going. The old man, I love their French fries though. So addictive.
I just needed a Coke, okay?
That's funny. Now, let me get around the panel here. I think so. I got Maverick, Highbray, and Madam and Jonathan. So let me go in that order. Maverick, go ahead.
So everything that Chip said is spot on, but we have to understand that we have a lot of people who will say that they're on the side for this change, and then they go into those booths and they turn their backs on us and they stab us in the back. We've had that happen as Black people over and over from YT so-called liberal women, right? We know the YT man is going to. So we have to really have an army of people who are willing to be truthful and want everyone to be able to succeed. we do have a coalition where we want to take down this fucking government. We cannot have any backstabbers or fence stragglers, right? Some people are going to be fence stragglers for white supremacy when it's convenient for them. We need warriors that want to take this shit out. Remove anybody. That's why I'm not through with Gavin Newsom. I'm not through with anybody who's gonna still be on the I'm gonna fund Israel. No, you have to be against them and see them as our enemy. Period. Full stop.
Yeah, I agree, you know, and I didn't used to see it that way, but I mean, they're so entrenched in everything. You just can't fucking get away from it. Let me get to, I think Hybray is who I was going to go to next. Go ahead, Hybray. And thank you, Maverick.
Thanks a lot, Liberal.
Yep.
The other thing that and I don't know how much effect it's gonna have, but up here in Canada, what I've done is I've written to both my MP and to our Prime Minister and suggested that as part of the tariff challenges that we're going through, we have a major problem in Canada right now with American pew-pews being smuggled into the country. Every time there's gang violence and numerous weapons are seized, they trace almost all of them back to being smuggled into Canada from the United States. And I suggested in a letter to our Prime Minister that he should perhaps put a tariff against the United States until they do something about the smuggling of guns into our country, since he's tariffing us over the issue of smugs being smuggled into our country, into your country. Perhaps he should take the same approach with guns, pews being smuggled into ours.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, because which is more deadly? The pew-pews or the fent? I would argue those pew-pews unalive far more people than that fent does.
Oh, yeah. I don't think there's any question of that. It's just the refusal to act by repeated governments. And the influence of the pew-pew lobby.
Fucking pew-pew lobby.
Although for
more
years
like poo-poo lobby.
They must be just not knowing what they're going to do, you know, because they've supported the Republicans for so long, and now with this coming out from the Republicans, the alphabet group that is behind the pew-pews must be just turning in circles trying to figure out who they're going to support now.
Yeah, now they're the fucking Twilight Zone.
What alphabet group is he talking about?
Begins
That's
with an
behind the pew-pews?
Begins with an N, ends with an A.
The NSA?
No, the private group that protects the pew-pews.
Oh, the NRA.
That's it. I didn't know what I could say.
I thought you were talking about the LGBTQ alphabet.
No.
We call alphabet group here. Okay, very good.
I know they do, but I didn't know whether I could say that on live, and I certainly try to be careful.
I think you can say NRA, can't you say NRA?
I think so. It's I mean, but look, and now the dude's trying to take pew-pews, you know, wanting to set precedent for, you know, rug use, like, and you know they're going to use that in a targeted way. So if you're a Democrat, you'll find your pew-pews taken. If you're a Republican, it's fine. You can keep them.
But Lib, the people who are the most violent are the ones who are Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
They go out and do I think they want to take your pew-pews, MAGA. They're coming, Donald Trump and all of them, they're coming for your pew-pew. Because they know that you guys are more likely to cause a real ruckus and start pew-pewing their asses. Not the libtards who want butterflies and fairies and rainbows. It's those MAGA motherfuckers with 3 teeth in their mouth and 2 ready to jump out. They're coming for your pew-pews, MAGA. Trump and J.D. Vance and all those other billionaires are coming for your pew-pews.
Well, they don't even, there's like this, I started to show off, I don't know who all was here, but they are, you know, we got people arguing in favor of this. These Republicans, it's always been illegal. I'm like, shall not be infringed unless you're a rug user? Get the fuck out of here with that. We all know you're out there swigging the sauce. Don't fucking come at me with and we know which is the worst rug when it comes to combining rugs and pew-pews. And it's the legal one.
That's right.
Motherfuckers. Anyway,
Remember when Charlton Heston said they'll have to pry his people out of his cold, unalived hands?
right.
What happened to that, MAGA? Now that they're coming for your people, now you're
Pretzel.
making concessions.
Pretzel.
Crazy.
Like, oh, yeah, well, it's because these crazy leftists out there. Yeah, madam, go ahead.
Insane.
Well, I just want to say that us as Americans have been completely indoctrinated to believe that is not real is this place that it deserves to exist and that they have a right to, quote, defend themselves. And after you look at the history and the actual truth and realize that they're just a colonizing ethno state that is currently uh, doing an apartheid against the Palestinians as well as a genocide, like what the hell do we do? I know Chip says that you don't think there's an option legally, like through politics, which is, the way that we're supposed to do it. But like, I'm a single mom, like I can't be out here fighting in the streets. What do I do? How do I stop this? Who has an answer?
Chip, the thing that you can do without getting out there, huffing and puffing down the street, pew-pewing people dodging behind dumpsters that are Tesla cars, you just remove yourself from this fucking system and say, fuck you, I'm just not paying for shit anymore. Not gonna do it.
So go non-exempt with my taxes.
Yep, fuck
that
it.
sort of thing.
Give them nothing.
Stop paying my credit cards. Who
but
cares
it's-
about my credit score?
It's across the board, but
Right.
there needs to be mutual aid too, though. Just like a union has a fund so that when people are on strike, you're not homeless or can't pay your bills. We're going to have to, at the local level, have a playbook that says, okay, every third house is not going to pay any of those things. 2 out of 3 aren't going to go to work. And if somebody loses car, access, health, whatever it may be, wherever the holes need to be plugged, and it's not going to be convenient.
Right.
And yes, there may be other sanctions that come our way, including punishment for doing some of this stuff. But general strikes work. That's why they're illegal, but they're not violent. Taking your money out of the big banks is not illegal. Not going to work is not illegal. Not paying Amazon for goods is not illegal. Not paying your mortgage, your car payment, your credit cards, your student loans, your taxes. Semi-illegal, but if 15 million people do it and they work together to ride out the storm with very simple but very clear demands, things like get the money out of politics so you can't have bought-off candidates, education for people, fair, rectify some of the historical injustices as far as some of the imbalances that Maverick was talking about. That needs to be part of it. We have to have fair housing, fair clean food for people, and equal starts in education. I think those are simple things that all of us, except for the richest among us, would be happy to see happen.
Yeah, it's going to require a lot of coordination, but this is
Hell,
when it comes down to it, that's what we can do. Like that's what we have at our disposal, aside from out in the streets, Call of Duty style. I mean that ain't nobody.
don't even-
Well, ADH, hold on. I know you want to jump in there, but I got to get to Jonathan. He has not spoken yet. So, Jonathan, go ahead.
Well, and I am all for this, but the problem I'm seeing right now is a lot of mainstream Democrats and liberals are running right back towards the system, right? They're running right back towards Gavin Newsom, believing that he's now going to be our savior and everything. And what he's doing in California, it's fine. I'm glad he's pushing back, but now people are already sold on him being president. And it's just like, he hasn't even proposed anything that he wants to change in the United States. Why are we running towards him? How do we know he's not going to perpetuate the very system that we're all upset about? You know what I mean? And so it's like Democrats, I think are drones as well in many ways. You know what I mean? And I think that Democrats really got to toughen up. But in my opinion, this is really the decline of the American empire, right? I was watching a video about how empires fall. In America, it's going to be a bit before it fully falls, but America is now on that decline. And I'm thinking need to be a lot of fucking hurt in this country before people wake up and realize that what we need a revolution to change course. And we need to come together as the people and change course in the system, because it's not going to come from Gavin Newsom or Hakeem Jeffries or any of these people.
You're absolutely right. And matter of fact, there's a video on my profile because I saw this coming. Whenever he starts trolling Trump back, everybody's like, "Oh, he's fighting so hard," when really he's doing not much. It's funny. It's good. More people
As he's
need to do
clearing
shit like
homeless.
that. But he's
As he's
right. He's dude. Go through this guy's history. He is a corporate fuck. He is a corporate shill. Look at, if you donate to his fucking campaign, you go look at how many no bid contracts he gave those fucking people. He's got them up his ass. He'll go with whichever way the fucking wind blows. If he thinks this will serve him, he'll start speaking to that fucking side of his face. If he thinks it's the other way, he'll do it the other way. Sir, I urge people to look this fucking guy up. He is a wolf. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing. It's not good for us.
I'm in
But why are we
California.
jumping?
I'm in California, guys, and I had a situation where I take care of an elderly 95-year-old, 92 at the time, and because I'm a fighter, I fight for people with disabilities and senior citizens, and I've sued companies and things of that nature where they had housing. Well, this person that they finally were after me to get me out because I lived in with this person to take care of them. We've been together for 25 years. I called that office, Gavin Newsom's office, about 7 times doing this. These motherfuckers, they don't answer the phone. When they answer the phone, they're condescending. I wrote him letters. I knew this bitch before he was the governor, and we were planting trees together with that other boy who's now a senator. He was the mayor here in my city, and so they ignore you. They become very corporate. They become very, we're gonna go and toe the line very quickly once they get to those positions. They fuck you over. They're arrogant. So I have a bone to pick with Gavin Newsom. I'm not for him. I'm not for anyone that is for Israel or for keeping things status quo. And we need to keep focused on that. That's how you'll tell when people are serious. When they start going back to the center and want to get, no, we're not taking crumbs any fucking more. It's over.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
like, because I think the DNC and him are manufacturing this, and they're doing it as early as possible to make sure that he's the guy, so that when you get into the primary, you're going to see other liberals. They're going to be like, "You've got to vote for him because he's the only viable candidate," and they will fucking scream at your face.
But why are we even
I hear,
talking
"Oh
about
my
that?
God,
That's
who is
so
this?"
far away still.
Who said, "Oh my God," while I was talking? Who was that?
Oh, that was me. Sorry. I said, "Oh my God," because it's just like that's always what fucking happens, though.
Oh, I see.
You know what I mean?
I thought you
And
were
because
like disagreeing because I
No,
wasn't quite done.
I agree with you. And the thing about Israel too is how bad it's getting with 1.8 million people in Gaza that have been either unalived or displaced. And I watched one of their little sick, twisted Zionist conferences they have where they're all chanting and saying weird shit. And they're now planning on building settlements. They just approved more settlements in the West Bank, which is only going to worsen everything. And then now they're going to build settlements in Gaza. They're going to take all their government money and they're going to essentially pay people to go live in these areas and go disrupt things and cause violence and whatnot. It's going to get 50 times worse at this point, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
And that may be what people need in this damn country, to wake up and realize that we need real change. You know what I mean? And my problem with a lot of these right-wingers is they're not pro-Israel, but they're not pro-Israel simply because they're just thinking Jews run banks and they run the world and everything. And it's like, you guys are missing the point here. You know what I mean? This has nothing to do with Jews or anti-Semitism. This is just about human rights at the end of the day. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's impossible for us to come together anymore.
Yeah, no,
MAGA?
well, before I get to ADH, let me, because I wasn't actually done, but talking a second ago, but damn it, now I fucking forgot what I was going to say.
I cut you off. I'm
Hey,
sorry.
no, it was Jonathan with the, "Oh my God." I'm like, okay, disagree. I'm like, disagree with me, motherfucker. Go ahead. Let's do this. I'll argue with the liberal too. I'm teasing. That is what went through my mind. I was like, let's hash this out. Hey, ADH, go ahead. I don't fucking remember what I was saying.
Yeah, well, the 3 things that I was coming up to say is, one is that MAGA has been programmed to be so scared of anything that sounds communist or socialist that they're running straight for Stalinism. And then, additionally, when it comes to Gavin Newsom, he's pulling out the old Reagan playbook. He built himself up being very friendly towards certain groups that are traditionally on the left, and is now, when it's convenient, turned the back on them. And then when it comes to the situation in Israel, is unfortunately most of the support in America doesn't stem from support of the Jewish ethnicity and religion. It comes from the hyper-Christian need to bring Israel back into existence to bring about the second coming. It's a doomsday cult support. That's my point.
Yeah, which
Yeah,
is
a lot of Zionists are Christian.
fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's nut jobbiness.
Yeah, I remember. I remember what I was gonna say. I just forgot again. Fuck this shit. Fuck getting old. This sucks.
Keep
No, that's
living.
You're not
This-
taking your
That's
ginkgo
not
keep
old.
living.
That's neurospicy, mate.
Keep living 30-plus-year-old.
Man, like the other day, you were like, get up 45 times a night.
Yes.
I'm like, oh, it's not just me. At least that's a good thing, I guess.
Oh, but you got to. Oh, what's happening to you now in your little young age? Keep
I
getting
imagine
older,
it's
and
good.
you'll be wearing
Yeah.
diapers soon.
It's like, why does my back feel like this? Why do I grunt every time I get out of my chair? Ugh.
5 more years, and
age.
you'll be in some Dupins. 5 years.
Oh man.
You're a lot younger than I am, liberal. So
yeah,
Sure is.
No, it's
Keep living.
Stress of living where we live. It drives up. It wears you out faster.
yeah. Fucking. What I was gonna say is that I'm not arguing that putting Newsom in would be the same exact thing as Trump, but all it would do is kick this fucking can down the road so that they still continue to have everything that they've wanted to have. And it'll make Democrats look so fucking bad, and it'll make the party disillusioned with them because now nobody is listening. Neither party. And it'll fuck us up in 4 or 8 years. I made the same argument against Joe Biden, and here we are.
We're already.
Here we are.
The kicking of the can. We're already fucked up.
Newsom is owned. I mean, the fourth largest economy is California. He's owned. That's what I'm saying. It's like these people have been doing that for 60 years. They've been orchestrating. How are you going to control the masses?
So what do we do? What do we do, Butch? Do we
You
do we
do
all
what
band together
they
as the people and
handle
get
the-
Mandami in there? Do we get a Mandami and push and force a Mandami to be able to run?
Oh my gosh, I love him.
I'm saying is, you know what?
I love
Tommy is their biggest threat right now. Because like they said,
Yeah, we need Luigi's. Yeah,
We-
Luigi's. We need Luigi's.
Well,
but the
the
bottom
biggest
line,
thing we can do, the biggest weakness that as a libertarian that I see on the left is the fact that the two biggest things I see on the left is there's too much purity testing going on. People purity test themselves into division. And then the second thing is they focus way too much on the national elections and they ignore their local elections and they don't show up to vote.
Exactly.
The one thing that Republicans dominate in the political arena is that their constituents show up every single time, despite whatever else is going on. If there's a vote, the Republicans show up. If the Democrats, like what happened with Harris, is so many people did not show up because they didn't think she was supportive enough of Gaza. And that they just, instead of going in and just not voting for the president, they didn't show up at all.
they have the American people all in debt. And that was their goal, to put everybody in debt, because when people are in debt, they can't, I can't take off, I can't do this. And the bottom line is this is their form of control. Put everybody in debt. And that is what this country is. Not just the 37 trillion, the individual people in this country. They put them all in debt for materialistic things.
Yep.
Trump was just their guy that could bring in the 15% of the people that never even voted before. And that is what they need, whether it's Republican or Democrat. That's an illusion to make you think you have a choice. They own both parties. That's the video that I sent you. Like I say, and he explains it very clearly. And this is the fact. As long as they control the masses, they control they control the country. And how do you control the country? By banking, by media, by housing, by food and transportation. When you own those 5 things, you control that country. And they accomplished 2001.
Yep. And that's
And that's
why dictators go after those things first, which is what
right,
we're
'cause
seeing
money
Donald
buys
Trump
power.
do.
Yeah, money buys power, but when you're the power, you don't need to be bought. That's why Elon Musk, he ain't no threat, and he knows that. Just like Bill Gates. Why do you think all of a sudden when they did that antitrust, because they started getting nervous because he was developing the systems that everybody was using, and they were afraid that he could infiltrate to see what their plans were, and that's why they brought him down with the antitrust. And what did Bill Gates do after? He says, "I'll move to Vancouver." Because the United States government went after him unjustly. They went after him. And he threatened to go to Vancouver and move his corporate headquarters there. And what happened next was then they educate him. They say, you can buy power, but we are the power. And basically they threatened him. So what did he do? He didn't want to play part of it. He just started helping. He has an office building that does 724 printing checks to go, like if you mention his name in a bad way in Afghanistan, I'm telling you, the public will, you're gone, because he has put medical facilities to save them, like I say. So the bottom line is the good people, they disgrace, they take
Okay.
them down.
Yep. I mean, you're right. Please, guys, let's try to keep it within the timer. I had to give you 2 timers, Butch. Just a reminder. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Let me see. I think Madam. I think it's been a minute for you.
I
Madam
just
and
want to go back
Highbray. Yeah,
to
go ahead.
what we were talking about. Like, you guys, why are we even talking about the presidential election? It is so far away compared to what we have, what we're up against. If we want to make a change in our Congress, we need to be supporting grassroots candidates and try to get as many of these people out of office as we can. I have been every single day making a video reminding people that you need to support grassroots candidates, ones that are going to actually work for us. People have forgotten that the government is supposed to work for us. Our local government, our state government, our federal government, we're the ones who held the numbers. And we can make a difference if we find candidates that we want to support and support them, and we can get them into office. And yes, Tip, I know we want to have a revolution, but this could work too. We have to do everything. We can hit it from every avenue. It doesn't need to be just one thing.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you do everything you can, including Call of Duty if necessary. Who would like to go next? Highbray, I think it's been a minute for you. Yeah, let me go to Highbray. Highbray?
Okay. Yeah, sorry. I'm just getting coffee ready for tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think that, I don't know, I'm really worried for the United States because, sadly, a lot of my fellow countrymen don't agree, but we can't ignore that really negative results or really negative things happening in the United States could negatively impact us. And I'm really hoping that you get to have midterms. I'm not convinced you will. And I know that's a horrible thought, but just watching the actions of the Grand Cheeto there, I don't know that you're going to get to your midterm elections. I'm afraid with him deploying these troops across the country that he's got the agenda that a lot of people are saying he might have.
As an American, we are going to have midterm elections. However, with how hard Trump is pushing for redistricting and also the mail-in ballot.
Got to be careful with this topic.
Oh, sorry. The mail-in testing that he is trying to get rid of is we are going to see a massive old school ballot rigging going on. There's going to be a lot of ballot stuffing. There's going to be a lot of
ballet
testing. There's going to be a lot of dance stuffing. There's going to be a lot of dance forgery. There's going to be a lot of things that are going to be pushed and challenged and deliberately disrupted and made more difficult to.
Okay, we're gonna have to switch. We're gonna have to get out of this. You're getting too. TikTok is gonna ding the fuck out of you or me.
Yep.
Sorry.
Let's go back.
TLDR. It's going to happen, but it's going to be rigged.
Let's go back
So
to
ADH. That's probably the worst word to use when you're talking about that. It's like, let me summarize it by really getting fucked up by TikTok. I mean, I don't like it any more than you do. No, you're fine. I get it. Fucking
me say
sucks.
to Madam, you sound very, very young. And everything you're saying, we've been trying to do for decades upon decades with going local and doing this. And it is completely out of our control now. They have this system set up for the oligarchs. They have it set up for the one percenters. We are just pawns. They think we're ignorant and stupid and gullible. That's why they're doing this propaganda with Gavin Newsom, because they think, oh, they'll forget in the 2 years, they'll be all on our side. This, in my opinion, Chip, there's only one way to change this shit and to correct the course, and that is with Mario Brothers type action, because that's the only way in the world that we've seen that things get changed right away. That's why Israel is doing what it's doing. It's slaughtering because they know all the diplomacy is not going to get them what they want. And they want from the river to the sea. And what they're going to do is continue to slaughter, to G-side, to attack food workers and doctors and hospitals, because that's the only way that human beings seem to advance on other human beings. All this other diplomacy, as far as you're concerned, and we can work together, that's not going to happen, and it's not going to work. We're fucked, guys. And from what I'm seeing, we're totally fucked.
Yeah, I can't say I disagree. By the way, guys, this is for everybody here. Y'all are welcome to go ahead and talk, instead of everybody getting just one timer. Go ahead. Jump in there as you like.
Okay.
Well, just so people are aware, there's currently a sit-in protest run by veterans going on in D.C., and they're planning on staying in, I believe it's the Union Station area, and they're planning on the sit-in continuing until the National Guard is out of the city.
Hey, handsome liberal. But why? Why are veterans sitting in instead of fucking making boom booms so that Union Station is shut down? That will piss off the masses who have to go to work on the train. Wait a minute, who have to go to work on the train, and that will start getting things generated. If we start fucking this system up properly and stopping these oligarchs from making money off of us in many ways, and sometimes it's going to have to be through the V word, right? Start shutting shit down violently. And you will see change. You will see them even wanting to listen to what we want. Think of the IRA guys. They were once considered a T group. Now they're honored. People honor them because they stayed in the fight for their independence. Now they actually have a seat at the table, and they were pew-pewing people and BOM-being people for decades. They were fighting with the UK,
Yeah.
right?
Who?
Yeah.
What
And
was?
let me.
What was
So
the handsome liberal guy saying? Maverick,
the reason
I missed that. What was the comment? Okay. Well, go
so
ahead, guys.
what they're trying to do is create a bonus army situation.
But the bonus army
And
didn't work though when they first did it in the 1930s. When those
when
veterans
hey,
marched
let me
demanding their bonuses, guess what happened? Guess what the
right,
government did? They brought out tanks and they lit their
right,
camps on fire and they chased them out of
right.
there. You know what I mean?
And what happened? And what happened immediately in the years after that?
Well, when we
Everything
elect,
fucking changed.
right.
That's what they're trying to do. They're trying. If the left side of the political spectrum initiates the violence, we are going to lose. We cannot be the initiators
Yeah.
because that will give the right everything they want. We have
You
to
guys ain't
make
doing
them
shit.
pull the
Shut up.
trigger first.
I think you're misunderstanding.
Yeah, it's not a left-right thing.
There are many ways of showing violence, but not harming humans. Like you said, they're sitting in Union Station. Why didn't somebody figure out how to pull all the plugs so that them fucking trains in Union Station would be stalled, so
That's
that the
vandalism.
masses
That's
can go?
why it's a crime.
Excuse me, be quiet.
It's a
And so
crime.
that be quiet. You're a Zionist pig. So that
You're a racist.
so that people will get very upset and realize that we need to start shutting these systems down violently.
Right. Those are criminal acts.
All right, guys, it's about leverage. I'm actually writing a booklet right now to run this entire thing we're talking about. Okay, I've thought it through for decades.
Okay.
Now, we have to decide collectively what the desired outcomes are. I can't choose that. That's for us to decide. But it's got to be simple and to the point, just like when a union negotiates with management. You can't have 10,000 things. You got to keep it simple. We can worry about the other things or focus on them later. But you have to have leverage. What Maverick was just saying is one method of leverage, which is basically disruption, interruption of commerce. So it's basically stopping the gears. Another way to do it is financially. The banks are highly dependent upon cash flow. All of the instruments and all the derivatives on Wall Street. I'm a trader, so I do for a living. So all those derivatives are based upon underlying cash flows, especially real estate, which is a huge part. If people stop paying their rent and their mortgage, even if 5 or 10 million people did it, which is a small number, that would seize up the entire financial system. Now that would have some consequences because then the normal flow of goods and services upon which all capital, depends on capital, short-term financing for grocery stores and distribution, we're going to have preparedness at the local level, which is the community support or mutual aid we've talked about, just like a union has a temporary fund to plug the gaps for its members. But we can't think of this from a left or right standpoint. I completely disagree with whoever. Just put that out the window for a second, because if you ask to 100 people from the right and 100 people from the left, are you sick of getting screwed by Congress? Yes.
Right.
Are you sick of getting screwed by debt? Yes. Are you sick of inflation? Yes. Do you want to have healthy food that's not poison? Yes. Do you want cost-effective healthcare and medicine? Yes. Do you want affordable housing? Yes. You stick with all the common yeses. Put the other stuff to the side, because people at the union don't say, well, you support Trump, so you can't be in the union. It doesn't work like that.
Well,
We focus on your common goals first, accomplish them to whatever degree you can, if we can. But it could be a combination of all these things. We can still vote, we can still protest, we can still block shit, and we can still not pay stuff to seize the system up. But we don't have much time because the AI-based systems that are coming with surveillance, tracking, and central currencies and medical biometrics and facial recognition is coming very quickly with Palantir and other private companies working with. We have about maybe 18 to 36 months max.
Right. And let me just add this in there, that it's interesting how we view crime in this country, because us disrupting the system is just so criminal and so horrible for a lot of these people, which is they're petrified by the fact that we would want to disrupt the system for change, but they're okay with the big banks plunging our economy in a recession in 2008 and no one gets help. And the only thing any of those bankers get is a fucking slap on the wrist, right? That's not criminal,
In a new jet.
right? Medicare Advantage, right? Which, by the way, they're being difficult because we're trying to get my grandma who's in the hospital approved for additional rehabilitation, and now they're saying they're not going to do it. That's not viewed as criminal, right?
Right.
But us disrupting the system and boycotting these health insurance companies, that's just too much for people.
Right.
It drives me insane.
And
Yeah.
that's why I say to Chip, what you're saying is spot on. It's absolutely spot on. Everything you're saying, if it could be executed.
Okay.
But right now we have, do you know what September the 1st is, Chip? I doubt you even know what that is. Do you know what September the 1st is, Chip? Chip, that question's for you.
Sorry, I thought I was unmuted. Is that the date where benefits shift?
No, that's the date when black people are boycotting all these corporations because these corporations are anti-black, they're anti DEI and all of those things.
Oh my God.
Target, Walmart. Now it's Home Depot. All of those places that are corporate scumbags for MAGA and that movement are
Yeah.
being boycotted on September 1st. But a lot of people like you who do truly want to disrupt the system don't even know about it because we're so separate in our views on how this country should be run. So first of all, we have to bridge the gap between the races, number one. We have to bridge the gap between generations, right? We have to make sure that we clean that up because they did all of this to separate us because that's how they win. So everything you're saying is
Of course.
spot on. But if you have a lot of people who think that they're going to be billionaires just because they're white and they're going to be childbearing hips Elon Musk one day,
Good
that they're going
Lord.
to vote, be quiet. They're going to vote against what we're trying to do because they think like most poor
Yeah.
YT people with 3 teeth in their mouth when you're ready to jump out think that they're going to always be MAGA and they're going to always be millionaires and
No,
they're
you're right.
welfare queens.
No, you're right. You're 100% right. By the way, can you share a little more so I can understand and maybe help push it?
Can I respond to Maverick?
Yeah, 5051 has, I believe, the information on that.
Anyway,
Right?
I DM'd you, Maverick. We have a lot of
Okay.
common ground.
Okay. Yeah, we do have a lot. Well, you're from Baltimore. I'm from Baltimore. First
Cool.
of all, yeah.
Oh, that's a surprise.
We definitely have a common enemy.
Okay, so let me get to balls and walls, and I still love your name, by the way. I think you're.
Thanks, bro.
Balls and walls is an asshole.
Yes, I know, but that name is fucking hilarious. So, you get a minute 15. The all timer is over. So go ahead, balls.
And excuse me,
Yeah.
and tell us
Thanks for
why
having me.
white people. Tell
Excuse
us
me.
why
You
white
can
people are
take a seat,
superior.
lady, and listen to me talk. It's my time. Thanks very much. All right, liberal. I love your podcast, bro. Thanks for having me up as a guest.
Yeah.
I respect it. I think you have really good viewpoints. I just want to call out Maverick for one. I'm kind of surprised you have her on here, honestly, spewing her black supremacist bullshit. Nobody feels sorry for you anymore, lady. Get over yourself. And you know what? She talks about vandalizing Union Station. She's exactly the reason why there's troops there right now, because what she's talking about is committing crimes. And well, par for the course on that one. But yeah, I'm kind of
Black
surprised you
people
even
commit
have her.
crime.
I'm surprised. Excuse me, ma'am. You need to learn how to be quiet, okay? And
wow,
would it be so bad to say? Honestly, I really do not like listening to her speak. It's almost like
Your
nails
white
on a chalkboard to me.
fragility. Oh,
And
your
she's got
little
this
Well,
wiggy
hold
prideful
on,
worm.
Maverick. I'm
criticism
going to
of.
come right back to you. I'll come right back to you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just surprised you let her spew her vile racism, black supremacist bullshit on here. So that's all I had to say. Thanks.
Now wait, this is the one who drops and runs,
Anti-white
Lib.
supremacy is not.
He drops and
white
runs. This is why I wanted to get him, Lib, because he runs. Remember, he ran the last time.
Yeah.
After his bullshit.
Go ahead, Maverick. This timer is for
All I want to
you.
say is that balls to walls. I wish I could take your little wiggly worm, the little turtle, and pull it out and find your balls and nail them to some walls. That's what I want to do with you. Okay, that's all I have to say to that.
Modern day crucifixion.
Speaking of that, somebody made an appearance. This is her sticker, by the way. He left.
He always runs. I told you he
What a
runs.
snowflake bitch.
Hey, can I say something? I don't want to speak too much, but can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
As far as like last year, the Grand Central Station in New York was shut down twice in opposition to what was going over there in Palestine.
Ruby, you want a treat?
And who orchestrated that? Does anybody know?
No, I didn't even hear of it. No.
Well, who orchestrated it were the Jewish people, rabbis. Rabbis orchestrated that.
Oh, yeah.
So, like I say, when you say, like, when some people say the Jewish people this, that, like I say, you got to understand they're in the same situation that we are in this country. There's like 70 to 75, 80% of them people over there that just disheartened with the way Israel's government runs. There's a handful of people, but if you have a Jewish friend and you're really close with them, then they're okay. So when people say, "Oh, you got to get rid of them all," that's that's where the problems are, and that's what they feed on because they'll sacrifice their own. The people that are at the helm in Israel, they will sacrifice their own. So
Well,
I'll leave it at that.
Butch, we've
Yeah.
said on this live and in private discourse that we always differentiate between the Jewish people. We're talking about the Jewish people who take the religion seriously, who always say that there should never be an Israeli state, period, because biblically or from the Torah, it's not supposed to happen. We differentiate them between from Jewish people and Zionists, who are these
Correct.
rabid, subhuman, demonic forces that are working to destroy people and take over resources. Those are two different groups of people.
Correct.
Yep.
It's correct.
Yeah.
But I mean,
One.
there's a lot of people in America that basically think, "Oh, the mustache man, he was stopped too soon." That's what I'm saying. It's just a handful, and the Zionists are not just in Israel; they're all through the world, and
Yes.
they all work together.
But I
So
do
what I'm
ask this
saying,
question,
Mavericks, like
Butch.
I say,
Butch,
let me ask you
Butch,
something, Mavericks.
Butch, wait a
Who
minute,
would you
Butch,
who would you pick in
Butch,
Putin's place?
Butch, you're on my time.
Yeah.
Butch, I do
I'm
ask
on
the
your time.
question
I'm
now.
listening to you. I'm
Butch,
just asking you a
I'm
question.
asking the question now, Butch. What did Adolf know that we didn't know? Why is it that when we continue to make this the most horrible creature on the planet, we don't realize that there were people, and now this regime is much worse than Adolf ever was. And I'm going to say this for the record, and this is out of my mouth. People used to always ask, "Do you think that Israel has a right to exist?" My answer to that is no. I do not think that this place that you call Israel, that is a unaliver, apartheid, G-side state should exist. I do not believe that anymore. No, I do not.
Well, I didn't say. What I'm saying is this: the Jewish people that I know, and one's a 78-year-old rabbi in New Stanton up there in New York, Staten Island. He basically says he believes in one state over there, one state, and he
Hey, Butch,
says it's
see,
cap. Can I
you can
finish,
report.
Maverick?
Excuse me.
Maverick, can I
Well,
finish?
Wait,
I
it's
never
Butch. Wait a
interrupt you. You just
it,
can't listen. That's your problem.
well, okay. So technically, Butch, you actually did start talking. She still had like 20 seconds left, and then you
Thank you.
talked for her last
Let her
20
finish.
seconds. So
I
no, no,
can
no.
control
This
myself.
is
Let
your
her talk.
time. This is your time. So I'm going to give it back. I'm just letting you know that that it's happening on both sides here. So I think you were at maybe 35 seconds. Go ahead, Butch. Finish your point.
All I'm saying is a rabbi, 78 years old, in Staten Island, basically says there should be one state, and it should be the Palestinian state. Because if you're true Judea belief in your religion, you are supposed to receive your land when the Messiah comes back. He will give you your land. That's the true. That's how the true Jewish people believe. So I land my plane.
Yeah.
Okay,
Um.
let me respond to just the
Okay.
comments, Lib. You can do your reporting, Eric. Eric is reporting, and you can report all you want.
Is that what
It
he's
is my
talking about? Let me.
Yeah, that's what I was talking. It's my opinion, and you can report the live. This is my personal opinion that I do not believe that a state that is into G side and slaughtering and starving people should exist. So report that, Eric, but report it properly. For the record,
Got to
TikTok,
take this phone call. So y'all go ahead.
for the record. And so we're glad that you're reporting and you're recording and all of that. That is my opinion. And that's a whole millions of people's opinions that no state, no country that is committing G-side and starving children and babies and unaliving food workers should exist. They should never exist to be able to do those heinous things. So record that and report it. Israel does not run the world, and it will not succeed in running the world. It is the most disgusting place. The mentality, all those people, Netanyahu, all of those Zionists, as far as I'm concerned, now record this, Eric, should be wiped off the face of the earth. All Zionists. They're evil, they're subhuman, they're demonic, and what they do and what they're doing before our very eyes showing us what evil looks like in modern times. We heard of King Leopold, who unalived 20 million Africans and chopped off hands and feet. We know about Adolf. We know about all sorts of people who've done heinous things. But in our lifetime, this is what we are seeing. And you guys, like you, Eric, are supporting children being unalive and food workers being pew-pewed. And also, who else did they just unalive and bombing hospitals and things of that nature? If you think that's good and that TikTok supports that, you all are problematic, period.
There you go. Well said. Very well said.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's funny how somebody's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go tell on you for being against G side," right? Like
Right.
that's just so weak.
And weird. And weird. And weird.
People have a right to exist, not countries.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the fact that these Zionists, and you're right, I don't know who said it, but they're being paid. They're being paid to come onto these lives and disrupt what we're talking about, like Chip with the plans that we have that we could think about doing. They always come in here with some disruptor so that they can drop. But if you believe that you can report this live and try to shut it down because we are against the unaliving of babies and people who are food workers and things that, and journalists, fuck you, fuck your mother, your sister, and your brother too.
I think I missed something, but I'm back.
Hey, Viv, thanks for having me up, brother. I have to roll. Take care.
Sure. All right, we'll catch you next time, Butch. So yeah, I missed that, I guess.
Yeah.
I need Maverick to clarify something for me. Why does she keep saying that Chip has said all these things? Because I've been up here since Chip came up. And I don't know. I know I'm doing some things around the house, but I'm not hearing the things from Chip. I heard the things from what was JR that was up before him. He was the one spewing the vile, disgusting
I
lies.
never said Chip said that. That's because you got it completely wrong.
No, I keep hearing you refer to Chip, and I don't know if you're just...
No. She's referring to Chip for saying that we need to band together, right?
Yeah.
That's what she was saying, right? Chip is saying that we need to come together, undermine the system,
right?
Invest in mutual aid, right? That is what Chip is suggesting, and that should be the goal. That's why Maverick's referring to him.
But this is how misinformation. See how you did not understand what I was saying, hybrid, and you thought that I was. You just said to me that I attribute that to Chip, and I did not.
No, what I'm saying.
You were totally wrong.
What I'm saying, Maverick, I heard that you've been attributing most positive things to Chip. I've heard him and you exchange that you need to keep in touch. So I have heard all of that. I don't know if maybe it's just because of
who said that?
You
Who
did.
said
You
that
and
we
Chip
need to be in touch.
You and Chip did.
I just said I DM'd you so we can
To
coordinate.
get
That's what I said.
information about the protests is what that was about.
That's what I heard, and that's what I'm referring to. But what I'm saying is that I'm certain that as I've been here listening in the background, and maybe I misheard, but a couple, and I wonder if just in the emotion, maybe you just misspoke by accident and you were, who knows, looking at Chip's name on the panel or something. But I think a couple of times I heard you say Chip's name in relation to other things, and I thought, and it was getting me confused, and that's why I just wanted to ask, because I didn't think you were saying that, but I'm pretty sure that's.
I still don't know what you're talking about. I never accused Chip of being anything. Right now, Chip and I are on the same side. Chip and I have clawed each other's throats as well. We claw, and so has Lib and I. We've clawed, but I don't know how you're confusing anything that I said that I've attributed to Chip that would be negative. I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Maybe Chip does. Maybe Lib knows. I don't know, but.
Well, I think I missed something because I had to take a phone call. But
Yeah, I was just
yeah, Hybrid, does that clean it up for you? I mean, you thought maybe she had said something that
Yep, and I mean, look,
okay.
we all, when we get emotional, misspeak a name or a
Sweetie,
word.
I'm not emotional. This is not emotional for a black person. I'm speaking the way I speak, and this is just not emotional. It's not emotional. And Eric, for the record, Eric, I know you're recording, but if you need me to say anything else for your recording, I will continue to say it with my full chest. What is it that you need to hear that's irritating you so much? Because you're recording this live. You must. I will say everything that I'm saying that I'm saying for years. What do you need to hear, Eric?
Well, I invited Eric to come up.
Yeah.
You're welcome to come up, Eric.
Come on up, Eric. This is how free this live is. We want people to have voices, unlike you. And then you have a Martinez at the bottom of your name. Bitch, you really don't want to fuck with me. Eric Martinez.
Tink, 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 tink.
Yeah, tink, 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 some of that shit. We love Donald Trump. Tink, tink, tink. We love Donald Trump. We're sending your asses inner tubes to go back home since you did that. Don't fuck with me. And I was being very nice today. I can
Maverick.
be vicious.
Maverick, I don't know if I told you this, but I 3 days ago, I got a call from my grandma saying help, 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 and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? She accidentally OD'd on her medication for Parkinson's.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and she was having symptoms of psychosis and stuff, and so she ended up in the hospital. She's doing great now. Everything's okay. But we're having to deal with her insurance and everything, but that shit scared me, so I had to move all the way back down to Emmett over the last 3 days and move all my shit back down.
Well, you're going to have to monitor her medication.
Oh,
and
I am.
You're going to have to start doing all of that now, because once they have a little episode like that, it's just going to go downhill.
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
you got to fight with all them fucking insurance companies and
doctors.
Yeah.
The doctors tried to add on another medication for her, and I'm just like, no, don't be giving her no crack, please.
Right.
Thank
Be
you very
vicious.
much.
Be vicious
Yeah.
with them. I've been doing this for 30 plus years. You have to be vicious with them and let them and research, because you know you're a researcher. And when you go in there with some words, they know not to fuck with you, because they will have her taken out in 5 minutes with that medication, because they're the biggest cartels that we have.
They certainly are.
Hey,
Now,
you know what this reminds me of? It's like Medea tries out TikTok.
I know. And put your little white
Wait, who
mouth
said
on
that?
Media's titty.
Is
The
that
one who's
Balls?
the runner. Yeah.
Yeah. So why did you leave? You
At least
made
I
us-
can run.
Well, you made it.
Runner.
What? Okay. What is the purpose of that, Balls?
You can't even walk down the street without a walker, lady.
Oh God.
What
she's
is the
insufferable?
What is the purpose
She is
of
the
that?
worst
What-
person to listen to.
Well, no. What's insufferable is having somebody come up and just make
To insult her.
Yeah, just shitty
wrong,
To
comments.
like
insult
a
her,
bitch.
to get her to quiet
Why?
down.
With your one
She's so
bar.
obnoxious.
With your one
Do
Wi-Fi
you-
MAGA bar.
Do you actually think that
You
will
have
get
to
her
admit
to
it's a little bit
quiet
funny,
down? No, it's not at all
Medea
funny.
tries out TikTok.
And a matter
I
of
stole it from
fact,
Shane
Balls, you should be careful doing that because TikTok doesn't
You
like
ever
it
hear
either.
that bit where he's talking about that movie?
Are you listening, Balls?
Hey, bitch boy, no one
What
wants
is
to
it?
listen to you,
Hidden
bitch boy.
Figures?
You
Yeah.
shut
Balls
your
is
mouth.
obsessed.
Balls.
Balls is obsessed with a 6
You ever
foot
seen the
6
movie Hidden
tall black
Figures?
man in a goddamn woman's uniform. That's what you're obsessed with. Thanks for telling us who you are, since you love Medea so much. Go suck on one of her saggy titties, bitch.
What?
Yeah,
You're a
I-
6'6" black man? Is
But
that what
this
you
is what
just
I'm
said?
talking about, Chips. Every time we're talking about something to advance us, we
It's
get
not a
fucking
surprise.
idiot
I didn't know
like
you were
Balls.
trans. I'm sorry, Maverick.
Oh, that's okay.
Wow.
And what's
What
that?
are you?
Maverick, I didn't know you were trans.
I don't
apologize.
understand.
Balls.
I don't
Balls.
understand.
You cannot insult. You cannot do anything that's going to. First of all, you have a problem, little tiny wiggly worm. You have a problem with yourself. That's why you're up here with your little tiny wiggly worm with a Russian hat on, looking like an idiot and sounding like one. That's who you are.
How'd you know I
if
have a tiny penis?
If I saw, no, I didn't say penis. You have a wiggly worm.
Who told you I
That's
have a
what you
tiny
have.
penis?
That's
I
what
want to
you
know.
have. That's what you have. Your mother
told
did.
you
So
that?
crawl back up in
How'd
her
you know
twat
that?
and shut the door. That's what you're up here doing.
Balls, you came in, you made a statement, and then
Damn,
you
Medea's
left
dirty.
before anybody would be able to respond, and then you come back up here
Medea's
just
supposed to be like PG. She's
okay.
rated
If you're
R.
just okay, well,
Yeah, you're
look,
an idiot.
my show doesn't revolve around you, Balls, and if you're going to come up
Right.
here going to completely ignore every fucking word that comes out of the host's mouth, and interrupt and just continue to insult when I'm asking you actual questions that I was really wanting to hear your response to. You can just get the fuck out of here with that, man.
Yeah, go be a bitch boy and go suck Vladimir Putin's balls, right? Because we all know your balls to the
Like
walls,
I
right?
don't get it. I don't get it. Anyway,
But this is whenever we talk about, guys, real strategies, like we were talking, they send their ops up here. They don't want to hear about how we disrupt the system. I mean, truly disrupt the system. We have them on both sides because whenever I was talking like this, what was this guy, maybe a year ago, that the Democrats fucked us over? Oh, you should have heard the liberals come after me. How dare you say that? You're making it worse for us. No, I'm telling you the truth. We're being played by both sides because they are the elite and we're the fucking pawns in this goddamn game. No one wants to hear that. Just like they don't want to hear how we disrupt the system. They don't want to hear that because they want status quo to happen. All this shit about us going back to, oh, I can't wait for 2026. That's bullshit. We may not even have midterms. Look,
Maverick,
yep, they
the
got me.
Sirens Live content contains themes that some may find uncomfortable. I gotta drop you, Maverick.
Yeah, drop me, please.
See, look at that. Balls comes up here, says all of that fucking shitty, terrible stuff, and she's the one that gets dropped. Whatever.
The movement needs passionate people like Maverick who can speak eloquently and speak confidently, and then there are other people that are going to do other things to contribute. So why don't talk negatively about people? Look for the good they bring, and then if you don't like something, put it aside. Your egos have to get the hell out of the way in this. It's not about any of us. It's about the accomplishments we need to get that are going to benefit all of us in the end. And we can work out the other kinks in our system once we have the corruption out of it, because then we can really have representative government. That's what we need. The tactics, though, have to be escalatory. What do I mean by that? Progressively escalatory. You don't strike day one when you sit down at the negotiating table with the management of the company. You say, I'll tell you what, we're going to do some work stoppages. We're going to have some temporary absentees. We're going to have some other things we're going to do, blah, blah, blah. And then if the company still doesn't give in at all on anything, then you say, okay, we got to go to the mat. But we don't want to be doing things that, by the way, this is the other thing about, I thought this through carefully. I also researched it. Our government has training and crowd control weapons like you wouldn't believe right now. So as much as I'd like to see us do things like disrupt highways and block airports and train stations and other things that disrupt the system, including mass protest, whatever, the physical price that we're going to pay to do that is unthinkable. Not just rubber bullets and other types of tear gas. They have directed energy weapons now. They have microwave energies and sound weapons that literally will burn your skin or destroy your eardrums. I mean, it's crazy what they have. They also have cell phone mimicking technology called Stingrays, which gathers up everybody's thing who's at the entire event, and then you get punished. So being able to do something remotely that's nonviolent initially that causes the most impact in terms of disruption is the key initially. And that involves not paying for shit. And I mean on every level. We have to only get by on subsistence level living for a period of 4 months, 6 months, a year, whatever it takes to get it done. It's the strike, so to speak. So general strike, non-payment of all obligations. I mean everything. And corporate boycotts of the Amazons, McDonald's, Burger Kings, go on down the line, Disney Plus, you name it. Anybody who's playing the game at the highest level of shareholder capitalism that's using their money and influence to buy off the system and to subvert and prevent us from getting somewhere, they're the ones we have to starve the beast. And if we don't do that soon and put aside all our petty differences, we have to beg people basically now, stop talking about left and right. Please stop talking about left and right. It doesn't matter.
Jeff,
I mean, that's true.
Something I'm curious about. You said you're a stockbroker, but you keep referring to union practices and policies. And as someone who spent 20 years in unions at executive levels provincially, I find it curious. What's your experience on the union side, if I can ask?
Yeah, well, I have a friend who was a union organizer. He's no longer doing it. But and by the way, I was in a company where I was encouraging my staff, my employees, to join the IBEW, because it was a communications company. Because I want to take care of my workers. I want to see them do well. Because in the end, I'd rather make a little less money and have a great working environment. It helps the customer relationships, everyone happy, families are taken care of. It's just a better vibe to be in business with. And so I'm not an investor. I don't buy corporations to hold in the portfolio. I trade in and out of them on short-term moves. I would be a hypocrite if I was a shareholder, and I'm talking about taking down the shareholder class.
Okay, I was just curious because it seemed a little bit at odds with the two opinions that you speak intelligently about, but they seemed a little bit at odds with each other.
Yeah, we can't have the primary focus be capital and wealth accumulation for a society to function properly. It can play a role in some industries where innovation is needed, but industries like healthcare and prison management, I mean, for God's sakes, that can't be profit oriented. That's crazy.
No, I agree.
Right, and when we
But
talk
it
about
is,
capital and wealth accumulation, sorry, go for it.
Well, I was gonna, because I brought Paisley up. Paisley, you said, now I don't even remember what you said. So, what the fuck did you say? You asked me why I dropped balls? Paisley?
Maybe. I'm not really paying attention.
But, I mean, no, you asked that. Did you have an issue with me dropping a guy who was up here calling somebody names and ignoring and interrupting? Just curious.
I guess I did.
I mean, do you want to defend that position or?
I just think everybody should be able to talk how they want.
Should be able to call somebody names. Oh, you can't walk because
I get called names every day.
Okay.
Just because I voted for Trump, I get called names every day.
What the does who you voted for have anything to do with being called names?
I get called names every day because I voted for Trump.
Okay.
So I let it just roll off my back.
Right. Well, he wasn't calling me a name, but what he was doing was ignoring my questions and interrupting every time I spoke.
It was the opposite. Generally in situations like this. Yeah, generally in situations like this, you ask the opponent a question, like you're doing now.
Let's see.
You ask the opponent a question. The opponent gets muted and can't answer. Then everybody starts talking over everybody else.
That the Democrats fucked
Hold on.
over.
And somebody's talking. Somebody's talking right now.
Get emotional, misspeak a name or a word.
No, that's me rewinding the tape to prove that what you just said is a fucking lie. He did talk.
Let's hear the whole tape.
He did interrupt me every time I tried talking, and kept lodging complaints at Maverick. What are you talking about? He came up and made his whole statement. Nobody talked over him. Then he left. Then he came back up here and started saying some really horrendous shit to somebody else. Okay.
So you let him come back up.
Yes, I accepted his invite.
So knowing the
or
trouble
his
he was
request.
causing, you let him come back up.
No, the first time he wasn't doing that. He made his statement. Nobody interrupted him. And then he dropped after that. Then when he came back up, that's when he started doing all that shit.
Well, whatever.
I mean, that's what
Just
happened.
Get your views up, get your lies up, collect your couple of pennies. That's all. That's all you're really in this for, anyways. Collecting your pennies.
My pennies. Okay.
Right. It's just a cash grab. Just admit it's a cash grab. Just admit it.
It's a cash grab. You want me to show you how much I made?
Yeah, pennies.
Basically.
Yeah. So why waste your time?
So it's a cash grab for pennies, Paisley.
You've been here for hours, dude.
Do you
got anything better to do?
Yes, 5 hours, and apparently you've been watching for that long.
No, I've been watching for maybe 5 minutes.
Well, I see you in here all the time.
As I scroll through the TikTok,
I see you in here all the time.
FYP keeps bringing me to the same people over and over again.
Right. Uh-huh.
So
I don't follow you.
Just scroll past it then, bro, if you have a problem with it.
So no one's talking to you, and then you interrupted. Exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, so you have an issue with balls getting dropped because he's calling somebody fat, saying racist shit, that was the implication.
Play it back. Play it
then
back.
she was on crutches. Then
Play
she was
back
trans.
The part and play back the racist part. Play it back. I want to hear it.
I'm not going to go through there and fucking
because you
find
can't,
it.
because it didn't happen.
Okay.
Oh, you MAGAs are so sensitive. It's so snowflake energy.
And you're a fucking asshole.
You just make shit up and run with it. Like
I don't make anything up. I back everything I have to say.
Okay. Well, then play it back.
I'm not recording it. You're the one who claimed you're recording it, so play it back.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit here because I don't know when exactly
because
he was
you
on.
can't play it back because it doesn't exist because it didn't happen.
It doesn't exist. Okay.
Then prove me wrong.
Okay. Well, we're going to move on from this because it
So
doesn't.
you're
It
not gonna
doesn't
prove me
matter.
wrong, 'cause
No,
it
no,
didn't
no.
happen.
You didn't even want to defend your own stance. Who is that with the echo? Somebody's got echo. Who is that?
It could
Paisley.
possibly be me.
Testing. Yeah, it's you, Paisley. Anyway, we're going to move on because none of that matters anyway. I'll drop whoever I want. It is my show, and
Whatever.
I'll collect my
Have
pennies.
a shitty day. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's very intelligent.
Go play on the freeway in rush hour traffic, just
Guys,
like what Maverick said.
That person is that's the level of stupidity that voted for Donald Trump. It says a lot about the person that gets votes from people like that.
Name calling is always the last resort of the ignorant.
Shit, we got a bunch of people wanting to come on. No, it wasn't Paisley. Somebody else's. It's Highbray. Highbray. Let me test this. Will you unmute? Testing. Nope, not you.
I'll unmute. I don't think it was me because I was muted.
Oh, sorry, I muted you. Anyway, now I'm not even sure what we were talking about. Somebody was asking, I think, Chip a question. Was that Jonathan?
I got a general question for.
No. I told Paisley to go play on the freeway in rush hour traffic, just like what Maverick said. So.
Yeah, Big Tony says, I want to debate. Big Tony has 5 followers. Yeah, I imagine he's going to get up here and say the N word about 5 times. Fucking trolls, man. I don't know why they think it's funny anyway. We only have 3 minutes. If you want to extend the live, you're welcome to gift myself or the panelists technically to extend the live. Otherwise, we're going to shut it down, but we do have a subscriber only live that's going to come right after that. However, because Maverick is a subscriber, but on a different account, I'm going to just do a sub-only chat live so that you just can't talk in the chat, but you can request to come up. That way she can join because her other account's borked. But we do have a couple of people wanting to come in. We've got Rebecca, Corey, and Astros fan.
Let me ask a question real quick.
Yeah, what's up?
All right. So I was going to ask this to Paisley, but he crashed out before I could even get in there. But 7 of the top 8 crime-ridden, quote-unquote, cities in the United States are in red states, right? There's 2 of them in Louisiana, Tennessee, Missouri, a couple other ones. If sending the military into Baltimore, to Chicago, Washington, is about stopping crime, why are they not sending the military into any red states? Why is he targeting only blue states?
Well, I think we know the answer to that
Because
question.
it's funny.
But like also let's just talk about the fact that this isn't about reducing crime. And we all know that. And so like if we're gonna play into these arguments as if like at face value this is about reducing crime, like I just don't see the point. This isn't about reducing crime. This is about establishing fear and intimidation and like exerting a lot of authority that is unneeded and unnecessary. And I think we should just spend our time calling that out. And if MAGA can't see that, like they're not worth my time in having a conversation. Like I will have a conversation with someone who actually wants to talk about the problems that come from a president bringing in the military against its own citizens.
No, I agree 100%. I'm just asking that question.
Well, the stupidity behind it is the belief that deploying scary troops in the city is going to make crime go down, right? Because people are going to be so scared of those big bad troops, they're just going to stop committing crime, as if that is the root cause of crime, right? We all know what the root cause of crime is. We all know what leads people to do heinous things and what we can do as a society to prevent it. All of this is really just PR for his supporters, right, who don't know how anything works in the world, right, and to essentially flex his muscles.
So what causes crime?
Poverty.
Poverty
is the
untreated
biggest
mental
driver of crime.
untreated mental health conditions, right, is a big one, right? Untreated substance abuse is a big one. There's plenty of ways to address crime to actually make it going down, but deploying stormtroopers in the street like we're the fucking Empire of in Star Wars, that's not going to do anything.
And not only that, but it's bad for the National Guard. These people did not sign up to go in there to point guns at United States citizens. They wanted to help people. This is the opposite of that. There are people who wants to go in the National Guard and stand around the National Mall in D.C. guarding nothing. I mean, this is going to hurt recruitment for the military. It's going to hurt
Racist and
our
shitty people.
yeah.
And they're you know, if they, I'm sorry, I would, if I was in the Guard, I would leave it. I would not. You can throw me in the prison.
I would too.
That's not what they're for. That's not the oath they took. Fuck this fascist. Fuck this bullshit. Like, this isn't okay, and people that thinks it's okay are not okay.
Liberal, I saw a
That's a
video
real
of a
balanced
newscast
argument.
up here in Canada.
Yeah.
I saw a newscast up here in Canada, and I've been surprised because I haven't heard anybody talk about it on any of the lives. But I saw a video of citizens in Washington basically driving the National Guard and ICE off their streets. The people were in a not a confrontational mob, but they were in a large group, and they were chanting off our streets, I believe it was, and they essentially drove ICE and the National Guard off the streets, and they cheered but I haven't seen that I haven't seen it anywhere else. Did it make play in the United States?
I doubt it.
Not a lot.
Yeah.
It's like I only saw it for a hot second. They are suppressing so much of that through media, social media, and traditional news media. Like, it's baffling to me that people are still sitting here thinking that like nothing's wrong and everything's just fine. It's like, no, they're literally censoring information on social media platforms because they don't want people to know about the resistance.
And that people are actually resisting successfully. Obviously,
Absolutely.
that's the message they didn't want people to know, because it was on a Canadian television station. It was Global, which also thankfully is still one of our few not American controlled media outlets, and so we do get news sometimes that doesn't get much attention in the U.S., which seems kind of strange. We always think of our country so locked, but yeah. Anyway, I was just wondering because I hadn't heard anybody else bringing it up, and to me it seemed like a pretty big deal that these people successfully drove ICE and the National Guard off their streets.
Well, it's like I'm not seeing a lot of airtime being given to the veterans that are like staging a sit-in. The big focus right now is on the one veteran who like burned an American flag in protest of the EO that was just signed. That's what they're showing on TV is like veterans burning flags. They're not showing the fact that like for now a second time veterans of this country are coming in and saying like what you're doing is fucking wrong.
Well, the media is complicit in this bullshit. They're capitulating
100%.
to this fascist fuck. This is what fascists do.
And anyone who stands to make money off of this, right? Like, I think that's the thing. Anybody who is being confronted with either I lose money and do what's right, or I continue to like increase my wealth. That's the decision point people are at. And the ones who choose wealth go fall in line.
Well, here's all I can say is
everyone is capitulating.
We remember who they were, who was in charge at the time when they did it.
Yeah.
Because this shit will come to an end at some point. And
It's
depending
like a
on
race
how
to the
far,
bottom.
yeah, depending on how far he's willing to push this shit.
I don't even understand it. Like politically, like it's crazy. As a Trump voter, like what's he doing? I don't even understand. Like this is not politically going to help him. I don't know.
None of this is
But, like, it is,
constitutional.
Corey, because like he's running on authoritarianism and has been, and I don't fault anybody for who they vote for, right? Like it's like your choice, vote with your morals, and my hope is that like the right choices are made. That being said,
I do hold people accountable for what's happening since. And I appreciate you, Corey, in the sense that you've even said, like, what the fuck is going on? This isn't what I voted for. But like, the fact of the matter is, a shit ton of people did vote for this, and they're continuing to endorse it, and that's what's problematic.
We now have Republicans in favor of removing pews from people.
Yeah.
We're living in a fucking twilight zone.
No, this is the founders when they made the Constitution 200 and whatever years ago. The founders predicted the possibility of having a corrupt, autocratic president. What they did not predict was that the entire Republican Party would be completely fall in line with him, and that the Supreme Court, all of the checks and balances have basically been removed. Okay, the first term, it was not nearly this bad because the checks and balances were still there. Now they're gone because the Republican Party will do whatever he says, no matter how illegal, how unconstitutional, whatever he says goes.
Well,
That
and also
that's our constitutional process.
Having to deal with being
But
elected.
Matt,
though,
that
again.
one thing that you said is that they couldn't predict this. Yes, they did predict this. Like, if you go back and read the Founding Fathers' writings about political parties, they abhorrently objected to political parties and the organization of political parties for this exact.
I mean, they designed the system of checks and balances with the idea that the other branches of government would be a check, would stop this, right? And they're not doing it.
And I think what you guys are saying, though, is right when you look at ideals, like in terms of what the founders were trying to establish. But based off how the original Constitution worked, though, what they really did was they established kind of this elitist oligarchic democracy that was owned by slave holders and massive slave plantations. And so the American oligarchy was enshrined into the very fabric of this country from its very inception. And this oligarchy has continued all throughout American history, and we're still up against it. Yeah.
Real quick, Astros has
I agree
not.
with you. I think that. What's that?
Yeah, I was going to go to Astros. He hasn't spoken yet. I think he might be opposition. I don't know.
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I mean, if you want to respond to what he said, you're welcome to go ahead and do it. I'd like to get to Astros because the live is
real quick. I mean, I think you're.
Sure, go ahead.
I think that, I think you're 100% right. I think that oligarchy has always existed within the United States. The definition of who makes up that oligarchy has changed over time, but it's always been about landowning class, which is how it started. It wasn't just about slaveholders. It was more about landowners. And now that definition is more the, capitalistic billionaires and millionaires that are that are continuously looking to increase their wealth and suppress and oppress everyone else.
And a lot of those millionaires and billionaires inherited their wealth too. Let's make that very clear. Wealth is very generational in this country. So a lot of them, in my opinion, have probably inherited wealth from their ancestors that were also a part of this so-called, American oligarchy. And the thing that just sucks about the United States is that whenever we do right, whenever we have those moments of change, or, maybe we make the right decision, Reconstruction, Barack Obama, civil rights, the powers that be always strike back and pull us and take us 10 steps backwards immediately. You know what I mean? And it's just like, what is it going to take for us to jump forward and stay forward for the first time in this country's damn history?
I think the hardest part about our history is the pendulum swing that you're speaking of. It's like every action has an equal and opposite reaction. And we have been stuck so far, so hard in these pendulum swings back and forth. I would really love to see us settle, somewhere down the middle, so we can actually make progress.
I think the more immediate question is, how do we stop the fascist takeover that's going on? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, exactly. And I personally feel like in this country, the only time things really change is when things get really, really fucking bad for people. You know what I mean? What happened during the 1930s with the Great Depression, that woke a lot of fucking people up, right? But even within the recovery from the Depression, white supremacy was still embedded within that recovery in the form of redlining. Social Security wasn't applicable to Black Americans. Unions excluded Black Americans. And so, if we go down under again, and we have to and people vote for change. We got to make sure this time it's change, but for everybody, not just a select few.
We've got Paula.
Do your own, I want you to do your own live, Jonathan. You're so good at what you say.
I appreciate it.
Hey everybody. Did you want me to talk or
Yeah, I mean, you guys go ahead. I'm just gonna remove the timer.
Hey, Paula.
Hey, yeah, I think I really liked what you said, Jonathan. I don't think I have anything I can add to it other than to say that when we get back in power, and we will, we have to make changes for people that are significant, right? Like you're saying, and impactful. If that means we have to pack the court, and I say we do it. I mean, I used to have these very ideal notions of our country and how it should be, but I don't want another Trump.
Yeah, I agree. One of the things Trump has done is exposed how truly weak our system of government is to this exact type of corruption and fascism, authoritarianism. And the first thing Democrats need to do when they get power is to fix all of the holes that have been exposed in the Constitution. Yes, we're going to win the House in the midterms, pray to God, and subpoena Todd Blanche and be like, why did you go and interview Ghislaine Maxwell? What is going, all these Pete Hegseth, all these people, and that will, but you know how they are. They don't ever answer the questions, or you just sit up there and bluster because that's what Trump wants. But when we get the presidency and Congress in 28, hopefully, pray to God, Project 2029, I think is what it's called. I don't know, whatever it takes. The Republicans are playing a zero-sum game. We cannot sit back and say, well, we got to play by the rules because it's a race to the bottom. Because if they win, then free and fair elections are going away. Things that we all just took for granted because it's been there our whole lives are going away, and we can't let that happen.
Right, and kind of like what Chip is saying, I think Trump is a symptom of the overall problem, and that's the thing. If we elect a Gavin Newsom, who's
no,
who's a very sexy man, is Gavin Newsom going to be able to address the symptoms, or is he going to be able to address the underlying issue that's causing the nonsense that's happening in this country? Because there's a lot of social frustration in this country, and I personally think that Gavin Newsom, who's in corporate California, which California is a big economy, it's beautiful there, but it's dominated by corporations that Gavin Newsom seems to adhere to. You know what I mean? Is he going to bring us that change that we want to see? Is he going to sit down at the table and say, we want
here's my hot take.
He's a liar. He's the Democrat version of Trump.
Corey, hold on. The hot take on Newsom, or here's my hot take in general. I actually think we need to stop overemphasizing who's going to run in 2028, because I really think that if we want checks and balances back in our system, we have to think of just purely Congress. We need to elect different people into Congress, because for me, from California and the emphasis that is being put on Newsom, yes, Newsom in this moment in time is stepping up and is fighting fire with Trump. However, I actually think at the core, Newsom and Trump are one and the same. As someone who's lived under him in California, he has always been a greasy politician. He has always been out for himself. He has not been out for the betterment of Californians. And so I think that right now he is being put on a pedestal because he just is the person who is fighting fire with fire. And I really wish that the real problem that I see, Trump is a problem, but he is a symptom of the problem. The real problem is the fact that we don't have any other form of government that is or any other part of the government that is standing up to him, and that's Congress. We need more people in Congress that are true, not politicians, but they're servant leaders who are here to represent the interests of the people they represent.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Gavin
And I'm
Newsom
You
is
guys
a
got
piece of
somebody.
shit.
The
And
Democrats have somebody, but they won't elect him because he's pro-Israel. Josh Shapiro is a way better candidate than Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom is a chameleon. After the election, he was having Charlie Kirk and all them on his podcast trying to moderate. You know what I mean? And now he's back to swinging because Trump's an idiot. So now he's back to throwing mud at the wall. Gavin Newsom is just like she said. He's the Trump, the Democrat version of Trump. He tells you whatever you want to hear.
Yeah, Newsom has problems for sure. But here's my way I see it is the Democratic Party, the DNC specifically, is refusing to endorse young progressive candidates. That's the real problem in terms of pushing back against Trump. I mean, Newsom has shown other Democrats this is how you do it. Okay, you don't have to be super cautious about everything. You can go in there and you can attack him and you can win points and get popularity that way. Newsom, is he going to be the guy in 28? I don't know. There's probably way better candidates, but he's doing a good thing by going out there and showing Democrats, look, you don't have to sit there and just wring your hands and be too cautious. We need people that are willing to go on the offensive. We need progressives. We need people that are willing to stand up for the people that are being trampled on right now. And unfortunately, I don't see the Democratic Party as a whole really doing that right now. The DNC.
Who here believes pro wrestling is real?
Nobody.
Or is it staged? Is pro wrestling real or is it staged?
No, MAGAs believe it's real.
So is Newsom.
The two-party system is pro wrestling. Okay, you guys are talking about Democrats, Republicans. They're the same group of people that hang out after the match is over and laugh about how the crowd enjoyed the show. We're going to have to work outside of the two-party system, top down. We have to break the people who are holding the marionette strings. The people on the stage are replaceable, including the president. There's only a limited amount of room they have to operate based on who holds the marionette strings, which is the wealthy banking system, the high net worth donors, the military-industrial surveillance complex war machine, and the high net worth industry groups that lobby the government. And by the way, the Israel lobby being prime among them, given our current activities. This is what we have to break. Doing the polls is great, but it's wholly insufficient to even put us. Imagine throwing a pebble at a rock wall, going, "What? Why won't this wall come down?" Pebble. Why won't this wall come down? That's voting.
Yeah, and the thing about conservatives and Republicans that drive me insane is they don't even know what they're running against half the time. Look at this guy in the comments. He says, Newsom wants to steal the fire victims' land for low-income housing. Do you really think that Newsom is that nice, right? Do you really think Newsom is that fucking progressive?
Oh, Michael is very uninformed and just likes to troll in the comments and doesn't live in California, and everyone should ignore what comes out of that guy's keyboard. It's terrible, and he refuses to come up here and talk about it. So just ignore Michael completely. He is the epitome of uneducated MAGA.
Yeah, Gavin's no different than Donald Trump. You know what I mean? They all do the same thing. They're all corrupt at the end of the day. It's a class thing. People think that it's Democrats against Republicans. It's not Democrats against Republicans. It's the haves against the have-nots.
Exactly.
Yeah, in this Gavin Newsom shit, this is manufactured. I think this is the DNC propping him up because they're going to do. They want to push him because he's a corporate fuck. Look at this dude's no-bid contracts that he gave to people that donated to his campaign. It's just a coincidence, y'all. It just happened to work out that way that they give them no bid.
Right. Sorry, I was just gonna say Josh Shapiro's adorable. I'm sure, he's adorable. He's an adorable guy, nice smile. But Josh Shapiro was pushing school choice. He was trying to push school choice in Pennsylvania, and then he capitulated at the last minute.
And he didn't. He wouldn't ban fracking. Hell, in Oklahoma, I remember when they were fracking every fucking where we were having earthquakes left and right.
He was signing bombs, by the way, to go into Gaza. Josh Shapiro, just so you know.
And Newsom traveled to Israel after that shit to show support. So
that's why the Democrats won't vote him, because he's pro-Israel. But he's actually, if you look at his policies and stuff, he's more moderate. I mean, the thing about it is
he's a corporatist.
I know Trump's doing so bad that the left's doing what Trump did in 2016. They feel like the right feel like we got to go to the extreme because the left went to the extreme. So if you keep going back and forth like that, all we're going to get is Trump 2.0, Trump 3.0, on both sides. It doesn't matter who's doing it. If you're running to your extreme on either side, it's bad.
Yeah, well, here's how I can. This is how you can tell if the candidate's good or not. If the mainstream media is propping them up, saying that they're the only valid option, and they use that, can't fucking think of the word, viable candidate. Don't vote for that guy because that's the corporate fuck. That's the corporate fuck.
I want.
That's how you know.
By the way, I do not believe the left goes to the extreme at
Yes,
all
exactly.
in this country. This country is such a centrist, conservative, right-wing country. What does the extremist left look like, right? Hippies that want universal health care and paid family leave.
Bernie Sanders.
Tuition-free college.
On the right.
That's so scary.
A livable minimum wage.
Right?
Communists.
Forgiving student loans. Oh, how extreme.
What is the right?
That's the thing. It's like they sit there and they call Mandami like a communist. That word has been used more often than not now about Mandami, and I'm like, you guys don't even know what that word means.
But then
like you don't even
his
know
own
the difference between
turns around and attacks him and says, "Oh, well, he can't win."
But guys,
he's so
look
extreme.
at the extreme right, though. Compare that to the extreme right, where they're fucking deploying troops in the street, ripping families apart, right?
Exactly.
Young children with cancer, right? The extreme left has always been purged from American society. Whenever the extreme left comes out, they're always thrown away, locked up. They're always targeted by the FBI. The idea that we have an extreme left in this country, it's ridiculous.
Well, it like
I agree with
what they claim to be extreme, at least what the DNC would claim to be extreme, is not extreme at all. This is FDR type Democrats. Like, I don't understand that language anyway. Calling them like Bernie Sanders, he's a socialist.
It's like decent humans. I think that's the problem. Is that the human decency, those who respect human decency, are being framed as like far left extremists. You even had what's his bucket, like sorry, I've had many drinks in Mexico today, so my vocabulary is not at the forefront of my brain. But Trump's bald-headed weirdo basically came out and said,
Stephen
like, everyone
Miller?
who's protesting in DC. Thank
Or-
you. Yes. Who said, I appreciate that you were right there. You knew what I meant by bald-headed weirdo. That he was basically saying that all the protesters were like these like far left hippies that are communists that don't live in DC. And it's like, why is that your trope that you guys continuously bring out? There was nothing wrong with fucking hippies. They just wanted violence to stop and for people to just have a good time and like enjoy each other in community. Like, knock it off. I'm so tired of like what they frame as the far left.
That's like, I could never understand why they kept attacking Antifa, that it was a terrible organization when its name literally means anti-fascist.
Right.
Well, and so I want to address Rizzo in the comments because Mamdani has never once said he was a communist or a Marxist. He has never once said that. I've been paying attention this whole time. He's only ever said that he's anti-capitalist, doesn't think billionaires should exist, and believes in democratic socialism.
That's where it starts, though. It's going to lead to.
No.
Yeah.
All of that is very different from communism, which is an
Oh,
authoritarian.
I know. There's a difference because it's ever worked in any other country.
I didn't say it ever. I didn't say communism has ever worked.
The thing about it is just kumbaya stuff. It's never going to happen. It's like a utopian dream that these people have that everybody can just get along. We can just put all our money in a pot and share it.
Countries,
it happens
though.
in Germany.
Corey, it happens in other countries.
What do you think the New Deal was? We've had this.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just an
Sweden,
expansion of
Germany.
Is that Jay?
the social safety net.
Yes, it is. I'm actually friends with Jonathan. So how you guys doing? My name is Jay. I'm 24 years old. I'm a Democrat, and I'm an engineering student. And I actually already have I have another degree in biochemistry. But I wanted to address something to Corey. Corey, actually, I want to ask everyone: has anyone served before?
No.
Okay, no one
My
on the
dad
panel
has.
served. Okay, so does anyone know what commissary is?
I know what commissary is.
All right. Basically, what Mamdani is literally trying to implement in New York is literally almost exactly like commissary. So when people are calling him a communist, a socialist, for trying to open up basically a publicly funded grocery store, it's almost stupid because we already do it for our military members. So to say that, you're basically saying the military is communist.
Right.
Like that's basically what you're saying right now.
Well, and
What?
right.
It's
And
been
I want to add
tried.
on this. I
It's
want to
been
add this.
tried and failed.
Yeah, no, excuse me. Idaho, Pennsylvania, Utah, they all have state-run liquor stores, right? Their liquor stores are all ran by their individual states, right? That's what those states do, okay? So if we're really going to call one, by the way, it's like 2 grocery stores he wants to establish that would be nonprofit, publicly owned, by the way, using grants that are already being put towards corporate grocery store chains, directing that towards publicly funded grocery stores. If we're going to call that communist, then I guess every fucking red state out there that has publicly funded liquor stores is also a communist.
That's why you can get your bottle of Crown for $40.
And
Yeah.
and think of this: when you're talking about something that you need, like food, why do we have to pay more money in order for some fucking rando to make profit from something that we need? I don't get that. Corey, can you explain that to me? Why do we have to say for a necessity? Oh, no,
The
no.
supermarket profitability is like 1%.
Okay.
So Montgomery's going to save 1%. It's been tried
No,
before.
it'll be more than that.
Work.
It'll be more
It
than
does
that.
not work. You look at it. It's like the social. It's like anytime you try to take over something because you're going to make it better. Look at the VA.
What it is.
Come on.
Okay, I asked you that. You didn't actually answer my question, Corey.
What was your
Why do we say that we have to pay more for something that we need to live, just so that somebody else can profit off of that thing? And keep in mind, the only thing they do is bring in goods from a different area and put them into one spot. It's not fucking rocket science. Why do we have to pay extra for that for somebody else to make money?
Because when you have
off it?
incentive, when you have profit, you have people in competition with the profit. So it makes the product better. It makes it more accessible and stuff. When you have competition, that drives down low prices. I mean, come on.
Okay, to make food better. Yet the food that we have in this country is some of the shittiest, most sodium fucking riddled, crap, nasty food in the world.
Exactly.
No.
So this is with the privatized system. However, if you were to have a state-run or city-run grocery store, if you had that, you would focus on wholesome fucking tomatoes, your vegetables, your grains, your basic fucking foods. You wouldn't add all the additional shit because you're not trying to make money. If you want to go to a grocery store that has, say, general merchandise like your Walmart, and you can get the little can openers and little things that you can go to those still, because they'll still exist and there's a place for them. But when it comes to food, then I don't understand why we have to pay more so some rando can make money off of it. I don't get that.
By the way, there's already not a lot of. Hang on, right? I just want to say there's not a lot of competition right now in the current system. The current grocery store chains that are all dominated by major corporations in certain regions across the country. And by the way, that so-called competition is not even working because we're still having to fucking trade our kidneys just to get a thing of groceries every month. You know what I mean? Like, it's not, we don't really have a system of competition in this country because it's dominated by major corporations that have consolidated control over the entire market. The idea of adding a public option for grocery stores, which would just be 2 of them, in areas where there's not a lot of grocery stores in New York, right? So like food deserts that are in New York, right? That would actually be a better way to incentivize competition, right?
Yeah.
Because those grocery stores will be able to negotiate the cost of whatever food they're buying with the wholesalers and the people that are selling the food that they sell in retail, right? They'd be able to negotiate the cost. It would be nonprofit. And that would actually be a better way to incentivize competition. And all he's doing is taking subsidies that are already used by the government to subsidize grocery stores and redirecting those towards a public option. And if you don't want to go to the public option, guess what? You don't have to. You can still go to a private grocery store. It's not like he's taking over every single grocery store in New York City and making them under control of New York State.
Yep.
Do you realize
I want to say something
do
if I
you
can.
guys realize that it's been tried before? That it's been tried?
Yes, Corey, here.
Okay, and did it succeed? When it's
Corey,
been tried multiple times in multiple states, look it up. It never succeeds.
Corey, here.
We do it on military bases.
Yeah, we literally have commissary. Commissary is literally, it's actually probably the most popular thing that military members get to enjoy. And one thing I really want you to understand, especially when you're talking about food and competition, this is something that I don't think you're really getting about when it's privatization of food. All right. I'm running a business right now. I run a restaurant, okay? While I'm in school. I want you to, and if you run a business, you will know this, right? We are trying to maximize profit no matter what. So what are you going to do? You're going to cut corners. You're going to basically find the cheapest way to actually get your food out, right? So if you are selling burgers, if you're selling whatever you want, right? If you realize like, oh, I can actually, put this certain thing inside it and it's going to cost less so I can maximize my profit. So instead of my margins being 3%, it could be 10%. And what you're injecting into this burger is now actually more toxic or more carcinogenic for people. Yeah, that is what companies tend to do. That is why we have all these lawsuits on companies when they're putting all these crazy chemicals in our food. It's because they're trying to maximize their profit margins. That is the whole idea of privatization of certain things. If you are literally trying to privatize food, that is dangerous because they're going to cut corners. They're going to do things that is going to give them more money. They're not going to care for the betterment of society. They're not going to care for people to actually have healthy food options here. And even like how liberals are literally saying, if we are actually not focusing on a profit incentive towards food, we're actually going to be incentivizing our population to eat healthier. We're going to tell people like, hey, you should be eating your whole grains. You should be getting fiber into your diet. You should actually be eating your fruits and veggies. Like that is literally what we should be doing in this country. But I don't understand why you keep thinking like, oh, there's competition for food. If you're talking about for restaurants, that's different, right? But if you're talking about going to the grocery store, that should that there should be no profit motive behind getting some apples or some bananas.
No, competition makes our product better and makes our product cheaper. Look at Costco.
There
Look
is
at
no
stuff like that.
competition.
Just because somebody's making a profit doesn't mean that they're giving you a bad product. That's your mindset. And if you do the free grocery stores or non-profit grocery stores,
It's not free grocery stores. That's the thing. You don't even know. You don't even know what it is.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
We run off of taxation, right? So when you do that in New York, what is that going to do to the mom and pop local stores, to the mom and pop stores? It's going to run them out of business. So there goes your taxes. I mean, come on, think this through, you guys.
You think that's what's flying mom and pop businesses out of business? It's not that. It's Amazon. It's Walmart. It's the giant.
In other areas of the city where there are grocery stores, there are bodegas, there are mom and pops, and they coexist. So I don't understand that argument, Corey.
Yeah, and well, I want to address one thing that I caught from what Corey said is that it makes our products better. The profit motive is why they put preservatives in the food. That's why. Because it is more profitable if your bread won't mold or go stale for 2 months. I've got a fucking loaf of bread sitting on my counter. I had left for a month. I come back, this bread doesn't have a fucking nothing, no green on it, no fuzzies, nothing. It's still soft. That is not normal. They do that for profit. They do it for profit. If you take the profit motive out of it, their job is to give you good quality food without all the additional crap because it costs more when the goal is simply to feed people rather than to turn a fucking profit.
Exactly. And if I could add on to that, by the way, why don't we talk about how Walmart is the company that's really driving all the mom and pop shops out of areas across the country, right? By moving into areas, right? Selling cheap ass shit, right? You know, oftentimes what they'll do is they'll use horrible tactics, right? To take over other companies, right? And they drive a lot of mom and pop shops out of local communities. So that's already happening, but it's happening with these big ass corporate chains that are all subsidized by the government already, by the way, that are all practically owned by the government already. And you know, we're not winning with the current system.
I agree that the big corporations should be broke up. I agree that it should be more local And then, and as far as the food going bad and stuff, that's what Kennedy's in, right now, trying to fight against all that preservatives and stuff like that.
And
Everybody's bashing him in the head.
that's something I agree with him doing, but he's also doing a lot more than that. But I wanted to address Michael John, and I invited you up. You said it's not for profit if you're not buying bread next week. Dude, it's to maintain shelf life so that they don't have as much lost product. That's what it's for. That's why they do it. It increases their profit margins. To argue otherwise is ridiculous.
And if I can get in, Liberal, I've been trying to get in for a minute. Just
sure.
In response to Corey and his statement about 1% profit, if they make 1% profit, answer me how they can pay a 4% dividend.
I'm saying their margins are low. If you look it up, the grocery store is not making 30% profit. I mean, look it up. So what Mondami's supposed to pass down, you got to look at the effect that's going to do to grocery stores that do got to pay the taxes and do got to pay that stuff. Where's their incentive? You know what I mean? It's like a domino effect.
But they're not there anyway. They're not providing
Don't kid for a minute that a grocery store, no, they are not making 30% profit. You're right. But they're making closer to 10% than they are to 1%. Because look at the profit that they make, look at the salaries that they pay at the top, and look at the dividends that they give to their shareholders. And you'll see very quickly that it's a lot more than a 1% profit.
I think we would be better off to subsidize the people that needs it, the hungry people that needs it, like SNAP. That would be better off.
That's what it's for.
That's literally what this is doing, but it's putting public grocery stores, right? One or two of them in areas where people can't reach grocery stores as easily. It's called food deserts, right? Areas where the market doesn't actually go in there and invest and open up grocery stores. People have to travel so far to get their damn groceries. It's saying we're going to take subsidies, create a nonprofit, publicly traded, community-owned grocery store that people can buy their groceries from. They could get healthy, affordable food, right, in areas where people can't have to, where there's not grocery stores. That's all it's doing, right? There's nothing wrong with having a public option. He's not calling on the government to take over every grocery store in the country. That's not what he's doing.
Yeah, and it's not going to put private grocery stores out of business.
He did 5. He wanted to do 5.
Well,
Corey, it's also important for you to recognize that the numbers that you're bringing up about the
profit margins.
The profit margins, you're talking about net profit margins.
Right.
Net profit margins in the United States are between 1.6 and 3%. Not gross profit margins. Well, gross profit margins are roughly right around 35%. And within those gross profit margins are also the dividends that they pay out to their investors.
Yep.
So you need to recognize, we're not talking about the fact that they're only turning a 1% profit. No, they're not only turning a 1% profit. You have to know the difference between those two. And also we're talking about feeding people. Let's keep that at the forefront of this conversation. This isn't about fucking electronics at Walmart. This is about people who already live in food deserts, who are focusing or relying upon fast food and convenience stores in order to be able to purchase groceries because the big giant private companies don't have grocery stores in these areas.
Right.
And that's what Mondami is trying to get.
If they're for profit, why don't they have them in them areas?
Well,
As corporations are for profit, why wouldn't they have a grocery store where people need it?
Because
rent is one of the reasons New York City is rent.
Let me, Corey, that's a great question. Tulsa, Oklahoma, big ass city, right? Would you say a lot of people in Tulsa?
Yep.
They have a food desert in North Tulsa. And guess who resides in North Tulsa?
But why is that?
What happened in North Tulsa and to whom back in the 1920s? Tulsa race riots. As a black community has in Tulsa food deserts. And it's so ridiculous. These people are so ridiculous because the city council worked with a private organization to come in and put a grocery store, and people bitched about it because of the food desert in a fucking huge metropolitan city. They exist even though there are tens of thousands of people that are in this area. They had food deserts for decades now.
And we're talking about profit margins too, Corey. I want you to really get this when we're talking about dividends and all this and the stock buybacks that these companies are doing. Jonathan, actually, we had this conversation last night, and I brought up a fun fact. So if you look at Trump's tax bill in 2017, when he cut the corporate tax cuts, right? When you look at the S&P 500 companies and how much they actually made off of those tax cuts, we're talking about $800 to $900 billion annually. You guys can go search this up. Search on ChatGPT. Go ask it. $5.6 trillion from 2018 to 2024 is what we missed out on in this economy. And what you could pay for is free tuition community colleges, free tuition public universities across the nation. You can also reinstate the child tax credit. These are policies that actually would benefit businesses because it's reducing the burden on actual consumers. We're 70%, our economy is 70% consumer spending. So when you actually look at the government actually helping people, we are actually going to help businesses because people have more money to spend. This is a constant cycle that I think a lot of conservatives seem to miss out on, is that these specific policies that people are trying to advocate for is actually helping businesses, because guess what? People have more cash on hand. They can buy more things. They can actually do these type of things. And that's why we are saying we need to actually help the working class, help the middle class, and alleviate the pain on them.
Right. And I wanted to add on about the grocery store question. Why don't grocery stores open up in areas where there's deserts? It has a lot to do with the fact that those low-income areas, people have less disposable income. So it's seen as less profitable for those grocery store chains to open up there, right? This is called, what is the word? It's negative externalities with the market, right? Where the market doesn't exactly fulfill all of our needs as a society because the market is solely focused on profit. That's what Mamdani is saying. Mamdani is saying where the market fails, right? We can basically set up a community-owned local grocery store, which, as Jay pointed out, commissaries, I just looked into that because I didn't even know about that. Thank you for bringing that up, Jay. I think is a commissary. Is that what it's called? Sure. They save military families 30 to 40% on their groceries every single month. That's how effective they are.
And I have a question about the Tulsa claim. Wasn't there like Walmarts that closed in Tulsa due to crime?
Not that I'm aware of, and I lived in Tulsa.
Yeah, from my understanding, Walmart's closed 157 different in different areas, causing food deserts. And Walmart specifically said they were closing because of crime, like people were just stealing.
Well, this is the funny thing about Walmart.
No. I trust me. I lived there.
This is the funny thing about
if they made that claim, I mean that makes no sense, because if you go to, there's a big one on Admiral and Memorial, and that place is full of crime. If they were going to close one down, it would have been that one.
And this is the funny thing about Walmart
too. This is an important thing to think about too, though, is that Corey, are you aware of how many companies actually own the grocery stores across the United States? Do you know how many there are?
Yeah, the corporations own a majority of it.
Not the majority. There are 7 companies, 7 that own more than 90% of the grocery store market across the United States.
Yeah, and I don't agree with that. I think we need to have the local mom and pops.
Right, I agree with you too. I would love to see more local businesses be supported. But the fact of the matter is that when Republicans sit here and say that what Mamdani is trying to do for these communities that are literally in food deserts is going to hurt the competition, there already is competition.
Yes.
The system that we live in prioritizes corporations, and we have 7 corporations determining who gets what type of food and for how much.
But Rebecca, if there's competition already, then that kind of defeats your point, because you're saying there's a food desert, but there's competition. You're cutting me off.
No, what I'm saying is that it goes against. Hold on, John, because the thing is it goes against what Corey is saying. Corey is saying that by Mamdani going in and putting in subsidized co-op food sources in these neighborhoods that already have a food desert is going to fuck up the competition amongst the market. The fact of the matter is number one, the market isn't even playing there. And number two, it's not about mom and pops though.
I know.
It's not about mom and
There's not
pop
no
stores.
bodegas around where he's going to put the stores. Come on.
Sure, there are bodegas, but
Okay,
you don't
so is
go
that
to
going to hurt
bodegas
him?
for all of your. Corey, you don't go to bodegas for all of your grocery needs.
Actually, you can. You can go to a bodega.
There are some that you can go to a variety of, but again, but this
No, they
isn't
all
going
do.
to hurt. No, they don't. Have you
Yeah,
lived
they
in
do.
New York
I
City?
used to live in New York City. What are you talking about? Bodegas are
Okay.
awesome.
Bodegas are awesome. I'm not saying the bodegas aren't the competition here. Like what
Well,
he
they
is
are.
actually talking about. Okay, John, go
Wait,
ahead.
can I
You
just
talk.
can I just jump in for a second?
Sure.
Bodegas are competitions like 7-Elevens are competitions for Kroger. If I need a gallon of milk, I might whip in and get a gallon of milk. But if I'm buying a lot, I'm gonna go where my dollar stretches further. And if you live in a food desert, the reason why there's no grocery store there is because there's nobody there that can pay the money that they need or pay the prices that the grocery store would need to be able to at least break even, right?
Well,
And
a bodega is a grocery store, and it would be specific.
a bodega
Am I
is
not
not a
allowed to talk? All
grocery.
right.
Well, I'm sorry, John. Go ahead.
Yeah. So a bodega is typically a grocery store, and specifically in like New York City, bodegas are usually tailored to the community, and they usually import foods that are designed for the local community. Like you may have one that may have more like Spanish or Mexican bodegas or Italian bodegas or Middle Eastern bodegas. So usually bodegas represent the community, and they sell food that the community wants, and it's typically fresh and imported from around wherever that community wants the food from. Like that's the point of a bodega.
Okay, I'm not even sure what a bodega is.
It's like a convenience store, but typically they sell things like fresh fruit, or depending on the area. So if it's like in more of a Puerto Rican neighborhood, they may sell things that are more
like, are they really, really small? Like convenience stores?
Think
small?
of like Trader
They're small
Joe's.
convenience stores, very similar to like a 7-Eleven.
No.
But charge out the
or
ass.
a Quick Trip.
No, think of like Trader Joe's size.
Trader Joe's is huge.
Yeah. No,
isn't
they're
it?
not Trader Joe's.
Yeah, they are.
Bodegas?
Trader Joe's, depending upon where you live, is quite large. It's not, bodegas are not that big.
That's like Walmart size.
I lived in New York
Bodegas
City.
are found on like neighborhood corner shops. I'm aware. I used to live in New York too. Like I used to go to them. Like
okay.
I don't understand your point.
Okay,
here.
I'm gonna Google it.
When he asked you what a bodega was, you said it's a convenience store, which I would agree with you. It is
I
a
didn't say it was a
local
convenience
community
store.
convenience store. That's actually what you literally just said. You said it's a convenience store.
No, I said it's like a convenience. It's like a convenience store, but it also has It also has typically built in.
Correct.
Yeah, but it's way bigger than a 7-Eleven.
Just like Quick Trip, just like 7-Eleven.
No.
You can go to 7-Eleven and get fresh. Yes, you can. You can go to 7-Eleven and get fresh groceries. You can go to Quick Trip and get fresh groceries as well. They are not full functioning grocery stores.
Okay.
Which was the point that I was trying to make, is that like in making this argument between grocery stores and what Mandami is trying to do, bodegas aren't necessarily a part of that conversation the way that Corey was framing it, which is what I was trying to say. And then you came in here trying to claim that grocery stores or bodegas are like grocery stores and that neighborhoods are served, that they go to bodegas for all of their grocery needs. And that is not an accurate statement.
Right. And dollar stores have largely, come out like they're the fucking local grocery store. And by the way, John, I was looking up the claim that you made because in North Tulsa, the moment that you pass 244 and continue going north, I don't know of any Walmart that has ever existed on that side, ever. It's always Dollar Generals and these little shitty, just nothing stores.
Well, I asked the question. I asked the question if that was the case. I didn't make the claim.
Right. Well, so I looked it up. I Googled what you said, and it actually had pointed to that very Walmart that I was talking about, the one at Admiral Memorial, but it had shut down not for crime. It had shut down during remember the Jade Helm shit? Remember that? The conspiracies about Jade Helm?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, so remember they'd shut down a bunch of Walmarts all across the country for like 6 months or 12 months or whatever. You don't remember that? And the Republicans at the time, they were like, oh, the government's going to take it over. Obama's going to take everything over. Nothing? Really?
No, I don't remember.
Anyway,
I'll be honest.
so that was one of those stores. But it wasn't crime. It was, even though that store is pretty rough. Yeah.
But Walmart did close 156 stores, and I guess their claim was crime.
In Tulsa?
No, not in Tulsa. I'm just saying across the country.
Oh, yeah. No,
I thought,
but
when
that's
I Googled
not.
it looked like some of those were in Tulsa, but if that's not true.
Yeah, no, they've got, in terms of super centers, probably less than 10, I think, across the city. But they have a bunch of like neighborhood markets, but they don't have any in North Tulsa. And that's where the food deserts are. And they fill them in with fucking Dollar Generals that have little produce departments. But they charge out the ass for that stuff. And it's like cheap ass food. But anyway, they brought in a grocery store, and people were bitching about it. They're like, oh my God, how dare they put, it's like, what the f is wrong with people bitching about a grocery store?
I think New York City is a bad example because there's plenty of places in New York City where you can go get fresh bread. You can go get fresh, like there's plenty of meat markets. A bodega would meet your like needs of like milk, some meats, eggs, and it's a specialty store that could have other items. Like we think of it having to go into one store, like a grocery store, like a Kroger's, to get all your food. People in New York City don't do that. They go to specialty places and buy specialty items, like bread and things like that nature.
But that ties into what I was just going to say, because it reflects back on the profit margin a little bit issue, because these big stores, and we have the same thing in Canada, and I used to see it in the United States when I would visit there. The big stores, when they're trying to maximize profit, they don't want you buying the dollar loaf of bread that's on sale. They want you buying the $5 loaf of exotic artisan bread, because that's a much higher profit margin for them. And
yeah, but New York City, New York City, like you're either buying bread from Arthur Avenue.
Hey, come on, Jonathan.
I
quietly sat back and let you talk.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. I apologize.
No, I wasn't. So what I wanted to finish was that they want you buying the high volume or the high profit margin product. However, in the neighborhoods, exactly like Liberal pointed out in North Tulsa, where you have the majority of food deserts, let's be honest, wherever they exist, whatever city you pick, food deserts tend to almost universally exist in lower income and ethnic communities, in probably in majority Black communities. And so they don't want to locate there because the customer there is going to buy the dollar loaf of bread or the 59 cents. I don't know how your prices are in the United States, but they're not going to buy the $5 or $9 artisan bread because they can't afford that $9 loaf of bread out of their food budget. So as a result, the products that they're going to be selling are going to be the low margin products to customers. And so the profit margin, profitability of the store goes down a lot across their corporate panel. When they look at the profits of all the stores, the ones in the food deserts have very low profit margins because customers there are buying the low priced items. And so the stores, in their view, are not profitable because they want a store that makes an X amount of minimum dollars, and the food store in the food desert doesn't make that minimum dollars, so they don't want to locate there. Right. So it's not really putting anything out of business. As Rebecca's pointed out a few times, these are areas where the corporations don't want to put stores already because they aren't profitable. And I'm
has
certain,
already said that he wants to work
I have
with the bodega owner.
absolutely no doubt that if Kroger wanted to open in that neighborhood, you would not be saying keep Kroger closed because look at the poor bodegas. Yeah, and I guess my point, like I just Googled this, like New York City, like what would be considered a food desert, and it came up with Hunts Point, And if anybody remembers Hunts Point from the 90s in the HBO special, it's a very bad area, or was. And then I just Googled like grocery stores in that area, and I found like 6 already. Hunts Point Produce Market, where it has fresh produce, Top Banana Market, like C Market, supermarkets. Like there is a ton of locally owned supermarkets in that area, and specifically like produce ones. So that's why I'm like confused as like if you call Hunts Point a food desert, then why do all these like locally run supermarkets show up?
So the term food desert is it you know, in New York
So,
City would be
John,
a
I
little
think the
different. But go ahead, Rebecca.
Oh no, go ahead. I think I'm on a delay. I didn't realize you started talking. Go ahead.
No, I mean, I was just going to say that I think they define it a little differently because of just how dense the population is there. So, you know, it may mean like half a mile or a mile from an area without access to affordable groceries. That's how they're defined. So you may very well find those things, but if you have to walk, you know, a mile or 2 miles to get to it, it's, you know, because of the lack of transportation, what have you, it may be labeled as a food desert.
Well, then I live in a food desert.
You very well may. But if you're,
like John, you have the ability to like go to your car and go get groceries. I think the fact of the matter is, and this is just my inebriated flippant response, is the fact that like you had to Google what a food desert was and are putting down a plan after 2 seconds of research.
Well, I don't think you heard me. For some reason, I think you have a problem with me because I didn't
Formalized
Google
plan,
what a food.
and that
Yeah,
formalized plan that's actually trying to assess like root cause issues is causing people problems because again, he is literally trying to say, hey, instead of looking at all the noise on X, Y, and Z, let's actually look at like the ways in which our government can serve our most vulnerable communities, and people are losing their shit about it.
yeah. So I think you misread me here. I didn't have to Google what a food desert was. I was Googling a place in New York City that would be considered a food desert. And then I took a look to see if there are local supermarkets and grocery stores in that area. And there's plenty of them.
No, I understand exactly what you said. And I said the fact of the matter is that you took a 2-second Google to try to find where a food desert was by the metrics of Google versus deeply researching it. And then decided that, like, why are we dealing with this? Because based upon my research of Google, there are actual, like, grocery stores within the walkable area. I think it's a moot point. Like, can we agree that, like, your formative 3-minute like deep dive into this project it isn't going to garner the same results as to like the work that Mandami and his team have done to understand this like serious problem in New York City?
I mean, I've lived in New York City. Transportation is very easy to get around, and I lived in New York City for over 25 years, and I don't understand the idea of a food desert in New York City. Now, if you told me some remote place out in the middle of, I don't know, Wisconsin or something is a food desert, okay, fine. But claiming New York City has food deserts when access to transportation is all over the place. There's places in New York City where you can walk to. Like I don't understand the claim for New York City.
Sure. So John, let's talk about that. Like when you lived in New York City for 25 years, were you able to hold one job or did you have to have multiple jobs?
Well, it depended on the time, but I've had 1 or 2 jobs at certain points. But what's the point about how many jobs I work?
The point that I'm trying to make is that based upon the market research that's needed and necessary to understand why this is a problem, it's for the lower income areas that actually have to sometimes have upwards of 2 to 3 jobs in order to afford to live into their city. So we're not talking about transportation in the sense that they can't get on the New York subway to be able to get to a certain place.
So you're asking me, I get it. So you're asking my anecdotal experience. So yeah, when I was 14, right, I grew up with a single mother. I was super poor. And what I did is I got a job. I worked at McDonald's and I saved up my money and I bought a vehicle. Okay. And I went from when I was 14 until I was about 22. Okay. I worked 2 different jobs at that time to be able to afford my life because I grew up super poor. So yeah, that's my.
No, I understand.
So if you're asking me, yes, I grew up super poor.
I understand. So what I'm trying to say is like you as an adult though, like in a sense where you're sitting here for somebody who doesn't have to have multiple jobs now as an adult to feed your family in New York City, where rent is over 50% of the income in which you're bringing home, this isn't an issue for you.
Why is it so expensive to live in New York? Why is
That's
that?
a great question, Corey. Why is it so expensive to live where I live in California? Like, I mean, that's a different issue.
Because the
matter
policies,
is that, like,
the
it's
policies, the
frustrating.
people that live there vote on. That's why.
Right. That's why I moved. That's why I don't live there anymore.
Okay,
There's
well,
just
that's
shit all
great
over.
for you. But all
Hold
I'm
up.
trying to say is, like, don't come up here on a panel and shit on a solution that somebody is providing for your 3 seconds of Google research and pretend that you're an expert on the subject. That's all I'm trying to say.
I'd like to weigh in because I know that John, my friend John, is a free market guy. So while there may be some forces from regulations that may cause things to be more expensive, but you have to admit that property in both places that you guys were referring to have always been high because of demand to live there, right?
Yes, it's true. The population does make it go up, but that's not the only reason. The regulations and the taxations is what's killing these big cities.
Right, but if you live in an area that doesn't have that type of population, say outside of Kansas City, Missouri, my money goes a lot further here because there's not a demand to live here.
Exactly, but the cost of living's down in any suburbs compared to the cities. But why is that?
Well, you got to have people to work at the stores to serve the people that are well off in New York City. Where are they supposed to live?
That's to my point. Why is New York City? Why is New York City? Why is LA? Why is Chicago? Why is all these big cities so expensive to live in?
Corey, these are highly populated areas that actually are the largest contributors to our GDP.
Okay, but that's not to my point. My point is, why are they so expensive? Does it have something to do with the policies that they vote for?
No, it doesn't. It
I know.
has to do.
Supply and demand, Corey.
Thank you, Tim.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
supply and
really
demand
that
has
simple.
a lot to do with it. When you have 20 people looking to rent 10 houses, of course it's going to go up.
Right.
But that's not the only reason.
Well, sure,
That
you
it's
can.
so expensive to live in New York. It's so expensive to live in LA. That's not the only reason.
Or Dallas, or I mean, any city. The bigger the city, the more competition there is for the land, and land is finite in a city. And when you have something like, New York City, which is extremely dense with people, there's a lot of competition, it's a lot of demand and low supply, and that causes rates to go up. This is just the natural way of things.
And I would say that's also the reason. I was going to add on to what you were saying, Tim. That's also the reason why it's really expensive to put up a grocery store, and that's why whenever a company is doing their market research and the demographics of any particular area, that they're going to invest billions of dollars in to erect either erect or do improvements on a leasehold to put in a grocery store. They would look at the people in the surrounding area to see if they made enough money to spend in their store so they can make a profit.
Yeah. And plus, you got to think, people want to go to cities because there's a lot of shit to do. Right? There's a lot more shit to do in a city than if you were to go out in the middle of, bumfuck Egypt and to live there. Pardon my French. You know what I mean? So
you
it's
can live in the suburbs. You can live 30 minutes away from the city and be way cheaper to live.
If you can drive.
Corey, I'm telling you right now, I live in Los Angeles. I live on the outskirts of Los Angeles in a suburb, and that is a non-accurate statement. It's cheaper for me in LA, around LA, to actually live in LA County than it is to live outside of LA County. Like, it is all about supply and demand. Like, there is from home, like C19, our property tax, like the flight that went to the suburbs from C19, because people needed more space to live in, because we were living in a 900 square foot home, and we were like, we can't be all four of us in this 900 square foot home. We need a bigger space. So we went and we found a bigger place. Like, it is way more. expensive to live in
And
the
that's
suburbs
because of
here
policies too,
than
though.
it is to live in the city.
The policies.
Not because of policies. I live in a different county of Ventura than LA County. LA
So-
County is totally different and their policies are more expensive, but it is more expensive for me to live where I live here than it is for me to live within LA County district.
But wouldn't you agree that property tax is probably the biggest expense for people?
I mean,
I would
depends on
agree
the.
that my mortgage is the biggest expense. My property tax is not the biggest expense that I pay. My mortgage is.
Yeah, but I don't know how much your property tax is, but my property tax is bigger than my actual mortgage payment.
My property taxes that I pay annually is like $16,000.
Okay.
And we
That's
shouldn't
1%
we
in
shouldn't even
California.
have property
It's
taxes.
1%.
Right.
I agree.
Because if you
We should
if you
not have
buy
property
your
tax.
if you buy
You
your
buy your house,
land,
give us money.
yeah, if you buy your house or land or whatever, and then
What is
you
that?
don't pay your tax at some point, and the government can confiscate it, means you own absolutely nothing, and the government can at any point come and steal your shit. I don't like that.
I think we
And
can all agree with
libertarian,
that.
right?
when it comes to education,
Well, and this
they
is the thing,
often
when people want to talk
pay.
about tax rates in the United States.
Would that be a libertarian idea, liberal?
Yeah, I mean, I have other libertarian ideas, but
Yeah, I like that
in terms
idea.
of your property taxes, they usually determine how much funding your education gets, which means poor places get shitty education, and that is ass backwards from the way that it should
But
be.
tell me this: if I bought a piece of land, could I just own it forever and never have to give? I mean, that would be kind of strange, right? I mean, you have to pay something, right?
Well, look, if a person unalives, the land exists and it stays. So nobody ever truly owns anything.
So you could pass it down to a family
and this
member,
is,
I guess.
this is indigenous way of viewing the world where we're here temporarily while, whereas the earth is here forever. So, I mean,
Nobody really
but
owns
that's
the land.
kind of a
You can't own land.
philosophical, it's kind of a philosophical thing.
$16,000, and she bought she bought her house. That's crazy.
Who? What?
A lot of money. Oh, she said she paid $16,000 in property tax. That's so much money, man.
See,
That's crazy.
that's nuts.
Yeah, we pay $8,000 every 6 months. It's ridiculous.
Unbelievable.
Like it is,
And you have
like
to
we
come
pay
up
to
with
live
that.
where we live, which has a relatively low crime rate, and we have decent school districts. And my hope is that the housing market stays until we move out of California in 7 years, and then we can retire in the Midwest. Like that's my goal.
Whoa.
So it's
Well,
like
why
it's a
would you wanna do
temporary hardship.
Yeah, I'm sitting here
Why,
thinking,
why would you want to
I buy
do
a
that?
house?
If you agree with the liberal policies, why wouldn't you just stay where they enforce the liberal policies? Why would you want to go
But
to?
Corey, you're making a lot of assumptions. A, that I agree with all liberal policies, and B, that
I thought all
California is the
Democrats
bastion of
agreed
all
with
liberals.
taxation.
But Corey, again, I'm not a Democrat, and I've said that multiple times on here, and I'm from the Midwest. I live in California because I am required to live there right now because I have an anchor baby, in the sense that I have a co-parent that means I can't move out of a certain county without his permission. That is the only reason why my husband and I continue to live in California. It is far too expensive to be here. And the second our kids graduate high school, which is in 7 years, we are out because we want to live a different lifestyle than what's needed and necessary for us to continue to live in our elder years in California. And that's if you want to retire in California,
That's
you
why
have
I
to have
left.
an immense amount of wealth.
Exactly what you're saying is why I left California. I'm born and raised in California. 51 years I lived in California. And I
Right.
lived,
So Corey, just do me a favor. Don't flippantly say stay in California. Why would you want to leave the California, move to the Midwest if you're for liberal policies? There are liberals outside of California.
Yeah.
Can we talk about the fact that your property tax is actually would cost somebody $8 an hour? So in order for somebody to live where you live, just to pay the property tax, they'd have to make over the minimum wage, the federal minimum.
That's fucking crazy, man.
So $8.30 an hour, somebody would have to make just to live.
I mean, there's something to be said.
Mine was $4,500 a year.
But this is why I believe
California, and I
poverty
paid
lines.
$200 a year in
I
Arkansas.
I rent.
But why does property tax need to be that high anywhere?
If you rent, you're paying the landowner's property taxes through your rent.
Right.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's built in.
I don't want to have the argument of why it needs to be that high because I don't believe in property tax. We all can agree that
I'm sure
property
it's grown
tax
over the years.
is an additional way in which we are burdened.
Yeah, does anybody
agree.
here actually think that we should have property tax?
No.
I mean, how are you going to raise taxes for your state and local, or for your local government and municipality and your county? I mean, how are they
I think you do
supposed
it
to
through
raise?
sales
This is the
tax
thing,
I'm
Paula.
and
sorry.
Like,
fees,
I'm just saying.
D&D
Like,
fees.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at my property taxes, and I don't pay as much as my friend over there. But I'd be happy to live in California. If I could take
No,
a
you
trip and
wouldn't.
move there.
Buy you a
No, you
ticket.
But when
wouldn't.
you look at your property tax receipt, at least here in Missouri, they itemize where your money goes to. And I
no, they do
literally
not in
have
California.
no problem with where my money goes to in my area.
Yeah,
So
Arkansas
here's
does
the
the
thing,
same
Paula.
things.
I would really appreciate, like, every single time somebody tries to bring up, like, oh, when you look at like Democrat or socially democratic countries and outside of the United States, look at how much they're taxed. And I was
Well,
like, well, let's talk about how much Americans are taxed, because we have our local taxes, we have our state taxes, we have our federal taxes, and then we have additional taxes. We have our property taxes, we have taxes on any major purchase that we have. We have annual taxes in regards to upkeeping vehicles, both on the street, in the water, and on the streets. Like, if you combine all of those taxes together, we are an overly taxed society.
And the
I
amount of
would
fraud
love for
is
there to be
crazy.
better
You know,
transparency and have it be like more localized, whereas like here's your city tax that you pay annually, here's your county tax, here's your state tax, here's your federal tax. And I would love for there to be a transparent report on where my money goes.
well,
so
at
I
least
live
on my
in
property
Canada. You always
taxes.
say people always say that Canadians are so overtaxed to get our single health care and such. Um, my property taxes for a 1,400 square foot home, um, where in a mid-sized city in Ontario, Canada, I pay under $3,000 a year. I pay about, I think this year's bill was 2,800 and something in property tax. That covers our schooling and our waste, and it covers our taxes for the municipality. They pay a share. I'm not sure what they pay, but there's an amount agreed to between the municipality and the county as to what the municipality pays to the county. But and then we pay provincial income tax is attached to our federal income tax that we pay. And when we get refunds at the end, if we get refunds at the end of the year, they may come from both the province and the federal. But that's our, like, what I'm hearing. We don't pay anything close to what you're paying there, and we don't, and we have no cost for health insurance. So
at the door. Right.
Well, it's included in our provincial and federal taxes, because our federal government gives the money to the provincial governments for healthcare. So we don't, I pay $4 to fill a prescription because I'm a senior, but I don't pay anything for the medications that I get. And
Do you like your healthcare system?
I'm sorry?
Do you like the healthcare system there?
Absolutely.
So you like having to wait 9 months for procedures and
You don't.
doctor
Corey.
visits?
That's a complete lie.
It's not emergency.
Corey, I signed up for a rheumatologist once. 2-year wait.
Well,
2-year wait.
I can't get
A
into
What kind of insurance
neurologist
did you have?
took 6 months. Blue Cross, Blue Shield.
It has nothing to do with your
It's
insurance. Everything to do with supply and demand.
Yeah, what if
Right,
it's like
it's-
an important surgery?
Yeah, it's the number of like doctors in that area, Corey. You wait because you're at their beck and call. You do what they want to do because they're the ones in charge, not you.
Yeah, but our medical bills absolutely
And-
crush us. Like $100,000 for one procedure just wrecks a human being.
Right. Well, my point to Corey is because he was complaining about the weights that Canada has, and I'm pointing out to Corey, we have those same weights. We have those same weights.
The other thing too about weights in Canada, just that I can clarify, two things. One is, you can have a wait sometimes because you want to see a specific doctor. If you want to see the first available neurologist, he's available in 3 weeks. You want to see the neurologist of your choice that everybody wants to see? Sure, you might wait a couple of years but that's going to be the same anywhere, because That's you can't convince me that that's different in the
No.
States. Somehow in the United States, you know, the best neurologist in the state is still going to only have a 2-day waiting list.
No.
So
I don't know if you guys have problems with overpopulation or anything like that. I'm sure, because we have people that flood our emergency rooms all the time, whether it's for rugs or whatever. So I don't know if you guys have that problem in your country.
yeah, we do. Our emergency departments are grossly over flooded with, and a lot of it right now is because there's a shortage of family doctors in Canada.
How is that possible if you guys are way stricter on immigration than we are? What person is there that floods your lands?
Canadians.
We have massive immigration. I don't know who told you that we have stricter immigration than you, because we don't.
Oh,
they do from India,
And
right?
rugs are everywhere. Rugs are everywhere.
Yeah, I didn't know. I thought Canada was way different than us.
No, you act like the only people that would flood an emergency room are people not part of the country. What? Dude, like in the U.S., for example, a lot of people don't have health insurance. And where do they go? Anytime something happens, they go to the emergency room because it's the only fucking place they can go that has to see them. Get rid of that.
In Canada is that all the family. If I was living in Toronto, or if I was living in Montreal or Vancouver, I could get a family doctor within a week or two. But that's because one of the problems is that all of the doctors want to work in Toronto or Montreal. They don't want to work in smaller cities or smaller towns. So there are shortages in the small towns and the smaller cities, especially shortages of specialists. I'm really lucky because we have our hospital is attached to a university with a major medical school. So we have in our city better healthcare than most cities of our size would have. But really what I was getting at is that we don't have all these additional costs and taxes. And as far as the weight, that's the other thing I wanted to say about the weight is that when you go in to see a doctor, things like if you need an MRI, for example, the time that you're going to wait for the MRI is going to be based on the assessment of the doctor and the MRI center, based on your presenting symptoms. And if the doctor determines that there's nothing urgent about your MRI, no matter how you may feel. I mean, if you're the one having headaches, you think you need it tomorrow. But if the doctor does the assessment and determines that that there's nothing urgent about it, then you're not going to go in front of the person that needs it urgently.
Yeah, I mean, that's
hybrid.
Same here,
Also,
triage.
pay for your own private insurance anyway.
I'm sorry?
Like, don't you also have privatization in Canada as well?
No.
Oh, so like in England, for instance, they have universal healthcare that's paid for. It goes through the system, but then you also have the ability to purchase private insurance if you want. And there are certain doctors that are able to choose to only work with private insurance to get priority. So I think the thing that frustrates me about this argument in the United States, and Corey, I'm going to direct it to you because you're opposition. Can we agree that we don't want anyone in this country to go bankrupt over access to medical care?
No, I don't. I agree. Nobody should. But
okay, so if we can agree on that,
that's why we have a social safety network for the people that can't afford it.
But Corey,
what percent of people
but I
is
think
uninsured in America?
There's no difference between the two, because the fact of the matter is, and I'll give you a story to illuminate it. When I didn't have insurance in my 20s, because the jobs that I was able to have around college didn't allow me to have insurance. So I had insurance through my university, which was for urgent care needs, right? Nothing above that. I got diagnosed with cancer. No insurance. Had to have some surgeries, had to go through some radiation and some chemo. The bills for that would have destroyed my life at the age of 23 years old. And luckily, there was a hospital adjuster who was calling me about making my payments for my multiple six-figure dollar like medical bill that was given to me at the age of 23 years old. And he said, don't pay a dime. And I said, what? And he goes, don't ever tell anyone I told you this, but like, don't pay a dime of it. Don't even pay the $5 a month that they told you upon exit, you know, that you can pay this off over time as long as you just keep making a payment. And he goes, your credit will suck for a couple of years. He's like, but we have insurance that will cover this. Out of the kindness of that gentleman's heart, like I was able to get the information I needed to make sure that that didn't like ruin my life at the age of 23. Many people don't have kind individuals who step outside the system that they work within to tell people that. Like, I think that we, as the country that we are today and the amount of money that we pay our government, we should ensure that everyone has access to universal health care. It doesn't mean that that's the only system that you use, but it means that if that's the only system you can use, it's there and available to you because that's a humane thing to do.
Can I ask Kai a question? In Canada, if you wanted to get like heart surgery, what would that cost? And is it by providence?
Okay, so I want to clarify. I said no. There is in Alberta, they are trying to bring in a two-payer, what they call a two-payer system, or a two-tiered system, and it's against the Canada Health Act, and there's fights between the province and the government about this. So if you're talking to someone from Alberta, they may say that they have two-tier healthcare. So I should clarify that. I don't know an awful lot about it, but so I'm going to leave Alberta out of answering your question. In the rest of Canada, it would cost you nothing.
Yeah, there is private health insurance in Canada. I don't know what province, but I watched the thing on it, and you can, and it, you know, the middle class people are paying for it, where instead of waiting 9 months to see a specialist, you can go, you know, and you pay a month, just like, you know, you having private insurance in America. You know, they have that on top of their
Yeah,
free
they can't,
Canada.
under the Canada Health Act, like a doctor in Ontario, if they tried to do that, they would lose their OHIP billing number. And that's the number that allows them to bill for patients. So they basically would have no patients unless they had enough patients who were willing to pay out of pocket with their own money or with private insurance. Now, I can honestly tell you, I have never. We get all kinds of ads for insurance, health insurance if you're traveling. Health insurance, even if you're going out of province, because different provinces may not take my OHIP insurance at 100%. Most of them will. So I've never worried about it too much, but I think in some of the other provinces, you can run into problems if you're in, say, if you come from Nova Scotia and you're in Ontario and you have a heart attack. Your Nova Scotia health insurance may not pay everything in Ontario, but so you would have, there is private coverage for that type of thing. But I can honestly say that in 67 years, I've never seen an advertisement to buy health insurance for coverage in the province where I live.
The average cost, correct me if I'm wrong though, for like heart surgery in Canada is around between 10 and 20,000, right?
It doesn't cost the person anything.
It doesn't?
No, it costs you nothing. If you're a resident of Ontario and you go into an Ontario hospital, it would cost you nothing.
You wouldn't get any bill?
No.
So, can I pipe in?
Who's that?
Poetity.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I calculated the cost of Medicare for All and kind of did some research on this subject. And to cover the entire cost of healthcare in the United States as it is currently would mean that we would have to charge every single citizen, including children, like $40 a month per person. Now, at $40 a month per person, a family of 10 would be like $400. That's far less than they're paying right now. And at that rate, which is double the rate of covering the actual costs right now, which we have a lot of people that avoid going to the doctor because of how much it costs, the co-payments, and they just avoid it, so they end up dying instead. But to cover the costs plus cover the growth of the medical system that we would need to provide health care, open anytime you have a sore throat, you can go in, healthcare for everyone, would be $20 each. And at $40 each, we could expand, add enough hospitals in rural areas, do all of this stuff. And in addition, the government would be highly motivated to cure chronic diseases like diabetes and like cancer and those things that have chronic costs. What we have right now is a healthcare system where it pays them better to keep us unwell. And if the government takes it over, they're going to want to cure, they're going to want to find a shot that everybody can get, that they never get cancer in their life. And that is possible.
Yeah, Canada and Sweden's doing that right now. They're working towards that.
Right. And
Yeah.
so we're foolish thinking that we have to keep this private healthcare system, because even the Koch brothers did a study on providing Medicare for all and found that it would save us 10 billion with a B taxpayer dollars over the next 10 years. So they just buried that study because they have in their portfolio a bunch of health insurance stocks. So that's
I think the most recent research says it'll save $450 billion a year annually.
Wow, that's even better. Yeah,
But I don't want to have to pay for somebody else's health insurance.
this is saving your family money, because right now, just me and my husband, it costs us an extra $800 a month above the $1,200 a month that his company provides for free. It costs us an additional $800 a month just to cover me. That's just for the employee, and it's insane. Like, all of our money is being funneled to this healthcare system, so some greedy executive can say, I don't want to give cancer care to this person, and like, I needed a MRI on my ankle because I knew something was wrong with my ankle, and my doctor had to fight to get me that MRI on my ankle, which then revealed I did have a tear that was really not going to be visible by a CAT scan or any other kind of scan. So, we have these greedy middlemen right now between us and our health care, and it's insane not to have Medicare for all. It's absolutely insane.
I mean, it's to the point yeah.
Oh my God.
I mean, it's one of those when my husband's company, because the majority of half of his team are remote out of the United States, half of his team are within the United States, and everyone on his team within the United States have a partner or spouse that provides health insurance, and so it wasn't a necessity when they came into the company. Like, he can't provide health insurance for his company because the way our insurance companies work is that you can't have an owner-owned health insurance policy. So if he is the only person on the health insurance policy for his small business, he can't have it. And so we got kicked off of health insurance. So I went back to work so we could get health insurance. I now no longer am working, and we literally sat there and went, okay, it's going to cost us for our family $2,400 a month for us to get private health insurance, or we can just put that money aside, considering that we don't actually use the healthcare system that often, and we can just pay out of pocket. And we have paid significantly less in healthcare costs by paying out of pocket cash prices for healthcare than we would by paying an insurance company, which is insane.
Well, that's good until you have I hope you have major medical, because I just had surgery. It was like $110,000 for my surgery. So
I know. I know. Like this is literally on the fact that like our family is relatively healthy. We are young and we, but I have that what do they call it when you leave a Cobra? I've got the Cobra paperwork filled out in my car, and as long as you mail it on your way to the hospital, you're good. And then I'll pay the Cobra fees.
Nice.
BCB, I saw your hand up in the comments or whatever. Go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Relative to this conversation, and I guess because I've never been up here before, I guess I'll get background on me. Like, bachelor's in biology, master's in biological and biomedical sciences. I've worked in healthcare research since I was 18. Like, my job in college was at my university's hospital. I think one thing that's important is to also talk about vaccines, including that for C19. And I'm speaking as someone who volunteered for the Moderna trial in 2020. And the fact that obviously we have the highest number of measles cases in the United States right now, and that anti-vax propaganda and having an anti-vaxxer leading the Department of Health and Human Services is highly problematic. The reading of the entire vaccine board, the contrary guidance on vaccines to what the American Academy of Pediatricians has recommended, and the fact that like the C19 vaccine, the whole point of it is not to prevent you from getting C19, but is to prevent a worst case, like the reduction in the chances of you winding up in the ICU or having long C19 or otherwise is very important. And part of the reason I bring this up, liberal loudmouth, is because I've seen you on MAGA Lives with people like Millie, who pushes anti-vax rhetoric routinely, and this is a hot take. But for you to be, liberal and on the left, and to be a part of those lives, and even
here comes the purity test.
That you haven't gotten the Pope. No, it's just problematic, man. It's just problematic.
The purity test. You're going to sit up on my panel and try to purity test me. And I can have any view of this that I want. And that doesn't have anything to do. Well, he's calling me out. So I'd like to respond. How about that? That'd be fucking great. Yeah, I can have any view of this that I want. That's the great thing about this country. And for you to sit up here and try and attack me or impugn my character in any way because I went up on a MAGA. Well, that was the suggestion. Yeah, that's what you're implying here. You're trying to get other people on board with your, oh, well, how dare you get up there on Millie's panel and talk about this shit. I didn't get the jab. How do you feel about that? Does that make me MAGA?
Can I address this? Because I read a great book called The History of...
No, I'm talking to BCB.
Okay.
BCB, how does that make you feel that I didn't get a jab or a booster not once?
It's a bummer.
Is it? Why? Explain that.
I mean, especially if you brag about it, it's a bummer because
bragging? Okay, that's a mischaracterization of what just happened.
No, not right now. I saw you on some other live with Millie, and you're like...
That is a mischaracterization of any statement that I've ever made about them.
Phrase. Like, I never got the jab, and you didn't
I never did.
What you said about vaccines or otherwise.
And you know what? You know what's crazy? I actually took ivermectin. How does that make you feel? Does that make you uncomfortable?
Oh my gosh, I can't.
I had a doctor prescribe the shit to me. Does that make you uncomfortable, sir?
I mean, it's just silly.
Can I tell you about the book I read? Hilarious.
Okay. Well, we're talking about the purity testing here that BCB is engaging in. Guys, this right here is why liberals have such a hard time, because of shit like that. Because had this been any time near COVID, despite the fact that I, bunkered up in my house, had masks and all this crap and did everything else, I was told I was unaliving grandma because I didn't go get the jab. And then here we are years later, and I still have these fake-ass liberals come up here and act like I'm problematic.
No, man, if you took the safety precautions to make sure you didn't get infected or infect other people.
I did get infected, and can you guess who fucking infected me? After over a year of being hunkered down, when shit finally started to come out, and they'd come out with the jab, and the old people got it, my wife and I were like, hey, we'll go out to eat for the first time in like forever. So we go to this steakhouse, and this lady comes up. She's wearing a mask. She pulls her mask off, starts coughing. Oh, don't worry. I got the jab. So you're safe. Me and my wife both looked at each other and were like, what the fuck? And within 3 days, we got it. From that one interaction from somebody who thought that they couldn't and went to work and coughed right in our faces and was like, oh, it's okay. I got jabbed. So
I started
ridiculous.
Out by saying it doesn't prevent you from getting it.
That's not what they told people. That's not what they told people.
Exactly.
That is not what they told people.
If you don't take the salt, you're the H-man.
Not like the C-19, but I read this like history of like viruses and things. And anyway, in that they were talking about smallpox, and when smallpox was spreading through the United States, and at that time, that was like before the United States had established what its territory was and stuff. But smallpox is what prevented us then from actually owning Canada, because the troops all assembled on the border ready to go invade and take that territory, and smallpox spread among the troops and killed unalive so many of them that they just all went home. But we had it from that time all the way until 1977 because of vaccine disinformation. And the vaccine disinformation happened because there was a farmer during that time of smallpox whose dairy milkmaids were not getting smallpox. And he was like, why aren't they getting smallpox? Well, the cows had a pox too at that time. And they were leaning their heads on the cows and milking the cows. And the pustules on the cows were like touching their head. And so he said, maybe it's because of that. And so he scraped open one of the pustules, took out all the pus out of that, and then went home and scraped like his arm and spread it, and then exposed himself to smallpox, and he didn't get it. So he thought, this is a vaccine, right? So he had a bunch of people come over, he scraped them, and then he put the little paste, inside everybody, and then a bunch of people didn't get smallpox. But the vaccine disinformation that spread at the time was if you did that to yourself, you were going to grow extraordinarily large breasts, and you were also going to grow horns. So a bunch of people avoided the vaccine, and we didn't eliminate smallpox in the population until 1977.
Okay.
I just want to say,
vaccine disinformation has always been a thing, and it's kind of funny.
I've worked in research for a long time, and during lockdown, I was dating a pediatric ICU fellow. And the hospital here, a major national university hospital, was overrun so much that they had adults in the pediatric ICU. But and maybe we were hearing different things, liberal, but I never heard that you just wouldn't get C-19 if you got the vaccine, because C-19 it's like the cold. It's like the flu. It mutates. That's why we have to get new updates every single year. And
right, but that's not what they were saying when it originally came out. That's our understanding of it now, 5 years later.
Right.
Well,
At the
yeah,
time,
because it's 5 years later.
They were
saying
It's 5 years later. We know more.
But we
Well,
like
that's
we
why it
learned
was
that
a
within the
correct.
new.
first,
And so,
we
like,
learned
I
that
don't get
within
this.
the
I
first
don't get
year
this.
or so.
It was like a new virus, and there's going to be a lot more
No,
new
like I
viruses,
don't.
and some of them are going to be worse because of climate change. Like, it's just a fact.
And
We're
like,
going to be.
I'll tell you, the first time I got C19, I was dating, like, my relationship with that picky fellow had ended. I was dating a nurse. She worked in, like, radiology. She's the one who infected me, right? Like, and it sucked. But also, my course, I just had a runny nose. I attribute that to the fact that at that time I had had the 2 shots. I've actually had.
New York City had.
I'm literally getting a flu shot next week.
I've had
So
8 shots.
pray
I've
for
had
me.
8 shots because initially
My dad died of C19.
I was randomized to the.
I'm sorry to
placebo
hear that.
initially. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Terrible.
Yeah,
You should-
I
you
lost
should
him.
probably
I
get-
lost him 10 years early. You know, he wasn't the healthiest person, but he caught it, and then
New York City had.
That's fucked up. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
But all that to say, I just like, I would hope it's, personal choice, personal freedom. I get that. But I would hope that as someone who is aligned on the left and liberal as well, I'm not a fake liberal, I'm an actual liberal. I would hope that you wouldn't help propagate or even
help propagate what? What am I propagating?
Anti-vaccine shit.
When did I
He
do
doesn't
that?
do that in any form or fashion.
When
And
did
it's
I
like
do
you
that?
knew the way that he like runs his lives.
You were like
He engages with conversations
you were
across the board.
encouraging Millie and even aligning with her because you never got the jab.
I aligned with conservatives on that matter, on that very specific matter. I did not, however,
don't.
align with conservatives when it came to masks and
you
staying
don't.
home.
No, you don't, liberal. We have a wide range on every issue of like, I mean, that's the thing about being a Democrat is that we wish there were easy solutions to everything and we all had the same idea, but we don't. We're all different. And we have a bunch of people on our side, they're called like mega nutrition hippies or whatever, and they won't take anything. They won't even go to the hospital if they break their leg. Like they're like far left on that issue, but they may be more moderate on some other issues. Like we have a wide range of opinions on every issue on our side. We just do fight for human rights and dignity, and that's, we don't value money over everything. The conservatives, they value money over everything and control.
I very specifically said on that specific issue. I'm not saying I align with them on everything. But I did want to play this real quick so that everybody hears.
Simple as that. The data you just mentioned, I hadn't seen broken out. That's the reason why we're at risk for a variant that's quite
I gotta jump in.
safe.
Thanks, everyone.
I got to find. Damn it! I thought I had it queued up. Apparently not. Who was that?
John Galt.
Oh, thanks, John. I appreciate it.
Had to drop.
The problem is the left eats its own. It's a purity test. If you don't agree,
Yeah, I
100%
mean, this-
with me.
Yeah, like you coming up here, like that was my choice to not do it.
You weren't liberal because of it. I just said.
Well, what do you think the purpose of what you said was? Because we weren't even talking about this at all. We weren't talking about this at all. You came up, you changed this topic, and then started to impugn my character by making statements about something that you believe I said on somebody else's live. What do you think your purpose was? And don't fucking lie to us. We all know what you were doing.
No, you sound like this other guy who takes criticism as canceling. Somehow.
BCB's content is flagged for misinformation. Repeated violations could result in them being removed. I have to remove you. And if you don't believe me, let me put it up here.
Nah, you're fine. I saw it. I didn't say anything misinformed, but
yeah, I mean it's TikTok. I don't know, but I gotta drop you.
Good.
A guy has violated our misinformation policy, repeated violation, because it's the topic. TikTok doesn't like that
Yeah, that's
topic
what I was gonna say. You got to change
because,
the subject.
again, we weren't talking about that at all.
We're talking about medical systems.
Hey, the one good thing that did come out of that whole situation was I didn't get to hear liberals say he's conservative, so I'm taking that as a win. I'm going to make
I
sure
didn't
to
say I
clip
was
that out of
conservative.
content.
There's
Oh, you
nothing
did.
good
No, you
about
did. That you said you're
conservatives
good.
right now.
You said on this you are
Andy,
conservative.
being
I'm going to.
conservatives
No,
are
I'm going to
no.
clip
conservatives.
that.
You said
I said align with
Well,
conservatives.
we
Well,
just
I'm
have to
still
have
That's
a
flipping
big
it.
coincidence.
umbrella.
I'm going to use
We
AI
have
to
to
take the
have. I'm
aligned
sorry.
part out, and I'm
We
going to
have
be
to
Yeah,
have.
conservative.
whatever.
Okay, well, Andy,
Conservatives are control
let's
freaks.
break this down real quick though. I stayed in home. I bought N95 masks before the shutdowns ever came. I pulled my kids out of school before they shut down stuff. In that sense, I don't align with conservatives at all. Matter of fact, I ran a huge fucking Facebook page about the C-19 and the dangers that it was posing to the public. And this was, matter of fact, this is how I met my co-host, Ron Cosby, because he was opposed. Open it all up. Everybody needs to go out. And I'm like, guys, can't we just do the simplest fucking thing here and put a fucking mask on your face? Why are you pissing and moaning about that? Like,
Exactly.
it never made any sense to me, about that. But, I would go into areas, and this is Oklahoma, so it's, they're Republicans. These motherfuckers would cough in my face when I was wearing a mask. Seriously, they would walk right up to me and cough at me. I had a lady, she's all fucking with my shopping cart and shit, touching it, giggling about it while I'm in the fucking grocery store. Her husband had to pull her off because, I mean, come on. Yeah, you say I align very specifically on that and not for the same
Our party
reasons
has
either.
to be big
I was going to
enough.
fully take it out of content. Don't worry.
Wait. I just wanted to say our party has to be big enough
Fair enough, Andy.
to say, I may not agree 100% with everything Lib says. Lord knows he's dropped me before. So, no, I'm just teasing. I was being bad, but anyway. But there's, but that does not mean he's not a liberal. It doesn't mean that I'm not a liberal either if I get it or if I don't get it.
Well, I'm so liberal that like it's like you have your individual choice. If you want to roll the dice and think that you're gonna be okay if you don't take the vaccine, then go ahead and do that. And for me, I went and lined up and I took every vaccine possible before Trump took office because I wasn't going to trust RFK to do anything right. And my arms were swollen for weeks because I had like everything. But I don't even believe that we should be regulating seat belts in cars. Like if you want to drive around without a seatbelt, that's your ability to take a risk. You don't want to wear a helmet when you're riding a motorcycle. That's your ability to take a risk. I mean, I don't think we should regulate individual lives. We should just do like what's good for everybody.
Well, you can do that right now. If you get caught, you pay a fine, but you can do it right now.
But it's a law that like they put that law on the books that you have to do that, and to me that's crazy. It's
like I said the other day, the government doesn't need to protect me from myself.
Right. You can go ahead and not wear a seatbelt if you want, but don't tell people they can't love somebody that's the same sex as them or they can't be transgender.
Well, do they need to put children? What about children?
Freedom of expression is incredibly important, and we should all be protecting that. It's like I don't understand regulating like people being safe where it's not going to hurt others.
Yeah, I don't know how.
Well, it does hurt.
I don't know how I survived growing up. When you say what about children, because I remember riding in the back of a station wagon, laid down, or But we used to have a truck that had stock racks in it, which was just essentially just a cage in the back of a truck, and we'd be climbed up on top of the cage, going down the gravel roads at 60 miles an hour, going, "Oh, this is the greatest thing in the world." And I'm like, I wouldn't let one of my kids do that. And I'm sitting there going, I don't know how we survive.
Exactly. Playing outside.
Well, there were a whole lot of things we used to do. Like our entire childhood, if we're like my age, 60, our entire childhood was like an episode of Survivor. Like, our parents didn't even let us in the house ever, and we were out on our own.
Oh yeah, we played with log darts that had points on them, but I have a question actually generally for the panel, if anybody can ask this. we've had a couple of not smallpox, a couple of measles outbreaks in Ontario recently, and they've been in communities, and tell me if I'm saying anything here that I shouldn't say, Lib. They've been in communities where because of religious reasons, the whole community doesn't believe in vaccinations, so the children have never been vaccinated. And there's been sort of calls in around the province that should there be, because we have this single payer healthcare where we're talking about, should these people be able to get healthcare, considering that what they have is essentially self-inflicted?
Yes, they should have health care.
Has that sort of commentary come up around the United States?
It did during C-19.
I don't believe. I believe if you choose not to get vaccinated and you get the worst case scenario of the disease that you did not vaccinate against, yeah, you're on your own.
We need to use a different word. I think poke or something like something because because BCB didn't say anything that was misinformation, and he got dinged. So
okay,
conservatives are all about
So should we just
consequences,
should we just get rid of all of the pokey pokies? And should we just wait? I have a
you
question.
do the hokey pokey,
I mean, the pokey
and then you
pokey.
turn, and
my
then
husband has a different idea. Anyway, but should we just get rid of all of them, not make them mandatory for children too?
and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about.
Hybrid.
When we
Hybrid. I got a question.
Hang on, that entire
Hybrid.
segment, vaccines or whatever, well, I don't know.
Pokies.
Don't
say the word.
I'll say V-card. V-card. So
V-card.
Yeah. So
I lost mine.
Back in the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries, 18th, whatever, up until the first V card was actually created, we saw the result of that, right? Mass unalivings, especially among children, infants, and hell no, we shouldn't take them all away.
Well, conservatives keep thinking that our country
I got it.
Talking.
Yeah, it was Highbray was talking in the background.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
You must protect Christian. Go.
Hybrid.
Wait. Did you see him? Yeah. You did. Go.
Okay.
Go.
Can you guys hear
Oh,
me?
that's Paula. I should have kept listening. Shh, everybody, shh.
Am I in trouble, liberal?
No,
there was somebody talking in the back. I thought it was you, but it turns out it was Paula. Yeah. Go get him. Go get him. Go get. And I'm like, who's that? I want to get him. I want to get him. Where's my biscuit?
Paul and I sound so much alike. Somebody had a question
funny.
for me.
That's my mom was.
Hybrid.
Yeah.
To ask you a question on top of your question is the thing I have a problem with the idea of what you're saying is if you don't get some kind of V, then you can't get treatment, or the government shouldn't be responsible for the treatment for it. Then what do you do about people that choose to smoke? What do you do about people that choose to work in an industry like welding, where COPD is much higher later on in their life? I mean,
from the party of.
I don't agree with. Since you asked, I don't agree with the people that were saying that. I was just saying that this was to be honest, it was mostly people on the conservative side that were saying
I
this.
wouldn't agree with it.
You know what's interesting to me is the way they do healthcare in China.
Can I finish answering positivity?
I have an answer, sorry.
I think Andy had asked me the question, and I just wanted to finish answering him. And I don't know if he had a reply, but I wasn't part of the community that feels that people don't, for the very reasons that you outlined, because I would be considered a higher medical risk because of my disabilities. I can't be as active as I want to be, and so people could argue that I would fall into that group. So no, I don't agree with that opinion, because I think it's a slippery slope that becomes really dangerous if you start saying, well, these people should, it's self-inflicted, so they should just be on their own.
Well, in China,
I agree with you on that. That's why I wouldn't
You
be
guys
able
are
to
missing the.
support
You're
that.
missing
in
an
China,
important
they do
point.
a fantastically weird thing about healthcare. Like you pay your doctor a monthly fee, and if you get sick, that monthly fee stops until the doctor restores your health.
That's interesting.
Very interesting. But listen, I think you guys are missing the point of. Thank you, Brooke. Of the when we're talking about the V card, and the difference is with cigarettes and alcohol is that does not have the potential to wipe out the masses. A plague that a person or community decides not to get, that plague can spread to other people who so-called have been good. This is just an argument, and wipe them out because this one group decided they weren't going to adhere to it. And therefore, I don't believe that if you are a group like Jehovah's Witnesses, don't believe in blood transfusions and things of that nature, and they don't want you to give them any kind of medical that's against their religion. If you believe that you're not supposed to take the V card and a plague happens in your community, I don't think you should expect the outside community that is pushing the V cards to come in and save you guys, because that can wipe out millions, tens of thousands of people just from that one plague. And I think that's the difference between cigarettes and alcohol, because you're hurting your individual self. You're smoking and you're fucking your own lungs up.
But all
It's not
plagues
like
are not the same.
what?
All plagues are not the same.
Well, we're talking about this plague.
Okay,
Yeah,
we're not
we're
talking about what plague are you talking
We're
about?
talking about. Have you been listening to the live?
Yes,
We're talking about this. Have you? Excuse
we're talking
me.
about C19.
Excuse
and
me.
It did not stop.
It's not like we're talking. It's not like I'm talking about bubble gum floating
Okay,
in the
what
air
plague are you talking about?
I'm talking about the same goddamn plague that everybody else has been talking
Yeah,
about.
C19.
Don't keep saying. Don't keep saying it.
Taking the V stop the spread, huh? Taking the V
No.
stop the spread.
Corey.
There you go.
I was talking about measles. I was not talking about C19. I was talking about measles.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't hear the measles. I didn't hear the measles thing. So I'm sorry.
Because you just wanted to be loud and hideous.
I apologize. I just thought you was being a loudmouth like usual.
No, you can't stand that I'm talking. That's all. So be quiet.
Pew pew.
Yeah, and like I said before, I am anti V card for me, because when I got them, they destroyed my eyes, my cornea. They thought I had lupus, and it was from them fucking V cards. And then my arm swelled up like a Macy's Day balloon parade and was hot, and they called it C arm, right? All that shit that we're getting now, guys, I don't even think they're V cards. I think they're jabs, they're shots, but we don't know what they're doing. They don't stop us from getting this shit. Think about the one thing that happened during polio. You got the V, and guess what? It wiped it out almost, right? We're getting this shit, and people are still getting the C 4 and 5 more times. Now they have a new one out called razor throat. I'm just going to tell you guys, what I do is I wrap up like a motherfucking mummy. I've been wearing rubber gloves for 40 years. I wear my mask when I go to Costco, and I've been protected. And when somebody comes up like with you, Lib, and want to cough, I have my Lysol, and I spray them hoes right in the mouth. That's how you have to protect yourself. I'm a hypochondriac and I'm a germaphobe, but I have been safe from getting this shit. And after I decided I'm not getting these V's anymore. So that's all I'm saying. If that makes us anti-V, then so be it.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, polio and CVID are different types of
Well, sure, absolutely.
issues. So it's not surprising
But
to me that
also
it,
a point, like they changed the way. Maverick's got to this is the thing. I get what Maverick's saying, because like if you look through history, this isn't like unheard of in America. Like it's really not. Like they used to lie to people all the time to be able to like experiment, with different.
I don't trust the government.
That's history. So like yeah, I get that part, but I also agree with her.
But they also
there has to be
the
something.
way that these V cards
Right,
were
like
made too.
yeah, I know. So like I agree with her on that part. Like there is reason to be very fucking suspicious of government, especially because this government has never proven to be fucking trustworthy.
Yeah.
but there are certain diseases, man, we cannot fucking gamble with, and we steam away. You know,
If the U.S. government hands you a blanket, don't take it. Don't take it.
That part.
That's that part. That's right.
I look. I didn't trust what they were telling me just because I don't trust this government because they've fucking ruined my family's lives throughout the entirety of my family's life.
Yep. You
So when I've got somebody like BCB coming up here, talking about man, get out of here. You don't know anything about my fucking life. I have reason to not trust this fucking government in any way whatsoever.
That's a purity
Please.
test.
And that was part of that purity test we were talking about earlier. Stop making judgments on stupid shit if someone tells you that they're apprehensive to do a certain thing, but they stayed isolated and wore masks. Get over your goddamn self. It's not like he went out there tongue kissing every fucking body like Sherman Cain. You remember Sherman Cain, guys? And all the Trumpers, 999, all at the parties and practically licking each other. The motherfucker's at 666 now because it unalived his dumb ass. This is what I'm talking about. Don't be too stupid. We know that something's out there.
Right.
If you are anti the V card, isolate. Wear your masks. They didn't want to do any of that. They were going into stores screaming at people.
Coughing in my fucking face. Literally every time I went out, I had somebody would go over and cough on the fucking door handles at the convenience store.
Where were you?
They would in Oklahoma.
Oh shit! I'd have beat the shit. They don't.
In a suburb outside. Yeah, because I would go to the store when I had to.
Yeah.
And that was, and otherwise I would stay home. And every time I would go with a mask on, these motherfuckers would do shit like that every single time. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
You must look like somebody they can fuck with. I had this one dumb bitch ask me, "Oh, you're still wearing a mask?" I said, "Because the virus is still out. The V is still out here, bitch." She said, "You're right. I caught it 5 times." So what the fuck you asked me why I'm wearing a mask for, bitch? You caught it 5 goddamn times.
I mean, it's not even a bad idea to wear one any fucking way, just as a general rule.
I always wear them.
Understand?
You know why I really liked wearing a mask? I really liked wearing a mask because I didn't have to pluck as often.
Do these people not have fucking home training? That's all I want to know. I've never met people in real life like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, it was wild.
Telling the truth, there was a guy who was licking handles on shopping carts during the height of it so people could get sick. Who does that?
Those are just assholes. I mean, the world would be less interesting without assholes, you have to admit.
God.
But I really thought, I isolated for a whole
licking doornail.
I isolated for a whole year during COVID. Like I was just like in my house alone. Let me tell you, it was the craziest fucking year of my life. And by the end of it, I thought, liberal, that I would be going out and tongue kissing strangers. Like I really did. I thought that was gonna be a thing. Like we were all gonna like finally be released from our house and we would just greet each other by tongue kissing, but
no, it's never left us, sweetie. It's never left us.
I know. I got all the jabs. I got all the jabs.
People are still in the hospitals unaliving as we speak from upper resp and different C's. People are, and because I have to take care of a 95,000-year-old mummy, I have to be very vigilant, not bring it. That bitch is stronger than I am. She'll live to be 150 and I'll be mummified. But you have to be very careful because it's still there. I live in where a lot of seniors are. These old bitches don't put on their mask, and as soon as they get sick, it wipes them out. But they just don't want to seem to protect themselves because for some reason it's been made to be looked down on.
Yeah, and that's another thing. If somebody chose to do that, I ain't gonna give them no fucking grief. It ain't my business. If you want to jab something into you, like that's on you. I'm in favor of legalizing all rugs completely. So I'm probably the most consistent when it comes to this shit. Whenever saying my body, my choice, because I didn't think that anybody should have to take that at all. It's hard for people to make those arguments one way or the other. Like now, when it comes to forcing a woman to do something, They don't get to say that whenever they were crying about, masks.
Right.
It makes them hypocrites.
But they are hypocrites.
They are
Because they
hypocrites.
want you to be forced
Control
to be
freaks.
a fetus carrier. That's what they want. They're forcing you to do.
They want to
Right.
control everybody but themselves. That's
The
it.
government better stay out of their business. Stay out of my business, government.
I
Keep away from
know.
my
Right.
firearms.
I want to be able to drown the government in the
Can I,
bathtub.
can I
Yep.
just tell you, I just learned something, and it has nothing to do with what we were talking about.
Okay.
But I just learned that the Trump boys, they have their own fund. It's called 1789, and they're going to be involved with rare earth magnets. Now, if that might ring a bell for you, that's what the tariffs in China are about, because they have 90% of these rare earth magnets that are needed for W
You
and
mean
D and
minerals?
whatnot.
Do
I'm
you mean
sorry,
minerals?
what?
Do you
Rare earth
mean rare
minerals
earth minerals?
and magnets, yes.
Oh.
Like
Anyway,
neodymium
so
and shit.
I have no idea what it's called. But anyway, so I just want to just give you guys a heads up that whenever the deal gets made, and there'll be a deal made, Trump is going to directly benefit, because that's what this is about.
There's not going to be
This
any deal
whole
made.
thing
That's
is
the
about
thing.
Trump and
That's the thing, is that China supported Trump because
I'm
they
sorry,
knew the
I was
minute.
still
Yeah,
talking.
I'm
yes.
sorry.
This whole thing, everything, if you look at everything, is Trump is just enriching himself. 100% creating a dynasty and enriching himself. That was my
Well,
last thing I wanted to say. Thank
did the
you.
Chinese tariffs not get postponed?
Didn't
I
he?
heard
I thought
somewhere
he.
just the other day that the Chinese tariffs have been that Trump postponed them for a period of time.
Well, I think he got a hair
he's
up his
trying to make a
ass.
deal with China, but China's not interested. They're not even picking up his phone calls. Neither is the rest of the world, frankly. Like our GDP is expected to drop by 22 trillion this year.
Well, that's the Trump way.
Our GDP is like
Gonna
30 trillion.
and
No,
look,
it was 29 trillion the last number I knew on Biden's administration was 29 trillion. That was the highest it's ever been. But since Trump came into office and put all these tariffs on people and threatened them and said they was going to invade all these countries and he's trying to be a big dictator and make all these deals, like nobody's making deals with him. Nobody wants to make deals with him, and they don't need him. We're only 360 million people.
Right.
they're
And the rest
eating
of
the
the world
deals.
the rest is 7 billion people, and they've got enough money now that they only have to sell trinkets to like the rest of the world. They don't need us anymore. And Trump came in thinking, oh, America's still what it always was. No, it wasn't. And he's just a dumb shit. He has no idea what he's done to this country, and neither will the maggots until it finally takes hold, which is going to happen.
It wasn't just Trump. We keep saying Trump, 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 Trump. This country has missed so many opportunities by wanting to dominate and control everything. Now China and Russia are getting alliances with certain countries in Africa that have a lot of minerals, a lot of things. They're starting Burkina Faso just kicked France's ass out. Got all of them. So Mali, another country, and they're kicking these Europeans out, and they're making deals with China and Russia and North Korea. So you're going to see a new alliance that's going to go against the European American type alliances, because people are tired. People, and like you said, it's only 300 plus million of us.
We're gonna be pulling pew pews on each other for a can of beans. Honestly, I mean,
too early in the season to be sick of beans.
It's going to be water, guys, because of AI drinking all of our fresh water. We don't even have fresh water anymore because AI, I found out, is literally going to wipe us out.
Thank you, DJ.
So a bottle of water is going to be $3,000 for a goddamn bottle of water. It's ridiculous.
I mean, I'd buy that for $1.
What?
Project 2025 authors just released a new goal for Project 2025, and it is no private land ownership.
What? Wait, what do you mean?
Go ahead and absorb that. No private land ownership, like no private home ownership, no private land ownership. Only corporations can own land or anything.
It's the dark enlightenment. It's the dark enlightenment.
No one owns land anyway. What are you talking about? We don't own our land. We pay taxes on something. We could buy our houses outright, and you still have to pay fucking taxes. We don't own any land. Never did.
What it means is that we won't be passing anything down, and we will all be just rent.
Well, that's why it's time. That's why it's time. If that's correct proactivity, then it's time for Luigi's to stop these motherfuckers, because what they're trying to do, what they're going to do, is they want us to literally be enslaved even more to this system of bullshit. So we better be ready.
Maverick, do you know how many CEOs have been unalived this year?
No, tell me.
So far in 2025, 34.
Okay, but
not enough.
Not right, but what were they? Are they on the good side? Because you have supposedly some.
Well, that is what I have not researched, is if it is MAGAs taking out conservative CEOs, or if it is just us taking out. No, if it's MAGAs taking out liberal CEOs, which is what Putin did, so I suspect that's probably the case. Or if it's MAGA, or if it's us taking out MAGA CEOs.
Okay,
I don't know.
Can you?
You act like it's one side. Come on.
Excuse me.
You think the Democrats are doing better? Come on.
A CEO, what I mean is they don't have to be liberal. They can still be a scuzz bucket slime balls. What I'm trying to find out, if these CEOs have companies that give their employees benefits and a livable wage, that to me is a good CEO who's trying to work with the planet and things of that nature. The other bastard scumbags like childbearing hips, Elon Musk, and all those other Zuckerbergs and all of them,
How many people do they employ?
Those people are disgusting.
How many people do they employ?
Well, that's what I don't know. But see, when Putin came into power,
there you go.
When Putin came into power in Russia, he took out liberal CEOs or liberal owners of the company, and he put in sycophants into those positions.
Well,
and I don't know if that's what's happening or if it's the other. I suspect that that's what's happening because Trump has so far followed Putin's.
Okay.
Can you find out the 28 The 28 CEO, wait, Positivity. Can you find out who the 28 CEOs that were taken out?
Yeah, I'll look it up. But you said that
34.
You said that they are moving to go to no private ownership. You said the Heritage Foundation, or who did you say?
The Heritage Foundation, the authors of the Heritage Foundation just released 2 new goals, and one of those goals is no private land ownership.
Can you link to that? Because I looked it up and I couldn't find anything.
I know.
But that's not in.
I'm in the middle of the ocean on a ferry right now, so I would have to be on my computer.
I'm looking it up too.
Okay.
Positivity. Is it in Project 20? You said it was in Project 2025. Is it?
So
no, it wasn't in Project 2025. It's currently authored, not the 900 pages. This was 2 new goals recently released by the authors of Project 2025. So it's an addition to the plan that they had before. Now they want no private land ownership, and China does not do that. China, the government owns all the property, and they just lease you the property for your family. Like they don't allow private land ownership like we do.
The Chinese people own their land.
They do.
More than we own ours. That changed in the 90s. It used to be that way, the way you're talking, but they
leased they change it.
Yeah, I mean, and then they gave a lot of people or made it really fucking cheap for them to buy them. That's why like 90% of Chinese people have their own house, their own land. Like 90%.
As I understood it, it was because the government owned the land and you could lease the land for as long as your life.
Oh, I see.
Then somebody else takes it over. And
I mean, Okay,
That's
yeah,
happening here.
you may be right, but that's the same thing that we do because we
Right.
call it property tax.
Yep.
You don't pay your property
Yeah.
tax, the government takes it. It's call it what you will. It's same difference.
And find out if China has eminent domain like we do here, where we've taken millions of acres of land from people because the shitty government decided that they wanted it, and they use eminent domain to take it from you. Does China have that?
But you don't
Imminent,
pass any
probably.
wealth on to your family is the thing. Like you can't. And they just put in that rule now, the Trump administration did, where you cannot, if your inheriting kids cannot pay the inheritance tax on your house, then the government takes that and sells it. So they made it so that it's less likely that your kids, unless you give them a big lump of
That's always been the
before you
American way.
die.
Productivity. That's always been the American way for certain of us, where you couldn't leave anything even if you had it because the government took it. That's our history in this country for certain groups of people.
Yeah, see, I'm not in that group of people, and we have grown our wealth as a family by inheritance.
I know,
And
because the government gave you the leg up to do that. But my people,
I know.
things were
I
taken
know.
from you. Towns,
I know.
cities, communities.
Okay, I looked it up, and yeah, what you say, it's 70-year land use, and it reverts to the state at the end of it. But they've signaled that they will have automatic renewals, and that
In China?
yeah, and you can sell it. You can sell the use rights to others, and people can inherit them. But again,
when was that implemented? Because don't forget, the human life expectancy was not even 70 years at that time.
Yeah, so this would have been what they changed it to after the 90s, because before there was nothing like that, as far as I'm aware. But this was something I've looked up, I don't know, over the last several months. So,
well, 70 years is pretty good because the human life expectancy was pretty close. You're unalive about 4 or 5 years after that. So,
well, to me, this is just another way to funnel all the money to billionaires. Like, if you own a corporation like an REIT and you're renting, like you can rent all the time, and pretty soon nobody but the very wealthy.
You're breaking up, Productivity.
I know, I'm on the ferry.
Oh, okay.
Not all corporations are bad.
Name one good one.
What?
Name one good one.
Costco.
Exactly.
No, he wasn't going to name Costco. Costco's
I wasn't going to name Costco.
Costco told MAGA Corey to go shove it up his ass. Name us another one, Corey.
Hunts.
Hunts?
Wait,
There's absolutely nothing good about the Republican Party. Period. Full stop.
It's the Republicans' fault. Like the Democrats ain't in the same pocket. I mean, come on, you guys got your head.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
I mean,
look how many billionaires supported Harris. Look how many billionaires supported Harris. You think they're doing it because they want to stop their own company? Come on.
Why they
it's
supported
the haves and
Corey,
have
you know
not.
why they
It ain't a
supported
party thing. It's a class thing. It ain't a party thing.
Listen, Corey, they supported Kamala Harris because economics professionals and experts knew that if she took the helm, our GDP would have exploded and been crazy.
I thought only the Republicans are. So what are you talking about?
We would have.
So they wanted Harris because
Harris is. Well, no, Harris would have. Yeah, because when the average citizen has more money in their pocket, then corporations do better. When the average citizen has less money in their pocket, corporations fail. So they wanted the better candidate for the economy in, but you guys didn't believe the economists, and you said, "Oh, Trump's a billionaire. He knows what he's doing. So I'm going to vote for him because he's going to make us rich, and he's making us all poor."
Bunny, Costco is not owned by China. China has no part in Costco. So please don't spread that misinformation.
Yeah, and the CEO's pay
Costco
is
asked me out, and he's an American. He's a full-on American bunny. That's not even true. I did not go out with him. He was a creep.
I have a question about the your statement about the land use, because I just searched the Heritage Front site and they have absolutely nothing on there about what you were saying.
Yeah, I couldn't find it either, and I also can't find any signal that there was 34 CEOs, that were unalived.
Yeah, that information is easily Googleable. You just ask
I
Google,
am.
like.
I am.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
you really think that I didn't make that statement without, doing the bare minimum, which is Googling?
Oh.
So you made a claim, and you've made two claims that I am suspicious of. I would like you to cite those sources. Otherwise, we're just going to move on from that because I'm not going to believe it until I
Well,
see
we can
it.
move on from that. I'm away from my computer right now, and that's.
Can you tell me the
Okay.
book you were reading that said that there was smallpox in the United States in the 1970s? Because according to every record I can find, it was eradicated in 1948 in the United States.
1977 was the last case.
Not according to the anything I can find. According to everything I just looked at, and I looked at 4 different sites, and they all said the last case in the United States was 1948. But what was the book you were reading? You said you were reading.
Let me see. I can get the title just a second. I have a list of books that I've read, so let me go get the title. But I'm in a teacup for a minute.
I found something that said that several CEOs were quitting their jobs because of the pressure. So maybe you got that crossed with unalivings. This is why so many CEOs quitting.
After what happened?
No. These are unalived. These are unalived CEOs. They're not quitting. They're
Over the
unalived.
last 248 years, or
No,
No,
just
she
in
said in
2025.
She said 1
Just
year.
in 2025.
I'm just fucking with you. I couldn't find it. So next time you're up here, please bring that. Yeah, because I'm a pretty good Googler, and my Google isn't working with me on that.
Google isn't giving me any Googles.
It's giving me giggles. I got the Google giggles.
Google giggles.
Anyway, I don't even know what the fuck we were talking about, but
Well, like I was saying, it's not a Republican Democrat. Like, as far as the corporations,
It is.
The Democrats are in the same pocket. Come on, for you not to.
You're not gonna both sides to the
Oh,
point
okay.
where
Well, you was just saying. She was just saying how the Democrats, the CEOs want the Democrats because they make more money. So what is it? Are they for the Republicans or are they for the Democrats?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
They're for whoever they can control.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. It ain't Republicans are the only ones for the CEOs and Democrats. They're in the same pocket.
Who's on their hands and knees right now?
It's the classes.
It's the Republicans.
The book is
It's the
called.
class.
The book is called.
It's the housing. You think the millionaire cares if you got an R or D by your name? No. If you're making that money, they don't care. It's about the green, not about your party. It's about the green.
Well,
Corey, can you let Positivity give you the name of this book?
Yeah, go ahead, Positivity. The name, Positivity.
I said the name of the book is Viruses, Plagues, and History by Michael Oldstone.
Buyer's what? Remorse?
Viruses, Plagues, and History.
Oh, okay.
By Oldstone.
Okay, I
His
see it
last
in the chat. I see you put it in the chat. Very good.
Yeah, that's the name of the book. So
now
it's
Corey,
a great book. It's absolutely brilliant. I recommend everybody read it. It's a really fun read.
To your point, I agree generally with what you're saying. The problem is that the ideologies of the base is different, right? Yes. So the Democrats,
I agree.
Person's ideology.
I agree. The Democrats say they're not for something, but behind doors, they do the total opposite.
Well,
No,
the rich people that are running shit end up doing that.
Exactly.
But
Can
our
I
party
address
is
this?
not.
Because
Positivity, can I get a fucking
sorry.
sentence out without being interrupted? I'm sorry. I just find that to be very disrespectful, but go ahead.
Go ahead, Lib. Go ahead, finish.
I don't even
She's on a
remember.
ferry anyway.
I just 43-year-olded that fucking thought.
He was talking about the parties and
You're
how
talking about the liberals
it's
and
not the same.
the Republicans being the MAGA base
Right.
being
Republicans run on hate. Get with us because we're going to fucking make your life as rich as we possibly can. And the Democrats are like, no, we don't want that.
Yeah,
so the
but
politicians end up lying
say
to us.
that. What I'm saying is they
and
say
they're not
that.
as cruel.
Yeah, they say that, but I mean, the proof is in the pudding. You know what I'm saying? Don't go on what
Pudding?
people are telling you. Go on what they are doing.
Corey, let me just give
Do
you
you
something.
think any of the politicians
Corey,
in Washington are looking out
Corey,
for the American people? Come on.
Corey, every advancement for marginalized communities in this country has been because of the Democratic Party, not the Republican, or definitely not.
Yeah, and what are they doing for you?
Excuse me, Corey, excuse me, I'm not finished. Every advancement to make it so that we the people really become we the people has been put forth by liberal thinking, liberal mindsets, not conservatives. Conservatives only want to conserve what's already in the hands of the elite. So what you're saying is not true.
Oh,
We
I
have
know.
proof. We have evidence to show you.
I know all
Now
the
listen,
Democrats in
Corey,
Washington
please control yourself.
they're
I'm going to land my
only there for the marginalized
Corey, I'm
person.
landing my plane. You can finish after me. We also have proof that since the Cold War, that liberals created 50 million jobs, and the conservatives only created 1 million. So there's not a both sides to this issue. One side is really, really, really in the pocket of the elite and the 1%ers. That's your party, Corey, not ours.
For one, let me ask you a question, and I don't need a big old long speech about it. I just one question. How long has the African American been voting Democrat?
Oh, brother, that is a Republican talking point.
How long have
directly
they been voting
from
Democrat? I'm asking you a
that-
question.
That is a Republican
Okay, then
talking
you're
point
saying
from
that the
Trump.
Democrats are for the
Now let
marginalized
me
people. What
explain
are
to
they
you.
Wait,
doing for
Poetivity,
the
wait a
marginalized
minute.
people?
Poetivity, let me end this real quick. Corey, it's really about conservatism and liberalism, progressivism. So ask me, how long have African Americans, as you call them, been progressive and liberal? Then we can have that conversation.
I'm talking about party system, not
I'm
progressive
talking
and
about
liberal.
ideology. I'm talking about liberalism and conservatism.
Okay,
Forget the
no,
fucking
you said
party.
progressivism.
We're talking about the liberals and the
Okay,
conservatives.
how
and who
long
does more
have they been?
damage to
You're
this
saying
country
that the
and we
Democrats
the
are.
people.
You're saying
Corey,
the
can
Democrats
I
are for the
school
marginalized
you a
people,
little
but yet
bit?
they've been voting for it for all these years,
You
and
know,
that's all you're
Corey,
doing
can
is
I
crying about how
school
they
you
ain't got
a little
nothing.
bit? Corey, can I school you a little bit? Can I school you? Do I have permission? Do I have permission to school you a little bit?
Yeah, school me.
Okay, school you. Okay, so as we run our government, what everybody is like, I don't want to pay any taxes. I don't want to pay any taxes. So both Republicans and Democrats give taxes back to people. But the difference is that Republicans go, here, conservatives, here's your money back in your own pocket. Now you do with it what you will. And Democrats go, let's give the money back to the people in the form of services. Now the difference is that conservative ideology says, I want to spend my money that I would be paying to taxes with the causes that I want to help. Now the problem is that greed runs most everybody, so the causes they want to help is apparently Disneyland. But when Democrats give money back to the taxpayers. They give it back in the form of benefits to those who need it in the population, in the form of stamps and health care and it's public schools and this and that. And so when Democrats give money back to people, they help the boost in our society, which ends up building a very strong base for which corporations and wealthy people end up benefiting greatly. Now, when conservatives give it back, a bunch of people in the society end up suffering greatly. And that weakens our society. So what you see is that every time a Democrat takes the helm, the society and the economy thrives. And every time the Republicans take the helm, they give money back to the people. Yeah, and everybody likes that. Oh, I got a big refund, $36 or whatever. And then people get hungry, and people don't get health care, and people don't get because the Republicans who get the money back, they're not going to help gay people. They're not going to help trans people. They're not going to help people in poor neighborhoods. They're going to help the people that they like. They're going to help their Christians at church. They're going to give more money to their church. They're going to give, but they're not going to be fair and equal about it.
Do you think the Democrats
make a society thrive? Democrats make a society thrive, and Republicans make it collapse.
Oh,
and we have proof of that, Corey.
Yeah,
if
we
you
was
want to get
collapsing under
into the
Trump's first
excuse
term.
me, if you want to get into the truth of that, then we can prove that to you.
Well, see, I can take off.
Yeah, Corey, go ahead and respond. Andy, I also haven't heard from you.
Yeah. Well, I just had a real quick point of thing to go back to what Potivity said earlier, and because I had to look it up because I'd read something and it didn't make sense over the inheritance tax. And the current system we're under right now is no inheritance tax is paid under 13 million for individuals or 26 million for business. And that's set to expire in 2026, where it'll go back to the old system of 7 million for individuals and 13 million for businesses. And the Trump administration is, according to Forbes, of course, is talking about completely taking away the inheritance tax on both businesses and individuals across the board. So I didn't know where she got the government's taking people's land for inheritance taxes or something. Just didn't make any sense.
That's straight up policy out of the Trump administration, and yes, it doesn't start until after the midterms.
You're gonna have to show me where that's at, because according to Forbes, like I said,
yeah, you've got more googling to do. You've got more googling.
What was the claim, Andy?
Go ahead.
The claim is that Republicans have made a policy that doesn't start until after the midterms, because none of their punishments are going to start after the midterms, because if it did, then it might demolish them at the midterms. But none of the policies start, but that people will not be able to pass their houses on. The people who are supposed to inherit the houses or will not be able to inherit them if they can't pay a certain amount of the inheritance tax or whatever, property transfer, whatever, within 30 days. And that's before things are usually out of probate and they have whatever money in their own hands. And so that property will fall back to the banks, and the banks will sell it. And then that money may become part of the inheritance, but the property will be gone. So they won't be able to pass their houses on, the property ownership on, to the people who are inheriting the piece. So that's what you were past Republican policy.
Is that what you were talking about with the no private land?
No, the no private land is just a recent. It's like this week. It's two new goals of the people who authored Project 2020.
Oh, so they're goals.
Okay. So
it hasn't been added into, like, this is legislative goals for that group.
Okay, now what do you now? What is this you're talking about with the inheritance and not being able to pass along something. You said that's already policy? What? I've never heard of this
Yes,
before.
it's already policy. It won't go in until after 2026. But if your parent dies and they own a farm or they own some significant house or whatever, if you can't pay the 20%, somebody baking hedgehog said they have to pay a 20% tax. I don't know what the exact tax is.
Is it the unaliving tax?
But when
on
somebody,
the property?
yeah, somebody passes away and there's like this, you
But
know,
you can put it into a trust and you ain't got to deal with that.
you get it and you have to pay a tax and you don't have the money to pay that tax within the 30 days before the probate's over, then that automatically falls back to you lose the house. Like you
Okay,
don't
so
have the house any longer.
Positivity. That's only if it goes into probate. But if you have it in trust or some other protected venue, that's still allowed, is it not?
Well, if you have it in trust, then you have over $3 million. That's
not true.
That's a difference.
That's not true.
You can put anything in trust.
You can put anything in a trust, sweet love.
Yeah, and
I have a hard time finding a lawyer who would make that happen.
What I read according to Forbes, the inheritance tax right now currently is 13 million for individuals. So for like if you were to will your house to your child, it'd have to be worth more than 13 million before they have to start paying taxes on it. 26 million for businesses. Again, and that's like I don't know. This is just according to Forbes. I imagine they're pretty reputable. And you can get great information from. And they say in 2026 that Trump policy expires, and then it reverts back to the old policy, which is 7 million per
There's like transfer fees,
and 13 million.
There's all kinds of fees, and if you can't pay them, you don't get the house.
Okay, but you're talking about millionaires.
Yeah.
No, these are not millionaires. These are just people who own a house. Like they're going for poor people here.
No, I don't think so. I've never. What was the bill? What was the bill? You said it doesn't start till 2026. What was the bill that had that in there?
I again am not at my computer and I'm about
to. Was it part of
riding in an Uber?
Positivity. Was it part of Project 2025?
Yes, of course.
Okay, and you don't have the name of the.
That's not Trump's policy.
They passed the policy.
That is Trump's policy.
Like,
he's implementing.
They passed the policy already, and it won't go into effect until after 2026. So.
By what bill?
But they did pass it.
When?
They passed it like they said that they were going out and they weren't going to be legislating anything else, and then they came back a day later and they snuck a couple of things and passed them, and it was one of the things that they passed. So it was like the day after they said, oh, we're not going to be in legislative because they didn't want to vote on the Epstein files. But the day after they said that, and everybody was like pretending they were on vacation, they passed these really critical and gross policies like in secret the next day.
Okay, and then it went to the Senate and was signed by Trump.
Yeah, Trump's all for it. He's like, oh yeah, then that's a lot of cheap houses on that the bank owns on the books, and I get
that would affect his own. You think he's going to do that?
It's not going to affect his own because his own have enough money in their own pockets to pay whatever taxes on whatever property he passes them. It's not going to affect Trump. It'll never affect Trump.
If you hatch your stuff in a trust, you do not have to do. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm
not a multi-millionaire.
Excuse me, guys. Positivity. I just put something in. There is no current federal bill that prohibits property from being passed down to family.
I will find it when I get home, and I'll validate it. We can stop talking about it.
And then they said it's unconstitutional. So that's a constitutional issue. So I don't know what you're talking about. I've been looking up several things.
Well, it may be one of the things that's like being fought in court right now. I bet it is. So it's probably like, we probably have now over 700 cases against constitutionality.
Okay. You said it was passed.
You said it was passed. That's what you said.
Yeah, it was signed, but it doesn't mean that it's not being fought.
Okay.
Okay, wait a minute.
I don't
Positivity.
know.
I've got something here. It says that this may be confused with certain types of bills. The confusion may stem from bills related to specific types of land ownership, such as heirs property. I didn't even know there was something called heirs property, which is family owned land with an unclear title that can complicate its use and transfer. So maybe it's something wrapped up in that. But as far as regular folk not being able to give their land and property to the family members or heirs is insane.
Yeah,
I want you to find that.
Look, if you
I'm in an Uber right now, so I can't look up anything whatsoever. But yeah, so.
And this act of the heirs property, it was in one big beautiful bill act. So she's right about that. But the terms describe land owned by multiple descendants of a deceased person who did not leave a clear will or settle the estate. While it's not a prohibition, the lack of a clear title can make it difficult to sell that land. Okay, so maybe it's something wrapped up with farmers and that they've had it in their family for generations, or people with big properties, but it doesn't say anything about just everyday Joe.
Yeah, I'll find it and get clarified on it myself. I mean, we're basically facing a fire hose of negative against the average American person legislation. It's hard to keep up with all of the details, so I would have to get back on my computer and make sure to look it up and make sure that it's like how I interpreted it. So
yeah, well, I mean, you've made many statements so far in a very factual way, as if this is actually like I don't know what's going on here, but this is like what, the third thing now.
yeah, and I'm not in where I can look it up. I did give you the name of the book about the 1977 ending finally of the smallpox epidemic in the United States, and I have to admit that of all the different dates that were thrown in on all the different viruses in that book, maybe I mixed it up, but it took from 17 or 1600 to 1948 by somebody else's account to
Wait a minute. Liberal, look this up. HR1, the One Big Beautiful Act, OBBBA 2025 does talk about this budget package being signed into law by Trump has implications for taxes, including estate and gift taxes, though its summary does not suggest a complete prohibition of passing property to families. So maybe she got that, but that's something snuck into that bill, and it is an HR1, and then they have
Yes, the one big beautiful bill. That's the one
what
big
you
beautiful
guys-
bill, right?
Right,
Yeah,
but then
what
they have positivity OBBBA 2025. I guess that's a separate.
Yeah. So what I do, I'm a geek. I'm a total geek, and so I fall asleep every night to economics books and information.
So you
And
fall asleep
what
to
I was
geeking.
probably listening to was a podcast of economics people who were talking about the consequences of certain measures in the BBB. And so
Okay, but
so
don't
they
forget.
probably have an economics understanding or of that information that is not
No,
apparently.
but you said it was passed. You told us it was passed.
Right.
And
Right.
so that's what we're trying to figure out.
Right, and that's what they said, and the people that I was listening to were telling the consequences of the BBB on the average American person and family.
Well,
And that was what the information was about that I was listening to and falling asleep to, and so that's where it may come from, is an interpretation of the legislation already passed and how it will directly affect the American family.
Well, so the big beautiful bill changes things in 2026 as it relates to the exemption tax. Like he was talking about before, it was like 7 million, changed it to 15 million. And they also even changed it so you can gift even more while you're still alive, even before you're unalived. So you can gift millions of dollars now before you are unalived. And then after you're unalived, you're exempt up to a certain number. And then you pay tax. All this did was make what Trump had changed permanent. Because he did this in his first term. He made that adjustment in the first term. Biden didn't change that. It was going to automatically lapse. In the one big beautiful bill, what they had added to it was that permanent, so that, less of your money could get taxed.
Permanent status. Yeah,
right.
Permanent status.
So essentially, it doubles what they can leave their people, because Republicans forever have been complaining about not being able to leave. Oh, the death tax, that's a death tax. But what they leave out is it only pertains to fucking multimillionaires and has never pertained to your average Joe. But, remember Joe the plumber or whatever the fuck that guy's out there? The death tax. I mean,
Wait a minute.
doesn't
Joe
even...
the plumber didn't even own his business.
Yeah,
that don't apply to us anyway. Ain't none of us worth 7 million or 13 million.
Exactly. Like,
well, no, you don't have to pay taxes until it reaches that 7 million. So if you were to inherit over 7 million in 2026, if they didn't make the what Trump's got in from his first term permanent, it was you were untaxed up to 7 million. So I mean, even then, I'm not inheriting $7 million from anybody. I wish I could. But
I take that back. I'm gonna have that problem. Shoot, I never thought about that because I'm winning the Powerball tomorrow night.
Hey, you're allowed to give out gifts now, so just start doling the money out. I'll take whatever the max is.
If you win the lottery, Corey, just remember I've been really nice to you.
Yeah, I take care of you. Everybody on the panel gets $1 million guaranteed. Record
Galaxies for everyone.
I'm so glad I just joined the panel then.
Yeah, I was about to say, Rebecca's like, I jumped on in time. Count me.
I was here
if you win the lottery, tell absolutely fucking no one.
Yeah, I never
tell
play it.
no
I
one.
have a rule. I never play it at all because we ain't never gonna win it. But I have a rule: if it's over 500 million, I have to buy one ticket.
But
all the time, and the most I've won off of a scratcher was $20,000.
Nice.
Woo, that's good.
Then I won $1,000, another $1,000.
You won $20,000 on a
Did
scratcher?
you guys hear about that guy that won the lottery twice? He won it twice, picking numbers that ChatGPT determined were the most likely.
Yeah. They're shutting down a chat giving out lottery numbers because people are winning from it.
Yeah.
But scratchers, you win much easier. I just won 150, but that's no money at all. But yeah, you can win by a lot real fast off of scratchers.
Yeah, I never
won. Scratchers.
I never won even $10 off a scratcher. Granted, I don't buy them all the time, but I've never won.
Well, you don't buy them. I love them.
It is fun to play.
I like the crossword ones because they take longer to play.
I can't even read that shit. I just won 100 and something off of the crossword. Didn't even know I won 100 and something. It just said winner, and I took it in. She said, "Oh, you won 100." I'm like, "Oh, put it back in the machine."
Yeah, give me more.
I didn't believe in psychic ability until I went with my psychic girl to the casino.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up, darling. Tell your psychic to give you the damn Powerball, the Mega Million numbers, okay? That's when I believe a psychic when they know the damn numbers.
She's not that good. She's not that good, but I was walking around with the same $100 to gamble that day, and she was walking around. She was going, "Oh, I feel it from this machine," and she won. And then she'd take her winnings, and then she'd go, "Oh, I feel it from this machine," and so she'd win again. And I lost my full $100, and she won $120 by the end of the 3 hours.
Nothing. I want to win life-changing money, not that garbage. Tell her to go to a machine that's going to make her life change.
Yeah, I think it's 850 million right now. It's up to 850 million.
Oh, is it today? Oh no, it's tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow Wednesday.
I have to go get my tickets. Yes.
Now 850. Can you imagine $850 million?
Don't tell a soul. Get your attorney.
You'd never
Let
hear
your
from me
attorney
again.
set you up to put it in. If you are in a state that forces you to identify yourself, which a lot of them are doing,
Use a
you have your attorney
trust.
set you up in a trust
Mhm.
so that it's in the trust's name and people will even know who you are. Otherwise, you're going to get unaliving threats. You're going to get beggars from people with one eye, one leg, one toe.
20 years ago, you
all your
loaned
friends,
me
all your friends,
$5.
you're gonna have more family members and friends than you ever knew.
Like I'm your long lost great aunt niece.
Yep.
And I'm
I
my
won't
own grandpa.
tell anybody, but there'll be evidence.
If Corey wins, he'll become a Democrat blue vote. That's funny.
You kidding me? If I win that much money, I'm going to become a dictator. So I'm going to own my own island that only I'm going to live on.
No, you don't want your own
We don't want to. We don't want to go to your island. I'm
No.
like Republicans and islands.
Yeah, that's a bad thing.
Yeah, no thank
Yeah, maybe. Okay, maybe not going to own my own island. I'm
Just
gonna have
If
to
you're gonna
rethink
go to
that.
their islands live, you better get the lube for yourself.
Maybe like your own peninsula.
Get ready to lube it up.
I can have my own island. I'm just not going to have a plane that has a flight log so people know who's been there.
There you go.
God.
Does anybody else think it's kind of weird how the assumption is that if somebody on the left, I don't get this whole thing that, nobody on the left works. What is this assumption that they're? Why is that? Why do they have that assumption? Why does that keep happening?
That's like the stupid welfare queen lie. Like, it's just a way to drive people to the right. Like, if you're right, you work hard and you pay your taxes and you're a good American.
They're
And
the
if
biggest welfare queens on the planet of the people in the
I
right MAGA.
know, it's just another right
The
wing
reason
lie.
why
Like,
the reason why they
right
say that is because the
people
Democrats
lie.
talk about how they expand the social safety net. That's why the Republicans say that.
But that has nothing to do with working or not.
Safety net for
I
you.
know, but that's why they say that.
Daniel, it's my fault.
Well, we expand it for you fuckers. That's the stupid part.
I'm left and I don't work.
I'm left and I'm an employed artist who
My fault.
makes a lot of money every year, but I am an artist and I'm in charge of my own schedule and my own life, and it looks a lot to a lot of people like I'm lazy.
Positivity. You got a lot of people in the comments the last time you were here when we were talking about somebody making $10,000 a month. You said, "Oh, is that a lot of money?" They were like, "What's wrong with her?" I'm like, "Well, maybe she's a lady of means. $10,000 a month is nothing to certain people, especially if your bills are near that."
Yep.
Somebody said, "I'm left to do accounting."
I'm a conservative on the right, and I own a construction company.
Can I ask you a question, Corey?
I work my butt off.
Corey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What are you trying to conserve? What are you conserving, white man?
I have conservative values. I'm not a libtard.
What are you trying to conserve?
Does that mean you like to grape children? Is that what that means? That's what I think.
Wow.
Whatever you want to say. Whatever you want to say about the party, that's up to you. You can have your own.
Corey, my darling. Corey.
We'll live in California and then.
I am in California. But Corey, what are you?
How do you like it there?
Corey, my dog, I love it. Corey, and I'm a
love
trans. Corey, excuse me. What are you trying to conserve, darling? No conservative that has ever answered this question. And I tell black people who say they're conservatives, it is impossible by definition for you, jigaboo, to be a conservative. Corey, what are you, white man, trying to conserve?
I'm not white.
Oh, that's even worse. What are you, Corey? What do you identify as?
I'm trying to conserve your right to speak nonsense.
What do you identify as, Corey?
I identify as a human being, an American.
No, Corey, what is your ethnic background, please?
I am a quarter Native Indian.
Oh, Lord.
And I am 3/4 Irish.
So you're European. So Corey,
what is your ethnic background?
Excuse me.
European.
What is your ethnic background?
Excuse me, Corey. What are you trying to conserve.
I'm trying to conserve your right to speak nonsense.
No, Corey. I want you to be serious.
I'm telling you what I'm trying to
is it
conserve, your
that
right to speak nonsense.
You said you are right-leaning conservative. What are you trying to conserve?
I'm trying to conserve your right to speak nonsense like you do every day, all day long.
Corey, I'm asking you a question.
And I'm telling you.
Serious, but you're not being serious. I
I'm
want to
telling you.
know.
Okay, listen.
By definition,
Do you want to know what I'm conservative about?
Trying to conserve.
I believe that the government should get out of your business and leave you
don't.
alone and let you live.
No, you don't. Oh my God.
Excuse me.
Well,
conservatives don't believe
I'm
that.
not entitled to my opinion. Do I have to
You
think
are.
the way you think?
No.
So go ahead, Corey.
That's what I believe in. I lived under Democratic.
Are you
rule.
under the
And
you think that is a conservative value? And you think that is a conservative value?
Yeah, my conservative value is I believe in small government
No.
and the government leaving you alone.
Corey, I asked you a question. Wanting the government to stay out of your britches. How is that a conservative value?
What are you talking about?
Okay, am I wrong? Did you say riches, britches? What are you referring to? Please say that again. Maybe I misheard you.
Business.
Out of your business. Out of everybody's business. Okay, cool. So limited government, right?
Yes.
Okay, if that's the case, why has the Republican Party as a whole, but Donald Trump in particular, tried to expand their scope? Their scope.
I don't like
wait,
Trump.
excuse me.
Trump
This
to be
is my,
impeached.
excuse me.
Throw that
This
office.
was my initial question for Corey, and I'm going to ask you this, Corey. If you really believe the government should be out of our business, why are they in women's twats? Why are you telling women what to do with their damn bodies? Do you believe that the government should be out of that?
Want.
I don't
believe
the government got out of it.
Why are you supposed to have a whole perverted police force that's going to check your genitals before you go in the bathroom?
Insane. And Corey, you're not convinced. You're not a fiscal conservative either, because the conservatives that you say you're part of always blow up the.
Do you agree? Do you agree with everything the Democratic Party stands for?
But Corey, I'm talking about. Excuse me.
We're pointing out that you haven't agreed with anything that they've.
I don't agree
Corey,
with the Conservative Party about everything.
Okay, Corey, I need you to listen for like 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds without interrupting. So far, I've been listening to you. Not one thing that you have said that you are for is does the party that you vote for actually do or actually espouse?
Okay, but
not just lip service, but actually do.
Just your opinion. So
no. I can demonstrate it. I can demonstrate it definitively.
Okay, you demonstrate.
I can demonstrate it definitively.
How are you going to tell me how I
can
feel and how I think?
Corey, I said I can demonstrate this definitively. Without a shadow of a doubt, this is not hard. They're not quiet about the stuff they've done.
Right.
This is very, very well documented.
Who's they?
Talking about conservatives and Republicans.
Okay, all
conservatives and Republicans.
All conservatives are the same? So they all think alike?
Well, first off, okay, conservatives have 7 tenets. No, Corey, I haven't said what I'm responding. You can't say, there you go, if I haven't responded yet.
You're trying to put
then
me
be
in
quiet,
that same
Corey,
bag as
be
everybody
quiet
else.
for a moment.
So don't do that.
You need to listen to my side too, because I'm hearing you, and I'm responding to the things you're saying with some actual thought. So once again, the things you said that you are for. Conservatives as a whole do not go forward with, and the crazy part is there are 7 tenets of conservatism. There are actual things. Words have actual usages, common usage, meanings. All right, and when you say conservative, there are 7 things that you gotta kind of hit, and the fact that they don't actually do any of them, they just give them lip service. That's a problem.
Everything you just said was your opinion.
No.
Your opinion. Tell me one fact.
Tell me one
fact that the conservatives
there are 7 key tenets of conservatism.
Tell me
That's
one thing.
That's definitional.
Tell me one thing I agree with. Tell me, since you know me so good, tell me what I can agree with.
You have said that.
Corey, does the Republican Party.
Corey, you said yourself in the last 5 minutes that you are for limited government.
Okay,
that is one of the 7 tenets of conservatism. But they don't actually do that.
Corey,
it's that the actual conservatives don't actually do that.
Okay. So I shouldn't be a conservative?
Right.
I don't care if you're a conservative. I'm just saying that when you say it, you're not being You're not actually being honest. That
So
you're
I
not
don't
actually being
agree with
rational.
I don't agree
I'm
with my
saying that
party on everything, so I should leave the party.
Corey,
I don't care who you vote for. You don't matter
Okay,
to
who
me.
you
I'm
vote
pointing
for?
out that when you lie in my presence, I'm
I
going to
didn't
call
lie
it
about
out.
nothing. I believe
I'm
it.
not talking about
what do
what
you think he lied
think. I'm
about?
talking about what the words mean. I'm pointing out
Okay.
what the words mean.
What do
What
you
did I
think
lie
he
about,
lied
sir?
about?
Corey, do you think people should be allowed to be gay?
Yes.
Oh, well, do you think the conservatives think people should be allowed to be gay?
Probably not all of them. You think all the Democrats believe they should allow to be gay?
Yeah, I think
I
Democrats
know.
don't care.
There you go.
Practically every
That's allowed
yeah.
to be.
It's
That's how
And they're
deep
not,
okay.
compared
they're
to
not
how I
trying
feel.
Okay, Corey.
trying to make
Corey,
laws
let's try
that
this.
people can't be gay.
Okay, Corey. Here's an example. Would it surprise you to find out that at the RNC a few years ago, during the RNC, while being covered on Fox News, the actual head of the actual national spokesman for the log cabin Republicans, the actual gay wing of the GOP, actually while he was actually carrying water for it and basically defending, basically being their token gay person, basically speaking for the GOP, they actually kicked the gay wing of their party, the log cabin Republicans, out of the party. This
Who's
is something that
appointed
really
to the
happened.
highest point of government right now? Ooh. That any gay person's ever been appointed to the government? Who did that? Who did that? Who's it under right now?
I don't know.
I rest my case.
Biden.
Finish my conversation since I brought this up for Corey.
Who do you think is a gay person that is actually what position are you referring to?
Excuse me, Corey. Even people in the comments, like Sujay, says you're saying that you're conservative, but you're supporting everything that's liberal. So are you confused? Because you wait a minute. You support a woman's right to choose. You support LGBTQIA rights. And the only thing you said so far is that you are conservative. You want to conserve being fiscally responsible. We know that they're not fiscally responsible. So if you see that something is not what you think it should be, why are you still a part of that? Conservatives are not fiscal responsible. Why are you still calling yourself a conservative? And what is it that you're trying to conserve? Because that horse has left the barn. What else are you trying to conserve?
Okay, let me rephrase myself. You could call me whatever you want. Call me an independent then. I'm not a conservative. I'm an independent.
Oh, okay. Then we don't have an argument.
I have an independent thought of mind. But
Okay.
I've always been, in my entire life, I've always been a conservative, raised in a conservative family.
What does that mean, baby? What does that mean?
That
what
means
was your family trying to conserve?
That means I was under the Democratic rule, and I've seen what their policies do to somebody, and that pushed me further.
No, baby. Wait, hold on.
That I had to leave the state that I grew up in because I could not afford to live there, and I make good money.
Corey, okay, but you said that you were from a conservative family. All I asked was, what were you and your family trying to conserve? Then you jumped on the Democrats. What is it that you, Irish person, what are you trying to conserve in your family?
I'm trying to conserve the anti-government out of my life and not regulate me and tell me what I can do and what I can't do 24/7. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But Corey,
there's not one policy. There's not one policy that I could tell you the reason why I'm the way I am.
Corey,
it's a multiple
under MAGA and Trump, and we know you're a Trumper.
I'm not a Trumper.
But Corey, they're literally
there you
the
go.
National
You're
Guard.
throwing me. There you go.
Corey,
there you go. Throwing me in a bag.
Corey, they have the National Guard literally in the streets of
and
America.
I don't agree with that. I don't
Snatching
agree with that.
people up and
I
not
don't agree with
staying
that.
out of their business. So
I don't
why
agree
is
with
it
it.
that okay? So why is it that you want to hold on to this word? I'm a conservative.
Oh, I'm not. I
cannot
just
give
told
us-
you I'm an independent. I'm whatever you want me to be.
Okay, no, baby.
Okay.
If you say you're
There you go.
independent because you can't give us any, then we will accept. I will accept that. Then you're not a conservative. You're an
Okay.
independent. I do the same
Do
thing.
you
with
want to know
black-
why I'm not a Democrat? Is that what you're trying to say? Do you
No,
want to know
I didn't
why
ask
I
that,
don't
but I'm
lean
sure
toward
you
that?
want to tell us why you're not a Democrat.
No, I mean, what are you trying to get from me? I mean, what
Well,
you,
I have
you want me
never,
to say
Corey.
I'm a racist,
No,
or I mean, what are you
Corey.
trying to say?
No, Corey. I have never met a
That's what you
person
keep
who
saying. A white
claimed.
tea man,
Excuse
a white
me.
tea man.
Excuse me, Corey. Listen. I'm trying to get you. If you have a strong stance in your belief, then you will definitely be able to say to us, I believe this, I believe that, I believe
Okay.
this. My party's doing this and that and the other. But
Yeah.
what you have just what you
Well, my
exposed
party
to
right
us.
now is letting me down, so it's hard for me to like, woohoo, my party's doing great right now. They're letting me
But
down. So
how are they letting you down?
on everything Trump's doing right now is letting me down.
But we told you
Rounding
he
up
was
immigrants, rounding up immigrants.
Corey, with all due respect, we told you, when I say we, the liberals, told you this shit was
Yeah,
going
but
to
the liberals
happen.
also call him the H man since
Kamala Harris
2015.
told you
Russia,
that he
Russia,
would.
Russia. Come on. Like I'm gonna
Corey,
believe the Democrats.
Kamala Harris told you guys
Yeah.
that they were going to have the military in the streets of America and turn on its own people. We were telling
Thank you,
you guys
Tish.
this for 2 years, and you didn't listen. So you were under the delusion that this liar in chief, a 34 times convicted felon, adjudicated rapist, this person who lied and
Pretty
cheated,
bad.
who lied and cheated
When
the working
34
class.
lying, cheating, no good, H. Hitler gets elected. Boy, that's a shame.
Corey, this man has cheated working class people for decades out of their money, made them go bankrupt when he went bankrupt so that they couldn't get
And
paid
they
for their
elected him. He was
excuse me,
elected.
for their
Imagine
services.
that.
Well, that's
Imagine
questionable.
that.
But Corey, what I'm getting from you is you still have a loyalty to this nonsense.
I
Even
don't
though
have a
you say
loyalty
you
to
feel
it.
betrayed, you're still defending this
No,
nonsense.
I'm just throwing it
Therefore,
back on you. You act
I'm
like
apt
this
to
guy's
believe
evil.
I'm apt,
And,
I'm apt to believe that you really don't feel like you're
well, I
getting
don't care what you
betrayed.
believe. That's the thing. You can believe
Yeah,
whatever you want to believe. You
you're
don't
still a
affect my life.
you're still a
Whatsoever.
MAGA baby.
Corey's been coming up on the panel for a long time, and
Yeah.
he didn't like some of the things that Trump was doing in the beginning, and he's gone even further than that because of more of the shit that Trump is doing. I think
Good.
Corey sees what's happening here.
But why
Whether
is he holding
I
on?
regret my vote. I regret
well,
my
I
vote.
mean,
And I'm a conservative.
people tell me I'm MAGA, and
Yeah, I know,
tell me
I know.
just admit that you're MAGA. Like I don't know. Corey is.
I
wanted to
say one thing.
Host, do you mind if I address something real fast? Something that Corey keeps making the core of his argument. He's mentioned it like a handful of times.
Who's talking?
Corey, this is Daniel.
Oh, okay.
All right, this is off the FBI website. This is actually about the Russian interference in the 2016 election. Did you know that this was actually proven true? All 17 U.S. intelligence agencies testified on Capitol Hill immediately after Donald Trump took office in 2017 about this, that they brought evidence to bear.
Yeah, and
They
it come out
showed
to
that.
be a lie. Come on, are you going to
No,
run
Corey,
on that?
no, it
already
didn't.
come out.
Corey,
Come on.
Corey, please, I'm trying to show you right now, right
You're
here.
trying to
You
show
can find
me
this on the
what?
FBI website.
The FBI, the
Right.
17, just like the intelligence agency, the 17 said that Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation. Come on.
Those, not a single one of those people were currently sitting. They were all former.
Okay.
So once
Well,
again,
I'ma
stop,
believe-
Corey.
I'ma
Corey.
believe
They
what-
weren't. What I'm pointing out is that they weren't part of the investigation or privy to any of it. So once again, I don't care
All
about
those
that.
17 people, are they saying that today?
Corey. None of these people that you're talking about, the 50 people that actually made those statements, were part of this. They are completely unrelated. So once again, address what I'm pointing out.
So they was wrong?
You've made it. You have mentioned.
It was wrong? And they was
It's
lying to the
irrelevant.
American people?
I'm saying it's irrelevant to this conversation.
Okay.
Stick to this topic.
These 17
So once
people
again,
that you're telling me right
Corey,
now is
I don't
wrong
care.
or lying.
No, it wasn't 17 people. It was all 17. We only have 17 U.S. intelligence agencies.
Wrong and lying.
They
already
weren't
came
wrong.
out.
They
It
actually
already
proved
came out
this.
that it was a hoax.
Okay, Corey.
It was a hoax.
Do you know? Corey, no, it wasn't. Corey, do you know who
I
Maria
know.
Butina is? Corey, I can prove it. I'm actually showing you the evidence right now.
Okay.
So Maria Butina. Do you know who that is?
No. Don't care.
She was actually a Russian spy in the U.S. who actually worked at the NRA and funneled tens of millions of dollars of Kremlin funds through the NRA to the Trump campaign. There was also a
And
Russian hacking group.
he was on board with it? So
Yes,
you got
his
proof of
campaign
that?
was.
Oh, I
Yes,
know. So he went
this
to,
is
he went
proven.
to court for that.
This is proven.
Yeah. They filed charges against him
It's
for
what
that.
Roger Stone went to jail for.
Yeah, he went to jail for lying.
if Trump was
He lied
not
about
in
this.
Okay,
Corey,
listen.
if
I don't
Trump,
get whatever you guys say.
Corey, stop,
It was a
stop,
hoax.
stop,
So
stop,
keep
stop,
running on
stop,
that
stop,
hoax.
stop.
He got elected with that all
Corey,
out there.
I'm
stop,
not saying he's not
stop.
president.
Okay. So it's a
Corey,
new point,
if
right? It's a
Trump,
new point.
Why
Corey,
are you
if
running
Trump
from
was
this?
not,
I'm not running from nothing. You're telling me
Corey,
You
if
pivoted.
okay,
oh
You
it's
God,
not a
shut up.
hoax. It was all true. He was
Corey,
colluding with the Russian government. They had
Corey,
evidence. They went
Corey,
after this guy for 4 years.
Corey,
Where's the evidence?
Corey, if Trump was not on board with international money being funneled to
Where's
the
the evidence?
Republicans,
Where's the charges? Where's the
why,
evidence? Where's the
Corey,
He's a
charges?
sitting
can you
president. He can't be
shut
charged.
the fuck up? If
See, that's the
Trump
thing.
was
You guys believe that stuff, and you got it in
Corey.
your head. that,
up,
oh, it
Believe it.
happened. Like they didn't
17
investigate the
intelligence
heck out of
agencies,
it.
Corey.
Corey,
17.
why
Did they
didn't
make an investigation against him?
Why
Did
why
they?
are we
Why
all
did-
like
Yes.
jumping
God.
on Corey in this way? I don't
Well,
I don't
because
That's what I wanted
don't
to
get
say.
it.
Corey's-
Everybody's
Corey's
just jumping
full of
on
lies.
Corey.
I can answer your
Prove a
question if you
point.
give me
Stop.
if you give me 30 seconds. I can answer your
Corey.
question, liberal.
Corey, if Trump was not on board with it, why did the Republicans take away the law that prevented foreign money from funding elections? And Trump signed it. Why did that happen?
What does that have to do with him colluding with Russia to get elected?
Yes,
And you
excuse
guys
me,
have proof.
excuse me.
Well,
Excuse me.
think
Wait a
he's
minute.
Where's
against
the
Hyper Dad.
proof?
Hyper Dad. You can send
Literally
liberals
have it in my
some
background right now.
galaxy. You can send liberals some galaxies and or send pay, yes, and he can mute people for 5 minutes, or he can take them down. So if you want to be generous and start sending those galaxies, do so. Yes.
Okay, why?
Huh?
They don't like what I'm saying. I'm going
No,
against
not
their-
Corey. He wants to mute 3 or 4 people. So if he wants to mute Poety, me, or anybody else, he wants to send you galaxies or whatever.
Tell him to come up
Oh,
and
I
defend
see.
his
3 people
position.
for 5
Yeah.
minutes. Oh, I see. Well, here's the problem with that, ADH. There's no mute button that I can push that they can't unpush. So even if I were to try that, I don't have 3 mouths to sit there and because they'll just unmute themselves
But
and
you
keep
can drop
going.
'em.
Right.
I like this.
Well,
I like a conversation. That's what we need.
Okay.
Who were you trying to get to stop the 3 people?
Yes.
Because I need to know that so that I can deal with that. Because I like everybody's talking over each other anyway. It's
Yeah, I thought this was a question I had for Corey. I love that Corey admitted to having a regret for the vote, and now Corey's an independent. I think that's beautiful. But I also want to take Corey out of that MAGA mindset of supporting and thinking that everything is fake news and conspiracy and all that when it's truth.
You don't have to. I'm already out of it.
But baby,
Corey.
you keep defending and
Because
saying
you guys
that,
are coming up with nonsense that has already been. You guys act like they didn't.
It hasn't been
investigate
debunked.
the heck out of him. Come on,
Corey,
Dude,
these
move
are
on.
actual. This is actually
Move
the
on.
wanted poster
Listen, do you
from
think
the
that's gonna
FBI
help the
right now.
Democratic
Donald Trump's
Party?
own.
Do you think that's
Corey,
going to help the Democratic Party?
Are
The
you,
American people
Corey?
already heard
I'm
all
not.
this
That's
stuff,
not
and
the
they
point of
voted
this
him
right
in.
now.
Move
You made a
on.
claim, Corey.
So what are we
we're
trying to
not going
convince Corey of?
Yeah.
I'm
you can't.
okay, Corey.
And
Corey,
will
no one
this
asked you.
hold on? What are we trying to convince him of? And will this help us moving forward?
No.
Yes. Well, actually, I believe it will. It'll actually get rid of this actual misapprehension that I believe Corey has.
Show
And
me
if I
your
can,
unbiased evidence.
Corey, be quiet for a second. None of this is my evidence. This is actually just the evidence.
Okay.
So, Corey, don't interrupt, please, just for like
I
30
won't.
seconds.
I got you.
1, I am showing you off of the actual current FBI website, the actual wanted poster for these actual Russian agents who actually interfered in the 2016 election. When you say, and I was trying to point out, when you made the claim that that was a hoax, it was
No, I
proven
made the
not to
claim
be
that
a
they wasn't
hoax.
colluding with Donald Trump.
Actually, Roger Stone lied
Okay.
about this because he was one of the actual people who actually received
I
this
know.
information.
So they put charges against Trump. I remember that trial. Shoot, I remember that. Trump went to jail for 3 years for that.
what?
Donald
Exactly.
Trump.
It
Okay,
never happened.
Corey.
It never happened.
Corey never went to jail.
Corey. Can a person that's committed a crime but not been, for
Oh, I
example,
know.
brought to
Minute,
justice?
Daniel.
They didn't investigate Donald
Corey,
Trump.
Corey,
They did try
Trump-
everything in their power to
Corey-
try to get him out.
Corey,
They impeached
Come
him
on.
twice.
Trump
They were successful.
never
Exactly.
went to jail.
Yeah, they
Corey.
were so
He
successful.
was
impeached him
being
twice.
he was being facetious.
Oh, okay.
He's so
So,
them impeachments
Corey,
work so
Corey,
good, he's the
you
president
interrupt.
right now.
Corey, I asked you to just be quiet for a moment, and you interrupted. Please don't do that. Just be quiet for a moment.
Go ahead. I'm
What?
sorry.
Right now, I'm showing you in my background the actual evidence regarding, for example, the Russian inclusion in the 2016 election. Roger Stone, for example, 22 state voter registration rolls were actually hacked by a group called Guccifer 2.0. The bagman that paid them off was the Wagner group. That is actually the Kremlin's actual freaking secret police. All right, their own secret army. Now the thing is, this has been proven, demonstrated at the highest levels. Also, during the campaign in 2016, a Kremlin-connected lawyer named Natalia Velnitskaya, during the what was it, the Trump Tower meeting, the one with Roger Stone with Paul
Junior that he
Manafort.
walked out on, and it was about adoptions.
Donald Trump was not there.
I know,
It was
Junior walked out on it.
Junior,
So,
actually,
go on to
no.
the next
Actually,
one.
no,
Roger
no.
Stone got
Actually,
convicted for
that's not
lying.
actually that's not true. First off, it was Trump. It was Don Jr. It was Jared Kushner, and it was
And
his
walked
campaign
out on the
manager.
interview.
No, actually, no, they didn't. They
Yeah,
actually changed their story 4 different times.
I
First,
know.
they said that.
I
The meeting
remember the
didn't.
charges on them,
Corey,
too.
I
That's right.
Corey, I know this. I know this better than you. I can show the
Okay.
evidence.
Where's the
They changed their
charges?
story.
Okay, I don't. Look,
He's not listening.
we need to move on from this. It's
Yeah, you're wasting my time.
You're
Corey,
never
wasting my
gonna
time.
you're never gonna
wasting
like
time.
convince him of this stuff. And this is a topic that's gonna get the live taken down. We're talking about erections and the HOAX word. You know what I mean? Like I just don't see how this is fruitful in any way. We have other people that have come on the panel that I'd like to get to and hear from. Lucy, you've been waiting for a minute. Go ahead.
Live.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that Corey kept saying that he, wants the government to stay, out of his business and all that kind of thing. And I think he's more maybe libertarian leaning than conservative, and maybe he should explore that. That was all I wanted to say about that.
He's lying about that.
That's a fair point.
Well,
Probably.
I think
probably
that's up to him to decide if he's lying about that or not. He knows what he is.
No, I've been listening to Corey this entire time, and every time that we mention, for example, point towards evidence, he starts
you,
going to
Rebecca.
why hasn't he been?
That was cool.
Why hasn't he been, for example, gone to jail over it?
Because
When
I don't
the idea,
agree.
Corey,
I don't
Corey,
agree.
you don't need to
I'm not
interrupt with
entitled
this.
to my opinion.
You don't need no, Corey. You can actually speak immediately after I'm done. Just give me a
Okay.
moment. Every time that when we talk to Corey about this and we actually present evidence, as I've tried to, he interrupts.
Well, I talk to you all
and
the
the weirder part about it for me is that when he does, he acts as if a person can commit a crime or do something wrong, and they always come. It's always justice is done, as opposed to sometimes people who do bad things get away with it. Especially when they have a lot of power or have the one job on earth that would keep them from having justice done.
Okay, thank you. Now, Tish, go ahead.
Go ahead, Tish. She said Tish.
Oh, my turn.
That's
All
what
right.
he said.
I don't think we're getting anywhere with the Russian interference debate.
Nope.
Did you guys see that Trump is pressuring Indiana to gerrymander their state too?
Well, he's going to do all of them.
Right.
Don't be
Andy,
surprised.
I'm curious if Andy and Corey agree with that.
Andy, Corey?
No, that's a slippery slope. I don't agree with Texas doing that. The thing about it is when you gerrymander like that, which Republicans and Democrats are doing it too, whenever you do that, you're just taking the vote away from the people. You know what I mean? I don't agree with that. But where's it
Do they
in?
do it equally? Corey,
yeah.
do they do it equally?
What?
Do they do it equally? I'm talking about matter of degree.
Okay.
Do they do it equally?
Does it matter if one does it a little bit worse than the other one?
Yes, it matters.
Yeah, actually,
Corey.
actually, it matters. First
Okay,
off,
but
it's not
where's
a
it
little
gonna
bit
end
worse.
up? Where's it gonna end up?
Corey,
Listen.
that's a lie you just told again.
Where's
You're
it
telling a
gonna end
lie.
up?
It's
That's
not
what
a
I'm
question
saying.
of, it's not, no, the difference in degree is not a little bit worse. It's not like 60-40. or
Okay.
45-55. We're
Okay.
not talking about that.
Every state you
What
tell
we are
me
talking
about the
about is
Republicans, I can
no,
tell you a
Corey.
Democratic
We're talking
state.
about the difference between a person who stole 2 Twinkies from your
Okay.
local
Do
convenience
you agree
store
with the
and a
Democrats
person who
gerrymandering?
did an armed robbery of a
Do
bank.
you agree with the gerrymanders, with the Democrats doing it?
I had no problem with.
No.
I had problem with partisan gerrymandering, not gerrymandering. They are different things.
Oh, what's the difference? You think they're doing it because they want to be
Well, the
equal?
word partisan actually talks about you do it with the goal of
Okay,
outsizing and
Democrats and
unfairly actually
Republicans are
benefiting.
doing.
Corey, you asked a question and then you won't wait for the answer. It's weird.
Okay. Okay.
The difference between gerrymandering and partisan gerrymandering is that partisan gerrymandering is where you actually, with the intent and the execution to actually unduly and unfairly benefit a group that does not deserve or has earned the actual amount of control and actual power that they actually end up with. For example, redistricting people out of their own district that they were elected to.
And I agree with that. I'm on your side with that.
Or kicking people off their voter rolls for
Yeah, I'm
dubious
on your
reasons,
side with that.
like 2 people at the same address with similar names, like father and son, one junior and one senior. Those sort of things.
Okay.
Claiming that people are deceased who are very much alive and literally just voted.
Okay, I'm on your side. So.
Okay, that's a thing that Democrats aren't doing, but only Republicans.
I
you would
know.
be hard pressed to find
it. What
you
is
would
Illinois?
be. You would be surprised.
How about Illinois?
Here's the thing. I will delete my account if you can actually find a case of Democrats doing this.
Illinois. How many Republican voters are in Illinois? And how many representatives they got? Okay. Maryland. How many representatives they got? How many people are voting? Come on. For every Republican.
Okay, Illinois is actually.
Hold on, Corey's got a timer.
Sure.
For every, the Republicans might be doing it worse. I didn't look into it, but for you to tell me like, oh, one side's worse or something, what does that matter at the end of the day if they're all doing it? And here's the thing: where's it going to end up? Where's it going to end up? The Democrats have less seats than Republicans do. So if we go down this thing where every state gerrymanders to the nth degree, Republicans are going to come out ahead because the Democrats already gerrymandered most of their seats. What do you look at the map? Come on.
You done?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to ask you a simple question. I live in the state of New York, right? Would you surprise you to find out that roughly? Please be quiet.
What happened to the last time? Did the courts throw it out?
Hold on, Corey.
Hold
on, Corey. He's got a timer.
You don't understand a simple fact that we do not have homogenous distribution of people. People don't live in a certain, actual voter distribution and population density is not equal everywhere. For example, 90% of the state of New York is not New York City, but roughly a little under 70% of this state's population live within an hour of downtown Manhattan. So there's a reason why New York City and the area around it sways New York elections so much. It's because that's where most of the people live. Land doesn't vote. And that's the same in almost the country, even in Texas. The highest population areas, there are like a dozen cities in the entire country that have a population over 1 million people. 4 of them are in Texas, and they're all blue.
Okay,
And your point is?
The point is that that's not partisan gerrymandering. That's actually
what happened to New York
simply
when they tried the
districting.
last time? What happened to New York?
Oh shit! What the hell is that?
What happened to New York last time?
That was
what
awesome.
Happened with their gerrymander map?
Oh,
what
that's
happened
cool.
to their map?
Thank you, Rebecca.
Be honest. What happened to their map?
That was crazy.
That was cool. And only 500 points. That's awesome.
The host is speaking.
Exactly. You want to answer it.
I'm happy to answer you once the host is speaking. I'm trying to respect the host.
Yeah, I was just quickly thanking Rebecca because that was awesome. I don't know if you guys saw it, but it was cool.
Okay,
Anyway.
What is it that you believe happened in New York?
Okay,
Corey?
what happened to the last map that they
I
tried
live
to
here.
draw? Okay, what happened?
Okay, guys.
The last map, Republicans challenged it.
And what happened? What did the court say?
It actually stood. The last time it was actually stood.
The courts didn't strike it down and tell them they can't do that?
The last one that got struck down by the courts was actually a Republican map.
Yeah. Okay. Why isn't Hochul doing it right now?
I live here.
Why
I live here.
It doesn't matter that you live.
I
there
know
or
it
not.
better than you.
So if I show you the evidence,
in my state,
that it came out that the New York redistricting map got thrown out by the Supreme Court of New York. Come on,
Okay, can we all agree? Can we all agree that gerrymandering is not good, no matter who the fuck is doing
Exactly.
it? It's
I
bad.
agree.
It's not good. Republicans don't need to do it. Donald Trump doesn't need to call up the governors and do this fucking shit to get him extra seats. Let's just agree on that because we can agree on it.
Nope.
Right?
And I agree, listen, and I agree that Donald Trump started it with Texas. He started it, telling them.
Okay.
And in mid-year, we do it every 10 years. And he's trying to do this right now. It's absolutely wrong, and the Republicans should not back it. But I think they're going to do it.
They've been doing this for decades, honey.
I know,
Not
just
started
them.
with Trump. The
I know, it's
Republicans
just
have been
them.
doing disenfranchising
But here's the thing, you guys
people
can't do the
for
same thing and
decades.
then say, it's just you guys. We don't do it. We're only doing it because you guys do it. Come on.
Here you go, Maverick. Go ahead.
So
Not Corey. I don't think that's what anyone's trying to say.
Well, what is Newsom trying to do right now?
Excuse me. Do I have a timer, Corey?
Yeah, you do. Let me reset it for you. Go ahead.
Thank you. All I was saying to you, Corey, because we initiated this conversation, and I know that even liberal backs you up. But my question to you is, if you're now understanding that you have been hoodwinked, led astray, and bamboozled by MAGA and Trump, you also said that you're now an independent, not a conservative, because you've also
I didn't say that.
into. I thought you said you didn't.
No, because you kept on. What do you consider? I said, okay, then. I'm
Okay. So now you're playing games.
Yeah,
But
I just try to get you to shut up
the
about it.
bottom
That's all.
line is for you. If it quacks and talks and walks like a duck, you sound like MAGA. Why
That's your
are you
opinion.
so, Corey? I have a timer, sweetie. You don't even have any. You have no control. Why are you?
Because everybody's coming after me for my views, and it's wrong. Why can't we
Darling,
just talk about something we agree with?
I'm having a conversation with you.
No, you're
and
not. You're
trying to-
bashing me like you always do.
Wow.
But the good thing about it is your opinion don't matter to
Okay,
me.
Corey.
You win, Corey.
Corey, she's got 27 seconds left. Let's let her finish. And if you need a rebuttal, I'll go to you, give you a 45-second rebuttal. Go ahead, Maverick.
And all I was saying, Corey, because I was very curious to know, because you said several times that you were a conservative. I wanted to know what you were trying to conserve. You could not tell us what you and your family or people who think like you, what it is that working class people like you are trying to conserve. You have not given us anything. And when you did say something, you said fiscal, but we know that that party is not fiscally responsible.
Okay.
Okay, I take it back. I'm not a conservative. I'm a Republican. Okay, is that better for you?
Actually, go ahead. This is your rebuttal.
Yeah, I'm not a MAGA, and anything you say against Donald Trump, I'm going to agree with you. Donald Trump hoodwinked me, or whatever you want to say, under his first term. I liked it. I voted for him under this term right here. I voted for him in 2020. He didn't get elected. I voted for him this time. He got in, and he did the one thing that I did not want him to do, because he said that he wasn't going to do it, and then he started rounding up people on the street, and that turned me against him. And now he's deploying the National Guard. He's proven all you guys right. So I'm on your side with that. But that doesn't make me a liberal. You know what I mean? I don't agree with the liberal policies.
When did Donald Trump
He said he was going to go after the criminals.
Yep. I mean,
I'm just telling you why I voted for him, and I don't agree. Like, I'm on your guys' side. Don't have to bash me over the head with the immigrants and bash me over the head with the National Guard. I'm on your side. I don't know how to explain that. I'm on your side.
I get it, Corey. Let me go to Rebecca.
2 seconds, though.
Okay, let me 45 seconds for you. Go
45
ahead.
seconds to respond to Corey. I am very thrilled that you have seen the light, my darling. But what I'm saying is, because you are so adamant with continuing to support the MAGA movement, it seems like that to us. I know Lib gets you, but you're calling everything fake news. You're calling everything conspiracy theory. You're supporting and defending Trump, even though you said you don't like him. When we tell you that he's a 34 times convicted felon, adjudicated rapist, and all those things, you get on the defensive. So I'm just saying to you, maybe you need to do some unpacking with your loyalties to MAGA, because they lied to you, darling. They lied to you, they hoodwinked you, and they bamboozled you. And I'm glad you're seeing that.
Okay, Rebecca tried to speak earlier. Let me get to it. Rebecca, are you still there? Did you still want to say something? After those VR goggles, I have to
I'm
let
still
you
here.
speak.
I think Corey, you have to. No, I was just going to say, like, Corey and I have had lots of conversations over the course of his time being on your live. And I think, like, what I appreciate about Corey is he is able to think and, like, repackage things and, like, come back up to his own conclusions. I think what's challenging is when there's only one opposition on the panel and we're trying to, like, hold him accountable for everything that party does. I've noticed that Corey gets defensive, as I think anybody would when you feel like you're being dogpiled upon. I think, like, like Maverick said, or like Siren said, I really appreciate, Corey, that you've come to terms with the fact that, like, you're seeing the harm that Donald Trump is doing to America. And what I'm interested in hearing from the Conservative Party is, what are you guys going to do about it next election cycle? How are we going to stop the infection that Trump has started? Because, like, it's an epidemic now.
No,
I agree.
I find it offensive.
That's where I'm
that
more
everybody
interested in the
keeps forgetting
conversation
that I'm
going
conservative
versus.
too, and I'm not I'm opposition, but it's okay.
Andy, you wanted to say something?
Oh no, Andy, I'm sorry. I forgot that you were on there. You were just so quiet, Andy. You're just
Go ahead,
so
Andy.
quiet.
Well, I'm trying not to be rude and anything. But no, I agree with most of what Corey says. I'm not quite as mad about all the stuff. When he said that, Trump got in there and started kicking people out and you didn't see that coming, I'm like, they pretty much said he was going through the entire
That's right. He
the
said he was going to
entire
quit.
up to the election.
Right.
I mean, that was kind of what he ran on. I'm like, I'm
Uh-oh.
sorry that bit of, snuck up and shocked you, but
But I supported it. I supported it.
they pretty much talked about that's what they were going to do from the beginning. Now, securing the
Did
border, I
you
like.
support that though, Andy? Did you agree that Biden left the border wide open?
Oh hell yes, they did. Are you kidding
Okay,
me?
so you agree with me, right?
I'm not. No, I agree with you 100%. I'm not gonna deny my own lying eyes. I mean, you can see it on the news every night.
That's
with
lies.
all the people.
That's lies too.
Well,
He didn't leave no
I want to know
border
how
wide
I
open.
want to know how the AI all them people run across the border on.
That's
on
lies. Those are
news.
lies, Andy, and you guys.
I wish I could figure out how they did that. That's some
Exactly.
masterful.
They had it on the news.
How are you going to believe?
Okay.
I'm not going to believe my lying eyes.
Tish,
because they see
that was AI, sweetie.
Oh, that's AI.
Website under Biden says it. 8 million.
Tish, you are, interestingly enough, the only non-sub in here, and I have a subscriber trying to get up. So let me, if you would like to make a last statement, and then I'm going to let Jonathan come back in.
Yeah, my
I'm
final
going
statement is
to
I love
give
the
you
TikTok shop, and I got to figure out why I think I'm a subscriber, but I'm not.
You were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm not sure.
like at level 16.
But go ahead.
Classic Club. Okay, let me go fix that. Y'all have a good one.
Are you? Well, a minute and a half for you.
Oh, not sure where the last conversation was going. Although Andy and Corey, I do appreciate your candor about what you're saying, and it's interesting to see what's happening in that way. Trump is gerrymandering because he's so far underwater in the polls, and they're doing everything they can to fix that. I live in a gerrymandered district in North Carolina, and our Republican representative has 6 offices in small towns in the rural red counties, but does not have one where the majority of his constituents are in Charlotte. So that's an example of how gerrymandering can work too, is that they're only pandering to their core and not really interested in what anybody else has to say. And he's also hiding. So he won't have a town hall. Anyway, it's just an example of how it works in the direction we're headed. And I hope Indiana can stand up and stop it.
I hope.
With
But I
that,
don't think they will. Well, thank you,
love the
Tish. I
TikTok
appreciate it. And if you do sub, I appreciate that too. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
Trump knows his policies are underwater. That's why he's doing that. I totally agree. He ain't got no other choice. But I don't think it's going to work. He's so unpopular right now, even with his own base. I don't think Trump has a chance.
Well, the good thing is we don't have to vote for Trump ever again. So
Well,
that's the nice part.
He may put
is,
his name up there.
He ain't
States
gonna put his name
states
up there.
can't stop him.
He's not gonna run again.
Well,
He
let's
wants to be on Mount
hope you're right.
Rushmore.
Let's hope
Mount
you're right.
Rushmore.
If he does run again, I promise I will not vote for him again. But if he
Release
runs
the files. Release the
If Donald
files.
Trump runs again, I'll vote Democrat.
Oh, Tish.
That's some dirty
Thank you,
language right
Tish.
there. I
You
don't
guys
know
all
if I can
heard
go
that.
that far.
Cut that. Clip that.
I'm gonna hold both of y'all to it.
Cut that and clip
I'll
that.
do it
Did you
100%.
record that?
I'll do it 100%.
You mark this?
Hey, okay, can I say,
I could run
Corey?
independent. I don't know if I could quite go that far.
Corey, I wanted to say I love that you can admit that Trump fucked up and he lied to you. It's brave, but when everybody's talking to you, I feel like you're taking it personal, like they're coming at you when they're not they're not blaming you, right? They're not trying to say you did this, you did this. They're just saying Trump did this. And if he lied to you about the thing that you didn't want the most, right? Isn't it possible that he lied about other things?
Yes.
Politicians lie. You mean water is wet? The sky is blue?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I was down there and I was listening to you. It just sounded like you were taking everything personal.
Well, I was taking it personal because they was coming after my character and not policy.
Well, no, I
Now,
don't think they were
Corey,
coming after
nobody
your
came after your character.
Yeah, you guys did.
No, I think you just took it that way, but I don't think they were.
She started off calling me a white tea man and all this stuff and didn't even know my
But
race.
darling, you are a white tea man. You said you're 75% Irish and 25% indigenous. Did you not say that?
Yeah, I did.
You are a white tea man, sweetheart. I guarantee you your paperwork says Caucasian.
It doesn't. Okay, but why do you got to say? What is that, like a bad thing that I'm a white tea man? So
No.
you have to bring up my race or something?
It's just.
Why can't you address me as a human being? Why does my race got to be brought up?
Don't
Do I
play
bring up
with
your
me.
race every time I talk?
Corey, darling, Corey, you know for a fact that the only people that race really means anything to are white people. That's why they made sure that they were the dominant ones, and that's why they use it in everything they do to
People
stay
like
in
you, that's all you
Excuse me,
talk
my
about.
darling.
So
Excuse
who's
me.
really doing it? You ever
Excuse
hear me say, am I
Corey.
talking to an African American? Am I
Corey.
talking to an Hispanic?
Corey, because I am frank, it irritates you. You have a problem with just words. And now we have proved that you are a white tea man. Yes. You voted for
and
Trump.
I'm proud to be white.
And he voted for Trump because he made you feel comfortable in your white tea
And you
maleness.
voted for
Because, wait a
Kamala
minute,
because
excuse
what?
me, Corey, because he made you feel comfortable in the misogyny. He made you feel comfortable
There you
in
go.
your
Now I'm a misogynist.
bigotry.
I'm a racist,
No,
bigot,
no,
homophobe.
no.
What else am I?
No.
Do I like Hitler too? Do I like the H-man?
You can't say that
Bring
word,
that up
Corey.
too. Okay, do I like him?
Corey, are you pro-Israel?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I am Israel.
So you're pro-Israel as well. So you're a Zionist as well. So
I'm a Zionist.
I
Because I
find you
believe
to
they
be
have
a
a right to live.
repulsive. Excuse me. I find you to. He kept cutting. I find you to be a repulsive human being just because.
Well, don't
you
talk
are
to me no
Zionist.
more. Why do you keep bringing my name up? Stay in your lane.
Okay.
Get off alive.
Hey, can
That
I
we're communicating
respond?
with.
Sorry, can I say something really quick?
Hey, go ahead.
Could I have a minute, Lib?
Yep.
Okay, so Corey, one of the things I just need you to know and recognize about the race thing is it's not that Maverick is the one bringing up race. It's the fact that her entire life she's been consistently reminded about her race by society. Not because she's bringing it up, but because society's been designed that way. So you need to recognize when individuals who live with that on a daily basis, something that you have not had to live under, they're frustrated, they're angry, they're upset. And so when they bring it up, which they have every right to do, you get to sit with that discomfort for a minute. And just instead of being defensive about it because somebody is finally bringing up your race or your gender, just sit with it. because when you get defensive, you're going to say something that's going to be taken wrong. And I really don't believe that's who you are as a person, but that's why it is. It's not because Black people are the only people talking about race or are the only ones bringing it up. They have to because they live in a system that was designed to keep them down because of their race. Just acknowledge it. That's it.
Thank you,
I
Rebecca.
can,
Never lived in that system.
I can
You've
acknowledge that.
benefited from it.
I can acknowledge that, but when somebody comes to me with
and then be
my
quiet.
race, first of all, when they come to me by race, I have many African Americans that I engage. You think they all tell me that? You, as a white man, first of all, that's just certain people that have certain ideologies, that they're the victim of something always. So that's my opinion.
No, Corey.
It's
That's
actually,
I
not.
haven't did nothing personally to her, and my
It's
skin color
that's what
has
I want you
nothing
to
do
sit with
our
for a little bit.
conversation.
Just think about it. Just sit and think with it. But
I treat everybody
Can I
equal.
say
does. You
this?
need to
Can I say
recognize
They
that,
this?
like,
shouldn't
when we're
matter.
here talking about
Let me say,
politics
but
and
let
we're
me say
talking
this.
about bettering
Let
America,
me say this for the
it
record.
does.
Corey, Rebecca gave you, and no, Rebecca's not self-righteous. She's educated, Rando. Thank you. But Corey, just imagine how
I
irritated
don't
you
agree. I don't
are.
have to reflect
Corey,
on
my
nothing because
darling,
I'm not
please listen.
racist.
Corey, look how irritated you got just by me calling you
No,
a
you're
white
putting me
tea.
in a box.
Corey, my
And that's
darling,
what I
let me
don't like.
speak.
Judge
Corey,
me as a person, not as my skin
Corey,
color.
Corey, my people have been put in a fucking box for over 400 goddamn years in this motherfucker.
Are
So
you
if you
still in
can't,
that box?
excuse me, if you can't be in a box for 5 minutes to an hour on a goddamn live, then you are fragile as they come.
No,
If
I just
you
don't put up
think,
with that nonsense.
Corey, if you think it's a problem to be called YT while nothing else happens to you, then let me give you some insight. How about going to fill out an application where you're overqualified for, but you don't get it because people like Trump put C on your application for colored and they don't want you living in their apartment buildings. You
Oh
want to
boy.
talk about bigotry and racism and
Oh
what's
boy.
always thrown in our faces, but yet you'll say that we are what? Whining and complaining. But yet here you are on this panel for 5 minutes and you're whining and complaining about me calling you YT.
No,
Give me a break.
I'm just saying you're putting me in a box. I've been on this live multiple times with you, and you can't have a conversation with anybody for 5 minutes without bringing up the race card that has nothing to do with our conversation. We're talking about politics. But you go back
Race
to
is in
white
everything,
tea,
darling.
Okay,
Race
well,
is
that's
in
your
everything.
opinion. Leave it to yourself. Don't
Race
bash
is
everybody
in,
over the
no,
head
I
with it.
will not leave it to myself. I will
Okay,
not
well,
let books be burned. I will not have
okay,
college and
well,
schools take away
I don't
the
agree, and
history
I'm
of
entitled to my
America.
opinion.
The history of America, Corey, is about race. Period. Full stop. Whether you like it or not.
Yep. Live in that bubble.
Not a bubble, baby. It's a
I
reality.
know.
It
It's a reality.
infiltrates every aspect. Every aspect is infiltrated by that.
I shut down when people go right to my race about something. That's where I shut down.
That
When I
right
have did
to.
nothing to her,
You have that white
to
privilege
discriminate
to
in her in
shut
any
down,
kind of way,
Corey. You
it
have
goes
that
to
white
that because
privilege,
she didn't like
Corey.
that I didn't
You
agree with the
have the
point that she was
white
talking about.
privilege to shut
Okay,
down, Corey. I don't
okay.
have the white privilege to when
And
I'm
you
going
have the
out and
black
somebody,
privilege, and you have the
excuse
black privilege
me,
to call me a white racist.
Corey. I don't have the privilege to go out when a fucking police
Oh, I
officer
know. You're
comes
so
behind me,
oppressed.
and
You're
so we
so
don't have.
oppressed.
Oh yes, we are very oppressed.
Oh,
And
bad.
because you don't
Corey,
want to
stop
see
it.
it, because you don't want to
Oh,
see
come
it,
on. Look what
and you want to
Stop.
it's
cry
okay for
about
her
it,
to run me to the
and
ground, but
now
I
No,
you're
can't say
sounding
anything
like
Corey,
to
a
her.
Corey.
Klansman, Corey.
No, Corey,
Oh, now I'm
Corey.
a Klan member.
You sounding
Corey,
like
listen.
one.
Okay, see,
So
there you
stick
No,
with
go.
it.
Corey,
Where's my
stop. No,
defense?
Corey, you are in a reactive state. So I'm
Yes.
going to ask you to just literally be in a responsive state. Go, like, just take a breather, because when you are in a reactive state, you are going to react and say some shit like you've just been saying that
I don't
comes
have a
off
right to be
wrong, that I
offended.
don't believe aligns with who you are. I
What are
don't
you
I don't
believe
have
it
a
offended
right
aligns
to
with
about?
who
be
you are, but
offended.
What are
because
you
you're
offended about,
reacting,
Corey? Because you're
I'm
being called
offended
a
by you
whitey
putting me in a
man?
box. I'm offended by
Because
you
you're
putting me
being
in a
called a
box. Like
whitey man, you're offended?
all
Are you
white people
kidding
are
me?
bad and all white people are racist. That's all
That's
you have
not
to
what
go
she
back
said.
Corey,
to.
nobody said that. That's
Nobody
how you're
said
Nobody
that.
said
interpreting it.
that.
You
That's
are
what
That's
it
how
said
you
about
you
me.
are
took it.
being
No, that's
really
not what she said.
Did she just call me a
defensive.
KKK member? Did she?
Hey, but
This
hold
was
on,
Did she
like,
Corey,
call me
hold
a
on.
white
When she said that,
nationalist?
because of how you're
Did she call
reacting.
me racist,
Because of how
homophobe?
you're reacting, Corey.
I'm
Corey,
reacting to her.
stop
Okay,
and
why
just
was she
listen to
even?
me for a
Okay,
second.
okay, listen. Let me
Because
talk
it's
for a
how you
second. I
reacted. The fact
apologize.
of the
Let me
matter
calm
that you
down.
think you're
I
being put in a
apologize.
box because No, hold on.
I
Corey, hold on.
apologize. Listen, let's go
The
from
fact
now
that
on.
you're reacting because somebody
On a
called you a
politics,
white
let's be
man
yeah.
is
I
just
did.
ridiculous.
No, she referred me by my race because she didn't like my
No,
politics.
it's just
What did race have to do with our politics?
She asked you a question.
Let me be clear on what she did. Corey,
So she's
quiet.
justified in that.
She did not judge you by your race. You felt
You
judged
as
by
a
your
white
race.
tea
There's
man.
a difference.
You as a
All
white
she
tea
did was
man.
call it out.
Call
Corey,
what out?
listen to my words. All she did was call it out, and you got mad that she
Wow.
literally identified who you are.
Who
Like,
am I, a
you
white man?
are a white man.
What does that
Are
got to
you?
do with
Like,
our politics
by your own
conversation?
accord, you said you were. You said you were white. You said you were a man. Don't get
Okay.
so angry when someone calls you a white
No,
man.
I'm getting angry
Because
because
that's
she's
what you
calling me a
are.
KKK member and she's calling me a. See, you guys.
No,
Wait,
she's
she didn't
saying
do
that
that.
you. No, Corey, your
I know it's
reactions
defending
and the
her.
way in which you
Everything
are
I'm saying
so
is bad
crashing
and wrong and
out.
everything, but she's allowed to
No,
talk about
you're
me any way she
crashing
wants.
out.
It's
Corey,
wrong.
stop and listen to my words.
It's
You are
wrong.
no, you're crashing out because she called your identity out and you decided she was judging you. And
Was
then
it
you
wrong for
said
her to
some
call my
shit
identity
that
out?
you
Was it wrong
said
for her to
some
call my
shit,
identity out on a
Corey, and she
political
was
line? Was it wrong for her to
Corey,
call my
why did it
identity out?
bother you? Why does it bug you?
Because she put me in a
Why
box that
does
I'm
that
not
bother
in.
you?
Yeah, it bothers me because she brought
Corey,
out.
I get no.
I'm
Corey,
tired of that. I'm
Corey,
tired of
just because she called you a white
I'm
man, that's
white,
not
I
putting you in
can't
a
talk
box.
about nothing. I have to sit back. I have to sit back and take it.
Corey, can I get a sentence in without you interrupting? All she did was check your demographic box. That's it. She just checked a box. She didn't put you in a box. You've decided that when someone calls out white man, that it must mean something, and you're bringing that to the table.
Well, the only reason why I
That's
said
it.
that is
That's
because
all I'm trying to
she
say.
brought out my race on a political live that nothing was talking about race. Had nothing to do with race. That's why I was like,
But no,
you know what I mean?
this is the part where, okay, no,
And
we've
then
just
she
uncovered
goes
it,
from
Corey.
that.
Stop.
And then
Listen,
she goes
Corey,
from that to
stop.
calling me the
Listen,
KKK
Corey,
member,
stop.
white
Listen,
nationalist,
Corey,
Hitler.
stop. Listen, Corey, shh, quiet. Okay, here's the deal. What you just uncovered is the fact that you don't think politics or anything that's happening in the United States has anything to do about race, and it actually does.
We wasn't talking
And so when somebody
about
brings
that,
up
though.
race, hold on, I'm not done. Please stop. Please stop. The fact of the matter is that's where the disagreement lies. So go do some work.
I don't have
Happy to send you some resources
I don't
for
have
you
to.
to know and understand that our country has been based upon race. Based upon race since its inception to
Yeah, we
this
did
day.
horrible things in the past. I agree with 100%.
Corey, it's okay. It's okay to
But
be
you don't
white.
get to
It's
get bashed
okay
over
for
the
her to
head with
call
it
you
just
out.
because
No. It's
it's
okay to
okay
be
for me to
white.
call
It's
her
okay.
out. It's okay for me to call her out too.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
That's
there it
that's
is.
your prerogative. But listen, it's
Exactly.
okay to be white. It's okay.
I
It's
know
how
it is.
you. It's how. So why are you taking it personal?
Because she used it as a
Don't-
derogatory. She used it as a derogatory mark, like
No.
I'm left
She
handed
asked
because of
you.
that.
She asked you.
No,
She
I
asked you if
No,
you were.
we was talking. I was talking to Daniel, and she buttoned up. You as a white teen man
But she
are
asked
on the
if you
Trump
were.
train wagon.
That's
It had
not
nothing to do with that.
derogatory.
You guys ain't gonna see my side no matter what.
Lib,
So it's irrelevant.
Rebecca
We
got
are.
dropped, Lib, by mistake. Rebecca dropped down, but she's wondering if she got dropped. But you're not even near the controls, so she needs to come back up.
I didn't
I
drop anybody.
apologize. I
No, he didn't
apologize.
drop anybody.
I apologize for getting heated. It's just like every time I get on a
You're
live
being heated means
with somebody
nothing to
that
me. Corey,
I'm not trying to offend you, is what I'm saying.
Corey, you can't offend me, Corey. I've been called a black supremacist, or a Medea. I've been called what is it called? A transgender.
And you're proud. And you're proud of
I
that,
don't
right?
have a problem with name calling, Corey. What I'm saying to you is, if it doesn't apply, let it fly. I simply asked you why you consider yourself a conservative. We don't have to go back through that. Then I said, because you are a YT man, you got up in arms about what I was saying to you because you have a lot of unpacking to do.
Why did that have to get brought up? There is all I'm saying.
Corey, then you went on the attack, which doesn't bother me, by basically telling me that because I'm black, I'm a whiner. because we're whining about our history. This is the things you said out of your mouth. I'm not going to scream and holler and get offended by what you're saying. I'll correct you on it. But you do have a lot of unpacking to do because there's a lot in you that you haven't really figured out yet. Now, Liberal
Sure.
likes you. Liberal thinks that you're great and wonderful. I've been very delicate with you because usually by this time I tell you to call up your mother's twat and close the door. But I'm not doing that. I'm trying to listen and hear you out, but you're crashing
No,
out
you're not.
literally, Corey, for no reason at all.
Okay, let's leave race out of
You
it in a
literally have
political.
white on all your documents, but now you're offended that I'm saying that you're a white man. Make that make sense.
Do you have a problem with me being a white man?
Corey, I never said I had a problem with you being a white
Okay, so why bring it up? Why bring it up?
that you're a white
Go ahead.
because it's very important, Corey.
Not on the topic that we was talking about. If I was bashing you because of your
Corey,
color or something, then yeah.
Corey, the way we vote, the information that we receive, it's all because of what position we are in. You are in this country, Corey, as a white man at the top of the echelon in this society. Are you not?
Boy.
If you're a straight white
boy.
man, Corey, you are
boy.
at the top of the echelon. Now you're not above the billionaire class that are white men, but white men are the ones who are running the show. Do you disagree with that, Corey?
No, I agree with you. Most
Then why would
corporations
you
are
get
run by white
upset?
people.
Why would you get upset because I told you you're at the top of the totem pole? That doesn't make any sense, does it?
Dude, I'm not on top of nothing just because I'm white. Am I a
Corey,
CEO?
your whiteness gives
Oh,
you
I know. Just
privilege.
because I'm white, that the white CEO gives
Corey,
me
just
money.
listen. Corey, just listen.
Corey,
You agree with her. You do agree
Corey,
with her.
your
You're just not. You're taking it
whiteness
wrong.
and your maleness gives you privileges that women don't have and that people of
Can I
color
cash in on
don't
my privileges?
have, Corey. So you're at the top of the totem pole as far as that is concerned. Do you not agree with that?
No, I don't.
Oh, well, okay. I can't help you then.
I can do
All
nothing
right.
in this world that you can't
Well,
do.
in that
Okay.
case, guys, the live is over. I'm going to go ahead and shut it down. I appreciate
Okay.
everybody. I appreciate all the support. Thank you so much. Y'all have a great night. See ya. What is up, TikTok?